Chapter 1: The husband who fell in love after 3 years off marriage. In the capital, as the city lights begin to twinkle, Shen Tingwan, adorned with exquisite makeup, sat in a car beside Liang Shi. After near like 12 hours of meticulous preparation, her radiant beauty concealed the fatigue of a sleepless night. She was accompanying Liang Shi to Akaratigala. On the way, she felt a flutter of anxiety despite frequently appearing on television. She was somewhat socially anxious, apprehensive about the obligatory mingling, and uncomfortable with the prospective live interviews from reporters. Worrying throughout the journey, she stepped out of her car and to discover the remarkable privacy of this commercial caravan. Luxury cars were parked 100 meters away from the entrance, and the Road crowd gathered outside. Event this iconic building in the heart of Kisa Maduna Julie tranquil and understate shower. Everyone here tonight is from the business world, Liang Shi remarked, turning to Javehara thumbs up. Shen Tingwan gently lifted her skirt as he exited the vehicle. The trailing was indeed beautiful, but walking in it was quite inconvenient, especially with the centimeter stiletto heels the stylist had chosen for her. Although Liang Shi was her superior, has selected the gentleman, extending his arm for her to take hold of. With a point of support, Shen Tingwan felt considerably more at ease, and the daunting 20+ steps to the entrance became less intimidating. Good evening, please present our invitation, a staff member greeted them. Liang Shi ended over the intricately designed invitation embossed with their names. After a quick information, the staff member smiled and gestured, please, you may enter. Thekaratigala, with its strict security, confirmed that Liang Shi had not missled her. Shen Tingwan had spent the night filming Finally wrapping up at 9 o'clock that morning before rushing back from the studio. Had it not been for Liang Shi's personal invitation and his insistency on the ventinificance, she would have gone home to catch upon sleep. The arrived not late, but Theben Cathal was already alive with clinky glasses and unlimited conversations. Under the bright lights, the room was filled with executive exuding an air of authority and well-dressed delights. The sound of clinky glasses intertwined with an surprises lacking in genuine loyalty. Ah, Liang, my friend, an older gentleman initiated a fierce trend of pleasantries with Liang Shi. As they exchanged polite formalities, Shen Tingwan remained quietly in the background, her polite smile beginning to strain her facial muscles from the prolonged effort. Alright, Liang, let's keep in touch, the man concluded, departing. On Sethaman left, Liang Shi resumed his usual carefree demeanor. TSK, now Yori and Arito socialize heroist urgency earlier? Shen Tingwan turned her head to look at them. She was soon aware of the underlying context but felt no curiosity. Her gesture was mere lippolit, as a lent acknowledgement of his words. Noticing the indifference in her eyes, Liang Shi meant to snap to attention, realizing that his current companion was different from them or engaging individuals around them. While others would either inquire about her reason behind his words or flatter him, Shen Tingwan had no interest in feigning concern. She simply didn't care. Liang Shi chuckled awkwardly, about to say something to alleviate the attention when an acquaintance disliked but to acknowledge approached. Wow, Liang, your companion tonight is stunning, Jian Guanji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Though they were familiar with each other, his tone was dripping with insincerity. Shen Tingwan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jian Guanyi, the newly appointed president of Guangzhou Media and Liang Shi's staunch rival. Liang Shi turned his back to Jian Guanyi, leading Shen Tingwan away. Jian Guanji is seemed anything but genuine. She praised that wolfdom, his gaze lingering primarily in Shen Tingwan. Tonight, she had chosen a simply elegant bracelite blue satin gown that relied on its casual pleats for design, devoid of any complicated embellishments, allowing her gently cool demeanor to shine through. The strapless design accentuate her graceful neckline, her fair skin illuminated by the bright lights, almost glowing. The minimalist silhouette showcased her curves perfectly, with her slender waist obscured by a draping fabric. Jian Guanji's gaze fixate on her legs, lamenting their slender, elongated beauty was entirely concealed. It wasn't until his view was obstructed by Liang Shi's straight-cut trousers that finally lifted his gaze. Here is Edizaias but displayed no hint of embarrassment, suddenly stating, now under people online say that Tingwan is destined to with xiaoqing. Liang Shi turned to Shen Tingwan, his expression of confusion. I appreciate the compliments from netizens, Shen Tingwan replied coldly. Just that of hot person who had haunted her 2 years ago, Matahar want to walk away, yet, she cold leave, but Liang Shi cold not even if they are known rebels in their circle. Then you must also be very grateful tone? Liang Shi pulled Shen Tingwan back with a sudden jolt. He quickly continued, this script suits Tingwan perfectly, it's unlifting the twi secure right for her. Jian Guanji's attention shifted back to Liang Shi and he led lightly then Liang, y'all need to step our game week Guangzhou or equally determined to length his role, especially since Situtan just quite fond of it. And Shino. Jian Guanji's words trailed off, his laughter-footing gasher refrained from elaborating. Liang Shi scoffed dismissively, how west you poor gay mice notify you're concerned, Jian. Jian Guanji chuckled again, but before he could say more, Sumionek led for him, prompting his reluctant departure. Where do est his gagathis confidence, Liang Shi muttered angrily as Jian Guanyu walked away. This time, Chen Tingwan had something to see on the topic, reflecting for Ramond, Shara plead to Liangshir. I heard from Shozaya that Jing said to see sto havi saminos today, probably good news. Earlier that morning, while waiting for her Senian said, her assistant Shozaya had exclaimed in excitement, but Chen Tingwan had been too focused on preparing for her next shot to pay attention. No sooner had she spoken than Simeon Base Detham pulled off their phone. Lianche Apandwibo, having been Bijalde and in just now checking is fingering the gala. The trending topic swirl about Jing Situ, each headline a more explosive at hand the last. Jing Situ dating news. Jing Situ, the young mistress of Lu family. Jing Situ, the heiress. Lianchi clicked on the first topic, within Twoskins, Shen Tingwan heard in Kursi and Deris breath, she turned to Luke. Lianchi thrust his phone in front of her, his frustration palpable, looks like he's really struck a trich. Shen Tingwan to cast it back, distancing herself from the screen before focusing gently. Thep hoto was a blurry shot of a figure from behind, but Jing Situ's face was relatively clear and recognizable. The identity of the rumored Malay was less distinct, beat Hestila appeared to be a handsome man. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he had an enviable effect. As for his face, Shen Tingwan felt it looked somewhat familiar. She shifted her gaze from the image to the accompanying text. Jing Situ spotted in a secret meeting with their Lu family, suspected dating news. Shen Tingwan instinctively frowned now under he looked somewhat familiar. The rumored Malay was no other than Luijo, the hero of La Familia Duras band of 3 years. Chapter 2 An Unexpected Encounter at Gala. Is it just capitalat play, why is it that Li Jing Situ hasik backing? Lianxia snatched his fin back, glancing at it again. Listening to Jiangguan Jizir remarks, it seemed that not only did Shen Tingwan fitherall, but she also had a genuine interest in it. Asked the boss how could he boost Samio Nils's morale while undermining his own? After a moment of hesitation, Heter Netto Shen Tingwan, don't worry, well both strive for it. Shen Tingwan looked with him and Liang Shifel te Twingio wilt. In the capital, few red to challenge Lu family. Feeling uncertain, Liangxi watched a Shen Tingwan smile. Director Leos a man of talent and professional integrity, he may not be entirely swayed by capital, was still Havachance. Director Lu Ming? Shen Tingwan nodded. Instantly, Lianxia felt Thyrod soft successfully up front in person to 30%. Lu Ming, born into a family of arts, had achieved famite engage, why the very drama directed becoming a classic. Is she preparing a new drama this year? Lianxia suddenly felt a pang of guilt for neglecting his duties as the head of an entertainment company, realizing he had been a tofty loop. Issued be bultofin Samianato contact Lu Ming was still Havichance. Shen Tingwan seemed distracted, not engaging further. Lianxi assumed she found this optimism overly funkaful and immediately began searching his contacts for potential connections. Just as Shen looked at his phone, a commotion at the transit was attention. The Chera de Gala was hosted by the Steen few family, well known for 3 generations, even amidst too many prominent familias in the capital, the wary among the light. Yet, to every own a surprise, feathered enough few family had personally ganito the entrance. The earliest guest shed arrived at 4 o'clock, and Dunhor had passed without a Satan goff fubing in. Now, someone who was being granted such an audience. Curiosity repled through Tickroad, Elias turning to the entrance. A figure clad in a simple black suit Strodine, standing talon straight, unlike others, he was not accompanied by a partner but rather followed by an nonsense assistant. Fubinjian appeared semi-way irritable had been assured that thys wasa cara de gala, Yathiman before him seemed to be conducting business. Luijo, with his shandazuli in his pocket, raised a brow, displaying a rare hint of patience. I come straight from the airport. That explanation seemed to diffuse Fubinjian's irritation. Brother, you must be tired from the flight, he said, adopting a tone of thought surprise at those around him. That dress of brother revealed the identity of Tianoho garnered such respect Luijo, the hero of Lu family. Buthan Thagana brought to expand the basinus, when had Hera turned to the capital without a sprout news? A Simeonian Thickroad mentioned this nam, a soft voice emerged, is Ta Jing Situ's Romored boyfriend? What Romored boyfriend? Jing Situ has indirectly acknowledged him as her actual boyfriend. It's just a fling what star could possibly enter Lu family? Whether they genuine lid out a diter spoke from jealousy, the executive as Uldum followed gossiperide data conclusion flow here had like Claire turn for love. This conclusion reached Shen Tingwan clearly. Having stood for tooling Sheshiv Tetherweight, stretching haraking ankles. Tingwan, are you alright? As they polite linked arms, Liang Shanada said her discomfort and, feel guilty about this owner to struggles against the competition, spoke in anitis a bless softer tone. Two-thirds, this seemed takarial and toffenderness. Oh, so Lianjais actually such a lean considerate manine private. Did you really see that? Ha ha, Liangsha laughed heartily, his mirth of identity not okach Luvia's house attention from across harem. His diepste kan het thesorsiof sound landing gunth woman hahan seen in twierischus legally recognized wife, Shintingwan. She was linked arm in arm with her male companion, how was smiling down at her affectionately. Luya's house expression darkened instantly. After greeting Luijo, Fu Binjian was surrounded by a throng of people. Lu, when did you return to the country? Lu, I'm Zhao Linfeng from Shijian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu. Watching the sycophants swarm around Luijo, Liangsha felt a Sergio Fang Eraze within him. What was a special bout 12? Liangshi didn't want a balstrino Neil says a Goku tolerate it but not stand it Libby. He gently tugged at Shinting Wan Shan resting on his arm, let's go. Shinting Wan stumbled slightly a chapeau colliding with Liangsha, I'm sorry, Liang. Liangsha waved it off, a tribute in Jito Hero fitting shows his grip, initially firm, become a gentle hold. Toanyon watching from behind, it looked as if they were embracing. Meanwhile, Luijo while conversing with those around him, inadvertent like as discazy towards the couple are retreating to a secluded corner. Where were Refio to in such a secluded spot? Asonaman spoke animatedly, has suddenly sensed the tension in the air, halting abruptly. Fu Binjiang quickly took over the conversation. Everyone, Theban Kat will begin shortly, please take saws. The implication was clear, those presentories to Tina to read the room. A glance at Luya's house impatient expression prompted the to disperse quickly. Fu Binjian followed the direction off to gaze, spotting a side door but nothing gels of interest. Brother, what are you looking at? Luya's withdrew his gaze, sliding his hand back into his pocket. Nothing, let's go. Chapter 3. Occupying Mrs. Lu's position before the banquet commenced, Shintingwan followed Liangshi to take their seats. The arrangement of seats was quite strategic. Upon entering the venue, she immediately spotted a figure sitting at the front, though she could only see his back. Luijo occupied the central position on the right, his leg casually crossed, and his arms draped nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, the host who had greeted him entered, assisting a magnificently dressed lady. That is Mrs. Fu, Liangshi elucidated at the opportune moment. Shintingwan recognized her, having seen her once at the Lu family's ancestral residence. She replied softly. She had not intended to focus on the woman, yet her position was unavoidable as it lay on the path to the exhibition stage. Luijo tilted his head, presumably engaged in conversation with Mrs. Fu. The Lu and Fu families had long-standing ties, and Fu Bingyan had always enjoyed trailing behind Luijo in childhood, a fact he had once shared with her, one of the few things he had confided. As the banquet officially began, charitable auction items were introduced and bid upon one after another. As the event progressed, Luijo remained notably passive. Isn't Luijo here to support the event? Murmurs began to circulate around her. Oh, but all the items so far are trivial. What could he possibly contribute? True, since he is here, he must be waiting for the grand finale. That will be quite an expense. I hear the last item is provided by Mrs. Fu, a pair of collectible imperial green jade pieces. They must be worth quite a sum. Shintingwan only caught fragments of their conversation, unable to discern the actual figures being discussed. Curiosity got the better of Liangshi, who turned to steal a glance, then returned with wide eyes. He seemed inexplicably anxious and leaned toward Shintingwan, whispering, Tingwan, there are plenty of worthy characters here. If he doesn't secure this, I will strive for something else for you. Just as Shintingwan was about to respond, the person at the front suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Her motion to turn her head faltered momentarily, yet, it was merely for a fleeting second. Shintingwan questioned whether he had truly been looking at her and then turned back. Even if she had seen him, she thought, it would not guarantee recognition. You fret over money, but does Luijo even regard it? The whispers persisted, growing clearer with their intent to be discreet. Indeed, what sort of relationship exists between the Fu and Lu families? The conversation behind her continued to unfurl, and Shintingwan could only listen, finding it rather intriguing. After more than an hour, the banquet entered intermission. Tingwan, let us step outside for some fresh air. The large charity event had thoughtfully arranged refreshments during the break. Shintingwan had skipped lunch to catch up on sleep, and her stomach was already voicing its discontent. Upon hearing Liangshi's suggestion, she rose and followed him out. The autumn sun set earlier, and while there had been sunlight before entering the banquet hall, it was now impossible to catch even the last rays of the setting sun. An array of neatly arranged delicacies awaited them, and Shintingwan helped herself to a few. Just as she finished the last morsel of a small cake, a familiar voice reached her ears, prompting her to turn her head. Zhang Sidang stood at the entrance, seemingly explaining something to the staff. Dressed to the nines, she was a celebrity of significant stature, and the staff certainly recognized her. Miss Zhang, I sincerely apologize, but you must possess an invitation to enter, one staff member stated. I have an invitation. I was simply let in by him, Zhang Sidang replied with a smile, displaying remarkable patience. Then I must trouble you, Miss Zhang, to contact the guest who brought you and have him retrieve the invitation, the staff member responded, his tone devoid of options. This was a task assigned by Master Fu and the third young master, and he dared not act independently. Although Zhang Sidan was a prominent star, everyone present in such a gathering was either wealthy or influential. Shen Tingwan had no desire to indulge in the spectacle and merely sipped her juice. President Liang, I have finished eating, she announced. Liang Shi did not even glance her way, instead forking a piece of cake into his mouth. Then wait for me. I will have a bit more. Shen Tingwan thought to herself, he had never been this attentive during script rehearsals. Moments later, a few onlookers approached with a respectful demeanor. Miss Zhang, could you please call President Liu? It was clear that as long as Lu Yizhou spoke, the staff would grant access without issue. Zhang Sidong chuckled, brushing her hair away, and Shen Tingwan promptly averted her gaze. The autumn night had turned brisk, and she wrapped her arms around herself, addressing Liang Shi, President Liang, I shall return to my seat. It is rather chilly. Liang Shi turned to look at her, and Shen Tingwan interpreted this as a silent agreement. She started to walk back when warmth enveloped her shoulder. My apologies, it seems your boss has overlooked something. Liang Shi appeared burdened with guilt today, likely due to the anxiety triggered by Qian Guanyi's brazen behavior in his presence. A competitor was lavishing attention on his most capable associate, which could only mean trouble. Initially, Shen Tingwan resisted, but Liang Shi insisted, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. She was not one to refuse kindness, especially when it was offered with good intentions. Thank you, President Liang, she smiled graciously. Liang Shi, still keen on observing the unfolding drama, accompanied her back to their seats. Once settled, Shen Tingwan redirected her gaze to the exhibition stage, only to realize that Lu Yizhou had vacated his seat. She recalled Zhang Sidan being denied entry. Evidently, someone had been sent to fetch her. Imagining the scene of the two of them walking arm in arm, Shen Tingwan pondered, now that Lu Yizhou had returned, it would be an opportune moment for them to arrange to finalize the necessary procedures. Occupying Mrs. Liu's position was ultimately somewhat inconvenient for both parties, especially now that he had a girlfriend. Chapter 4 A fondness for sweetness. The banquet resumed 10 minutes later, and indeed, the items presented were of a markedly superior caliber compared to the previous ones, with the final prices soaring to 2 or 3 times their initial estimates. Liang Shi, catching on to the atmosphere, raised his paddle a couple of times, but ultimately faltered at the sight of a diamond bracelet. Mr. Liang, 30 million once. Mr. Liang, 30 million twice. Mr. Liang. Shen Tingwan observed that Liang Shi was nearly drenched in cold sweat, though he was not truly at risk for the 30 million. This boss of hers was not lacking in funds. His company, Hai Films, had flourished over the years. However, he bore an innate frugality, not manifesting in ostentation but rather in a remarkable lack of material desire. In this industry, he was the most pragmatic individual Shen Tingwan had ever encountered. Liang Shi mumbled, that is 30 million, am I really spending 30 million on a diamond bracelet? Woe is me. Wouldn't it be better to buy a car? What about a villa? I don't even have a girlfriend. Why would I buy a bracelet? Shen Tingwan cast a comforting glance his way and, with loyalty, encouraged him softly, Mr. Liang, you will have a girlfriend in due time. Liang Shi's expression of regret was palpable, as he cast a mournful gaze towards Shen Tingwan, resignedly awaiting the final strike of the hammer from the auctioneer, when suddenly, a voice rang out from the front, 50 million. The clear and melodious voice was one that Shen Tingwan recognized, as did Liang Shi, and indeed, everyone present knew it belonged to Lu Yizhou. A collective breath seemed to be held in the room, while Liang Shi nearly leapt for joy, only to be restrained by Shen Tingwan. Woe is me, my 30 million is saved. The staff revised their announcement, Mr. Liu, 50 million once. Mr.Lu, 50 million twice. Mr.Lu, 50 million thrice, sold. The sound of the gavel echoed throughout the banquet hall, yet the individual at the forefront suddenly turned around, their gaze distinctly different, as if searching for someone. Shen Tingwan's attention was drawn to the dazzling pink diamond bracelet on stage, magnified several times on the screen, sparkling brilliantly. Abruptly, her view was obstructed by a hand reaching out from the first few rows. It was Zhang Sidan, waving towards the front, evidently watching her girlfriend. The bracelet was intended for women, and Lu Yizhou truly was generous in his gifts. Shen Tingwan averted her gaze, fatigue washing over her after a long night of filming. The latter half of the charity auction, likely due to the exorbitant sums involved, saw fewer participants and was considerably shorter in duration. When the final item was presented, despite many having prior knowledge, a palpable tension filled the air. A pair of jade bangles in vibrant green, exquisite in quality, were undoubtedly not typical wares for Fu Tai. The presenter spoke eloquently, discussing the bangles' history and quality, ultimately announcing the highest starting bid of the evening, 80 million. However, today was not short of hidden talents. Several individuals were keen to connect with Fu Tai. The bidding resumed, only to be abruptly halted once more after a voice rang out. Shen Tingwan had not anticipated that the whispers around her were indeed factual. Lu Yizhou had come with the intention of making a grand finale, despite having already secured a valuable diamond bracelet. Unquestionably, the charity gala concluded triumphantly with Lu Yizhou's dominating bid. Fu Tai was all smiles, guiding his beloved son with one hand and leading the heir of the Lu family with the other as they made their exit. The guests engaged in animated conversations, as such commercial gatherings were often about making connections. The lively crowd gradually dispersed. Shen Tingwan sighed inwardly. Today's work has finally come to an end, and rose from her seat. Liang Shi, ever the gentleman, extended his arm as he stood, but Shen Tingwan, draped in her coat, found it somewhat cumbersome. "No need, Mr. Liang, I'm perfectly fine," she politely declined. Liang Shi was in high spirits. The gloom he felt upon arrival due to Qin Guangyi's presence had lifted, and although he had lost a bid, he had managed to safeguard his 30 million. He had even begun to view Lu Yizhou more favorably. Say, doesn't Lu Yizhou seem like a shrewd and intelligent fellow? How could he possibly be interested in Zheng Sidong? Liang Shi pondered aloud. Logically, one would assume that someone like Lu Yizhou, having encountered countless beautiful individuals, would not be drawn to someone like Zheng Sidong, who, in Liang Shi's opinion, was rather average. Qin Guangyi had created quite the spectacle, but having seen Zheng Sidong in person, Liang Shi believed her appeal was merely superficial. Yet, in a market driven by trends and capital, strong endorsements could indeed yield miraculous results. Shen Tingwan walked beside him, choosing not to respond. She neither wished to engage nor knew how to. It was a matter concerning others, and she could not presume to know. However, it seemed Lu Yizhou truly did have a penchant for sweet girls. She recalled a conversation with Gao Junmei, the current matriarch of the Lu family and Lu Yizhou's mother. This had occurred at the Lu family estate while Gao Junmei watched a popular drama featuring Zheng Sidong as the lead. At that time, the relationship between Zheng Sidong and Lu Yizhou had yet to be made public. It would be inaccurate to claim she was unaware of their connection, rather, she simply had not realized it. As for whether others were aware, she could not say. The drama showcased Zheng Sidong in her quintessential role, a charming and sweet character, prompting Gao Junmei to casually remark, "The female lead is as sweet as Yanran." Yu Yanran, Gao Junmei's goddaughter, was a girl she had supported since childhood, of a similar age to Lu Yizhou. As Gao Junmei spoke, she took Shen Tingwan's hand, seemingly casual yet perhaps with an underlying intent. Tingwan may not know, but Yizhou has always been fond of sweet girls. Shen Tingwan smiled faintly, but before she could respond, Lu Xingrong passed by and chimed in, "That's because he hadn't met Xiaowan yet. Xiaowan surpasses them all." Had Shen Tingwan heard this out of context, she would have likely been taken aback by the compliment, but Lu Xingrong's praises had become so frequent that she found herself uncharacteristically unembarrassed in his presence. "It seems my grandfather has exquisite taste." Lu Xingrong chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard, as Shen Tingwan assisted him upstairs. Chapter 5 of the Green Hat? "Perhaps it is simply a matter of intuition," Liang Shi remarked, falling silent after his statement, his head tilted toward her. Shen Tingwan, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied perfunctorily. Liang Shi emitted a sound of disbelief, his voice laced with disagreement. The conversation on Liang Shi's end was quite lively, meandering for over 10 minutes before he clapped his hands together. "Oh no, I've forgotten my phone." Shen Tingwan halted in her tracks, her eyes reflecting weariness and resignation. "Then, Mr. Liang, please go retrieve it, I shall wait for you here." At this moment, the flow of people was moving outward, making her presence rather obstructive. Liang Shi surveyed the surroundings and pointed toward a side door nearby. "All right, you wait for me there." He retraced his steps against the tide of people, while Shen Tingwan adjusted her coat with one hand and lifted her skirt with the other as she made her way to the side door. Overcome by fatigue, she leaned against the door. The side door was rather small, likely unused, as a glass window above it revealed the dark outside, hinting at an obscure or perhaps completely deserted path. Shen Tingwan leaned against the door, her body lacking sufficient strength, trying to conserve what little energy she had. However, she leaned too heavily, and when the door was suddenly pulled open from the other side, she found herself pressed against the wall behind it without a moment to react. Her wrist was gripped painfully by the person before her, and just as she was about to cry out, a large hand effectively silenced her. "MRS.LU, you should not regret summoning someone." Although the voice was unfamiliar, she recognized it, and with a sigh of relief, Shen Tingwan raised her eyebrows. There was no direct lighting in the vicinity, only a faint glow filtering through the small glass window of the side door, yet the tall figure before her obscured much of the scant light. Lu Yizhou lowered his head to look at her, the meaning in his gaze somewhat inscrutable. The person encircled by him exuded a delicate fragrance, a blend of feminine and masculine scents, prompting Lu Yizhou to frown as his gaze flickered over the clearly oversized men's coat, which he then tossed aside with a dismissive gesture. Shin Tingwan attempted to intervene, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Though Liang Shi was somewhat stingy, even in formal settings he donned high-end custom attire, and the loss of a coat could amount to tens of thousands, she had no desire to incur such a cost. Observing her reaction, Louis Zhou suddenly let out a mocking laugh, his words dripping with a peculiar sarcasm. What's the matter, can't bear to part with it? Shin Tingwan was acutely aware that the price she lamented was insignificant to the man before her, and her response held little importance, so she refrained from replying. What mattered most at that moment was the uncomfortable position in which Louis Zhou held her, encircling and embracing her, creating a profound sense of unease, despite the fact that they were legally married. Please, let go of me, Shin Tingwan said, momentarily stunned. Yet, she remained ensnared, her breath becoming erratic, the quiet, secluded darkness of the corner taking on an oddly intimate significance. Before she could fully process the awkwardness, another sentence fell upon her from above, Louis Zhou's melodious voice now tinged with a harshness. Mrs. Lu, do you dare to put a green hat on me? Shin Tingwan was momentarily taken aback, setting aside the origin of such a statement. What right did Louis Zhou have to utter those words? Was it merely because of that red book? Yet he, too, had a beautiful woman by his side, having returned for love, only to accuse her of putting a green hat on him? This felt entirely unjust, akin to allowing officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Everyone yearns for a concept called fairness, and Shin Tingwan felt an unbidden surge of anger. She lifted her gaze. Mr. Lu, from where does this green hat arise? Louis Zhou let out a low, cold laugh, his head bowed as their eyes met. The person in his embrace was extraordinarily beautiful. He recognized that his hastily married wife was stunning, having caught glimpses of her on the big screen before, but seeing her up close was a first. He pointed to the discarded coat and then indicated the arm he held firmly, embracing so tightly, while wearing his clothes. Shin Tingwan was rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. For someone like Louis Zhou, a prodigy in the business world, to twist basic gentlemanly decorum into such a convoluted interpretation was nothing short of astonishing. Does Mr.Lu never bring a companion to events? Neither of them anticipated that their third encounter in 3 years of marriage would end in such discord. Shin Tingwan sat in the car on her way home, her eyes closed in an attempt to sleep, yet her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Louis Zhou's reaction replayed incessantly in her mind, continually reminding her of the tenuous nature of their nominally existing marital relationship. Chapter 6, Taking time to get a divorce. Liang Shi sent Shin Tingwan back home. Just as Shin Tingwan was about to exit the car, she picked up the haute couture suit jacket that Louis Zhou had discarded and sheepishly remarked, Mr. Liang, I will return your jacket after I've cleaned it. Liang Shi waved his hand dismissively and extended his arm out of the window, saying, No need, just give it to me directly. Feeling a bit bashful, Shin Tingwan replied, Let me wash it for you. This time, Liang Shi did not insist further. As she watched her boss's car drive away, Shin Tingwan ascended the stairs to her apartment. She resided in an upscale apartment located in the heart of the city, a place renowned for its exceptional privacy, making it a favored choice among artists. With the jacket draped over her arm, she entered the elevator, only to encounter an acquaintance from a previous collaboration. Qin Yan emerged from the underground parking lot, weariness etched on his face. Shin Tingwan, what a coincidence, he greeted. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. They had discovered during their earlier collaboration that they lived in the same neighborhood, yet this was their first encounter in the elevator. After all, during their months of filming, they had only returned to their residences for brief respites. Yes, what a coincidence, Shin Tingwan replied politely. The elevator arrived at Qin Yan's floor first. He nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out but turned back just as the doors were about to close. Shin Tingwan regarded him with curiosity. I just remembered, we might be collaborating again soon, Qin Yan said, leaning against the elevator door to prevent it from shutting. Shin Tingwan took a step forward to press the open button. Oh? With a smile, Qin Yan continued, Director Lu's film, I'm in the process of scheduling it. Shin Tingwan paused momentarily before responding, Congratulations. It was indeed a commendation. The script was excellent, the director was talented, and it was rumored to be a major production. If Qin Yan performed well in this role, it would mark another peak in his career. Shin Tingwan had been fortunate enough to witness his last peak 3 years prior when she debuted in her first film, of which Qin Yan had been the male lead. That art film had garnered a nomination for Best Picture, and their careers had soared in tandem. Qin Yan, possessing a handsome and refined demeanor, exuded sincerity in his gaze. He offered a final smile before departing, saying, Good luck. Shin Tingwan felt somewhat dazed. While they had acted together, they had not developed a personal friendship. Thank you, she replied. Their exchange concluded with a promise to keep in touch, and the elevator resumed its ascent. It was not until Shin Tingwan entered her home that her phone illuminated, providing clarity to her earlier confusion. A WeChat message had arrived from the very Qin Yan she had just encountered. Qin Yan, I find your acting quite comfortable, so I look forward to collaborating with you again. Perhaps he felt somewhat perplexed after offering encouragement and thus sought to clarify. Shen Tingwan. Your acting is also commendable, I hope to receive good news soon. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and had it not been for their fortuitous meeting that day, it was likely that Qin Yan would have gathered dust in her friend list. After responding, Shen Tingwan set her phone down and entered the bathroom. The exhaustion of the day evaporated in the warm water, and just as she was about to drift into slumber, her phone suddenly rang. Reaching for her phone, she initially intended to decline the call but changed her mind and answered instead. Grandpa Lu. Lu Xingrong rarely called her at this hour. Xiaowan, are you still awake? Not yet. Why are you still up so late, Grandpa? Lu Xingrong glanced at the young man seated nearby, who, after 2 years, had not become any more endearing. I'm fine, just thought it had been a while since we last saw each other. Louis Zhou's gaze shifted from his phone as he processed the unexpected sentiment expressed by his grandfather. After 2 years away, he was taken aback to hear such words. Shen Tingwan counted the days. The filming had lasted over 4 months, and she had been residing at the studio, using her brief days off solely to catch up on sleep. Grandpa, I apologize, I've been at the studio. Lu Xingrong chuckled on the other end, his spirits still high even late at night. So, if I understand correctly, you're back in the capital now. The old man's perceptiveness was something Shen Tingwan had always acknowledged. Yes, indeed. What plans do you have for tomorrow? The conversation had reached this point, and she genuinely found herself missing the old man. Lu Xingrong continued to smile. Tomorrow's arrangement is to welcome you back with a gathering. These 4 words reminded Shen Tingwan of Louis Zhou, as it seemed he was the one who truly required a welcome back. Alright, Grandpa, I'll see you tomorrow. After concluding the call, Lu Xingrong casually tossed his phone onto the table and turned to his taciturn grandson seated nearby. Louis Zhou felt the weight of his grandfather's gaze for a few minutes before finally lifting his head, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Noticing his grandson's detached demeanor, Lu Xingrong rapped his cane against the floor several times, his tone laced with disdain. What else could you possibly be doing? Louis Zhou glanced at the documents he was processing and shrugged. You can handle it yourself. Lu Xingrong shot him a glance before turning to leave. Louis Zhou scoffed softly and lowered his head again, the memory of that person's aloof yet tranquil smile resurfacing, along with her final words. Mr. Lu, since you have returned, I kindly request that you take the time to finalize a divorce. Chapter 7. Returning to the old residence the following day at 9 o'clock, Shen Tingwan awoke to the sound of her alarm. After 4 continuous months of relentless activity, she finally enjoyed a night of restful slumber. Clutching her quilt, she rose slowly, allowing her thoughts to settle, her eyes still clouded with countless sorrows. In the dream from the previous night, she had replayed the story they had just filmed in its entirety from the perspective of an outsider. She witnessed the protagonists' encounter, their blossoming love, and ultimately, their heartbreaking separation, which ended in silence and estrangement. Such a melancholic love story was difficult to detach from emotionally. Shen Tingwan reached up to rub her slightly chilled face. The window, left ajar from last night, not only let in the sunlight but also allowed a refreshing breeze to waft through. Autumn was indeed like this, radiantly sunny yet accompanied by a gentle chill. She tossed off her covers and stepped out of bed. After returning home late last night, she had been whisked away by her boss to attend a charitable banquet. The once abandoned house, now spotless thanks to the diligent cleaning lady, felt devoid of any warmth. Opening the refrigerator, she found that the cleaning lady had thoughtfully prepared vegetables and fruits for her, though she was not skilled in cooking. The cleaning lady's hours were in the afternoon, so Shen Tingwan retrieved an apple and closed the fridge door. With her stomach empty, she set out to visit Grandpa Lu for a meal, yearning for the delicious braised short ribs that Anchen made. Anchen had been a long-time resident of the Lu family's old residence, known for her kindness and culinary prowess. After completing her morning routine, Shen Tingwan took a bite of the apple and stepped outside. The Lu family's old residence was situated in a suburban area close to the city center, not too far from where Shen Tingwan lived, so she drove herself there. Her first stop was a tea house, where she purchased the raw pu'er tea that Lu Xingrong adored. This establishment was a time-honored brand, and Shen Tingwan had even secured a membership to procure the finest tea for him. Though the tea was readily available upon entering, she prudently donned a hat and mask, covering herself thoroughly. In less than a minute, however, she was recognized. May I take a photo with you? The girl before her appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Yao, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, who was currently a high school student. Shen Tingwan turned slightly, directing her face towards a more secluded corner before removing her mask and sunglasses. Alright, but please keep it a secret, okay? The girl's eyes widened with excitement, her expression animated as she covered her mouth with her hand and nodded vigorously. As the girl was alone, she opted for a selfie mode. Sorry, let me adjust. Shin Tingwan gazed at her own reflection in the camera, momentarily dazed by how her features seemed to have thinned recently, when the girl hurriedly pulled back her phone. It turned out she had been using a beauty filter. The girl, a bit flustered, adjusted the settings while mumbling, "My goddess, doesn't tea need a filter?" After turning off the beauty feature, she extended her phone again. Shin Tingwan, fond of adorable individuals, naturally draped her arm around the girl's shoulders. Tong Xian nearly squealed with excitement but managed to contain herself. After taking several shots, Shin Tingwan posed with a few of her limited but charming expressions. Thank you. Tong Xian reluctantly tucked her phone away. Thank you for your admiration. Do well in your studies. After bidding farewell to her young fan, Shin Tingwan collected her pre-ordered tea from the service desk and exited the tea house. The small encounter had further brightened her already cheerful mood. As she stepped through the door of the Lu family's old residence, her expression was even more radiant than usual. You've arrived so quickly. The first person she encountered was Aunt Chen. The Lu family's old residence was nestled in an early high-end villa district, with each villa offering excellent privacy and ample space. Upon entering through the main gate, she noticed that Lu Xingrong had divided the front courtyard into several sections, featuring ornamental flowers as well as practical vegetable patches. Aunt Chen was currently tending to the last harvest of autumn greens. Shin Tingwan smiled and nodded. Today is a weekday, so the roads are less congested at this hour. Then my meal is a bit delayed. Are you hungry? Just as Aunt Chen spoke, the door swung open from the inside, and Lu Xingrong's face lit up with joy upon seeing her. Xiao Wan is here, come in quickly. The legendary elder, who commanded respect from outsiders, was, in private, a lovable and kind-hearted old man, at least in Shin Tingwan's eyes. Grandpa Lu, what delicious food have you had recently? You seem to have grown younger. Shin Tingwan was particularly sweet-tongued when in the presence of Lu Xingrong. At least, for the moment, the two of them exchanged light-hearted banter as they stepped inside. The living room was empty, and Shin Tingwan glanced around, surprised to find it somewhat different from her expectations. Perhaps he had just returned home and was busy with work. While she was momentarily lost in thought, Lu Xingrong instinctively reached for her tea. Only Xiao Wan knows what Grandpa likes to drink. The powerful patriarch of the Lu family could have any tea he desired. However, it was the thoughtfulness of his younger relatives that held greater value. Shin Tingwan smiled. You and my grandfather truly are kindred spirits. My grandmother told me that this is his favorite tea. She had a vague recollection of it. In her childhood, the shape of this tea was the most frequently found in Shin Ziqian's study, though back then she did not know its name. It was only through her grandmother's reminiscing that she learned much about it. Lu Xingrong stroked his beard, lost in memories. Indeed, Xiao Chen loved this tea as well. The Shin family had a long-standing literary tradition, having once enjoyed affluence, but over generations, the pride of scholars and their economic standing had diminished. Shin Ziqian was the last member of the Shin family to work in the literary field, having been a professor at the prestigious Beijing University's Department of Literature and a remarkably accomplished individual at a young age. Regrettably, he had passed away many years ago. Shin Ziqian had left this world when Shin Tingwan was barely 7.8 that time. Shin Xianse and Yusui had returned from abroad to organize the funeral, while her grandmother conversed with them indoors. Shin Tingwan had overheard them saying that she could stay, but they could take her with them. However, she had declined, unwilling to leave her homeland, her cherished old house, and her grandparents. Especially now that only her grandmother remained, she wished to stay by her side eventually. Her parents made a few attempts to persuade her but ceased to press the matter further. They left together, and the two of them departed once more. Lu Xingrong beckoned Shin Tingwan to sit on the sofa, his eyes filled with affection. Why have you lost weight again, Xiao Wan? Is work too demanding? Chapter 8. Who is it for? Indeed, Lu Xingrong had once mentioned to Shin Tingwan the possibility of her changing jobs or even foregoing work altogether. The Lu family was certainly capable of supporting a granddaughter-in-law. This conversation took place shortly after Shin Tingwan and Lu Yizhou had just married. On the 5th day after they obtained their marriage certificate, when Mian departed from her life forever. Shin Xianse and Yusui hurried back to handle the elders' affairs, only to rush back to their home afterwards. Yes, the place abroad was indeed their true home this time. No one suggested taking her away, as Shin Tingwan had established her own career and family. Meanwhile, they had children accompanying them as well. Shin Tingwan had a younger brother, born of the same parents. Although they did not meet often, their relationship was quite amicable. Shin Yubai was born a year after Shin Tingwan refused the Shin family's proposal to take her abroad. Shin Tingwan felt their roles were quite clear. One was to accompany their grandmother, while the other was to support their parents. Shin Yubai, though not seen frequently, was very obedient to her, and Shin Tingwan believed this was what people referred to as familial instinct. On that occasion, Shin Tingwan was grateful to Lu Yizhou. Throughout the memorial service and the funeral, Lu Yizhou was impeccably attentive, even preparing gifts in advance for Shin's parents before they departed. He accompanied her and the family to the airport, not once retaliating against Shin Yubai's impudent demeanor. Shin Yubai harbored a dislike for Lu Yizhou. From the moment Shin Tingwan informed him of her marriage plans, he expressed strong opposition. However, Shin Tingwan was resolute, leading him to shift his disapproval from her impulsive marriage to Lu Yizhou himself. The pampered son of a wealthy family had likely never encountered someone who could respond to him with such indifference. Shin Tingwan felt quite anxious that day. Although she had married that man, they were still strangers to one another. He was courteous yet faced with the coldness from a young boy. That was the sternest she had ever been with Shin Yubai, who boarded the plane with a look of grievance in his eyes. After that incident, Shin Yubai did not contact her for a full 6 months. It was also on that occasion, after sending off her parents, that she returned to the old residence with Lu Yizhou. Liu Xingrong expressed his concern for her well-being, suggesting that she should not endure such a grueling job, as he felt sympathetic for his brother and sister-in-law. Since he was entrusted with her care, he felt obligated to look after his granddaughter-in-law. Shin Tingwan did not outright refuse him. At that time, her career was flourishing, as a film she starred in had garnered a nomination for Best Picture that year. If it had been in the past, Liu Xingrong would have paid little attention to the entertainment news, but during the days when Mian resided here, she had shared much with him, her eyes filled with pride. My little one has her own ideas. She knows what she likes and what she ought to pursue. She isn't afraid of hard work. When Mian smiled, holding a photograph of Shin Ziqin, always clutching it during those days. Moreover, little one told me she believes that art knows no boundaries, and in a way, it is a continuation of her grandfather's legacy. Liu Xingrong did not press further nor mention the topic of changing her job again. Just a few days later, Shin Tingwan informed him of her intention to go to a remote mountainous area to teach, planning to stay for about a year. The Liu family had been engaged in charitable endeavors annually, donating to Hope primary schools and providing aid supplies. Liu Xingrong felt a pang in his heart but could not voice any opposition. I will take good care of myself, Grandpa Liu, do not worry. On the day she departed for teaching, it was still Lu Yizhou who escorted her to the plane. The location she chose was so remote that a plane could not reach it. She had to transfer from plane to train to bus, enduring a journey of a full day and night before finally arriving at that secluded little village. This place was one she had visited before, a location once agreed upon with that person, now transformed from a shared experience into a solitary venture. I'm not thin at all, Grandpa Liu. In fact, I've gained several pounds, Shin Tingwan asserted, gently pinching the little flesh on her cheeks for emphasis. Just then, Aunt Shen returned from the garden with fresh vegetables, standing in solidarity with the elder. Not being thin is also a sign of fatigue. Your complexion doesn't look good. The youthful allure of a pale complexion favored by the younger generation appeared pallid to the elders. Shin Tingwan rubbed her face vigorously. See, I do have color now. Liu Xingrong chuckled lightly and turned to instruct Aunt Shen to check on the soup simmering on the stove. Shin Tingwan felt she was particularly favored by her grandparents' generation, receiving abundant affection from them. After a few more exchanges, the conversation naturally led to today's focal topic. That rascal returned from abroad yesterday. He only notified me after the plane had landed. Shin Tingwan was well aware of whom the rascal referred to. She smiled but refrained from responding. Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, it was evident that her feelings were not harsh. Lu Yizhou had been away for 2 years, and she could imagine the elder's concern, yet, Liu Xingrong had always kept his thoughts to himself. Liu Xingrong held a dichotomous view towards children. Boys were raised with strict discipline, while girls, whether his beloved granddaughter Lu Yizhou or Shin Tingwan, were showered with concern over every trivial matter, love overflowing beyond control. Liu Yizhou's lively and spirited nature was a stark contrast to Shin Tingwan's perception. However, according to Gao Junmei, Lu Yizhou had been a leader among children in the courtyard since her childhood, instilling fear even in boys 5 years her senior. Noticing Shin Tingwan's silence, Liu Xingrong continued, upon arriving in the capital, rather than coming home first, he chose to attend a banquet at the Fu family. I only learned of his arrival when the gifts were delivered to our home. Shin Tingwan maintained her smile, listening intently. Liu Xingrong gestured towards a box on the table. The wooden box appeared to be no ordinary item, adorned with intricate cutouts and gilded edges, its lock exhibiting an air of antiquity. Liu Xingrong indicated for her to take the box, and obediently, Shin Tingwan complied. After retrieving it, she returned to her seat, placing the box before Liu Xingrong. He unlocked it with a swift motion. At least this rascal knows to buy something for his wife. It shows some growth. Shin Tingwan gazed at the jade green bracelet being presented to her, momentarily stunned, before gently pushing it away with both hands. Grandpa, this isn't for me. Maintaining his posture of offering, Lu Xingrong raised an eyebrow, ready to speak, when a voice came from the doorway. If it's not for you, then who is it for? Chapter 9. While the iron tree bloom, Louis Zhou had presumably returned from the office, clad in a well-tailored suit, his left hand tucked into his pocket while he idly played with his phone in his right hand. Following closely behind him was a familiar figure to Shin Tingwan, Shan Chengming, Louis Zhou's personal assistant. Shan gave a slight bow to the two individuals in the living room, placed his briefcase on the entrance console, and turned to his boss, saying, "Boss, I shall take my leave now." Louis Zhou nodded, and upon stepping further in, he was alone. Shin Tingwan lingered in a moment of surprise, but quickly regained her composure. In Lu Xingrong's eyes, they were now husband and wife, thus, it would be rather unseemly to involve Zheng Siding at this juncture. Observing her pensive demeanor, Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow and selected a nearby sofa to settle down. The jade bracelet in Lu Xingrong's hand was still being toyed with. "Did I not advise you to return early? Xiaowan has been here for quite a while." Louis Zhou crossed his legs casually, leaning back against the sofa. "If work remains unfinished, should you come to me?" Day after day, he wielded this as a threat, prompting a glare from Lu Xingrong, who also took a seat, clutching the bracelet. As soon as he was settled, he called Shin Tingwan back to reality. "Xiaowan, please have a seat." Shin Tingwan responded with a sweet smile. With the young couple present, Lu Xingrong deemed it unnecessary to play matchmaker any further. He returned the bracelet to its box and pushed it toward Louis Zhou. Louis Zhou glanced down, his gaze fixating on a smaller box beside it. He pointed to its location, saying, "It seems your granddaughter-in-law prefers that one." At his words, Shin Tingwan's eyes followed suit. The box was sealed tightly, concealing its contents. "What is that? I have yet to see it." "Xiaowan, do open it for Grandpa to see." Lu Xingrong expressed his curiosity, skeptical that the young man could truly comprehend his granddaughter-in-law's preferences. Shin Tingwan smiled gently, having a fair inkling of what lay within. "There's no need for that, it's far too precious." Lu Xingrong furrowed his brow and leaned forward to retrieve the box himself. What could possibly be deemed so valuable that Lu's young mistress would decline it? Upon opening, the first thing to catch his eye was a dazzling sparkle. Lu Xingrong stroked his graying beard with delight. "Diamonds are splendid. Young people adore such things. Jade seems a tad too antiquated for our Xiaowan." Louis Zhou chuckled nonchalantly. "Oh, so you are quite knowledgeable, old man?" With that, he humorously acquired a cane. After dealing with the young rascal, Lu Xingrong presented the bracelet to Shin Tingwan, who hastily waved her hands in refusal. She distinctly remembered the price tag of that diamond bracelet from the previous night. "There's no need for this, Grandpa." Lu Xingrong did not retract his hand. "What do you mean there's no need? Is it not customary for him to buy gifts for you? Do not concern yourself with saving his money?" Shin Tingwan, who was never one to turn down a gift, found herself momentarily at a loss. However, her expression of refusal went unnoticed by Lu Xingrong, who turned to the man seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "You oblivious fellow, why do you not come and put this on Xiaowan?" Louis Zhou's expression was far from relaxed. A barrage of work-related messages inundated his phone, yet Lu Xingrong insisted he return home for dinner. Why not eat at any other time? "Really, there's no need, Grandpa." When Louis Zhou finally lifted his gaze from his phone, he was met with Shin Tingwan's clear reluctance. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from retorting to the old man and instead rose from his seat. Shin Tingwan was taken aback as he genuinely approached her and took the bracelet from Lu Xingrong's hand. As she turned toward him, she had yet to utter the three words "there's no need" before he deftly grasped her delicate wrist. This wrist had been held by Louis Zhou the night prior. However, the dim light of that evening obscured the memory. Only under the bright daylight did he fully appreciate its fair complexion, now tinged with a slight blush. Shin Tingwan's instinctive reaction was to withdraw her wrist, yet she remembered the strength he had exerted yesterday. Unsurprisingly, her attempt ended in failure once more. "Do not move," Louis Zhou instructed, his gaze focused in earnest, his handsome profile magnified under scrutiny, while Lu Xingrong watched on, leaving Shin Tingwan with no option but to endure. "No wonder you fancy it. It is indeed beautiful." Louis Zhou's comment left her uncertain whether he was complimenting her or the bracelet. Lu Xingrong, noticing the subtle tension, interjected, This bracelet." Louis Zhou scrutinized it for a few seconds before returning to his original seat, continuing, "Your granddaughter-in-law also attended the charity gala last night, accompanied by another man. Shin Tingwan." Lu Xingrong, "My boss was in need of a female companion. I merely assisted in saving the day," Shin Tingwan clarified. Lu Xingrong's countenance softened rapidly, and he smiled warmly at Shin Tingwan, remarking, "Do not mind him. He has always been a miser. Meanwhile, Louis Zhou was left pondering a miser, just as the subtle tension dissipated, Gao Junmei and Lu Mufeng entered the room. Dad! Lu Xingrong turned at the sound, frowning slightly. Where is Xiao Yao? Did I not instruct you to bring her over? That child has been rather peculiar lately. She seems to have found her passion for learning, and even when asked to take leave, she refuses, Gao Junmei replied, settling beside Shen Tingwan. Dad, it's best not to worry about her. Shen Tingwan, feeling more at ease in Lu Mufeng's presence than with Louis Zhou, found herself momentarily flustered. Her hand instinctively clenched into a fist, drawing Gao Junmei's attention to her wrist. The diamond bracelet shimmered brilliantly. Oh my, Xiaowan, where did you acquire this stunning bracelet? The bracelet boasted a simple yet elegant design, featuring a central Harry Winston diamond that radiated a gentle yet breathtaking pink glow, linked by teardrop-shaped diamonds, all glimmering resplendently. Especially when adorned on Shen Tingwan's fair wrist, it sparkled with every subtle movement. Shen Tingwan glanced at the man seated directly across from her. While it was indeed a gift from him, she had no intention of accepting it. Louis Zhou acquired it at the charity auction. With no other recourse, she resorted to a linguistic game, merely stating who had purchased it without explaining why it was now in her possession. Gao Junmei's expression lit up with surprise as she turned to her son, pondering, once iron tree is finally blooming. Chapter 10. A reluctance to eat, a desire to steal. Aunt Chen, having noticed that everyone had arrived, approached to announce that dinner was ready. Lu Mufeng, seated closest to Lu Xingrong, reached out to assist him. I'm not so old that I need your help, replied Lu Xingrong, his commanding presence diminished in this moment. I didn't see you reacting this way when Xiaowan was helping you, murmured Lu Mufeng. As a result, he found himself in a predicament similar to that of Louis Zhou, as Lu Xingrong wielded his cane without discrimination. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Your precious son has learned well from you. Louis Zhou, caught in the crossfire, glanced at the battlefield before rising from his seat. In Shen Tingwan's eyes, this father-son dynamic appeared endearing, unlike the relationship between Shen Ziqian and Shen Xianzi, which was always distant and indifferent, as if separated by a pane of glass, visible yet intangible. There was a respect that bordered on reverence, but intimacy was decidedly lacking. It could not be said that they were unfilial, yet their filiality seemed to lack depth. However, Shen Ziqian and Wen Mian regarded the matter with equanimity, believing, individuals are independent entities. They have the right to choose their own paths. Thus, when Shen Xianzi chose not to inherit the family business and settled abroad, his parents never voiced a word of dissent. Shen Tingwan, influenced by this upbringing, adopted an attitude of respect and understanding, yet this did not prevent her from envying the close familial bonds of others. When Shen Tingwan took her seat, Lu Xingrong arranged for her to sit beside Louis Zhou, with her favorite braised short ribs placed at his right front. Glancing at it, Shen Tingwan realized she could just reach it, but that would require her arm to stretch directly across Louis Zhou's line of sight. As the meal commenced, she ultimately decided to forego it. This dinner would indeed have to be enjoyed without her beloved short ribs. Lowering her head, she focused on her rice, her chopsticks primarily landing on the verdant stir-fried vegetables before her. Xiaowan, eat some meat. You look like you've lost weight lately, remarked Gao Junmei, surveying the dishes on the table before gesturing towards the braised short ribs beside Louis Zhou. Zhou, please pass the short ribs to Xiaowan. She loves them. Mom, there's no need to trouble yourself, Louis Zhou replied, taken aback as it was the first time he heard Shen Tingwan address Gao Junmei as a mom. It was a stark contrast to the chattering of Louis Yao. Shen Tingwan, raised by Shen Ziqian and Wen Mian, exuded an air of scholarly grace, her demeanor gentle yet imbued with a sense of serene detachment from worldly affairs. Lu Zhou thought of a term. Fairy, although it carried a hint of kitsch, he found no more fitting description. Just as he was about to reach out to move the plate of richly colored short ribs closer, a different thought crossed his mind. What would it be like if a celestial being yearned for the mundane? Turning his head, a rare smile graced his lips as he asked, do you want some? Shen Tingwan, having just felt a bit embarrassed in front of Gao Junmei, heard this and instinctively shook her head, not wishing to impose on him. Louis Zhou's little scheme fell flat, as he relayed her words to those who had already heard. She says she doesn't want to eat. He then gently picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his own bowl. Shen Tingwan thought, so now he understands rejection. The lunch progressed amicably, with Lu Mufeng leading most of the conversation about work. It turned out that Louis Zhou had returned to the country ahead of schedule. His original plan had estimated a conservative 5-year expansion for the overseas market, yet he had exceeded expectations in just 2 years. As Louis Zhou discussed project details with Lu Mufeng, Shen Tingwan's gaze unwittingly drifted towards the short ribs. Such a waste, those nearby did not wish to eat, while those who did could not reach them. Louis Zhou caught a fleeting glimpse of her longing expression, realizing that the fairy did indeed desire the mundane, albeit shyly. Unfazed, Louis Zhou smoothly continued the conversation with Lu Mufeng. In truth, the other dishes were equally delightful, and Shen Tingwan enjoyed one of the most satisfying meals she had had in 4 months. After lunch, the group dispersed, and the Lu couple had an afternoon engagement, departing shortly after the meal. Liu Xingrong, who was accustomed to taking a nap, said, "Xiaowan, your room has been prepared. Go rest for a while." In the past, he had always referred to it as your room, but this time, the implication of you two was unmistakable. Shen Tingwan smiled and nodded, well aware of Lu grandfather's thoughtful intentions. However, it seemed she indeed needed to discuss her phrasing with Louis Zhou to ensure the elderly gentleman would not find it too difficult to accept. "All right, Grandpa, you go rest." Once Lu Xingrong returned to his room, the living room was left with only Shen Tingwan and the still busy Louis Zhou. After sitting for a while, she observed him engrossed in work, seemingly responding to messages with a demeanor that suggested he was not to be disturbed. As she waited, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to the softness of the sofa, closing her eyes. Shen Tingwan did not expect to wake from hunger. As she unconsciously rolled over, it took her several moments to shake off the remnants of sleep and realize where she was. Shouldn't she be on the sofa? What had led to such a seamless turn? Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself in a familiar setting. This was the room in Lu's ancestral home where she often rested during her brief visits. It was a second-floor bedroom, reportedly once belonging to Louis Zhou, but after she returned from her teaching stint, he had gone abroad, and since they were already married, she had taken to resting there on each visit. The room's decor retained Louis Zhou's minimalist style, with a palette of black, white, and gray, while the dark curtains provided excellent light blocking the eye in the pitch-black environment. Shen Tingwan attempted to locate her phone but failed. It was not hard to guess how she had been carried from the first floor to the second. Only Louis Zhou could have managed to lift her without waking her. Aunt Chen might have wished to, but it was improbable that a mere mortal could carry an adult upstairs without rousing them. Shen Tingwan reached for the automatic curtain opener, revealing that the sun was already setting, indicating she had slept for quite some time. No wonder her stomach was beginning to protest. Her appetite was not particularly large, especially given her profession, which occasionally required her to control her weight for appearances. Over time, her appetite had diminished. However, in the ancestral home, Aunt Chen's cooking was always to her liking. Shen Tingwan's mind drifted to the plate of short ribs that had scarcely been touched. Liu Xingrong abhorred waste, and Aunt Chen must have kept that plate of short ribs aside. Motivated, Shen Tingwan made her way downstairs. There was no sign of Louis Zhou in the bedroom, and upon reaching the first floor, she found it equally deserted. The entire ancestral home was remarkably quiet, save for the sounds emanating from the kitchen, where delightful aromas wafted through the gaps in the door. Shen Tingwan trotted towards the kitchen. "Aunt Chen, are the short ribs from lunch still around?" Aunt Chen, distracted by the noise of the exhaust fan, turned to respond, but before she could, Louis Zhou appeared in her line of sight, holding a cup of warm water, having quietly approached her from behind. Shen Tingwan had donned a pair of white, flat-soled slippers during her visit to the ancestral home, and Louis Zhou's gaze seemed to soften as he looked at her. His tone was casual yet laced with humor. "You don't want to eat?" Yet, her statement could hardly be deemed a falsehood, it was at most a mere act of disingenuousness. "I did not indulge in infidelity," Shen Tingwan said, her voice barely raw. Louis Zhou did not catch her words clearly, but the specifics were of little consequence. As the young mistress of the Lu family, even if she devoured an entire plate of ribs, it could hardly be construed as theft. "Are you hungry?" Aunt Chen asked as she deftly maneuvered her hands, guiding the young couple out of the kitchen. "The kitchen is filled with smoke. If you wish to converse, it would be best to avoid this area." Shen Tingwan smiled wryly, about to retort that they were not engaged in conversation, but then she recalled that she had intended to discuss serious matters with him. However, by the time he had extricated himself from work, she had already succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, she had assumed he had already departed. "You two chat for a while, dinner will be ready shortly." "All right, Aunt Chen." Shen Tingwan, just roused from sleep, felt not only hunger but also thirst, her voice tinged with a slight rasp. The previous few days had been marked by insufficient rest, compounded by late nights on set, and her body was beginning to protest. She glanced at the cup in Louis Zhou's hand before making her way to the sofa in the living room. After ushering them out, Aunt Chen returned to her culinary endeavors, leaving the vast space occupied solely by the two of them. Shen Tingwan poured herself a glass of water, moistening her throat before smiling lightly, her expression reminiscent of that evening when she had spoken those words to him. "Lu, do you have a moment? Shall we talk?" As Lu Xingrong hummed a cheerful tune while returning home, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere in the living room. The young couple sat at opposite ends of the sofa. The young man was engrossed in his phone, while his darling granddaughter-in-law languidly snacked on fruit, quietly awaiting his attention. To Lu Xingrong's eyes, this tableau was easily interpreted. The cheerful melody abruptly ceased as Lu Xingrong's countenance darkened with vexation. Even the cane he wielded, which he typically used with minimal force, thudded ominously against the carpet. "I asked you to come home for dinner, And yet you are glued to your phone as if it were a matter of life and death. Is there truly such urgency to resolve whatever it is? Louis Zhou could scarcely muster the energy to lift his gaze. This man, who had once worked with such fervor in his youth, now had the audacity to chastise him. Moreover, the tasks at hand were far from pressing. Without offering any defense, Louis Zhou tossed his phone onto the table and shrugged. Is this satisfactory to you? Lu Xingrong huffed, his graying beard bristling, before settling himself onto the sofa. His demeanor softened as he turned to Shen Tingwan. Xiaowan, did you enjoy a good nap this afternoon? Shen Tingwan rarely indulged in such deep afternoon slumber, and being asked this question filled her with a tinge of embarrassment, particularly given that her visit was meant to be a gesture of goodwill towards the elder. Yes, indeed. It has been quite some time since I had the luxury of a midday rest. Though intended as a mere explanatory comment, it evoked a pang of concern from Lu Xingrong. Was there truly no place to rest at the film set? Shen Tingwan promptly waved her hands in reassurance. Oh, there is. She had access to a company-provided RV, albeit a rather cramped one due to Liangshi's frugality. Yet, the primary reason for her lack of a midday break recently stemmed from the tight scheduling of her previous project, which left little room for such indulgences. Hearing her words, Lu Xingrong felt a slight alleviation of worry. Xiaowan, while work is of great importance, your health is paramount. Do you understand? Shen Tingwan nodded with a smile. Truth be told, Lu Xingrong treated her exceptionally well, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to say he cared for her as he would his own granddaughter. Though her visits to the old residence were infrequent, she had crossed paths with Liu Yao a few times, and Lu Xingrong's affection for her was no different than that for Liu Yao. It was no wonder that even when Wan Mian was struggling to maintain her composure, she felt compelled to bid farewell to Lu Xingrong. Prior to that moment, Shen Tingwan had never encountered Lu Xingrong, nor was she aware of the familial connection between her family and the Lu family of the capital. 3 years prior, after completing the Cicada's call, she had not yet returned home when she received a call from the doctor, revealing that Wan Mian had kept her condition concealed with remarkable skill. Shen Tingwan had wept uncontrollably at the bedside, yet Wan Mian had smiled, encouraging her to take her home. She wished to spend her final days in the old house, the abode she had shared with Shen Ziqian, filled with cherished memories. Shen Tingwan had declined all offers that came her way. Despite being the belle of the film academy, even before the Cicada's call had garnered fame, many had extended olive branches. Wan Mian did not urge her otherwise. She understood that her pleas would yield no fruit. Shen Tingwan was deeply sentimental, well aware of the child she had raised. Furthermore, she did not wish for Shen Tingwan to harbor any regrets concerning her. During that time, Shen Tingwan remained by Wan Mian's side in the old house, never straying far. The two often sat together beneath the shade of the trees in the yard, sharing stories. Sometimes, it was Wan Mian recounting tales of the past. Other times, Shen Tingwan would share amusing anecdotes from her time on set. Day after day, the elderly and the young spent their time together in this manner. On one occasion, while Wan Mian was narrating a story, she momentarily forgot the name of an old friend and asked Shen Tingwan to fetch the meticulously preserved photo album from the study. It was during this instance that a photograph of 4 individuals slipped from the pages. Wan Mian, entwined with Shen Ziqian, wore a sweet smile, a flower adorning her hair, dressed in a simple qipao. The old photograph bore the marks of time, its colors faded and unclear, yet it was evident that they were celebrating a joyous occasion. The other 2 figures in the photograph were none other than Lu Xingrong and his wife. Wan Mian began to recount the history shared between Lu Xingrong and Shen Ziqian. The two had grown up together in the same compound, inseparable during their school years, until one ventured into business while the other pursued a career in literature. In their youthful exuberance, both poured themselves into their respective endeavors, gradually losing touch. It was only when Shen Ziqian prepared to wed that he made inquiries and managed to send a bright red invitation to the Lu family, resulting in this treasured photograph being kept by Shen Ziqian. The bonds of childhood friendship were of immense significance to Shen Ziqian, yet they had not anticipated that after years in the business world, Lu Xingrong remained that same loyal big brother. He assured Wan Mian that she could trust him with Shen Tingwan, declaring that she would henceforth be considered his own granddaughter. At her age, Shen Tingwan hardly required anyone's care, yet Lu Xingrong's words struck a chord with Wan Mian. Her only lingering concern was for her beloved granddaughter. She had initially intended to contact Shen Xiansa, hoping he would take his daughter home for a family reunion. However, Shen Tingwan had already established her own career in the capital. She was independent and nostalgic, unwilling to part with her hometown. Yet, if she continued to reside in the capital, she would be utterly alone, devoid of any familial support. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Xingrong's words, Wan Mian was moved to tears, reflecting on how Shen Ziqian's life had been worth living, despite his early departure. Yet, in the end, Shen Tingwan remained unaware of how things had evolved into a transition from granddaughter to daughter-in-law, successfully dispelling any doubts that might have lingered. To ease Wan Mian's mind, Shen Tingwan had consented to the marriage, though she was uncertain about the specifics concerning Louis Zhou. All she knew was that their first meeting had concluded with the two of them bringing home a marriage certificate. Chapter 12. Your sister-in-law loves to eat. How long will Xiaowan be resting this time? Lu Xingrong inquired with concern. Shen Tingwan was still awaiting notification, and the timeline remained uncertain. During her last audition, Lu Ming had mentioned that filming was expected to commence next month, yet whether she would secure the role of Xia Qing was still debatable. I haven't taken on any other projects at the moment. I should have some time to rest. Lu Xingrong stroked his beard, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Do take a good rest. However, he abruptly shifted the topic. Is Xiaowan still residing in Bihua Garden? Bihua Garden referred to Shen Tingwan's apartment in the city center. Yes, Grandpa. Upon hearing her response, Lu Xingrong paused, his hand stilling on his beard, yet he refrained from saying anything further. Just then, Aunt Shen arrived to call them for dinner. Shen Tingwan reached out, assisting Lu Xingrong to the dining room. As she picked up her chopsticks, a raucous voice erupted from outside the door. Lu Yao, clad in her school uniform, dashed in, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." Before Shen Tingwan could rise, Lu Yao had already enveloped her shoulders from behind, saying, "Sister-in-law, I've missed you so much." Standing nearby, Lu Yao observed the affectionate bond between the sister-in-law and it was no longer the time when someone would call him for pocket money. Yet he chuckled softly, attempting to assert his presence, but it only deepened his sense of isolation. Gao Junmei, who was known for her straightforward manner, had no need for subtlety given her status. Look at the connections you usually cultivate, she remarked. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow, mentally lamenting the coldness of the world. Shen Tingwan gently grasped the arm draped around her neck, her tone warm yet laced with concern. Yao, are you hungry? The head resting on her shoulder bobbed slightly, showing no intention of withdrawing. Aunt Shen, taken aback by the liveliness of dinner, hurried out from the kitchen. Sir, madam, let me add a few more dishes. Lu Mufeng glanced over and waved his hand. No need, there's enough to eat. Over the years, the Lu couple had become increasingly busy, often only staying at the old residence for a meal. Aunt Shen, having seen them leave after lunch, thought little of it. Reflecting now, it was indeed when Lu Yao had been away from home. Upon returning, they ought to partake in a reunion meal. Recalling the reunion dinner, she realized that tonight's offerings were rather meager, prompting her to return to the kitchen. Lu Yao clung to Shen Tingwan for a full 2 minutes before Lu Xingrong finally spoke, prompting her to release her hold. Yao adores her sister-in-law, and Grandpa supports that, but you must not forget about Grandpa. Lu Xingrong's slightly jealous tone was reserved solely for his beloved granddaughter. Lu Yao swiftly shifted her focus to another matter. Yao, hurry and wash your hands, it's time to eat. Come with me, sister-in-law. Lu Yao giggled, and Shen Tingwan stood up. This child even needs company to wash her hands, Gao Junmei remarked, her voice filled with affection. After washing their hands, the two returned with their arms linked, only to find Lu Mufeng and Gao Junmei already seated. Gao Junmei pointed to the seat beside her. Yao, sit here. Lu Yao shook her head, tightening her grip on Shen Tingwan's arm. I want to sit next to sister-in-law. Shen Tingwan glanced at her original seat, where she had been positioned to the left of Lu Xingrong, with Lu Yao on her left. Hearing this, Lu Yao instinctively raised his eyebrows and pointed to the seat beside him. You can either sit there or here. Lu Yao made a face. I don't want to. She tugged at Shen Tingwan, insisting, I just want to be next to sister-in-law. Wasn't it generally the case that older brothers dote on their younger sisters? Why was it different with Lu Yao? Shen Tingwan smiled, realizing she was not well acquainted with Lu Yao and could not sway him. But perhaps she could reason with Lu Yao. Yao, let's eat first, and after dinner, I'll play with you, alright? Lu Yao was not the obstinate type. As soon as Shen Tingwan spoke, she felt she could return to her seat. However, Lu Yao pointed decisively at Lu Yao. You, move over one seat. Lu Yao scoffed softly, raising his eyebrows at her. You won't be asking me for pocket money anymore, will you? Lu Yao stuck her tongue out, unfazed by the threat. Grandpa will give me pocket money, and she reached out to link arms with Shen Tingwan, and sister-in-law will give me too. Shen Tingwan. The feeling of being at the center of a storm, yet unable to escape its grasp. Shen Tingwan attempted to voice her thoughts when Lu Xingrong's cane struck the ground, interrupting her. He cleared his throat and pointed at Lu Yao. You move over one seat. As expected, Lu Yao chuckled nonchalantly, no longer resisting, and got up to change seats. Lu Yao triumphantly pulled Shen Tingwan toward the table, just as she was about to sit in the middle seat when Lu Yao extended his hand. You go sit next to Grandpa. He then pointed at Shen Tingwan. Your sister-in-law still wants to sit next to me. Shen Tingwan. Throughout this meal, Shin Tingwan felt somewhat uneasy, as the gazes of everyone at the table occasionally drifted her way. The instigator seemed entirely at ease. Thankfully, there was Lu Yao, the little bundle of joy, who occasionally shared stories from school to divert everyone's attention. Yao, eat more. Your mother mentioned you've been studying hard lately. Your grandpa has noticed you've lost weight. Lu Yao nodded vigorously. Today's students are too competitive. You wouldn't believe it, Grandpa. As she spoke, she reached for the braised spare ribs in front of her. This was the very dish Shin Tingwan had specifically requested Aunt Chen to place before her. Otherwise, Aunt Chen would not serve leftovers from lunch. However, the dish from earlier had gone untouched, now appearing as fresh as ever. Lu Yao's chopsticks reached out casually but failed to grasp the food successfully. Lu Yizhou's arm swept across Shin Tingwan's side, and when it returned, he held the plate of braised spare ribs. He nudged the dishes in front of Shin Tingwan aside. Eat more of this, it's good for your brain. Lu Yao, who had been speaking animatedly, glanced down to find only a plate of bland steamed fish before her. Coupled with her brother's slightly taunting words, she instinctively reached out to stop the plate of braised spare ribs from mysteriously departing, but before she could touch it, she saw it land squarely in front of her beloved sister-in-law. Lu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Shin Tingwan. Shin Tingwan took a deep breath, yet Lu Yizhou did not allow her the chance to extricate herself. He regarded her with a teasing gaze, his tone inexplicably affectionate. Your sister-in-law loves this. Don't snatch it away. Shin Tingwan, she turned to face him, her eyes reflecting disbelief and resentment. Lu Yizhou, unabashed, replied, you wanted to eat before dinner, but now you don't? His words left her at a loss, and Shin Tingwan fell silent. The attention of everyone at the table converged on her, and her mind raced as she struggled to find a response. It was Lu Yao who ultimately broke the awkward atmosphere. With a silly grin, she reached for a spare rib and placed it in Shin Tingwan's bowl. Sister-in-law, how come I never knew you loved these braised spare ribs? Lu Yizhou chuckled. There's much you don't know about your sister-in-law. Lu Yao protested. Oh really? And you know everything? At this juncture, although the question was not directed at her, Shin Tingwan felt a surge of anxiety. The fact that her and Lu Yizhou's 3-year marriage had been little more than a facade was no secret within the Lu family. After marrying Lu Yizhou, she had gone to the mountains for a year of teaching, and upon her return, she hadn't even laid eyes on him before he left the country. They were, after all, a couple who had rushed into marriage, having seen each other no more than a handful of times in 3 years. Where could any affection blossom? Yet, no one had dared to pierce that veil of silence. Shin Tingwan recalled the brief conversation she had with Lu Yizhou before dinner. It seemed he too was uncertain how to broach the topic, his contemplative expression still vivid in her memory. After all, to Lu Xingrong, she was merely fulfilling a promise made to an old friend. He would not want to be seen as untrustworthy. Perhaps now was the opportune moment. As Shin Tingwan mentally collected her thoughts, she barely uttered the first syllable when she was drowned out by Lu Yizhou's voice. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, responding to Lu Yao's taunt with an air of indifference. In time, you'll come to know gradual understanding. Shin Tingwan never anticipated such a turn of events. When she had just spoken with Lu Yizhou, he had said he would think it over. Was this the outcome of his contemplation? She found it perplexing. In her mind, there were only 2 ways to resolve this matter. Point 1 was to directly inform the Lu family of their decision to divorce, the other was to maintain a period of estrangement before revealing their intention to part ways. The circumstances now were unlike those of the past 3 years. Back then, their long-distance relationship had been deemed a natural stagnation. However, now that Lu Yizhou had returned, if they intended to preserve their marriage, they should be fostering their feelings for one another. If, after some time, their relationship continued to show no progress, then a divorce would seem inevitable. But what did Lu Yizhou mean by his current stance? Shin Tingwan's gaze lingered on the person beside her, momentarily lost in thought. She could not decipher him. Observing her confusion, Gao Junmei could not help but feel a sense of delight. She quickly chimed in, Yizhou was right, we will gradually come to understand each other. Thanks to Lu Yizhou's remark, the meal was filled with laughter and joy, except for Shin Tingwan and Lu Yao. After dinner, Shin Tingwan reclined on the sofa while Lu Yao clung to her closely. Shin Tingwan had always been a quiet person, with few lively friends, and Lu Yao seemed to fill that void in her companionship. What inspired you to suddenly want to study diligently? Lu Yao had never been a top student, but neither had she been underperforming. As the sole daughter of the Lu family, she no longer needed academic achievements to validate herself. With a playful spirit, she often engaged in various activities with friends, and the elders of the Lu family mostly turned a blind eye to her antics. Their only expectation for their daughter was her happiness. Having known her for 3 years, Shin Tingwan had never witnessed such proactive enthusiasm for learning from her. Lu Yao's expression was unusually listless as she replied, because I don't want to go abroad. Go abroad? Shin Tingwan was taken aback. She had never heard the elders of the Lu family mention anything about it. Yes, my mother said I should go abroad after the college entrance examination. Lu Yao exhaled, but I don't want to, so I guess I'll just have to aim for a good university in our country. Shen Tingwan was surprised to discover Lu Yao's ambitious mindset. She gently patted the girl's soft hair, her tone warm. Then you should work hard, let me know if you need any help. Shen Tingwan was not accustomed to referring to herself as sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, sister-in-law? Shen Tingwan nodded. Even though she would soon no longer be a member of the Lu family, she would regard Lu Yao as her sister. Lu Yao excitedly shook her arm, playfully pouting. Then will you come to celebrate my birthday this year? Shen Tingwan smiled indulgently, of course. She had already prepared. The first time she celebrated Lu Yao's birthday, she was volunteering and had made a special trip to the town to send her a painting created by the students of her elementary school, adorned with crooked yet heartfelt wishes. The second time, while filming in the remote northwest, she couldn't return in time, so she had asked Chen Man to deliver a carefully chosen ethnic costume from several local shops. This year, she had her eye on a diamond crown, a one-of-a-kind piece she immediately wished to gift Lu Yao upon seeing it. After the fashion show, she instructed her assistant to reserve the crown, which would require over a month for custom sizing. She had calculated the timing perfectly. However, she had not intended to attend the birthday party. Most of the children at Lu Yao's school came from affluent families with extensive connections. She pondered what her role was. She and Lu Yizhou had long agreed to keep their marriage a secret. For 3 years, no one had known. Shen Tingwan was unsure why Lu Yizhou had initially consented to this marriage. She was sincerely grateful for fulfilling her grandmother's wish, yet, from the beginning, she had understood that she and he belonged to different worlds, and that their marriage had no future. A concealed marriage minimized potential troubles. In her line of work, she was subject to scrutiny, and should their relationship be uncovered, it would cause Lu Yizhou significant distress. She was unwilling to entangle him in her complications. Moreover, she was not inclined to accept the advantages that could come her way without merit. Aside from the marriage certificate, she considered a prenuptial agreement equally essential during their swift union. Lu Yizhou possessed far too many assets. She did not covet wealth or status, and thus she maintained her dignity. However, material wealth could be quantified, while intangible benefits could not. Should her identity as Mrs. Lu become public knowledge, it would not merely be a matter of concern. Even at He-Film, Liang Shi would undoubtedly extend premium resources to her. Businessmen reliant on the Lu family would likely use her as a conduit. Such preferential treatment was something she neither desired nor respected. She had chosen this industry out of a passion for acting, and that was her sole motivation. Consequently, her work was less varied than that of her peers. Most of her engagements involved acting, yet, she could not escape the reality that to secure quality opportunities in this realm, one must possess value. This value encompassed not only skill but also visibility. Therefore, she would comply with necessary engagements. Although Shen Tingwan's response had been resolute, Lu Yao, ever perceptive, understood the underlying reasons for Shen Tingwan's absence. I will tell my classmates that you are my idol, and that I specially invited you. At the birthday party, I will call you Sister Tingwan, not sister-in-law. He cast a glance at his mysteriously grinning sister, abandoning his earlier sharp-tongued demeanor at the dining table and adopting a more affectionate tone. Yao, your birthday is next month. What gift would you like? Lu Yao turned back, skepticism etched on her face, muttering to herself, a weasel wishing a chicken well, yet she could not let the opportunity of receiving a generous gift from her brother slip away. With a faint smile, Lu Yao edged closer to Lu Yizhou. Brother, you have to give me a birthday gift. Lu Yizhou responded with a nonchalant expression, of course, feel free to tell your brother whatever you desire. Lu Yao promptly dismissed her earlier determination to refrain from asking Lu Yizhou for pocket money, pulling out her phone to take screenshots of everything she wished to buy and sending them all to Lu Yizhou in a chat. Lu Yizhou received the barrage of images, barely glancing at them before forwarding them to the chief secretary in his office. With fluidity, he completed the task, and Lu Yao's smile grew wider as she expressed her gratitude with the most polite words of the day, thank you, brother. Lu Yizhou brushed aside the unpleasantness of her using people for their benefit attitude, cheerfully proposing, how about we hold your birthday party at my house this year? Before Lu Yao could fully process her hesitation, Lu Yizhou dangled an enticing offer. I plan to renovate the lawn at the Xiu Mountain House, maybe install a fountain. A lawn party would be quite delightful. As his insinuation lingered in the air, he observed his sister nodding vigorously. Brother, you are the best brother in the world. With Lu Yao, he wielded significant influence. Chapter 14. No plans for separation. Are we going to renovate Xiushan? Lu Xingrong, who seldom showed concern for Lu Yizhou's affairs, even the trivial ones, posed the question. Lu Yizhou was somewhat taken aback, though not overly so. It's merely a matter of tidying up the courtyard. It has been uninhabited for quite some time, resembling a deserted place, he replied rather casually. However, while addressing Lu Xingrong, his gaze was directed toward Shen Tingwan. Liu Yao, having finished her flattery, leaned back against the sofa, and Shen Tingwan's view was no longer obstructed. With no one residing there, why was he looking at her? Lu Xingrong cast a sweeping glance over everyone before finally resting his gaze on Gao Junmei. Gao Junmei, quick to catch the signal, crossed her legs and rested her arms on her knees, awakening from a reverie as she remarked, "Now that Izhou has returned to the country, and with Xiaowan not needing to go to the film set recently, why not move back to Xiushan? It will be closer to us and the old residence." Shen Tingwan's expression turned completely blank. The Xiushan villa had been their marital home when they wed. It was not as if she had never lived there. The day before she went to teach, she felt it was only polite to inform Louis Zhou in person, considering he was her nominal husband and she intended to be gone for a year. She called Louis Zhou, who was at Xiushan, and went to find him. Later, upon hearing the news, Lu Xingrong hurried over from the old residence and they talked until late into the night, leading her to spend a night at Xiushan. Louis Zhou slept on the second floor while she chose a guest room on the first floor. The next day, Louis Zhou saw her off at the airport. That was the extent of her connection to that marital home. Shen Tingwan snapped back to reality. "I currently reside at Bihua Garden, and it is quite comfortable." Gao Junmei continued to smile. "That was when Izhou was abroad. You two, as a married couple, had no choice but to live apart. Now that you can finally share your lives together, how can a couple in the same city not live together?" Shen Tingwan was aware that her refusal was somewhat illogical. After all, she and Louis Zhou were still legally married. "However, I am somewhat particular about my sleeping arrangements this time." It was no longer Gao Junmei who responded. Louis Zhou, playing with his black mobile phone, wore a vague smile and then asked her, "Shall I arrange for someone to move your bed to Xiushan?" Shen Tingwan. The conversation reached its conclusion there. Ultimately, the moving arrangements were made, even the timing set for the following day. Shen Tingwan left the old residence, still unable to comprehend Louis Zhou's thoughts. What was he really thinking? Was he not concerned about Zhang Xitong's potential misunderstandings? What was there to deliberate regarding the divorce? His actions hardly seemed to lay the groundwork for separation. Shen Tingwan walked directly toward her car. Just as she was about to open the driver's side door, her outstretched wrist was intercepted. It was Louis Zhou, his suit jacket draped over his arm, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He said, "I'll drive." Shen Tingwan. He was going to drive her car and leave with her. Lu Xingrong, walking ahead of the others, chuckled heartily at the scene before the car. "Let him drive, it's late at night." Shen Tingwan glanced at Louis Zhou. The dim streetlights outside obscured his expression as he kept his head lowered. The warmth of his hand on her wrist prompted her to withdraw her hand, and she responded to Lu Xingrong with a simple before turning toward the passenger seat. Once inside the car, as Shen Tingwan fastened her seatbelt, she felt the weight of the jacket exuding a woody fragrance draped over her lap, the very one Louis Zhou had laid across his arm moments earlier. "Please take it off me," she said. Louis Zhou lowered the car window, and the people outside waved their farewells. "Xiaowan, do come to visit Grandpa when you have the chance." Suddenly, Shen Tingwan's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never expressed her deep gratitude toward Lu Xingrong. The departure of Wen Mian intensified her sense of solitude. Perhaps it was due to the infrequent encounters with her parents, and although she maintained more contact with Xin Yubai, their meetings were still scarce. For many years, her only family member nearby was her grandmother. In an instant, she found herself utterly alone. Liu Xingrong had embraced her as family, cherishing her like a beloved granddaughter. Hence, over the past 2 years, Shen Tingwan made it a point to visit Lu Xingrong periodically, reassuring the one who cared for her. Sensing the emotion swirling beside him, Louis Zhou turned towards the window and spoke, "When you have time, we should come visit together. Now, let us head back." As the car pulled away from the expansive villa area, Shen Tingwan managed to stifle her tears. Louis Zhou drove swiftly yet steadily, and as she contemplated speaking, she glanced at the flow of traffic and held her tongue once more. Louis Zhou cast a sidelong glance at her. To his surprise, she was quietly dozing off. Earlier that afternoon, when he had carried her upstairs, it had barely been 2 o'clock, and she had clearly just awakened when they crossed paths in the kitchen. After napping for over 3 hours, she was still weary. Louis Zhou increased the speed further and, upon reaching the entrance of her neighborhood, realized that he didn't even know which building she resided in. He pulled over to the side of the road, intending to wake her, yet felt an inexplicable reluctance. About half an hour later, Shen Tingwan stirred awake, the woody scent enveloping her more intensely. As she shifted, the jacket slipped from her shoulders, and she quickly adjusted it, shaking off much of her drowsiness. Turning her head, she noticed Louis Zhou engrossed in his work, head lowered. "Why didn't you wake me?" she inquired. Louis Zhou silenced his phone after finishing a message and then turned to her. "Whether I wake you or not, it's the same wherever I work." So late, and he was still working. Shen Tingwan removed the jacket and folded it somewhat, contemplating saying goodbye but realizing it presented a perfect opportunity to converse, she chose a direct approach. How have you been considering how to explain the divorce to Grandpa and the others? Louis Zhou tilted his head, his gaze never straying from her as she folded the jacket. With a smile, he replied, I haven't made up my mind yet. Shen Tingwan paused, handing him the jacket. Is it that you haven't made up your mind, or you simply haven't thought about it? Louis Zhou raised the phone in his hand. His tone, though dismissive, was not entirely so. As you can see, work is a bit demanding. Shen Tingwan, that she had seen people resourcefully adapt, but never had she encountered someone so adept at it. She smiled politely. Then let's maintain the status quo for now. When you've made your decision, let me know. Louis Zhou chuckled softly. Status quo, what does that mean? Shen Tingwan furrowed her brow slightly. Just like when you were abroad. Isn't that separation? Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, questioning her. As he spoke, he took the jacket, which still held warmth, into his hands. Shen Tingwan found his words peculiar. That term did not apply to the nature of her relationship with Louis Zhou. This doesn't exactly count as... Shen Tingwan chose not to respond. After a few seconds of silence in the car, Louis Zhou leisurely continued, we are husband and wife, yet we do not live together. Isn't that separation? He emphasized the first 5 words, delivering them with conviction. Shen Tingwan turned to look at him, and before she could respond, Louis Zhou stated another assertion. MRS.LU, I have no intention of separating. Chapter 15 Your home is my home. Shen Tingwan hesitated momentarily as she reached for the car door. Was this statement meant to be taken literally? Turning her head, she noticed the engine had long since been turned off, with only the dim glow of the street lights and moonlight streaming in. Louis Zhou tilted his head to look at her, the scant light casting shadows across his features. Shen Tingwan shifted slightly, allowing some light from her side of the window to filter through, and finally discerned the expression on Louis Zhou's face, relaxed yet serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Tingwan declared, Mr. Liu, we just discussed our plans today. Since you've returned, we should proceed with the divorce formalities. Louis Zhou's inscrutable gaze fell upon her eyes. Shen Tingwan's eyes were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of peach blossoms, and when she smiled, they resembled crescent moons. Clearly, however, Shen Tingwan was not smiling now. Leaning back slightly, Louis Zhou inquired, did we finalize anything today? Shen Tingwan furrowed her brows slightly. At the old residence today, we talked about those matters. Louis Zhou chuckled softly, the gentle moonlight illuminating his eyes. If I recall correctly, I suggested we consider it? Shen Tingwan felt a rush of embarrassment. Before she could formulate a response, the person beside her handed her the coat he had retrieved. The coat now bore a wooden fragrance that was no longer pure, subtly mingled with the scent of flowers, her laundry detergent's aroma. She hadn't noticed it upon its return, but it was pronounced now. As the car resumed its journey, Louis Zhou glanced at the entrance of the community and asked, which way should we go? Shen Tingwan's mind was still occupied with thoughts of divorce. The simple 3-word phrase hadn't quite registered. Louis Zhou turned to her again, how do we get to your apartment? Mechanically, Shen Tingwan indicated the route. As they passed the entrance of her building, the car noticeably slowed. She reached for her seatbelt, but the vehicle did not come to a halt. Instead, Louis Zhou drove into the entrance of the underground parking lot. Before Shen Tingwan could voice her confusion, Louis Zhou posed a question, which parking space is yours? Once more, Shen Tingwan pointed, and this time the car finally came to a rest. The parking lot was well lit at this hour, and without a moment's pause after turning off the engine, Louis Zhou exited the vehicle swiftly. His quick movements made Shen Tingwan appear a step behind. Louis Zhou scanned the surroundings and located the elevator, while behind him, the sound of a crisp door closing echoed. He locked the car door with his keys and proceeded toward the elevator. With his tall stature, Shen Tingwan felt diminutive in his presence. The elevator arrived at a high floor and began its descent. Shen Tingwan handed him the coat, her voice betraying a hint of emotion, Mr. Liu, you can take my car first. Both were aware that this statement was a test. Louis Zhou did not look at her, nor did he accept the coat. Take it where? Naturally, back to your home, Shen Tingwan replied swiftly. Louis Zhou chuckled lightly, aren't I headed home right now? We are married, my home is your home, and your home is, indeed, mine, Shen Tingwan retorted. The elevator made a thud as it came to a stop, and Louis Zhou stepped in first, as if he owned the place. Shen Tingwan's outstretched coat went unacknowledged, and she pulled it back into her embrace. The elevator doors closed, yet it remained stationary. Louis Zhou glanced back at her, the only sound within the elevator being the advertisement screen's broadcast. What floor? He asked, raising his arm to press the elevator buttons. Shen Tingwan lifted her gaze to him, Isn't this your home? How is it that Mr. Liu doesn't even know which floor his home is on? Louis Zhou chuckled softly, amused by her sharp wit. He had thought her demeanor was consistently cool and gentle, but here she was, quite the eloquent speaker. He chose not to respond, and Shen Tingwan fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before retrieving her access card from her bag to swipe for the floor. Luizhou did not retract his hand. Once she swiped the card, she casually draped his coat over his arm. "Take care of your own belongings," Luizhou chided lightly, pulling his arm back to his front. This apartment was a single unit per floor, and with very few residents in the tall building, they arrived quickly on her floor 12th. Shen Tingwan had never experienced the sensation of opening the door while being overshadowed by another figure, leaving her inexplicably anxious. The usually responsive fingerprint lock failed 3 times, prompting Luizhou's cool voice to come from above. "Madam Lu, I hope you aren't at the wrong door?" Indeed, the elder Lu was right. He was quite the miser, Shen Tingwan retorted. "I may not know if this is my home, but I can assure you it is not yours." As soon as her words fell, the lock clicked open with a successful unlock sound. Shen Tingwan allowed Luizhou to enter. He was correct in stating that they were now married, and she had no valid reason to deny him entry. Moreover, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Lu family and, equally, toward Luizhou. If it weren't for him 3 years ago, her grandmother would not have passed with such peace of mind. The sensor light in the foyer illuminated at the sound of their arrival, revealing a warmly simplistic interior. The decor exuded a minimalist aesthetic, with soft cream tones enveloped in a gentle yellow warmth under the lighting, yet it was evident that signs of life were few. After changing into her slippers, Shen Tingwan noticed the pristine black dress shoes that had never been seen in her home before. The shoes remained perfectly still, as Luizhou stood by the entrance, clearly waiting for something. Shen Tingwan opened the shoe cabinet, glancing at the women's slippers, and suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. When she returned, she held a pair of black slippers, unmistakably men's. Luizhou paused, his grip on his phone faltering, his gaze darkening slightly, and a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Too small." Shen Tingwan frowned. "These had been prepared for Xin Yu by 3 years ago when he was just 15. But this is the largest size I have at home. Wear them if you like." Luizhou produced his phone, sent over a few sets of clothes, and some slippers. With a thud, the slippers fell to the ground. Luizhou turned to her, clearly displeased. Shen Tingwan found his relentless demands utterly irritating. "Just wear whatever fits. How much smaller could they be?" She cast a glance at those polished shoes. They seemed only 3 or 4 sizes smaller, and that's all. Building 9, Bihua Garden, 12th floor. After stating the address, Luizhou recalled the elevator card. As soon as the call ended, he addressed the person before him. "Give me an elevator card." Shen Tingwan's actions were quicker than her words. She opened the drawer, then recalled, "Aren't you moving back to Shoshan tomorrow?" Luizhou raised an eyebrow. "Then forget it." The drawer was hastily closed once more. Chapter 16. You sleep first. No need to wait for me. As silence settled, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two individuals, who were only slightly acquainted. Shen Tingwan yearned for a soothing bath, longing to return to the comforting embrace of. After enduring several days of sleep deprivation, one night could hardly suffice to make up for it. However, Luizhou remained seated in the living room, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the efficiency of the assistant was commendable, as the intercom downstairs rang far sooner than anticipated. Shen Tingwan rose to answer the door, greeted by a familiar face from earlier that day. Dan Changming stood with a respectful demeanor, stating, "Madam, this is what the boss requested." Shen Tingwan refrained from taking it, turning to call out to the person in the living room, "Luizhou, your belongings." This was the first time Luizhou had heard her refer to him in such a manner. Dan Chengming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her words. The dynamic between the boss and the boss's wife struck him as rather precarious. Nevertheless, Luizhou complied readily, standing up promptly after being addressed. Luizhou took the items from Dan Changming and dismissed him. Shen Tingwan was already on the brink of exhaustion, lacking the energy to engage in further discussions with Luizhou. Given the size of the house, allowing someone to stay over for a night was hardly an inconvenience. She pointed towards the guest bedroom on the left side of the living room, saying, "You may stay in that room. It has an attached bathroom." Without waiting for his response, she wished him good night and turned to retreat to her own room. Luizhou, holding his clothes, felt a peculiar mix of emotions. He then turned and headed towards the room he had arranged for himself. Once Shen Tingwan returned to her room, she attempted to sort through her thoughts but found herself utterly drained. She had presumed that the matter of divorce would naturally resolve itself. Hadn't Luizhou already been with Zhang Sidong? Did he truly intend to keep Zhang Sidong from entering the Lu family home, as she had overheard that day? Or was he simply reluctant to discuss the divorce with his elders, deeming it too troublesome? Her thoughts became a tangled mess, prompting Shen Tingwan to wave away the chaos in her mind as she entered the bathroom. After enjoying a brief moment of comfort in the bathtub, She glanced at the time and realized she had forgotten to bring her sleepwear. Wrapping herself in a towel, she stepped out, only to be startled. "What are you doing here?" Louis Zhou was leaning against the headboard and looked up at her as he heard her voice. Shen Tingwan clutched the towel tightly around herself, her wavy hair cascading down her fair, glistening shoulders. Louis Zhou discreetly averted his gaze, his fingers resting lightly on the pad. "If you're not sleeping in the bedroom, then where else would you be?" Shen Tingwan gestured towards the outside, her voice laced with a barely perceptible panic. "Your bedroom is over there." "This is mine." Louis Zhou chuckled softly, placing the pad aside. "Your bedroom is my bedroom. Madame Lu, I don't intend to live apart, nor do I wish to separate our rooms." Shen Tingwan hastily pulled on her sleepwear and dashed back into the bathroom. The sound of a phone ringing echoed outside. Her phone had been silenced, indicating it must be Louis Zhou's. After changing, drying her hair, and using a moisturizer that had been left in the bathroom, she finally emerged, having exhausted all other options. Upon hearing the doorknob turn, Louis Zhou glanced her way. The man, now dressed in his tailored suit, had returned the watch to his wrist. "I'm stepping out for a while," he announced. Shen Tingwan nodded quickly, her gestures more pronounced than usual. Louis Zhou chuckled. "Are you that eager for me to leave?" Without hesitation, she nodded again. Louis Zhou, "It serves him right for being so glib." With Louis Zhou gone, the bedroom returned to its usual state. Shen Tingwan sat at the edge of the bed, a gentle breeze wafting through the window, carrying with it a faint scent of wood. She turned to glance at the spot where he had lain, rising to retrieve fresh bedding from the wardrobe. How could the scent of that person linger so stubbornly? Before leaving, he had uttered, "You sleep first, no need to wait for me." Why would she wait for him? Shen Tingwan found herself perplexed, questioning where the issue truly lay. Shouldn't it be him who was eager for the divorce? That night, Shen Tingwan slept poorly, her dreams a kaleidoscope of bizarre images. Perhaps it was because she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Louis Zhou before drifting off, as she dreamt of him alongside Zhang Sidong. While the specifics of the dream eluded her, she sensed an underlying discontent. Shen Tingwan chose not to dwell on it further, rising from her bed and pulling back the curtains. The sun shone brightly outside, and as she glanced at the time, she noticed several missed calls from Louis Zhou on her phone. She had saved his number 3 years prior, yet this was the first time she had received a call from him. Checking the time, she saw it was 2 in the morning, clearly too late to return the call. Considering the circumstances, she surmised he had forgotten to bring his elevator card, as those accustomed to living in villas often did. He certainly wouldn't be sleeping on the streets, so Shen Tingwan silenced her phone and headed to the kitchen in search of food. The housekeeper had prepared sandwiches in advance and placed them in the refrigerator. Shen Tingwan retrieved one along with a carton of milk. Just as her phone lit up beside her. Having grown accustomed to silence while on set, she had neglected to turn the ringer back on during her break. Once more, it was a missed call from the previous night. This time, she answered. "Hello." The sound of 2 light taps on a table came through, followed by Louis Zhou's low chuckle. "So, your phone isn't broken after all." Shen Tingwan. "Mr. Lu, what is the matter?" Louis Zhou tapped his fingers again, and the familiar name fell awkwardly from her lips, now replaced with the more formal Mr. Lu. "Just a reminder, remember to move today." Shen Tingwan took a sip of her milk. "Mr. Lu, I believe there is no longer a necessity for me to move in." Louis Zhou chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance. "What asked the reason?" "I already discussed this with you yesterday. We should find a time to finalize the divorce paperwork. It would be beneficial for both of us." Silence ensued on the other end. Shen Tingwan wondered if the signal had faltered or if there was an issue with the phone, just as Louis Zhou finally broke the quiet. "What's the matter? Have you found someone you like?" Shen Tingwan paused, as if an idea had sparked within her. Did Louis Zhou intend to end their marriage by placing the blame on her? However, they had already signed a prenuptial agreement, and she had no designs on his wealth. Was it a lack of trust or something else? "Mr. Lu, our assets have been notarized. I will not claim a single cent of yours." Another silence fell on the line. Shen Tingwan pondered for a moment before adding, "You need not worry about our marriage. I will maintain silence and ensure that Miss Zhang does not bear the stigma of being a mistress." Shen Tingwan spoke sincerely, acknowledging that their marriage had long been a mere formality, and Louis Zhou was merely extending a helping hand. She had never considered herself as MRS.Lu, neither publicly nor privately, yet, a sudden voice of confusion interrupted her thoughts, which Miss Zhang? Uncertain if all businessmen were, Lu, you need not harbor any concerns. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp sound echoed through the phone as the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 17 filled with tenderness. After thoroughly reviewing everyone's reports, Shan Cheng, however, upon stepping through the door and catching sight of the figure standing by the window, he suppressed the smile that had been rising at the corners of his mouth. Standing by the window to smoke so early in the morning could either indicate a lack of restful sleep and need of stimulation or a poor mood in search of solace. Regardless, neither scenario boded well. Boss, everyone is waiting for you in the conference room, he announced. Lu Izhou glanced at the specks of ash on his fingertips, and with keen perception, Shan Chengming handed him the ashtray from the coffee table. The half-burned cigarette was extinguished without mercy. Lu Izhou rose and made his way toward the door, only to suddenly turn back. Investigate which Miss Zhang has been in close proximity to me. Shan Chengming inhaled sharply. Miss Zhang sit on, perhaps? Lu Izhou pivoted back. Who is that? Shan Chengming retrieved his phone, quickly locating the news link he had forwarded to Lu Izhou that day. She is the celebrity linked to you in those dating rumors. I sent it to you that day to seek your guidance on whether this matter required addressing, but you were preoccupied with the NG project and told me not to bother you with trivialities, so Lu Izhou took the phone, scrolling through the baseless gossip article devoid of any factual content. The photographs indeed exuded an air of ambiguity. Could this be the reason the other party insisted on divorcing him? He dismissed the article and dialed a number. Lu Xingrong, having just prepared his fishing gear, was on his way out, only to hesitate with his bag in hand. Hello, what is the matter? Are you not going to say anything yourself? What else can I do? You useless brat, I couldn't care less about you. With that, Lu Xingrong abruptly hung up the phone. Lu Izhou moved the device away from his ear, and Shan Chengming, who had listened intently throughout the conversation, realized he had made a grave mistake. How could he have known that this was a couple who had been married for 3 years despite living apart? It was evident they didn't even make a phone call to one another. Hence, when the scandal trended, he had opted for a cold response, fearing to offend the future lady boss, jeopardizing his own position. The result, he had placed his bets on the wrong horse. Boss, do you need me to arrange for someone to assist the lady with her move? Lu Izhou pocketed his phone and walked toward the conference room without looking back. No need, someone will naturally take care of it. After hanging up, Shen Tingwan leisurely enjoyed her breakfast. Finally, having had a good night's sleep, she returned to her bedroom to toss the bedding she had removed the previous night into the washing machine. The sun was shining splendidly today, ideal for a morning jog if one rose early. However, glancing at the time, she turned and retrieved her yoga mat. Just as she finished her poses, her phone rang, and she remembered to turn the volume back on after her call with Lu Izhou. Hello, Grandpa. Lu Xingrong typically did not call her this frequently, especially since she had just visited the old residence yesterday. She remembered, he was present when she mentioned moving to Shoshan. Shawan, are you busy? Lu Xingrong's voice was still filled with affection. Not busy, Grandpa. Lu Xingrong chuckled. That brat just called me, saying there's a lot going on at the company today and he is worried you might find moving too strenuous. Grandpa, I've arranged for a few people, and they're currently on their way to Bihua Garden. Don't do it all by yourself, that is too much work. Shen Tingwan quickly declined. No need, Grandpa, I no need for what? Don't be so polite with Grandpa, alright, that is not what I meant. Shen Tingwan hesitated, the words not moving lingering on her lips but unable to escape. Why not move? Should she directly state that it was because they were about to divorce? She didn't want to deliver such a shocking revelation to the elderly man all at once. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly replied, alright, Grandpa, you can rest assured. So, had her previous conversation with Lu Izhou just been in vain? What was he really concerned about? Shen Tingwan sighed, resigned to tidy up her belongings. After a day filled with 3 consecutive meetings, Lu Izhou was perceived by Shan Chengming to be working at an intense pace, just as he was about to pull out his phone to order dinner for his boss when the man in the office chair stood up. Let us call it a day, time to clock out. The unexpected announcement took Shan Chengming by surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless. Clock out? At this hour, it was barely 5 o'clock. It was already a rarity for someone like him to leave at a normal time, and having left early the day before was already unusual, yet today, he was leaving even sooner? What is the matter? Do you have an objection? Lu Izhou asked, casually playing with his phone as he passed by Shan Chengming. Dare I, boss? You just. Upon arriving at the Shoshan villa, Lu Izhou was greeted by the lively atmosphere he had anticipated. After 2 years, seeing you saw again was particularly heartwarming. Sir, you're back. She had received a call from Shan's assistant yesterday, informing her that the boss had returned from abroad and that the lady was moving back to Shoshan to reside, thus she could resume her work as usual. This news filled her with delight. Although she had only met the lady once, she knew her to be a kind-hearted person who had even volunteered in rural education a few years back. It puzzled her why, after returning from such noble work, she had not come back to Shoshan. The Sir had also been abroad, transforming her role from a live-in maid to merely a scheduled cleaner. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, the home finally resembled a home, and she was genuinely happy for the couple. The lady is currently upstairs organizing her belongings, Yusaw informed him as she emerged from the kitchen. Louis-Jo glanced up the staircase and nodded at prepare dinner for 4. Someone will be coming over tonight. Certainly. With that, Louis-Jo changed his shoes and ascended the stairs. The second floor remained orderly, and upon pushing open the bedroom door, he turned and entered the bathroom, where his own toiletries remained untouched. Moving from the bathroom to the dressing room, he opened one cabinet after another, only to find his own clothes and nothing else. He leaned against his jaw, letting out a cold laugh before stepping out of his bedroom. The room diagonally opposite was tightly shut, and he approached to knock on the door. Shin Tingwan, not expecting Louis-Jo to return so early, initially thought it was Yusaw delivering something again. She didn't even lift her head as she replied, "Come in." Louis-Jo twisted the doorknob and, upon entering, was met with a scene that was both curious and unfamiliar, yet pleasing to his eyes. Shin Tingwan lay on the bed, presumably engrossed in a movie on her pad. Dressed in a delicate pink silk nightgown that draped elegantly, her fair and shapely calves were fully revealed due to her relaxed posture. The combination of soft pink and white was visually soothing. Louis-Jo raised an eyebrow, feeling an unusual sensation spread within him, an intriguing blend of novelty and longing. Not hearing Yusaw's voice, Shin Tingwan's attention shifted from the screen to the man standing at the doorway, her doe-like eyes widening in surprise. Her black, silky hair was tied with a light-colored ribbon, swaying gracefully due to her swift movements. Louis-Jo, you're back. Louis-Jo noticed that in her moment of panic, she had dropped the formal Mr. Lu, opting for his name instead. Is it now necessary to consult with Lu Tai before clocking out? He asked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 18. The Fortune. The changes were minimal. He had encountered far more at Bihua Garden, indicating that this individual never intended to reside here long-term. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken over the phone today, "I have never considered myself as Lu." Was that not true? After their marriage, she had insisted on a concealed union. She decided to engage in teaching assistance and only informed him, her nominal husband, just before her departure. She had immersed herself in her career during her 2 years abroad, likely forgetting that across the ocean, there was someone with whom she shared a marital bond. Rumors of her infidelity circulated, yet she couldn't be bothered to inquire. Instead, she opted for a divorce. Weren't we just discussing not separating or living apart yesterday? Shin Tingwan stood upright, and as Louis-Jo's words fell silent, the only sound in the room was that of movie dialogues. That was your assertion. I never consented. Louis-Jo let out a cold laugh, as he found no solid grounds for rebuttal, prompting the other party to add, I also talked to you about divorce, yet I see no action taken on that front. Louis-Jo. Shall we head downstairs for dinner? Shin Tingwan followed him down the stairs. The culinary skills of Aunt Yu wafted enticingly, and after tidying up for a while, Shin Tingwan, when Mian hailed from the south, remaining in the capital due to Shinziqian, her dishes bore a hint of southern flavor, favoring spice. Indeed, please try and let me know if it suits your palate, Aunt Yu replied. Shin Tingwan was about to take a seat in delight when Louis-Jo interjected, wait a moment, we have guests who have yet to arrive. Shin Tingwan paused, a look of surprise gracing her features. Not needing her to voice her thoughts, Louis-Jo anticipated her unspoken question, rest assured, I have instructed them not to speak out of turn. At that moment, Shin Tingwan's mind was occupied with a singular thought. The divorce must be expedited. Louis-Jo's return had brought about a significant change. Are you hungry? Have some fruit first. Louis-Jo casually offered her the fruit platter. As Shin Tingwan reached out, she caught sight of her pink sleeves. I'll go change. After all, it was inappropriate to receive guests while clad in her pajamas. Shin Tingwan turned and ascended the stairs once more. A few minutes later, as she descended again, the living room was no longer occupied solely by Louis-Jo. A man and a woman seated on the sofa turned their attention to her as she approached. Ji Xiangheng nearly let out a whistle upon spotting Shin Tingwan on the stairs. He turned back to Louis-Jo and winked, second brother, you certainly have a charmed life. Louis-Jo cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore the comment. However, Zheng Xitong's gaze remained fixated on Shin Tingwan. She had not anticipated encountering her arch-nemesis here. Equally taken aback was Shin Tingwan, who found it perplexing that the person who had orchestrated her return to Shoshan Villa was now bringing his girlfriend back here. Louis-Jo's reasoning was beyond ordinary comprehension. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Tingwan stepped to the edge of the living room. Louis-Jo beckoned her from the sofa, yet she responded with an indifferent glance that seemed to convey her disregard. This attitude raised Ji Shanghang's eyebrows in intrigue. Ah, what a day filled with surprises. The man who flitted through the flowers now learned the art of keeping a mistress hidden. The favored son, Louis Zhou, was publicly rebuffed by his female companion. How curious, this woman, he genuinely admired. Ji Shanghang rose, kneeling on the sofa, and looked up at her with a charming smile. Hello, miss, I'm Ji Shanghang. It's a pleasure to meet you. She had always found it hard to resist friendly overtures. Shen Tingwan smiled back, her tone gentle. Hello, I am Shen Tingwan. Ji Shanghang felt the name was somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place it. It was Zhang Sidong who jogged his memory. Sister Tingwan, what a coincidence to run into you here. That word coincidence left Shen Tingwan somewhat at a loss for words. Zhang Sitong's smile remained sweet, and Shen Tingwan found herself taken aback. It seemed she had no qualms about Shen Tingwan's presence, only astonishment. Could it be that Louis Zhou had already informed her of his marital status? Ji Shanghang tugged at Zhang Sitong's sleeve. Do you know her? If Shen Tingwan was not mistaken, Zhang Sidong appeared to adopt an even sweeter expression. Yes, Sister Tingwan is a senior in our circle. The role Zhang Sidong coveted, known as Xia Qing, had reportedly been awarded to Shen Tingwan. Ji Shanghang, feeling slightly guilty, smirked. Sister, you're truly impressive, both beautiful. Ah, so it was her. He recognized her immediately. Ji Shanghang had always been fond of this type, constantly switching partners yet failing to change his style. Second brother, what has put you in such a good mood today? He intended to share the news on social media. Louis Zhou glanced at the person standing at the farthest distance, a smile gracing his lips. I just moved back. I thought it fitting to invite you over for a meal. Ji Shanghang chuckled, pride evident in his voice. I knew second brother held me in his heart. Those words sent shivers down Louis Zhou's spine. He swatted Ji Shanghang's hand off his arm and stood up. Now that everyone has arrived, let's begin our meal. Take good care of your girlfriend, Louis Zhou remarked to Ji Shanghang as he passed by Shen Tingwan. After saying this, he turned back to Shen Tingwan, an inexplicable sense of pride lacing his tone. What are you dawdling for? Weren't you just saying you were hungry? Shen Tingwan raised her eyes to meet his gaze, her expression betraying no emotion. However, it was far less than he had anticipated. Shen Tingwan replied with a faint smile as she walked past Louis Zhou, who was momentarily taken aback. Louis Zhou, is that all? His expression shifted from pride to gloom as he walked ahead, oblivious to the curious gaze of Zhang Sidong, who had witnessed the entire exchange. What was the nature of Louis Zhou's relationship with Shen Tingwan? Why was she here, descending from the second floor? What was Louis Zhou's intention in bringing her along? Earlier, she had intended to invite Ji Shanghang for dinner, hoping to nudge him regarding the female lead role in Guarding the World. Yet, upon arriving, she had been outright rejected by Ji Shanghang. As fate would have it, earlier that afternoon, Ji Shanghang had called her, inviting her to accompany him to a friend's house that evening. She had refrained from asking unnecessary questions. When Ji Shanghang picked her up that evening, she anticipated a lively gathering, only to find herself at the residence of the very heir of Lu's family with whom she had stirred rumors. The moment she laid eyes on Louis Zhou, one thought flashed through her mind. This was the reckoning. She had warned Qian Guangyi that this approach was futile. Louis Zhou was not a man easily deceived. He had countless rumored girlfriends in the industry. Moreover, with Ji Shanghang present, Qian Guangyi's plan seemed doomed to fail. Nevertheless, Qian Guangyi was unwavering in his conviction. He was confident that Louis Zhou would not care about such romantic rumors, and on Ji Shanghang's side, it was an ideal chance for her to play hard to get. As a result, she found herself performing a one-woman show from start to finish. Louis Zhou remained indifferent, while Ji Shanghang was even less concerned. He could switch girlfriends 3 times a month. Why would he care about online gossip? Moreover, the reports did not even mention his name. At one point, he turned to her and asked, "Hey, is this how your entertainment industry operates, with such absurd news?" In that moment, Zhang Sidong realized he was aware of her publicity stunt, yet he remained Of course, these wealthy young masters would scarcely regard such sensational news today. However, she found herself standing before Louis Zhou, brought there by Ji Shanghang. Unlike Ji Shanghang, who was a quintessential playboy with a charming smile and a friendly demeanor, Louis Zhou exuded an aura of authority, especially when his expression turned cold. The first time she met him, and indeed the only time, left a profound impression. It had been only a few days prior when Ji Shanghang had taken her abroad for a vacation. Before their return, he managed to arrange a meal with Louis Zhou, during which Qian Guangyi had sent someone to capture photos. Originally, the plan had been for Ji Shanghang to be the rumored male lead. But just before the announcement, Qian Guangyi had abruptly changed his mind, stating, with Ji Shanghang's playboy reputation, such rumors would not benefit you. With that, the press release went out, and she saw that the rumored male lead had become the illustrious Louis Zhou. Chapter 19. What do you call her? The first to take a seat was Ji Shanghang, who was busily capturing moments around the dining table with his phone. What are you doing? Are you insane? Louis Zhou, Ji Shangheng, ever carefree, retorted, "This is the first time, dear brother, that you have actively sought me out for a meal, and alone at that." Just as Shen Tingwan pulled out a chair, she paused, her right hand resting on the back of it upon hearing his words. Should she leave, Ji Shangheng quickly added, "What I mean is, among his beloved younger brothers, I am the only one he called." After finishing his statement, Ji Shangheng even winked with his naturally charming eyes. Shen Tingwan had to admit that she was indeed captivated by appearances. If someone else had spoken in such a manner and made such gestures, she might have lost her appetite entirely. Moreover, the term beloved younger brother, Shen Tingwan glanced at the man diagonally opposite her, then turned to see Louis Zhou, who had somehow moved behind her. He said it himself, "I certainly do not acknowledge." Worthless, summoned at will, dismissed at a whim, Shen Tingwan snapped back to reality from her earlier pause and was about to continue pulling out her chair when it moved on its own. Louis Zhou held the back of the chair, applying a gentle force, and as Shen Tingwan looked down, she caught sight of his long, well-defined hand. Well, not only was she captivated by looks, but also by hands. Louis Zhou's appearance was entirely in line with her aesthetic preferences. He had a strikingly handsome visage, with sharply defined features. His prominent nose reminded her of a saying she often encountered in online comments. "One would want to slide down a slide on his nose." Shen Tingwan couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the thought. Standing beside her, Louis Zhou looked somewhat puzzled. Opposite them, Ji Shangheng rested his chin on his hands, gazing up at the handsome man and beautiful woman before him, and remarked in a tone devoid of romance, "Brother, you can be quite the gentleman at times." He reached for his phone, tempted to capture the moment. Words alone would not suffice. Fu Bingyan and the others would undoubtedly disbelieve him. After all, in Louis Zhou's own words, he was utterly unappreciative of feminine charm. Not only would he never pull out a chair for someone, but he wouldn't even lend a hand if a beautiful woman fell at his feet. Although it was rather evident that the woman had done so intentionally, but which man could resist the allure of a stunningly beautiful woman who smiled sweetly and openly embraced? Louis Zhou's behavior, in his eyes, was simply illogical. Yet, despite its absurdity, he had grown accustomed to it. Louis Zhou had always been this way, inexplicably indifferent to women. "Hey, brother, what has Yanran been up to lately? I haven't seen her in ages." Ever since his brother had gone abroad, it seemed he hadn't crossed paths with her again. She was the sweetest girl he had ever seen smile. Louis Zhou picked up the chopsticks in front of him, casting a sidelong glance. "Do I look like a walking encyclopedia to you?" Ji Shangheng, grinning as if his laughter were of no value, replied. That he had only managed to utter 3 words before his gaze drifted to Shen Tingwan, who was nonchalantly picking at her food. He swallowed his words back down. Shen Tingwan relished her meal, though she could feel 2 pairs of eyes constantly upon her. The gaze from Ji Shangheng was relatively benign, filled mainly with curiosity, as it was their first meeting. Some individuals are invariably intrigued by the novel. However, the gaze from Zhang Situan, seated opposite, was different. It was not curiosity but rather an intense scrutiny, tinged with an evaluative quality. As Shen Tingwan finished her last bite, she gently set down her chopsticks. Lifting her head, she inadvertently locked eyes with the evading gaze. Zhang Situan, flustered, accidentally knocked over her cup. The cup contained freshly squeezed orange juice that Sister Yu had prepared for her. The pure white of her dress was instantly splattered with vibrant orange. Shen Tingwan had witnessed the entire scene unfold and, quicker than Ji Shangheng, offered her a napkin. "Thank you." Zhang Situang accepted the napkin but still dared not meet her gaze. As Shen Tingwan observed the orange stain, which remained vivid despite being dabbed, she stood up. "Let us go upstairs and change." It went without saying whose clothes she would be changing into. Zhang Situan looked up in surprise. "Go on, accompany the big sister to change into a new outfit." Ji Shangheng gently patted her hand, his tone entirely reassuring. Zhang Situang followed Shen Tingwan upstairs. As they ascended the stairs, Ji Shangheng suddenly leaned forward sharply, and Louis Zhou, witnessing the arrival of a face brimming with gossip, expressed his disdain. "What do you call her?" Zhang Situang sat on the sofa by the window, watching Shen Tingwan stand at the wardrobe, her back turned towards her. In truth, she was quite familiar with this silhouette. Qian Guangyi's phone, once unlocked, displayed this very figure as its wallpaper. Her expression darkened slightly as she took the initiative to speak. "Shen Tingwan, I concede defeat." Turning back from the wardrobe, Shen Tingwan held a beige long dress in her hand, her initial expression one of confusion, which quickly transformed into clarity. She raised the garment. "Is this one alright?" Standing a bit taller than Zhang Situang, their styles diverged entirely. Shen Tingwan's attire leaned towards simplicity, while Zhang Situang typically favored a sweet aesthetic, her white dress today resembling a slightly puffed princess gown. Zhang Situang rose from the sofa and accepted the beige dress from Shen Tingwan's hands. "Thank you for today." The person across from her side, a hint of suppressed emotion detectable in her tone. Shin Tingwan had no intention of elaborating further, there was no need, moreover, she and Lu Yizhou were hardly related, their marriage was, in a legal sense, but a mere facade, yet, knowing that the other was troubled by this, she could not simply turn a blind eye. Besides, despite their differing choices, they were in the same circle, and she could empathize with Zhang Situang's struggles, it's merely a small favor, there is no need to take it to heart. As Zhang Situang turned to leave with the dress, Shin Tingwan continued, my relationship with Lu Yizhou is not what you might think, you need not worry. As Zhang Situang's foot, which had yet to fully lift, was halted once more. Yet, her heart inexplicably quickened. Shin Tingwan chose not to elaborate further, there was no need to delve into details, but she could not ignore the sentiment altogether. With a polite, gentle smile, Shin Tingwan said, you may change now. You can place the clothes you remove into this bag. She handed a clean bag to Zhang Situang and turned to exit the room, gently closing the door behind her. Shin Tingwan walked along the corridor to the second-floor railing, where she spotted the two downstairs, just finishing their meal and emerging from the dining room. Ji Shangheng followed Lu Yizhou closely, seemingly engrossed in conversation, while Lu Yizhou appeared somewhat impatient. In that moment, Shin Tingwan felt that Lu Yizhou resembled the rumors she had heard. The distinguished heir of the Lu family, a proud son of heaven, imperious and aloof. As they entered the living room, their voices began to clarify. Shin Tingwan had no desire to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Yizhou's voice resonated from below, there are guests at home, it's not convenient. Chapter 20 Who is whose sister-in-law is sounds from the staircase echoed through the room, Lu Yizhou noticed, while the incessant chatter of Ji Shangheng went unnoticed. Second brother, this really won't do. Ji Shangheng's voice carried a hint of pleading. Lu Yizhou glanced up at the person descending the stairs, subtly shifting to the side. Shin Tingwan observed the two individuals on the nearby sofa. Lu Yizhou lounged on the long sofa, while Ji Shangheng precariously perched on the single sofa, his head nearly leaning onto the larger one. She chose the farthest single sofa and settled down. If it weren't for Zhang Situang needing to change clothes, she would have preferred to quietly watch a movie in her room. Second brother, please help. This time, Lu Yizhou moved over significantly, enough to say he had shifted from one end of the sofa to the other. Well, he had also moved directly from Ji Shangheng's line of sight to Shin Tingwan's. Shin Tingwan lifted her gaze towards the duo of good brothers. As she glanced at Ji Shangheng, he had the audacity to wink at her. Shin Tingwan. Lu Yizhou cast a sidelong glance at the individual sitting alone on the single sofa, his tone low, aren't you going to check on your girlfriend? Ji Shangheng sprang from the single sofa to the long one, what you can't see won't hurt you, understand? Lu Yizhou regarded him with an arched brow. Ji Shangheng chuckled and leaned over to thank Shin Tingwan, thank you, Mississippi. Those three words made Lu Yizhou's ears nearly twitch. When he had questioned Ji Shangheng earlier, Ji Shangheng had responded, Miss is a term of endearment. It doesn't literally mean calling someone sister, got it? Endearing, using that term for him? No trouble at all, just a small favor, Shin Tingwan replied with a smile, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. Ji Shangheng suddenly felt that his previous definition of sweetness had been rather narrow. It turned out that a person with such a gentle smile could make one feel as if they had a piece of candy in their mouth. It must be his second brother. Lu Yizhou observed the seemingly endless antics of Ji Shangheng, tapping his elevated leg towards him. Dinner is over, are you not leaving? Well then, that was a clear eviction notice. Ji Shangheng glanced at the time incredulously before turning to Lu Yizhou, elder brother, it's not even 7 yet. Lu Yizhou glanced at his phone, his voice nonchalant, if you miss your elder brother, go to his place. Ji Shangheng. This was indeed an eviction notice. Ji Shangheng stood up in a huff. He waved toward Zhang Situang, who had just descended the stairs, let us go. Zhang Situang, Shin Tingwan rose as well, her good upbringing compelling her to maintain decorum, even though she did not consider herself the hostess. Lu Yizhou lounged on the sofa, displaying no intention of moving. Shin Tingwan found herself in a dilemma. Should she go see them off? After hesitating for barely 2 seconds, the person opposite her plopped back down with a thud. I'm not leaving. If you tell me to go, I absolutely won't. It would be too embarrassing. Shin Tingwan did. What was the point of standing up then? Zhang Situang had never witnessed this side of Ji Shangheng. Most of the time, he was carefree, but this childishness was unexpected. She recalled the last time abroad, Ji Shangheng had displayed a similar inclination in front of Lu Yizhou, though not to this extent. Were it not for the fact that Lu Yizhou was only a few years his senior, she might have suspected they were parent and child. Lu Yizhou shot a cold glance at Ji Shangheng, who had settled back down. About what I mentioned earlier, go take care of it immediately. Ji Shangheng wore a look of deep grievance. How many times have I been your scapegoat in childhood? What's wrong with you helping me once? Louis Zhou turned to him, his gaze implying, are you serious? Ji Shangheng opened his mouth, sounding quite wronged. When I was 5. Oh, I was 5, and you were 7. You scratched Uncle Lou's newly bought car, and I stood up and took the blame. And when you were 12, you got into a fight with someone outside school. I called people to help you later. When Grandpa Lou came home to scold you, I said it was them bullying me, so Grandpa Lou didn't hit you. Then in your senior year of high school, you brought your girlfriend home, and when Aunt Lou found out, I stood up and said she was my classmate, so you didn't get scolded. As Ji Shangheng recounted, he grew increasingly indignant, sprawling across the sofa. Look at how great it is to be a younger brother. What about you as an older brother? You can't even help with a little thing. It's outrageous, truly outrageous. Ji Shangheng wallowed in his own lamentations, only to be kicked by someone. Was he to be met with such ruthlessness and then face physical retaliation? Just as he was about to spring up, a cold laugh came from beside him. Louis Zhou looked at him, his voice laced with an eerie calm. Firstly, about that incident when you were 7. Oh, I was 7, and you were 5. The new car my dad bought, it was you, lying on my back, scratching it with the iron rod you were carrying that hadn't yet lost its sharp edges. Ji Shangheng. Louis Zhou regarded him with an amused glimmer in his eyes. Secondly, regarding the fight I had at 14, had you not called the academic director, Grandpa would never have known, and I wouldn't have been punished. Ji Shangheng. But, you with that girl, it was me, you only. Louis Zhou uncrossed his leg, extending his hand to point at Ji Shangheng's eyes with a firm tap. She pursued me. Does that mean I was in a relationship? Ji Shangheng looked at him incredulously. Impossible, you're just evading responsibility. You brought her home. He spoke with conviction. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand. He had come home after school, hoping Louis Zhou would take him to play basketball, only to find the two of them tangled up, Louis Zhou even putting something in the girl's backpack. That envelope clearly contained a love letter. Louis Zhou let out a cold snicker, his gaze dripping with disdain. I'm not you, daring to do something yet unwilling to take responsibility. Ji Shangheng. You're just evading responsibility. You even put a love letter in the girl's backpack. I saw it. Louis Zhou dismissed the accusation with a wave of his hand, reclining comfortably against the sofa's back. That was something she gave me, which I didn't want. If I don't return it, should I keep it as a memento? Then why didn't you tell Auntie at the time? Auntie scolded you, and you didn't deny it, did you? Louis Zhou looked at him, speechless. The girl was right there. Should I have told the truth? Doesn't the girl care about her dignity? Ji Shangheng, but he slumped back against the sofa, resigned to his fate, leaning back as if to soften the blow. Second brother, my dear second brother, what will it take for you to help me? My dad said if I get into another scandal, he'll cut off my allowance. Ji Shangheng nearly begged, on the verge of tears. Louis Zhou glanced at him, not outright rejecting him as before. Ji Shangheng sensed a glimmer of hope, sitting up straight in anticipation. Louis Zhou tapped his fingers lightly 3 times, a smirk gracing his lips as he looked over at Shen Tingwan, who had been watching the commotion with great interest. Ask your sister-in-law. If she doesn't mind, then you need to issue a statement. Ji Shangheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was he to ask? Sister-in-law? Was his second brother being serious? Chapter 21. Just love being called sister. It wasn't only Ji Shangheng whose eyes widened in astonishment. To be precise, apart from Louis Zhou, all 3 others were equally taken aback. Shen Tingwan tilted her head slightly, her expression stiff, as she regarded Louis Zhou, who appeared utterly unconcerned, his face adorned with a playful smirk. Come here. I have something to say. Louis Zhou uncrossed his leisurely legs and leaned forward, yet, Shen Tingwan stood up instead, casting a puzzled glance at the man reclining on the single sofa, whose upper body was almost draped over the armrest. Shen Tingwan, Louis Zhou, he turned his arm to grab a glass of water from the table, feigning a sip. Shen Tingwan's eyes widened even further, only upon swallowing did Louis Zhou realize that it was not his own plain water. The vibrant pink hue revealed that only Shen Tingwan was drinking strawberry juice. Louis Zhou licked his lips, savoring the strawberry sweetness. Meanwhile, Shen Tingwan's cheeks began to bloom with a rosy tint reminiscent of strawberries. Ji Shangheng, witnessing the unfolding scene, was utterly dumbfounded. One hand covered his mouth as he watched Shen Tingwan, having risen first, tugging the man still seated on the sofa. Despite the apparent disparity in their strengths, she managed to pull him along effortlessly. Louis Zhou was led by Shen Tingwan's grip on his wrist from the living room to the balcony on the first floor. Once inside, she carefully closed the glass door behind them. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow at her, a knowing expression on his face. What is so important that we must discuss it here? Shen Tingwan's mind was still echoing the word sister-in-law. This term wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Lu Yao had been calling her that for 3 years. However, it felt different. She was a member of the Lu family. During their secret marriage, they had agreed that aside from the Lu family, no one else could be informed. Telling anyone among those surrounding the Lu family was almost akin to making a public announcement. He was Lu Yizhou, the future heir of the Lu family. His marriage and the future mistress of the Lu family could never remain discreet. Lu Yizhou, what do you mean by this? Shen Tingwan had been reluctant to ponder over it in the past few days, choosing to believe that matters were not as simple and straightforward as they seemed. Everyone had their own considerations, though she was unsure what value she could possibly hold for Lu Yizhou. The only thought she could muster was that the elders of the Lu family rather liked her, treating her as one of their own. Beyond that, she couldn't fathom any other motive for Lu Yizhou's current behavior. Lu Yizhou did not respond immediately. Standing beside a potted plant, he fiddled with its leaves, his tone casual. It's nothing significant. After uttering those simple 5 words, he noticed the silence on the opposite side and lifted his gaze. The person before him had slightly furrowed brows, her expression clearly conveying reluctance. The reluctance was evident, and Lu Yizhou felt an inexplicable irritation welling up within him. He flicked at a newly grown green leaf, which trembled briefly under his touch before stabilizing. His voice grew heavier, the playful demeanor fading. What's wrong with him calling me brother and you sister-in-law? I just prefer it when they call you sister. This statement was both reasonable and perplexing. Shen Tingwan took a step sideways, unwilling to engage in further banter with him. Choosing to be direct, she struck at the heart of the matter. Lu Yizhou, when can we finalize the divorce procedures? Lu Yizhou looked at her, reflecting on the past 3 days since returning home. In their 3 encounters, the word divorce had arisen each time. Did he truly hinder her so? Shen Tingwan didn't wait for his reply. We can handle the divorce first, then find the right moment to inform Grandpa and the others. She realized that waiting for his consideration would only complicate matters further. Resolving the core issue, Shen Tingwan thought, would eliminate these awkward little troubles. Perhaps it was due to still being somewhat ensnared in the previous scene. She felt rather out of sorts. After settling the paperwork, she hoped to take a break and go on a vacation to refresh her spirit. Preparing herself for the next project, she genuinely cherished the power of the world and wished to pursue it with her utmost vigor. Lu Yizhou observed the calmness with which she expressed her urgency, his gaze darkening. He turned to look at the woman standing in the living room, his voice chillingly serious. You don't believe me? I hardly know her. Shen Tingwan lifted her gaze, first glancing at Lu Yizhou. It took her 2 seconds to comprehend who she referred to. It dawned on her where the misunderstanding lay. It turned out Lu Yizhou did not wish to be the scapegoat for infidelity within marriage. But what did they even constitute as a marriage? Shen Tingwan's expression remained shallow. Divorce has nothing to do with this, Lu Yizhou countered. Then what does it relate to? What indeed? Shen Tingwan paused. We have no feelings for each other. Lu Yizhou regarded her intently. Then who do you have feelings for? Shen Tingwan. We are discussing our own affairs. Shen Tingwan felt the conversation veering off course. Lu Yizhou's irritation grew as he noted her evasion of the matter. He recalled their phone conversation that day, where she had similarly diverted the topic to Zhang Sidong, and then it had fizzled out. Lu Yizhou let out a cold laugh. Shen Tingwan sensed his displeasure, which oddly mirrored her previous quarrel with Song Yilong. Surely, she must have misjudged the situation. Although she and Lu Yizhou had known each other for 3 years and had been married for 3 years, their encounters could be counted on one hand. Moreover, Lu Yizhou had always favored sweet, charming girls, as Gao Junmei had mentioned since childhood. As Lu Yizhou locked eyes with her, there was not a flicker of emotion within his gaze. In these past few days, their inexplicable tension seemed to dissipate entirely, like leaves scattered by the wind outside. Lu Yizhou turned to leave, providing a succinct response as he passed her. Next Monday, we'll finalize the paperwork. Shen Tingwan nodded, and Lu Yizhou stepped out first. Ji Xiangheng spotted the two emerging from the balcony, one following the other. After a few steps, he discerned the look of discontent on Lu Yizhou's face. Hey, brother, we're all good now, so we'll be on our way. Zhang Sidong's gaze fell upon Shen Tingwan, who stood a few paces behind Lu Yizhou, her demeanor as consistently composed as ever. It was as if she were unfazed by anything, embodying true freedom. Zhang Sidong felt a twinge of envy. Perhaps it was a long-standing envy. Shen Tingwan sensed her gaze and met her eyes briefly. Zhang Sidong flashed her customary sweet smile, gesturing to her attire. This is your dress, I'll buy a new one to return it. No need, it was just a casual purchase, don't worry about it. Ji Xiangheng led Zhang Sidong away. Shen Tingwan accompanied Lu Yizhou to the door, then retreated to her own room. After a refreshing shower, she resumed watching the movie she hadn't finished earlier that afternoon. With her eyes closed, she allowed sleepiness to wash over her, having recently experienced a disruption in her biological clock due to the erratic filming schedule. After 20 minutes, she finally drifted into a hazy slumber, her senses heightened as she lay there. The sound of a car engine starting filtered through the small gap in the window from the courtyard. She turned over, facing away from the window, and succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 22. Concealing affection. When Lu Yizhou arrived at Junyue, Fu Bingyan and the others were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The gathering of a few young gentlemen was relatively quiet, and Lu Yizhou chose a solitary sofa to settle into. Second brother, whiskey? Lu Yizhou nodded, and Fu Bingyan poured a generous measure into his glass. Having consumed several drinks already, Fu Bingyan bore a slight flush, and his laughter carried an element of foolishness. Second brother, young Master Ji mentioned that you have a hidden beauty? As Ji Shangheng returned from the restroom, he was taken aback upon entering, standing frozen at the door. Fu Xiaoyan, did we not agree to keep this under wraps? Fu Bingyan glanced towards the entrance. I haven't disclosed it to anyone else. I merely sought to confirm the veracity of your words. It would have been better had he confided in others instead. Just 3 hours prior, he had been thumping his chest, assuring Lu Yizhou of his discretion, especially since it was a matter entrusted by second brother. Yet, he turned around only to be sold out by Fu Bingyan. That rascal. From this moment on, second brother would undoubtedly favor Fu Bingyan even more. What a green tea, truly despicable. Lu Yizhou held his glass with one hand, swirling it as he cast a glance at the figure lingering at the door. Discreet, are you? Ji Shangheng nodded vigorously, only to shake his head in exasperation. Especially regarding my affairs, I must remain tight-lipped? He dashed to the sofa, wrapping his arms around the leg of the person before him. Brother, I was wrong. It was Fu Bingyan who threatened me. Oh? Lu Yizhou raised the glass to his lips. Ji Shangheng, with an air of guilt, confessed, I merely mentioned that second brother had invited me to dinner alone, and then Fu Xiaoyan didn't believe it, questioning what use it was for you to dine with me, so, I explained it was because of the scandal involving Zhang Sidong, and they inquired if you truly had feelings for Zhang Sidong. I simply said you no longer favored that type, that your tastes had shifted, now preferring the cool and ethereal beauty. When they pressed for a description of such a beauty, I showed them a still from your sister-in-law's drama. Lu Yizhou shifted his leg, pushing Ji Shangheng aside. Sensing the distance, Ji Shangheng moved closer, tightening his embrace. Lu Yizhou's throat bobbed slightly as he tossed the empty glass onto the table, his tone low and somber. From now on, she is no longer your sister-in-law. Ji Shangheng froze on the floor. Beside him, Fu Bingyan kicked at his backside, taunting, well then, young Master Ji, from this day forth, we are no longer brothers. Second brother has decreed you are no longer my brother. Fu Bingyan relished the opportunity to add insult to injury. The two were of the same age, having competed against each other since childhood. While Fu Bingyan reveled in his triumph, a sudden slap resounded against his forehead. Lu Yizhou, with an inscrutable expression, remarked, what sort of thought process is this? Have you gone daft from doing business? Ji Shangheng, sitting on the ground, was overwhelmed with joy, unable to restrain himself from exerting his arms. However, he was swiftly pushed back down. Both sat in stunned silence, uncertain whether to mock one another or to lament their own fates. It was Lin Xuan who, having witnessed the unfolding drama, broke the peculiar stalemate. So, what now? Upon learning this, have you severed ties? Lu Yizhou poured himself another drink, remaining silent. How could one even define a severance? Moreover, it wasn't merely a break, it was a complete separation. Lin Xuan, waiting for an answer that never came, observed Lu Yizhou's rare expression of vexation, curiosity piqued. This was Lu Yizhou, a man pursued by countless admirers throughout his youth. Was there truly someone who could elude his grasp? He recalled the image Ji Shangheng had just shown on his phone, a figure clad in a pristine white dress, resembling a fairy. Was it true that Lu Yizhou had developed a taste for such ethereal beings, and that this fairy held no interest in his good friend? Bro, is this for real? Have things escalated to this extent? Before Lu Yizhou could respond, Ji Shangheng eagerly confirmed, you already know? Lu Yizhou found it amusing. How could he know something of which he himself was unaware? Lin Xuan offered a hand to Ji Shangheng, helping him to his feet. Ji Shangheng, brushing off the chill from his backside, lamented the lack of heating despite the passage of months. Facing Lin Xuan, he presented his somewhat vague yet detailed evidence. Second brother has even asked me to call her sister-in-law. When he was with Yan Ran, he never requested such a thing from me. At the mention of those words, Lu Yizhou felt an acute discomfort. He lifted his gaze at Ji Shangheng, retorting, your mouth truly deserves to be stitched shut. Ji Shangheng retreated a few steps, instinctively covering his mouth. The imagery was painful to contemplate. Lin Xuan turned back to retrieve his drink, settling into a nearby spot. Lu Yizhou cast him a glance, uttering a curt, no further discussion. Since that day, Shen Tingwan had not encountered Lu Yizhou again. Each day, she indulged in films, exercised, and enjoyed the nurturing care of Anchu, living a life that was both swift and comfortable. On the day following her move, Gao Junmei paid her a visit. Shen Tingwan offered vague responses, acknowledging that the paperwork needed to be processed, but further discussions would indeed require a conversation with Louis Zhou. The elders of the Lu family had been exceedingly kind to her, and she could not bear to disappoint them. Fortunately, Gao Junmei was somewhat preoccupied that day and did not linger long. Before leaving, she gazed at the lawn and remarked, "Wouldn't it be better to plant some flowers in this yard rather than just grass?" Shen Tingwan smiled softly and replied, "He dotes on Xiaoyao. No mother wishes to hear praises of her child's affection, nor of a brother's indulgence towards his sister." Gao Junmei chuckled, grasping her hand, suddenly recalling something. "But Shaowan, will the construction be noisy? You've finally obtained some rest, why not come stay at our house for a while?" The house referred to was the residence of Lu Mufeng and Gao Junmei, situated in another villa district not too far from Xiushan. Shen Tingwan surveyed the unfamiliar courtyard, realizing she wouldn't be staying long. It was likely that by the time work commenced, she would have already returned to her home at Bihua Court. She curved her lips into a smile. "Mother, it's quite all right." Shen Tingwan possessed a naturally cool demeanor, yet her words carried a gentle warmth, likely a result of growing up alongside Wen Mian, imbued with the softness characteristic of a girl from the southern waters. Gao Junmei felt a surge of pride, thinking that a brief separation was akin to a new marriage. Though it was not truly a separation, it was indeed a new union. Look at them, they would surely end up together, and as they spent time together, their feelings would inevitably blossom. With their qualities in every aspect, it would be strange if they did not attract one another. Given the current circumstances, their relationship was bound to heat up rapidly. It seemed that the prospect of grandchildren could soon be on the agenda. Gao Junmei chuckled heartily within, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Very well, you two decide for yourselves. Izhou has several properties under his name that are ready for immediate occupancy. You may choose another if you wish. Young people often prefer to live independently, sharing space with the elderly can be inconvenient." Gao Junmei held Shen Tingwan's hand, offering a few more words of advice. Shen Tingwan responded affirmatively to each suggestion, and only then did Gao Junmei depart, satisfied, and enter her vehicle. On Sunday afternoon, Shen Tingwan packed her belongings and left the Xiushan villa. Having brought little with her, she drove back to Bihua Court. After reorganizing her items, she sent a WeChat message to Louis Zhou. "Mr. Lu, shall we meet directly at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow? How does 10 o'clock sound?" Chapter 23 is such a good thing. Lu's building. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when Shan Chengming entered with the freshly minted market report. Wang Jinkon was now brimming with pride, having established a solid presence in the overseas market. With performance metrics looking promising, he could afford to leave work on time every day, basking in the distance of authority. Yet, he alone, as the esteemed general's trusted left and right hand, found himself toiling away in both domestic and international spheres. Reflecting on his bank balance and the latest paycheck, he thought to himself, if not now, when should I strive harder? Hearing the commotion from the newcomer, Louis Zhou did not even lift his head. At this hour, the only person permitted entry into his office was his assistant. Amr.Lu, the quarterly report is out, Shan Chengming announced, placing the document on the left side of the desk, where unsigned papers lay, while the right was occupied with completed tasks. He moved to gather the large stack of finished documents, finally freeing his phone from beneath them. As he inadvertently brushed against the device, the screen illuminated, revealing a notification of unread messages. The boss, seated in his chair, was deeply engrossed in his work. Shan Chengming took a responsible glance and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up, "Boss, it's a message from your wife." The focused individual turned his head slightly. The notification box displayed only one new message, devoid of any details. Louis Zhou set down his pen and picked up the briefly illuminated phone. It was the first time Shan Chengming had witnessed his boss being checked up on. Given the time, he surmised it was indeed a message of inquiry. It seemed the days of working late were soon to be behind him. Now that Louis Zhou had a family, it was only natural that he wouldn't continue living at the office as he once did. Although, in truth, the past few days had been overwhelmingly busy. It was no exaggeration. Today was Sunday, and he had worked past 10 o'clock, an alarming testament to the intensity of his workload. "Boss, shall I arrange for a car?" Shan Chengming inquired, his arms laden with documents obstructing his view, thus he failed to notice the icy gaze of his superior. He waited in vain for a response, then shifted the papers just enough to expose one eye before hastily vacating the premises. If not now, when, upon reading Shen Tingwan's message, the pent-up frustration of the past few days erupted within Louis Zhou. Divorce, 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 was this all she could think about? What had he done to irritate her so? Before he returned to the country, everything had seemed fine, she had never broached the subject of divorce. Yet, barely a few days into his return, she was so impatient. Was it his appearance that had displeased her? Louis Zhou experienced a sensation he had never felt in 27 years, being scorned. He lit a cigarette and stepped toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gripping the lighter and cigarette pack so tightly that it began to warp. After what felt like an eternity of trepidation, Shan Changming finally witnessed the office door swing open from within. Louis Zhou, with his jacket draped over his arm, passed by him, leaving a lingering scent of smoke in his wake. "Boss, should I arrange for a driver?" Shan Changming asked. "No need," Louis Zhou replied curtly. As he spoke, Shan Changming extended the key to the Bugatti Veyron, the car his boss favored to drive himself. Upon arriving at the Junhua, Louis Zhou found the scene was chaotic, with the table strewn with bottles of liquor in disarray. Aside from Lin Xuan, who appeared somewhat sober, the other two had collapsed onto the sofa in various states of inebriation. "Why are you so late? Everyone's already dispersed." Louis Zhou had received word of today's gathering at noon but had initially intended to skip it. His mood had been manageable until now. Leaning over, he opened a bottle of wine, pouring 2 glasses, then loosened his tie before settling down nearby. The sleeping Fu Bingyan was still raising his glass in his dreams. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, eyeing the remaining bottle on the table. This bottle, the Remy Martin Louis XIII cognac, left until last precisely because it was the strongest. Before Lin Xuan could comment on its potency, Louis Zhou took a swig. As he felt the burn slide down his throat, Lin Xuan subtly shifted back. He glanced at the two who were fast asleep and regretted not joining them sooner. Louis Zhou nodded towards the glass of liquor on the table. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xuan reached out. "This is my second round, I can only manage 1 drink." The person across from him ignored him, raising their glass for a clinking toast. Lin Xuan thought, "Is this a mute, or a mute determined to drink heavily?" Shin Tingwan set an alarm for 9 o'clock. Her proximity to the Civil Affairs Bureau was advantageous, a mere 30-minute drive. Having not received a reply from Louis Zhou until bedtime, she planned to call him before heading out. To avoid waiting in vain, however, she assumed he must have seen the message. In this day and age, who could go an entire night without checking their phone? As for why he hadn't replied, that was not a concern for her. Perhaps, individuals with such intensive workloads simply defaulted to silence when they did not respond. Regardless, completing the procedure would not take long. When the alarm rang, she lingered a moment, cuddled in her blanket before rising to a seated position. After a few more minutes of hesitation, she finally forced herself out of bed, knowing today was important. Just as she finished brushing her teeth and washing her face, the doorbell rang. Shin Tingwan was perplexed. The only people who could visit her home were her assistant, Xiaoxia, and the housekeeper, Anchen. Recalling an incident from a year ago, she felt a twinge of wariness. Grabbing a vase from the shelf, she quietly approached the door. Yet, she was not truly frightened. Bihua Garden offered excellent privacy, and there were plenty of residents within the circle, none of whom had reported any troubles. Moreover, the security was quite robust. If she pressed the emergency button, help would arrive within 4 to 5 minutes. Peering through the peephole, she still could not discern anyone outside when a voice called out, "Sister-in-law, it's me." "Are you home?" Louis Yao appeared somewhat flustered, knocking on the door impatiently. When he received no response, Shin Tingwan, holding the vase in one hand, opened the door with the other. Louis Yao rushed in, dressed in her school uniform, followed closely by a young girl. "Sister-in-law, quickly close the door." Shin Tingwan complied, placing the vase on the entryway table, her face etched with concern as she regarded the two on the sofa. "Yao, shouldn't you be in school at this hour?" This was Louis Yao's first visit to Bihua Garden. Had she not overheard Lu Xingrong seeking assistance for Shin Tingwan's move, she would have remained oblivious to how close her sister-in-law lived to her school. Pouring a glass of lemonade for the panting young girl, Shin Tingwan handed one to each of them. When Tong Xian saw Shin Tingwan at the door, her mind briefly short-circuited. Had she escaped to her idol's home? What a stroke of luck! Louis Yao gulped down a large glass in one go, setting it down before turning to her companion. Chapter 24. You call the shot. Seated behind Louis Yao, Tong Xian had just taken a sip when she caught sight of her idol's expression, prompting her to hastily wave her hands. "President 1, Louis Yao is helping me." She didn't mean it. In her fluster, water from her cup arched and spilled out. Louis Yao reached for a tissue to wipe it up, but Tong Xian quickly took it from her. "Thank you, Louis Yao." The tone of her voice made it evident that the two were not particularly close. Shin Tingwan poured herself a glass of water and found a spot to sit. As Louis Yao observed the individual beside her, she suddenly realized she had just heard an intriguing form of address. "You call me," almost letting slip the term sister-in-law, she abruptly corrected herself, "you call me sister, what?" Upon hearing this title, Tong Xian, still damp, was momentarily too stunned to wipe herself dry. "Sister? President 1 is your sister?" Louis Yao confirmed that she had not misheard. Her gentle sister-in-law possessed such a commanding title. She turned to look at Shin Tingwan, who displayed no hint of surprise on her face. Clearly, this was a little secret between an idol and her fan. Leaning back, Lu Yao surveyed her surroundings. This girl's home exuded a unique warmth. It was precisely the time of day when the sun shone brightly, casting its warm hues through the balcony and making the light cream-colored abode even cozier. Shen Tingwan glanced at Lu Yao, noting the young girl beside her, who wore an expression of both curiosity and bashfulness that struck her as somewhat familiar. Having met many people in the filming crew, she often struggled with face recognition, frequently failing to recognize individuals upon their second encounter. Turning her attention back to Lu Yao, she inquired about the altercation. "Who did you fight with? Why was there a fight?" Lu Yao's recollection of the earlier incident ignited her anger. "I fought with a scumbag because he was despicable." The answer seemed both revealing and vague. "Were you injured?" Shen Tingwan asked, inspecting her. "No, do they even dare to lay a finger on me?" Shen Tingwan then turned her gaze to Tong Xian. "What about you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Just then, Lu Yao, who had been slumped, suddenly sat up straight and grasped the arm of the person beside her. As she pushed up her school uniform, a circle of red marks appeared on her wrist. Lu Yao became even angrier. That foolish idiot. At this point, Shen Tingwan understood the unfolding events. The campus bully had taken a liking to the adorable girl. After his confession was rejected, he publicly made things difficult for her. The female hero, witnessing the injustice on her way to school, had intervened. This was indeed something Lu Yao was capable of, yet, how could she have been pursued beyond the school grounds? Lu Yao retrieved an intricately bordered envelope from her pocket and slapped it down on the table with a thud. Tong Xian began to explain. Xian Weifei said it was because I was in a romantic relationship with him. He threatened to tell the entire school, and then Lu Yao snatched the love letter I had just returned to him, and they kept chasing us, so Lu Yao brought me here. Upon hearing this, Shen Tingwan turned her attention to Lu Yao. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with determination. "I want to turn this love letter into a gigantic poster and display it in our school's notice board." Shen Tingwan to Lu Yao, brimming with pride, declared, "Xian Wei's pathetic handwriting is evidence." "What a scumbag! Just because he confessed, does he think she must accept? Does he think he is handsome or academically accomplished? His brain seems underdeveloped. He is the only one who sees himself as someone significant. Copying others' love letters and using such ugly paper." Lu Yao rambled on, her dissatisfaction culminating in a glare at the gaudy pink border of the envelope. "Shen Tingwan, is this how she usually speaks at school?" Shen Tingwan inquired. Tong Xian nodded, barely containing her laughter. She was even harsher when speaking to them earlier. Shen Tingwan. No wonder Gao Junmei remarked that only old Master Lu treats his granddaughter like a girl. After grasping the entire situation, Shen Tingwan recalled that she had intended to head out. She glanced at the two young girls on the sofa, realizing she ought to return them to school. Skipping class was not a commendable habit. Rising to her feet, she announced, "I'll take you back to school." Lu Yao tilted her head back. "Let us find a copy shop on the way." "What do we need a copy shop for?" Shen Tingwan asked, bemused. Lu Yao disdainfully lifted the gaudy pink-bordered envelope. "To print the poster." Shen Tingwan, fully equipped with her hat and mask, she grabbed her keys and led the girls toward the garage while sending another message to the persistent individual who had yet to reply. "Mr. Lu, I have an urgent matter, can we reschedule for the afternoon?" In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Changming stared at the grand lettering on the building, hardly daring to breathe. A sudden notification sound from the backseat drew his attention to the rearview mirror. The expression of someone who had previously seemed indifferent now appeared somewhat softened. "Return to the company." The person in the backseat glanced at the message, casually toying with the phone in hand. Lin Chengming's breath hitched, while the usually silent driver responded smoothly, "Understood, boss." After a pause of an hour, the Lincoln slowly pulled away. Throughout the journey, Shen Tingwan listened to Lu Yao's incessant murmurs. "Why is there not a single copy shop on this road?" Upon finishing her sentence, she leaned closer to the phone holder, checking the remaining distance on the navigation. They were less than a kilometer from the school, yet no larger copy shop was in sight. The one near their school offered only limited services, primarily photocopying test papers, which she scoffed at. As Lu Yao was about to shift her gaze back to the roadside, the navigation app emitted a ding. A new message notification caught Lu Yao's attention, igniting her curiosity. Suddenly, a loud cut echoed in the car as they halted at a red light. Shen Tingwan turned to the passenger seat, and Lu Yao, glancing at her phone, scoffed, deeply scheming, that wretched man. Following her gaze, Shen Tingwan looked at her own phone, noticing that the new message had already reverted to the small icon at the top. Just as she reached for it, the red light changed to green. Her focus shifted back to driving, and the next stop would be at the school entrance. After Lu Yao and Tong Xian exited the vehicle, Shen Tingwan rolled down the window and called out to the still hopeful individual, "Head straight back to school. Skipping class is not a good habit. Didn't we say we must study diligently?" Lu Yao, eager to inquire at the small copy shop, pondered whether they might have expanded their services to poster making. "And remember, while it's commendable to stand up against injustice, you must ensure your own safety." Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Shen Tingwan, still feeling a twinge of concern, suggested, "Shall we ask your mother?" Lu Yao strategically retreated. No, how could I trouble her with such a trivial matter?" In a flash, Lu Yao tugged at Tong Xian, who was still glancing back, and they dashed off, leaving Shen Tingwan waving goodbye to Tong Xian. Suddenly, it struck her where she had seen this adorable girl before. It was the little fan at the tea house, waving once more. She only resumed her drive after witnessing the two girls enter the school. As she picked up her phone to navigate again, she noticed an unread message from Louis Zhou, which had prompted Lu Yao's earlier snark. "You call the shots." Staring at those 4 words, Shen Tingwan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 25 Encounter. Having ventured out, Shen Tingwan did not return home directly. It had been quite some time since she last saw Chen Man, so she arranged to meet her. Now serving as the leading agent at Hay Films, Chen Man was occupied with more than just Shen Tingwan. Although Shen Tingwan held a respectable position, her participation in events and endorsement deals paled in comparison to others at her level, as she often found herself immersed in filming. "Why aren't you resting at home? What do you want with me?" Chen Man teased her as usual. Shen Tingwan maneuvered her car to a less obstructive spot, still lingering at the school entrance, where the sycamore trees had shed most of their leaves, leaving only a sparse scattering in this late autumn. She harbored an aversion to autumn, which evoked a profound sense of desolation and solitude. "Any progress on the power of authority?" With Chen Man, Shen Tingwan preferred to cut straight to the chase. They were not only friends but also partners. A moment of silence followed on the other end, interrupted by the sound of liquid being poured. Drinking in broad daylight, Shen Tingwan surmised that Chen Man had been exceedingly busy lately. Before the latter could respond, she empathetically added, "I don't mean to pressure you, I simply have a great fondness for that script and wish to pursue it if possible." Chen Man chuckled softly. She understood that Shen Tingwan was concerned about placing undue stress on her. Their roles were well defined. Shen Tingwan exhibited exceptional acting skills, while Chen Man was responsible for securing the role Shen Tingwan desired. Neither had ever faltered in their partnership, yet this time, circumstances were different. Lu Ming is undoubtedly leaning in your favor. The casting for this script had taken over a month, and among the more than 100 auditioning, Lu Ming had selected Shen Tingwan. Drafting of the letter of intent was about to commence when capital interests intervened. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, but Shen Tingwan had always managed to maintain her own and her company's integrity. If Chen Man was unable to navigate this, there was still Liang Shi. President Liang has reached out to Lu Ming's nephew and even suggested he could facilitate part of the investment, but after all, he is the heir of the Lu family. Chen Man continued to mitigate the situation, while Shen Tingwan, hands resting on the steering wheel, suddenly recalled something that felt amiss. The heir of the Lu family, wasn't he Louis Zhou unrelated to Zhang Sidong? Could it be that Louis Zhou was aiding Ji Shangheng? Shen Tingwan remained silent, and Chen Man, sensing her hesitation, inquired, "I have a few other promising scripts that have come my way. Would you like me to send them to you?" After a brief pause, Shen Tingwan's response startled her. "Chen Jie, I will reach out to the investors myself." After partnering with Shen Tingwan for so long, this was the first time Chen Man had heard her express a desire to contact investors directly. After all, dealing with non-professionals rarely boded well for female artists. Chen Man stammered, momentarily taken aback. Shen Tingwan's tone was subdued. She too felt a lack of confidence. After all, Zhang Sidong was Ji Shangheng's girlfriend, and she was merely a stranger with whom she had shared a fleeting encounter. "I happen to know Zhang Sitong's boyfriend, so I'll have a word with him." "It can't hurt to try." "You know Louis Zhou?" Shen Tingwan almost missed the nuance in the question. Just as she was about to affirm, she suddenly realized, no, Zhang Sitong's boyfriend is not Louis Zhou. This was the second time Chen Man had been taken aback during their conversation. What insider knowledge did Shen Tingwan possess that eluded her? Aside from filming, Shen Tingwan had little communication within the industry. "How do you know?" Chen Man pressed again. Shen Tingwan deftly responded, "I happened to see him." It was indeed a chance encounter, and she had indeed seen him. Just as Chen Man was about to probe further, another phone on her desk rang. "This troublesome lad, what mischief has he gotten into now?" The moment Chen Man saw that the caller was Jiang Shiye, she felt a headache coming on. Shen Tingwan overheard Chen Man's flustered voice, then you should take care of it, Shen Jie. After hanging up, she regretted not having left a contact number for Ji Shangheng after their encounter at the Xiushan villa. She hesitated, pulling out her phone and staring at the chat with Louis Zhou, but ultimately set it aside. With a divorce looming, it hardly seemed appropriate to seek assistance. Shen Tingwan opted to drive directly to the Ji family's premises. Ji Shangheng had spent the night sprawled awkwardly at the Junyue Hotel, and by morning, his neck was subtly aching. My dear brothers, I must say, upon seeing my younger brother sleeping like that, weren't you even tempted to adjust him? The message sent out fell into silence among the four-member group chat. Unperturbed, Ji Shangheng clicked on the profile of his arch-rival, Fu Bingyan, intending to tag him but accidentally pressed too quickly, resulting in a mere poke. The other party patted your head and said, "Don't get involved." Ji Shangheng. Another day of being targeted. Xiao Ji, lunch is served. His assistant swayed gracefully into the room, carrying a lunchbox. Ji Shangheng glanced over. The food appeared tasteless. What's wrong? Not to your liking? Tina's voice was sweet enough to extract sugar. Upon hearing her melodic tone, Ji Shangheng's mood lifted slightly. I suppose I'll manage to eat it. Tina entered and exited with her usual grace. As Ji Shangheng consumed his bland lunch, he observed the deafening silence in the group chat and slammed his phone shut in frustration. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Ji Shangheng, feeling irritable, exclaimed, "Who is it?" Tina, with her sweet smile, stood at the entrance. Xiao Ji, there is a lady downstairs seeking an audience with you. The charming Xiao Ji was frequently sought after, and she always had to inquire whether the visitor warranted his attention. Yet this time, it seemed Xiao Ji had developed a taste for something different. The lady downstairs was dressed conservatively, yet her aura of cool detachment was unmistakable. Previously, every visitor seeking Xiao Ji had been sugary sweet. Ma'am, do you have an appointment? Ji Shangheng inquired, spooning food into his mouth. I do not have an appointment. As soon as the words left her lips, Ji Shangheng nearly flung his spoon away. If you have no appointment, then I shall not meet you. Is that not clear? Tina retained her sweet demeanor. She mentioned that she met you a few days ago at the Xiushan villa. Perhaps you remember. Xiushan villa, Ji Shangheng furrowed his brows slightly. Wasn't he that his second brother's villa? After a morning plagued by a hangover, his mind was somewhat muddled. A gentle pat to his head reminded him, yes, his second brother had invited him for a meal but had yet to call Fu Bingyan, the foolish fellow. Who else had attended that day? Zheng Sidong, the one who had been relentlessly pursuing him for a settlement, and there was another person, he had seen her. Oh, right, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The person his second brother had referred to as his sister-in-law, Shen Tingwan. Tina observed the furrowed brows and self-inflicted slaps of the man behind the desk, sensing something was amiss. Had she known, she would have refrained from notifying him. Had she recognized her sooner, she could have called her directly instead of sending them upstairs to inquire. It was truly a lapse in judgment. She forced a sweet chuckle, intending to excuse herself to send the lady away, but before she could take a step back, she witnessed the man at the table abruptly stand. Startled, her sweet smile faltered. Please, do come in. Tina's eyes widened, her freshly double-lidded eyes nearly popping out. All right, I'll go right away. She quickly turned, only to be halted by Ji Shangheng's voice. Ji Shangheng tossed his spoon into the lunchbox. No need for that, I will go down to greet her. Chapter 26. Location. Send me. As Ji Shangheng stepped out of the elevator, he spotted a person seated in the lobby, clad in a full set of protective gear. Shen Tingwan, donning a hat and mask, was turning her head to gaze out the window. The Ji Corporation building boasted a prime location, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, and at this hour, the streets were bustling with a myriad of hurried individuals. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Ji Shangheng, who never dared to neglect Louis Zhou, thought it prudent to tread carefully. After all, one could never tell if this unyielding individual was merely being swayed by whispers of persuasion. If he were to outmaneuver Fu Bingyan and secure his sister-in-law's favor first, it would only be natural for his second brother to lean in his direction thereafter. The mere thought of Fu Bingyan's diminished status among their quartet elicited a suppressed chuckle from Ji Shangheng. I wanted to have a chat with you. It was rare for Shen Tingwan to take the initiative to seek someone out, especially a person she had only met in passing. Ji Shangheng raised an eyebrow and inclined his body slightly. Then, sister-in-law, shall we head upstairs to discuss? Following his lead, Shen Tingwan entered the elevator. As Ji Shangheng swiped his access card for his designated floor, which was the penultimate level housing his vice president's office, he noted that the floor above was occupied by the president's office, his father's domain. Just as he retracted his arm from the elevator button, the serene atmosphere was broken by Shen Tingwan's voice. Just call me Tingwan. Ji Shangheng's gaze remained fixed on the elevator doors, frozen in place. Hadn't his second brother conveyed a similar sentiment? Were they quarreling? Was Shin Tingwan seeking his intervention to mend their rift? No, that couldn't be right. Why emphasize calling her Tingwan if that were the case? Confounded, Ji Shanghong was brought back to reality by the elevator's ding. Stepping out alongside Shin Tingwan, he couldn't help but notice how even behind her dark sunglasses, she was acutely aware of the attention they attracted. Ji Shanghong's entourage of 4 secretaries, led by Tina, was present. Tina was currently engaged in a culinary battle with her light snacks and, upon glancing up, immediately recognized the figure following her boss from the elevator. Initially overlooked, the silhouette now struck a familiar chord. Ji Shanghong shut the soundproof office door behind him, and the other 3 secretaries quickly converged around Tina. Sister Tina, is this Mr. Ji's new flame? Sister Tina, who is this young lady, so thoroughly concealed? Sister Tina, has Mr. Ji switched up his tastes? The last remark prompted everyone to glance down at their own pastel-colored skirts, a collective gasp escaping them. Surely Mr. Ji wouldn't change secretaries as well. After a long moment of staring at the door through which the familiar figure had vanished, Tina finally recognized her. She is Shin Tingwan. Shin Tingwan followed Ji Shanghong's lead and settled onto the sofa. Coffee or water? Ji Shanghong inquired, observing the water jug on the table. Just plain water will suffice. Leaning back, he retracted his half-raised hand, ready to snap his fingers. Oh, then allow me. It was a rare occasion for the young vice president to personally serve tea and water. Shin Tingwan accepted the cool glass of water he offered. Thank you. As Ji Shanghong regarded her, he couldn't help but acknowledge that beauty had a unifying effect on perceptions. Once seated, Shin Tingwan removed her mask, revealing a delicate and ethereal countenance. In her haste to leave, she had only managed to wash her face and care for her skin that morning, neglecting even sunscreen. With a caramel-colored baseball cap perched atop her head and softly curled hair cascading in front of her, she smiled politely at Ji Shanghong before placing the water glass on the table before her. After a brief pause, she chose to address the matter directly. I recently heard about a script, and I understand the investor is you. Initially puzzled, Ji Shanghong soon realized the truth. This matter was not his doing. The Ji Corporation had no business related to film and television, focusing primarily on electronics. He recalled seeing Shin Tingwan at Shoshan, only to forget about it shortly thereafter. The person he had sent to handle the task had mentioned that Lu Ming had yet to agree, claiming he already had a suitable candidate. He had even instructed them to increase the sponsorship by 20. He was never one to be stingy with breakup fees, especially since Zhang Sidong had persistently pressured him regarding this issue. Anything that could be resolved with money was hardly a concern. Ah, it seems there is indeed such a matter, Ji Shanghong admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt as he had initially intended to solicit her opinion. Shin Tingwan took a sip of her warm water, raising her gaze to meet his. Mr. Ji, here's the situation. Lacking experience in commercial negotiations and feeling somewhat awkward, she continued, I have been studying this role for quite some time. The character of Xia Qing, which I aspire to portray, is both courageous and cunning, a tragic female hero whom I greatly admire. Additionally, I have already participated in an audition with director Lu, and his feedback indicated that my interpretation aligned with his vision. I have also arranged for my agent to keep my schedule open. As Shin Tingwan spoke eloquently, Ji Shanghong slowly grasped the situation. She was not there to accuse him but rather to vie for an opportunity. His eyes widened in astonishment. After all, no woman had ever approached him in such a manner. Typically, they would adopt a more flirtatious approach, directly stating, I want this. Upon finishing her explanation and noticing his lack of response, she added, I understand that Miss Zhang is your girlfriend, and given the circumstances, I shouldn't be here. However, I still wish to pursue this opportunity. I am open to a second audition. No, there's no need, Sister Tingwan. Ji Shanghong awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the weight of his prior commitment to Zhang Sidong. He was now torn between his word and the unexpected turn of events. Could you give me some time? I need to discuss this with her. This result was beyond Shin Tingwan's expectations. All right, Mr. Ji, thank you for your assistance. Having concluded their discussion, Shin Tingwan stood to take her leave, only to notice a lunchbox on the boss's desk that had clearly been sampled. Ji Shanghong followed her gaze, about to reassure her that it was of no concern when she spoke first. I apologize for interrupting your lunch, Mr. Ji. Since I haven't eaten either, may I invite you to share a meal? Seated in the passenger seat beside Shin Tingwan, Ji Shanghong couldn't resist the urge to snap a photo and share it in their small group chat. TSK, you might be ignoring me, but a lovely lady is treating me to a meal just after Lu Yizhou finished a meeting. He opened his phone to find a new image in the group chat. Recognizing the location, he felt a flicker of interest. Ji Xiangheng's phone vibrated in response to his earlier boast. Send me the location. Ah, the power of gentle persuasion was indeed promising. Chapter 27. I have matters to attend to. Shen Tingwan perused the menu, delaying her selection of several dishes before passing it over. She was unfamiliar with the area. The restaurant had been chosen by Ji Xiangheng. It was an upscale private dining establishment specializing in Hunan cuisine. Ji Xiangheng scrutinized the menu, engaging in lively conversation with the waiter. As he reached the fifth dish, Shen Tingwan could no longer contain herself and gently interjected, "Mr. Ji, there are only the two of us." Although she had insisted on treating for this meal, it felt inappropriate to halt his ordering, yet, the prospect of excess felt wasteful. Ji Xiangheng glanced at her, momentarily restraining himself. "I merely wish to sample everything." He had frequented this establishment nearly 100 times, surely, there were no dishes he had yet to try. Despite his words, Ji Xiangheng ultimately closed the menu. Surely, more guests would be joining them soon, and they could always order additional dishes later. As the waiter departed with the menu, Shen Tingwan reached out to pour tea for him. Having just requested a favor, she felt it necessary to demonstrate the proper etiquette. Ji Xiangheng swiftly took the teapot from her hands. "Allow me." He had caught the subtle shift in dynamics from a moment earlier, and it was evident he was aware of the underlying tension. Shen Tingwan retracted her hand, and a certain awkwardness enveloped the intimate dining room. However, this sentiment was hers alone. "Excuse me, miss, when did you become an actress?" he inquired. "Since university, I studied performance," she replied. "Oh, is acting difficult?" Shen Tingwan glanced at Ji Xiangheng, her eyes revealing a hint of uncertainty. He was no stranger to the entertainment news cycle, often seen with various artists, influencers, and models. Yet, she responded earnestly, "Not particularly." "Oh, is it tiring? I've heard that actors often film at night." By the time Lu Yizhou entered, Ji Xiangheng had already transitioned from discussing work to family matters. "Your brother must be quite handsome as well. Is he not planning to return to the country?" The person opposite her, however, did not respond, instead turning to acknowledge the newcomer at the door. "Second brother, you arrived quite promptly." Lu Yizhou strode forward, pulling out a chair to sit down. To his left sat Shen Tingwan. He turned to her and asked in a subdued tone, "Is this the urgent matter you mentioned?" Though Ji Xiangheng sat some distance away, he overheard clearly. Indeed, it appeared there had been a quarrel. His second brother's haste made sense now. Ji Xiangheng pursed his lips, settling back to observe the unfolding drama. Shen Tingwan, upon hearing his question, lowered her gaze, recalling her promise to Lu Yao to keep things confidential. "This morning, I had other matters to attend to." Lu Yizhou tilted his head, his eyes probing, waiting for further elaboration. Surprised by his continued inquiry, Shen Tingwan took a sip from her cup, signaling her reluctance to divulge more. Lu Yizhou lifted his own empty glass. "Second brother, let me pour you some water." Ji Xiangheng reached for the water pitcher, leaning in to refill. Just as the cup was filled, the door to the private room swung open once more, revealing Lin Chuan and Fu Bingyan. Ji Xiangheng, still holding the pitcher, turned around. "So, you both saw the group message as well?" Fu Bingyan's gaze briefly lingered on the two before shifting to Ji Xiangheng, nodding towards the empty glass in front of him. "Ji, pour me some tea." "Not a chance," Ji Xiangheng retorted, slamming the pitcher onto the table. Lin Chuan found a favorable spot to sit, directly across from Lu Yizhou, still nursing a headache from the previous night's festivities. He settled in, the dishes arrived promptly, and just as they were about to dig in, Fu Bingyan, curiosity piqued, spoke up. "Hey, sister-in-law, what brings you to treat this guy to dinner?" The term sister-in-law caused Shen Tingwan to freeze momentarily. Another person was calling her that. She recognized him as Fu Bingyan, one of the organizers from the charity gala. Fu Bingyan deftly evaded a sudden kick from beneath the table, casting a discreet glance at the seething Ji Xiangheng. Shen Tingwan, despite her discomfort with the title, felt compelled to maintain decorum. "I have a role I wish to audition for, and the investor is Mr. Ji," she explained. Fu Bingyan raised an eyebrow, noting that she saw Ji Xiangheng out despite Lu Yizhou's presence. Shen Tingwan added, "Mr. Ji's girlfriend is also interested in this role," attempting to clarify her position. Lu Yizhou turned to Ji Xiangheng, who shot a furious glare at Fu Bingyan, fully aware of his intentions. "Is she the one who spreads rumors about you?" Lu Yizhou asked. Fu Bingyan picked up his chopsticks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "They broke up a separation fees," Ji Xiangheng lamented, clearly distressed. "Separation fees, and you think that grants you the right to snatch your sister-in-law's role?" Clueless, Fu Bingyan interjected, delivering his timely jibe. Ji Xiangheng, overwhelmed with despair, muttered, "I had no idea." Lu Yizhou, however, paid him no further mind, instead reaching for a piece of pork rib and placing it on Shen Tingwan's plate. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow at this unexpected display of generosity. Ji Shangheng felt utterly defeated. In all his years, he had never witnessed Lu Yizhou serve food to anyone else. Sister-in-law, please let me explain. Shen Tingwan was thoroughly enjoying her meal, finding their conversation irrelevant to her. All she needed was to finish dining, settle the bill, and await Ji Shangheng's discussion with Zhang Sidang before proceeding. However, the arrival of the pork rib once again thrust her into the spotlight. Upon hearing Ji Shangheng's remark, she looked up. Could you please eat quietly? Ji Shangheng grimaced, thoroughly shutting down the conversation. Shen Tingwan felt dismayed. The very person she wished to hear from had been silenced. Fortunately, Fu Bingyan, ever the chatterbox, ensured the meal remained lively. After finishing their meal, the group began to exit. Shen Tingwan lingered at the back, glancing at her watch, realizing they had merely half an hour before the Civil Affairs Bureau opened. She looked up at the individuals preparing to depart. Ji Shangheng was heading in the same direction as Lu Yizhou, following closely behind him. Lu Yizhou, she called out to the one opening the car door. Lu Yizhou turned, and Ji Shangheng followed suit. Shen Tingwan stepped forward, catching the attention of Lin Chuan and Fu Bingyan, who had yet to enter the vehicle. Didn't we agree on something for this afternoon? Lu Yizhou turned to her, his penetrating gaze devoid of curiosity, yet he replied, what exactly did we agree upon? Shen Tingwan was taken aback. She glanced at Ji Shangheng, who, under pressure, remained steadfast, his expression genuine but unmoving. Shen Tingwan pondered, then let us meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she turned to leave, Lu Yizhou's voice suddenly interrupted, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Shen Tingwan looked up at him, but we had an agreement. His response was clear, as if to imply that if she had more pressing matters, he was entitled to the same. With that, Lu Yizhou stepped into the car, his expression nonchalant. You think I can't have priorities that surpass yours? Chapter 28. Husband comes home late. After Lu Yizhou finished speaking, he noticed that Shen Tingwan did not refute him and intended to leave. Ji Shangheng followed him into the car and quickly rolled down the window. Lu Yizhou sat in the vehicle, his gaze towards her enigmatic. Shen Tingwan maintained her stare until the car in front of them ignited into motion. Goodbye, drive safely, Ji Shangheng waved at her. Shen Tingwan remained perplexed until she returned to her own car. Was Lu Yizhou holding a grudge for her not showing up in the morning? No wonder Grandpa Lu remarked that he had been stingy since childhood. With a free afternoon, Shen Tingwan tidied up and reclined comfortably on her bed. On the way back to the company, Ji Shangheng hesitated several times before he could not hold back any longer. Second brother, have you and Tingwan had a quarrel? Lu Yizhou shifted his attention from his phone screen. What do you call her? Ji Shangheng felt that being a person was truly challenging. Addressing her as sister was unacceptable, and calling her sister-in-law was forbidden. Calling her Tingwan led to this situation. She said I should call her Tingwan. Lu Yizhou redirected his gaze back to his phone, tapping the screen a few times. What is the name of the drama you are investing in? A few minutes later, Lu Yizhou put away his phone and spoke again. Ji Shangheng replied honestly, I believe it is called Power of the World. Lu Yizhou tapped the screen a few more times. Is the contract signed? Ji Shangheng shook his head. Not yet, the person I sent has not managed to get it sorted. The director is not easy to negotiate with. It seems he has a particular fondness for it. Sister-in-law Tingwan, he has been trying to discuss with my people, asking if he could offer Zhang Sidang another role, or even create a new character. Ji Shangheng's lengthy address caused Lu Yizhou to raise an eyebrow. Withdraw your investment. Ji Shangheng's eyes widened. He had just sent someone to increase the stakes, and now withdrawing would be humiliating. Previously, he had convinced several investors to back off, and now he was saying he wanted to withdraw. It seemed rather dishonorable. Ji Shangheng hesitated, but Lu Yizhou shot him a look. If you withdraw, I will invest. Upon hearing this, Ji Shangheng subtly shifted towards the car door and spoke softly, that may not be necessary. Lu Yizhou gave him a pointed glance. The person I sent is acting in your name, or Zhang Sidang's rumored boyfriend was none other than his second brother. Lu Yizhou's lips curled into a slight smile, startling Ji Shangheng. Brother, you are my real brother. Didn't my father say not to let me mess around with people from the entertainment industry? How could I dare to let him know I am paying someone a breakup fee? I could only. Lu Yizhou turned his head to look out the window. The sound of the wind was his only companion. He was still seeking Ji Shangheng's assistance. How much did this person wish to avoid being associated with him? His gaze darkened slightly as he tapped on the car window. If she insisted on drawing a line between them, then he would ensure their fates were intertwined. That afternoon, Shen Tingwan watched a film, and the housekeeper had specially prepared soup for her. You seem quite tired lately. You've lost quite a bit of weight since the last time you returned. Shen Tingwan, clad in a silk, pastel yellow loungewear, sat at the dining table. She took a sip of the delicious fish soup. I'm alright, that's just how our profession is, exhausting for a while, then a break." The housekeeper chuckled softly and continued tidying up. Introduced by Chen Man, she was exceptional at her duties and not one to gossip. After all, in this industry, one had to trust those around them. The housekeeper did not know much about her employer, just that she was a big star, often at the studio, tidy and fond of spicy food. That was sufficient for her. Her family had never mentioned anything about the employer, so she would not broach the subject. Each time she worked for a while and returned, there was always a day when she was informed not to come for cooking. She would spend that day out, which she considered going home. However, last week was peculiar. For several consecutive days, her employer was absent, with the usual luggage used for the studio left at home, clearly indicating she had not gone to work. Moreover, while tidying up, she discovered several pieces of men's clothing and a pair of men's slippers. But for a girl of this age, dating was perfectly normal. She glanced sideways at Shin Tingwan, who was sipping her soup, hoping this lovely girl would meet someone who truly cherished her. After finishing her soup and a light dinner, Shin Tingwan practiced yoga in the living room. While the housekeeper had already left after cleaning up, having not practiced for too long, she found the movements somewhat strenuous and sought a tutorial. After over an hour, she finally began to find her rhythm. Just as she settled on the sofa for a moment of respite, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? A name flashed through Shin Tingwan's mind as she stood up to answer the door. Open the door. Indeed, it was Lu Yizhou. Amr.Lu, what brings you here so late? The intercom's audio quality was not like a phone, but she thought she heard him chuckle softly, although she could not be certain. I'm just returning home from work. Lu Yizhou's words were succinct. Shin Tingwan did not anticipate this response and fell silent for a moment. Mr. Lu, you must have dialed the wrong number. This is not your home. There was a moment of silence from the other end, and for some reason, Shin Tingwan felt a sense of joy, as if she had gained the upper hand. Wherever my wife is that not my home? Before Shin Tingwan could fully savor the feeling of triumph, she suddenly felt a warmth creeping onto her face. Wife, Lu Yizhou referred to her as his wife. With a decisive click, she hung up the phone, the receiver making a significant noise as it returned to its cradle. Feeling a tad flushed, she walked to the balcony and opened the window. The crisp autumn breeze swiftly dispelled her inexplicable warmth. After enjoying the coolness for a while on the balcony, she had just closed the window when the doorbell rang again. It was unnecessary to say who it was. The doorbell rang steadily, every 10 seconds or so, and after 2 minutes, Shin Tingwan finally went to open the door. Lu Yizhou stood at the entrance with one hand in his pocket, and as she opened the door, one arm still raised in the act of pressing the doorbell. Ah, so you were home? Lu Yizhou observed Shin Tingwan inside. Shin Tingwan thought to herself that he should be out trying his luck in the entertainment industry. Had she really just ghosted his call? Moments after Lu Yizhou spoke, he was about to step inside. Shin Tingwan extended her arm to lean against the doorframe, blocking his entry. Lu Yizhou looked down at her. The warm glow of the lights inside combined with the bright corridor lights danced around his feet. Mr. Lu, it is rather inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be together at this late hour, Shin Tingwan asserted, tilting her head defiantly. The man outside chuckled softly. This time, Shin Tingwan heard it clearly. The somewhat magnetic voice from earlier echoed in her mind as it whispered the word wife. The heat that had just subsided on her cheeks began to resurface. This warmth surged as Lu Yizhou spoke, his deep eyes sparkling with amusement. Wife, are you unhappy that your husband came home late? Chapter 29. Not familiar with me, Lu Yizhou was uncertain whether it was due to his previous departure from this place, which had not gone as he had hoped, that his mood was exceptionally buoyant upon his second entrance. Shin Tingwan abruptly released her grip on the door handle and turned to leave, only to be met with the sound of the door closing behind her a few moments later. Lu Yizhou glanced around, unable to locate his slippers, and proceeded to open the shoe cabinet. Without further ado, Shin Tingwan stood before the sofa, the warmth on her cheeks not yet dissipated, as a gentle autumn breeze wafted in through the slightly ajar window. She took a couple of steps aside as the wind intensified. Lu Yizhou, clad in slippers, moved about as if in his own home, veering into the bathroom before making his way to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. He then extended his long legs and settled onto the sofa. Shin Tingwan observed this man, who, despite being in her home, appeared to disregard her entirely, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself envisioning him in the role of her husband. As she regained her composure and prepared to speak, their voices coincidentally overlapped. Lu Yizhou lifted his cup and said, "You go first." Shin Tingwan, returning to her usual demeanor, found a nearby seat and stated, "I had an urgent matter this morning, and it was indeed my fault for missing our appointment. I apologize." Lu Yizhou raised his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking momentarily. Shin Tingwan intended to continue, "Tomorrow," yet, the very person who had urged her to speak first abruptly interrupted her. "Do you wish to audition for the role in Power Over the World?" Shin Tingwan regarded him in silence for a moment, recalling their earlier conversation, and then nodded. Are you seeking to persuade Ji Shangheng for this role? Shin Tingwan frowned slightly. I have already passed the audition. If it weren't for Zhang Xitang's coercive tactics, she would likely be perusing the script by now. He agreed? Shin Tingwan reflected on their earlier exchange. He mentioned he would discuss it with Zhang Xitang. Louis Zhou remarked, this is Zhang Xitang requesting a severance fee from Ji Shangheng. If there is one thing Ji Shangheng is known for, it is his straightforwardness when it comes to paying severance fees. His tone was laden with implication. If they do not reach an agreement, and Zhang Xitang insists on that role, what do you plan to do? Shin Tingwan had already done all she could. If the tides of fate did not turn, there was little she could do. After all, investors were akin to paternal figures, a truth that transcended all production teams. I cannot do anything. Her voice was calm, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Louis Zhou tilted his head to observe her. Shin Tingwan, still clad in a yoga outfit of a soft, pale yellow that accentuated her graceful curves, had her long black hair casually tied back, with a stray lock blown onto her face by the wind. Louis Zhou recalled the online assessments of her. She appeared as aloof as if to distance herself from others. He extended his long leg, and when Shin Tingwan came to her senses, a large hand was already outstretched before her face. Instinctively, she recoiled, only to have her arm caught by him. Does it not tickle? Louis Zhou's fingers brushed through her soft hair, gliding gently across her face. The loose strands were tucked behind her ear once more. For an instant, Shin Tingwan felt as though her breath had been stilled. She instinctively reached out with her other hand to grasp his arm, but before she could, the pressure on her arm lightened. When she lifted her gaze again, the man who had been so close was now reclining casually on the sofa. Perhaps I should offer you some advice. Shin Tingwan turned her attention to him. Louis Zhou wore a slight smile. Instead of seeking his help, why not seek mine? Shin Tingwan was taken aback. She was not inclined to request Ji Shangheng's phone number from him, let alone solicit such a significant favor. Her expression conveyed her incredulity in Louis Zhou's eyes. However, this conveyed a straightforward message of what use would seeking your assistance serve. He rested his chin in his hand, letting out a cold laugh. In your estimation, am I not even as valuable as that little brat? Ji Shangheng, sneezing twice, muttered, which rascal is cursing me at this hour? Despite his words, Louis Zhou discerned that her reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. She could owe favors to anyone, but not to him. With this realization, his previously buoyant mood evaporated. Shin Tingwan found Louis Zhou's comments today perplexing, to the point where she was at a loss for how to respond. She glanced at the empty cup, intending to rise. However, as soon as she stood, her arm was grasped once more. She looked down to see the man on the sofa gazing up at her. The sight of Louis Zhou, his head tilted back, prompted a single word to spring to her mind, alluring. Ignoring the pressure on her arm, she averted her gaze. Louis Zhou, somewhat gritting his teeth, questioned, Do you truly consider him superior to me? For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to seek her response to this unfounded query. Shin Tingwan furrowed her brow, recognizing his refusal to let her leave without an answer. She replied coolly, I do not know. I am not particularly familiar with either of you. Louis Zhou flicked his tongue, a mix of amusement and irritation washing over him. She was deliberately provoking him, maintaining an air of indifference while doing so. Louis Zhou exerted a bit more pressure on her arm. I shall grant you another chance. Rephrase that. No one knew that beneath her gentle, reserved exterior lay a spirit of rebellion. Shin Tingwan, maintaining her unperturbed facade, infused a hint of helplessness and a touch of difficulty into her tone. I genuinely do not know either of you well. I truly do not know was interrupted as, she suddenly found herself pulled into his embrace. Louis Zhou's grip on her arm was firm as he ensnared her with the other hand, enveloping her within his hold. Shin Tingwan had yet to fully process being drawn into him when his lips captured hers. Louis Zhou's kiss was fervent and insistent, leaving Shin Tingwan breathless as she began to struggle, but within his confines, she found her strength waning. Louis Zhou continued to kiss her until she was nearly gasping for air. His warm breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, low and husky, you would do well not to move again. Shin Tingwan's mind was in a whirl. Yet, seated in his embrace, she was acutely aware of her surroundings. She surrendered completely, locking her gaze on Louis Zhou, her expression uncharacteristically disordered. She had never realized that a kiss could bear such weight. Louis Zhou noted the shift in her gaze, which no longer bore the usual nonchalance, and a smile graced his lips. He leaned in closer, his mouth brushing against her flushed ear. Not familiar with me? Shin Tingwan found herself bewildered, feeling as though she was the one hiding in her own home. She leaned against the door of her bedroom, her mind still clouded. Louis Zhou had kissed her, compelling her to acknowledge the intimacy that existed between them. She reached up to touch her still tingling lips, her entire head buzzing. He kissed her. Louis Zhou lounged casually on the sofa, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he recalled her earlier, half-hearted, yet melodious response, familiar. It was dismissive yet still delightful. He was easily pleased. The pale yellow silhouette soon vanished, followed by a resounding thud, signaling her departure. As he smiled at the door that obstructed his view, he soon heard the click of a lock. Was he a ravenous wolf? Perhaps. Just moments ago, he had nearly been one. Chapter 30. It is better to seek me than him. For several consecutive days, Shen Tingwan found herself encountering Louis Zhou every evening at Bihua Garden. Like clockwork, he vanished at 8 in the morning and returned at 8 in the evening, yet, since that day, they had exchanged not a single word. This marriage, once teetering on the brink of oblivion, had inexplicably transformed into a relationship marked by mutual respect. This was merely Shen Tingwan's unilateral sentiment. Sister Tingwan, tonight's rap party is scheduled at Junyue. Xiaoxia relayed to her early that morning. The filming of Love Under the Stars had officially concluded, and the entire crew had returned from the shooting location. After agreeing to meet Xiaoxiao at 5, Shen Tingwan set her phone down and burrowed back under the covers. However, she was unable to fall back asleep. Still sleeping? Chen Nan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a strong cup of coffee. Shen Tingwan's voice was laced with sleepiness. I have a few scripts here. Would you like to take a look? Although Shen Tingwan had mentioned having some connections, Chen Man believed that the role and power of the realm was essentially secured. After all, it was Louis Zhou who had intervened. Who could possibly reclaim a role once he had set his sights on it? The mention of scripts stirred Shen Tingwan's senses. After her visit to Ji Shanghong, there had indeed been no further communication. Her expression grew dim. The absence of news likely indicated a deadlock. Hey, are you listening? Send them to me. Despite Shen Tingwan's consistently calm demeanor, Chen Man detected a hint of lethargy in her tone. Do you really like that role that much? Shen Tingwan remained silent. Alright, I understand. You can look at the other scripts for now. I'll think of some way to follow up on that one. After hanging up, Shen Tingwan was fully awake. She embraced her blanket, recalling her encounter with Ji Shanghong and the events of that night when Louis Zhou had kissed her at Bihua Garden. He had said, "It is better to seek me than him." Should she seek Louis Zhou? Shen Tingwan closed her eyes, and in the darkness, the silhouette of Xiaoqing emerged. This was the character she had constructed in her mind upon reading the script. Originally a gentle and poised young lady, she single-handedly upheld the prestigious family amidst the backdrop of familial vendettas and national grievances, fighting alongside her beloved in tumultuous times, perfectly blending feminine tenderness with indomitable spirit. She truly cherished this role. Opening her eyes, clarity filled Shen Tingwan's gaze. She rose from her bed at T5 that evening. Xiaoxia arrived at Bihua Garden to pick her up upon reaching Junyue. The venue was not yet crowded. Shen Tingwan and Xiaoxia took their seats as per the arranged seating plan. Tingwan, you arrived quite early. The speaker was Zhang Junyi, who played the male lead sister in the drama, and they had shared numerous scenes together. Shen Tingwan turned to greet her. Yes, there wasn't much traffic on the way. Zhang Junyi pulled out the chair beside her and sat down, appearing eager for a lengthy conversation, a reason why Shen Tingwan was reluctant to attend such gatherings. She was not particularly familiar with the person before her. In fact, they had often clashed due to their numerous on-screen interactions, most of which had been plagued by numerous retakes, 90 of which were attributable to Zhang Junyi's struggles with her performance. Yet, she was a cast member sent by the investors, and many harbored grievances against her but dared not voice them. Even the director could only sigh, suppressing his reprimand, urging Shen Tingwan to help her rehearse, seeking to find the right rhythm. This was precisely why filming this drama had been so exhausting for Shen Tingwan. She knew that Zhang Junyi did not harbor fond feelings for her, as her acting could not mask the emotions in her eyes. So what was the purpose of this pretense? After the rap party, they would likely part ways. Now, she feigned cordiality. As Zhang Junyi appeared poised to continue the conversation, Shen Tingwan stood up first. The entrance to the banquet hall was filled with the sounds of chatter. Directors and Anchiza had arrived. Anchiza was the male lead of the drama. Tingwan, have you been here long? Director Wang Yang, having collaborated with Shen Tingwan on this project, had grown increasingly appreciative of her talents. I just arrived a couple of minutes ago. As the group exchanged greetings with the director and settled into their respective seats, Shen Tingwan, being the highest-ranked lead, was positioned to the left of the director, while the producer was to the right, and Anchiza sat beside her. Anchiza was a rising star, a fellow alumnus from her school. Though a year junior, they had encountered each other once during her time at school, but that was merely a fleeting exchange. Shen Tingwan had excelled in her courses and was frequently mentioned by her professors, gaining fame throughout the school. Any new student would quickly learn of the performing arts department's belle, a figure of distinction. And Shiza, though regarded as a newcomer in the film academy, was a veteran in the industry. He had debuted early and attended the academy merely for the prestige. The first time he heard Shin Tingwan's name was during the welcome ceremony for new students, when the professors spoke highly of exemplary figures in their field, leading up to her. Shin Tingwan delivered a speech on behalf of the seniors, after replying to a message from his agent, and Shiza lifted his gaze and instantly recognized the ethereal figure on stage. Having encountered various actresses, singers, and models prior to his time at the academy, none had captivated him quite like her. She exuded an otherworldly charm. He poured tea from a kettle held by a nearby person, filling their cup. "Thank you," Shin Tingwan replied politely, maintaining a courteous distance. Despite having spent nearly 4 months together, even portraying a deeply affectionate couple on screen, and Shiza felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had to admit that he still lingered in the realm of fiction, hoping that Shin Tingwan might still be there too. "Xiaoxi, no need to be so formal," he said, addressing her character's name, Wen Shi. Xiaoxi was her nickname, a term of endearment used by her childhood friend, the male lead. Shin Tingwan smiled, her enchanting eyes slightly crinkling. Wang Yang chimed in and out of character. "The male lead certainly treats the female lead differently, huh?" Wang Yang's teasing tone captured the attention of everyone at the table. The wrap marked the end of shooting, but not the conclusion of the project. The subsequent editing and promotional efforts were equally crucial. Wang Yang, more than anyone, hoped for a special connection between the lead actors. His comment naturally drew Zhang Junyi's attention as well. As the female second lead and the male lead sister, she sat to Shiza's left. She nudged her cup closer to him, playfully calling out, "My dear brother, I would like some water too." In the drama, they played siblings, so no one found the statement inappropriate. However, in the context of the rap party, her use of the term was unusual, especially with a tone suggestive of flirtation, altering its connotation entirely. Shiza turned to her, adept at navigating such situations after years in the industry. "I shall pour this glass for my beloved sister, Su Xing." Zhang Junyi's expression soured. The rap had released pent-up frustrations, and those who had been waiting for a chance eagerly began to murmur. "Oh dear, she dares to pursue him openly, doesn't he, the financier, care? Isn't this akin to throwing herself at him, as if we're not even present?" Her acting now seems far more natural than during filming. Wang Yang, who had been harboring frustrations during shooting, allowed the chatter to continue for a few moments before tapping the table to regain order. He spoke a few words to commence the banquet officially. Although Shin Tingwan was quiet and reserved in the crew, she had an excellent reputation. A beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented actress with a gentle temperament was indeed a rarity in this industry. Waves of guests approached her to clink glasses. Though her tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, drinking was inevitable in such a setting. Finally, seizing a moment of respite, she slipped out of the banquet hall. Chapter 31. Someone is confessing to my sister-in-law. As Ji Shangheng stepped out for a moment of respite, he momentarily questioned his own vision. The figure standing by the corridor window bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who now occupied his elder brother's heart. He intended to approach for confirmation. As a courtesy to his sister-in-law, Shin Tingwan, enjoying the crisp autumn breeze, successfully dispelled a portion of her inebriation. She gently rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks and, upon turning her head, nearly collided with the person behind her. And Shiza stood straight as a rod. Just as she turned, his footsteps having barely settled the corridor, adorned with thick carpeting, muffled their steps entirely. And Shiza extended a cup of water towards her, saying, "Honey water, it helps with sobering up." After expressing her gratitude, Shin Tingwan accepted the offering. The warm water, infused with the sweet aroma of honey, slid soothingly down her throat, providing her considerable relief. Shiza leaned his arm against the railing by the floor-to-ceiling window, tilting his head to observe her. The complexity of his gaze struck Shin Tingwan as familiar. She had witnessed similar expressions numerous times in the narrative of the play. The male and female leads, childhood sweethearts destined to be together, yet failing to achieve a happy ending, their youth tinged with inevitable regrets and longing. Shin Tingwan was the first to avert her gaze. As it was in Shiza's inaugural experience in acting, it was only natural for him to struggle with the role. As a senior, she felt it was her duty to guide him. "Now that the filming is complete, what are your upcoming work arrangements?" And Shiza shifted his gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window, where darkness enveloped the outside world from their high perch in the hotel. "I am currently preparing for a group concert," he replied. And Shiza had debuted as a member of a male idol group, which had enjoyed significant popularity a few years prior, boasting a vast fanbase. Shin Tingwan nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "So you won't be taking on any new roles in the near future?" In truth, the most effective way to break free from a character was to immerse oneself in another role. This not only diverted attention but also served as a reminder that it was merely a performance, with many more to come. Shiza regarded her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Do you really not keep up with any social media news?" Shin Tingwan's ethereal presence was not solely attributed to her beauty and grace. Her habits also contributed to her otherworldly demeanor. Within the production team, she abstained from social media, gaming, and gossip. She was either engrossed in acting or preparing for her next role. When she was off set, she either caught up on sleep or studied scripts. On several occasions, Shiza had attempted to summon her from the lounge, only to be met by her assistant, Xiao Xia, who stood guard at the door. Please hold on, Sister Tingwan is asleep. I will wake her. With numerous individuals in the crew, gossip inevitably flourished, and during gatherings, chatter flowed freely. Yet, Shen Tingwan remained composed, her expression serene. When prompted, she would merely smile and respond, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure. Others dared not take offense at her polite dismissal, quickly offering courteous smiles before distancing themselves from the focused actress. Amidst the lively crowd, the concentrated figure appeared to be enveloped in a soft glow, drawing Shiza's gaze repeatedly out. He retrieved his phone, opened Weibo, and held it aloft before her. The official announcement for the drama Shangshi proclaimed a male lead portrayed by Shiza. Shen Tingwan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Congratulations. She had heard of Shangshi, a highly anticipated script from a major IP, with the director having specifically invited Wang Gu. Wang Gu, the previous year's best director, had honed his craft for a decade, earning his esteemed reputation. Shiza tucked his phone back into his pocket. That will be quite exhausting, juggling filming and preparing for the concert, she remarked. Shiza interpreted her statement as genuine concern. His spirits lifted. It's manageable. The casting for Shangshi is still ongoing, and filming is expected to commence in 3 months, while the concert is next month. Shen Tingwan acknowledged this with an O. At this juncture, Shiza seized the opportunity. Would you care to attend my concert? Shen Tingwan turned to face him. Following the drama's release, it was inevitable that some fans would engage in shipping, interpreting any off-screen interactions between them with fervor. She pondered a reason to decline, however, and Shiza quickly continued, it can be a secret, just between us. It appeared that his intentions were not for the typical promotional spectacle common among industry insiders. Shen Tingwan still hesitated, fully aware of the electrifying atmosphere that idol group concerts often exuded. Moreover, she had initially planned to take a break next month, following the non-receipt of Quan Tianxia, to rejuvenate her spirits. Yet, Shiza would not afford her the chance to refuse. He raised his phone, stating, once the tickets are available, I'll send them to you. With that, he turned to leave, only to remember another purpose for his pursuit. Having taken only a few steps, he returned, opening a jewelry box before her. Inside lay a classic bracelet from a top luxury brand, priced in the 6 figures. Shen Tingwan looked at Shiza, who smiled candidly, a wrap gift. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, she protested. Shiza had anticipated this response. Everyone receives one. Reluctantly, Shen Tingwan accepted the rose gold bracelet, adorned with shimmering diamonds. Then thank you, I shall repay you another day. Shiza chuckled softly, lowering his gaze, and asked, shall we return together? Shen Tingwan glanced towards the banquet hall, replying, I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Shiza, aware of the implications of avoiding suspicion, nodded in understanding and departed. Shen Tingwan gazed at the jewelry box in her hands before leaning against the railing of the floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, Ji Shangheng stowed his phone, first opening a group chat with 3 others, selecting a photo before pressing back. He then opened his elder brother's private chat and sent the image. Lui Zhou reclined in his executive chair, his index finger rubbing his brow. The transition of responsibilities abroad had not yet been fully handed over to Wang Jinan, while domestically, Lu Mufeng had presented him with a significant amount of work, resulting in an even greater workload than when he was overseas. However, his mindset had shifted. While abroad, he felt as if he lived and breathed work 24/7, often spending nights in the CEO's office. Returning home was merely a change of scenery to continue working. There was little distinction. But now there was someone at home. Although he hadn't seen a trace of that person in days, he was acutely aware of their presence. That was his home. Suddenly, the black screen of his phone illuminated, vibrating with 2 notifications. The report from Shan Changming came to a halt. Continue, Lui Zhou instructed without even opening his eyes. The patent that Shanghua has been seeking to negotiate has now been established with General Zhao, Shan Changming reported. Lui Zhou lightly tapped the table twice. Zhao Lifan? Indeed, I've heard they've already met twice. Lui Zhou opened his eyes and reached for the project document from Shan Qingming's hands. The phone on the table vibrated once more, and Lui Zhou's expression revealed his growing irritation at the disturbance. As Shan Changming reached for the phone to silence it, a voice call invitation popped up. Boss, it's young Master Ji. Lui Zhou merely grunted in acknowledgement, not lifting his head. Shan Changming slid to answer, switching on the speaker. In the quiet office, Ji Shangheng's voice rang out, louder than usual. Brother, you must see the photo I sent you. Someone is confessing to my sister-in-law. Chapter 32. A drink leads to excess. After waiting for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Shen Tingwan rose and returned to the banquet hall. The group honoring the director with toasts was still in full swing. Director Wang, do keep me in mind for any suitable roles in the future. Once the play is on, everyone should help with the promotion. Wang Yang sat at the center, and the publicity team eagerly seized the opportunity to engage with the guests. As Shen Tingwan re-entered, she was caught off guard by the toasting crowd and reluctantly stood up to join in a toast. Half an hour later, the banquet showed no signs of concluding, and Shen Tingwan was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. Under the influence of alcohol, she became even more subdued. Xiao Xiao, arriving from another table, felt a jolt of concern. Prior to their departure, Chen Man had repeatedly instructed her to keep a close watch on Shen Tingwan. When Shen Tingwan abstained from alcohol, she did so entirely, but once she indulged, she invariably overindulged. It was an unbreakable rule, despite her considerable tolerance for spirits. Senior Sister Tingwan. Xiao Xiao called to the tipsy, drowsy figure. Shen Tingwan's eyes were clouded with a haze. Fortunately, the banquet was nearing its end, and Wang Yang soon announced its conclusion. Xiao Xiao lowered her head, pretending to engage Shen Tingwan in conversation, while observing the crowd disperse gradually. Once the hall emptied, Xiao Xiao assisted Shen Tingwan to her feet. Thankfully, Shen Tingwan was quite lightweight, otherwise, as a petite girl, Xiao Xiao would have struggled to carry her. Senior Sister Tingwan, hang in there. I will get you home shortly. The person she supported remained tranquil, like a delicate doll, following her lead with every step. Yet, only Xiao Xiao was aware that the upright figure leaned entirely on her arms for support. Fortunately, the Junyue Hotel boasted an underground parking garage, and Xiao Xiao ensured that the person beside her was properly attired with hat and mask. Even in her drunken state, Shen Tingwan managed to smile at her. Shen Tingwan's smile was radiant, a rare sight. She typically wore a polite yet distant smile, which, while beautiful, lacked the warmth of this moment. Ding, the elevator chimed, indicating their arrival at the lower level. Xiao Xiao guided Shen Tingwan out of the lift. Perhaps the cool air revived her slightly, for Shen Tingwan remained linked to Xiao Xiao. Though her grip had weakened, the parking lot was bustling at this hour, filled with the sounds of vehicles coming and going. Shen Tingwan instinctively tugged at her mask. Xiao Xiao, equally cautious, surveyed their surroundings. In truth, there were not many paparazzi lurking for Shen Tingwan. Those who had done so for 2 years had yielded no results. When a venture proved fruitless, interest waned. Xiao Xiao led Shen Tingwan to her car, which they had driven themselves instead of calling for a driver. As they walked past a black vehicle, a sudden flash momentarily startled them. Xiao Xiao, known for her fiery temper, felt the need to hasten her pace, mindful of the inebriated Shen Tingwan at her side. Though Shen Tingwan regained a bit of alertness, it was only marginal. Her mind remained muddled, and she followed Xiao Xiao wherever she led. The driver glanced back at the passenger seat but received no instructions before turning his attention to the assistant in the front. Dan Changming observed the two figures passing by their car, fully concealed, wondering if even the boss could recognize them. But he swallowed hard and cleared his throat, about to inquire whether the boss wanted him to fetch the lady, when another similarly shrouded figure swept past their vehicle. Was the world truly filled with celebrities? Just as he turned to continue his thought, he sensed an inexplicable tension in the air, a hallmark of his prowess as a top-notch assistant. He swiftly turned back, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The two fully cloaked individuals embraced one another. Xiao Xiao rummaged through her bag, but the car keys were nowhere to be found. I distinctly placed them in my bag, she murmured. Shen Tingwan's bag had not even been taken from the car. Where else could the keys be? She patted her pockets and suddenly recalled her intention to check on her boss while passing her own table. As an assistant, it was her duty to attend to her employer's needs. Though Shen Tingwan could afford to be less involved, Xiao Xiao could not afford to be overly lax. Chen Man had entrusted her with Shen Tingwan's care, and she found herself engrossed in gossip at her table. When she finally remembered her responsibilities, she discovered Shen Tingwan had already overindulged. Thus, she remained by her side until the banquet concluded and the crowd began to disperse, completely forgetting the coat she had tossed onto her seat. Teacherin, I apologize. I left the car keys in the banquet hall, and Shiza had one hand lightly resting on the back of the woman in his arms. He had noticed her unsteady state during the dispersal of the banquet and, despite knowing she had an assistant to look after her, had rushed to fetch a hangover remedy and personally brought it to her. However, he hadn't anticipated that a moment ago she had greeted him, only to shut her eyes the next. All right, you may go, he replied, yet Xiao Xiao remained rooted in place, biting her lip as she regarded the inebriated starlet cradled in the arms of the male lead. She hesitated to intervene after a few moments, and Shiza, noticing her immobility, turned to her and instantly understood. He opened his phone and initiated a video call to Shen Tingwan. The sound of her phone ringing stirred the sleeping beauty, causing her to furrow her brow in annoyance. Xiao Xiao extracted the phone from Shen Tingwan's pocket and answered, "Thank you, teacherin, I'll return immediately." With a speed surpassing her own fitness test, Xiao Xiao dashed out, while Shiza held the phone in one hand and supported the woman in his other arm. Shin Tingwan's warm breath easily penetrated the thickness of her windbreaker and well-insulated shirt. An Shiza felt a rush of relief that she was not fully conscious. His heart raced to an astonishing degree. Lowering his gaze to the woman in his embrace, he noted the way Shin Tingwan was bundled in hat and mask, with only her closed eyes and a hint of her forehead visible. Yet he had seen this angle of her more than once. A memory flashed in his mind of her resting quietly against him after a quarrel with her family, burdened with grievances. And then, the scene that followed. Shiza swallowed hard. The ensuing scene was the first kiss between the childhood sweethearts in their play. The boy tenderly brushed his lips against the beloved girl's soft, red ones, a mere whisper of a kiss. During the filming of that scene, his performance had unexpectedly soared. Passing in one take, the director praised his significant progress, yet only he knew that it stemmed from genuine emotion. And Shiza's gaze lingered on Shin Tingwan's serene face as he slowly leaned closer to her closed eyes. Chapter 33 on Notes on My Wife. And Shiza was utterly oblivious to the moment the person before him had appeared. He covered his bruised face with a hand and rose from the ground. Liu Yizhou gazed down at the person nestled in his arms, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. The figure in his embrace remained still, peacefully slumbering. "Who are you?" And Shiza fumed as he advanced. Liu Yizhou's eyes mirrored an air of nonchalance. He stood a few centimeters taller than Shiza, casting a downward glance as he regarded him. "Perhaps you should first ponder your own identity. To brazenly embrace someone without invitation, and to have dared to." Liu Yizhou's gaze shifted to the sleeping woman in his arms, her usually aloof eyes now closed in tranquility. He tightened his hold around her waist, with such an imposing presence, and Shiza, who had navigated the complexities of their circle for 7 or 8 years, could easily discern that this individual was not to be trifled with. Moreover, given how tightly Shin Tingwan was concealed, it was evident that their relationship was anything but ordinary. He gingerly touched the corner of his mouth, which was likely bleeding, and readjusted his mask. "It matters not who is who between us." He retrieved his phone, which had been hurled to the ground, likely interrupting a video call in the process. The screen was shattered into a myriad of fragments, and just then, a new video call came through. Shiza smirked through the pain as he aimed the phone's camera at the man before him. "What is significant is that she will only depart with her assistant." Liu Yizhou cast a fleeting glance at the screen, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Assistant? Is the assistant more significant than a husband?" The woman in his arms seemed to have stirred from some dream, or perhaps sensed the charged atmosphere, moving slightly. Liu Yizhou glanced down, then shifted her position to cradle her horizontally. As Xia, gasping for breath, emerged from the elevator, she beheld the scene and shouted, "You, put my boss down this instant." Her voice echoed through the parking lot, breathless yet forceful. Liu Yizhou turned to acknowledge her but did not halt his stride. "Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" And Shiza reached out to intervene but was blocked entirely by Shan Changming, who stood behind Liu Yizhou. What a jest! Who could possibly obstruct a man intent on taking his wife? "Sir, I advise you to reconsider." Xia managed to catch up, her legs nearly giving way as she pointed emphatically at the broad-shouldered figure. You must release my boss." Liu Yizhou turned back, and in the midst of the tense atmosphere, Xia, the ever-curious gossipmonger, found herself at a loss for words, her finger still directed at him. Liu Yizhou. In this awkward moment, Shan Changming, unable to contain himself, chuckled at the stammering. Xia, taking in the handsome man before her, along with her boss, who was sweetly asleep in his embrace, finally extricated herself from her gossip-induced stupor. "Who are you? You cannot take my boss away." Liu Yizhou's gaze shifted from the sleeping figure to the assistant, his voice low yet laden with intrigue. "Is that so?" Xia straightened her back, feigning bravado. "Of course." A smile tugged at the corners of Liu Yizhou's mouth. If others had been cornered to this extent, would it not be permissible for him to speak a word or two? He raised his head, just about to voice his thoughts when a soft murmur emerged from his embrace. "Liu Yizhou? What are you doing here?" "On the way back to Bihua Garden." Shin Tingwan awoke from her stupor, the effects of alcohol dissipating faster than ever before in her 26 years. She turned her gaze to the window, the car enveloped in silence. Shan Changming, perceptive as ever, raised the partition, while Liu Yizhou cast a glance at the back of her head, that perhaps it would have been better had she not awakened. Sensing the scrutiny, Shin Tingwan turned her head back. The car's lighting was dim, and Liu Yizhou leaned against the seat, his gaze fixated on her, an unreadable emotion etched in his eyes. Clearing her throat, Shin Tingwan ventured, "Did we not agree?" Liu Yizhou was taken aback by the multitude of agreements they seemed to have. He raised an eyebrow, devoid of the awkwardness from earlier, his fingers lightly tapping on his phone, his voice low and resonant. "Why do we have so many agreements?" Shin Tingwan frowned. Had it not just been two matters, one was the secret marriage, the other the divorce, both of which had nearly eluded them. "But you did not fulfill your end either," she retorted. Louis Zhou shot her a sidelong glance. Had he truly failed, if he had, the world would have long known her as Mrs. Liu. Shen Tingwan, meeting his gaze, swiftly clarified, "I meant regarding the divorce." Louis Zhou scoffed softly. "If memory serves, it was you who made the arrangements and then broke the promise." Shen Tingwan felt as though she had swallowed bitter gall, unable to voice her frustrations. She could not simply disregard Louis Yao. If she did intervene, she would still need to maintain secrecy. "Yet, did we not agree to meet in the afternoon?" Louis Zhou countered. "Who said we agreed?" Recalling the moment Louis Yao had dubbed him a dog of a man, Shen Tingwan felt the remnants of her inebriation resurfacing. She retrieved her phone, displaying the words to Louis Zhou. He glanced at the 4 characters, "I'll follow your lead," then shifted his gaze to the note she had assigned to him, "Lu Grandpa's grandson." His brow arched. "Am I nameless?" The question caught Shen Tingwan off guard, and she hesitated to respond. Louis Zhou pointed at the 2 characters. "Someone unaware might think you were insulting me." Regaining her composure, she abruptly retracted her phone and pressed the power button, placing it beside her. "That is unimportant." Shen Tingwan found it curious how every time she attempted to engage in a serious conversation with Louis Zhou, he effortlessly diverted the topic. "Unimportant?" Louis Zhou lingered on the subject. "A name is merely a moniker. As long as I know it is you, does it truly matter?" Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou suddenly nodded in agreement, leaving Shen Tingwan astonished. She felt her own words were somewhat forced. Acknowledging his name yet assigning him such a trivial designation felt odd. Their initial connection had stemmed from a WeChat introduction facilitated by Lu Grandpa before they had even met, at a time when she had no knowledge of how to write his name, so she had casually noted something recognizable. They had exchanged few words since then, rendering any change unnecessary. Louis Zhou's reaction was inscrutable, leaving her at a loss for words, yet it felt undeniably peculiar. As she regarded him with skepticism, Louis Zhou unlocked his phone, his long fingers deftly dancing across the screen. Shen Tingwan, disinterested in prying into his privacy, averted her gaze from his device. Louis Zhou, observing her distraction, mused, "Then I can assign any note I wish to you." Shen Tingwan nodded. Moments later, she witnessed a smile spreading across Louis Zhou's lips as he raised his phone before her. When she beheld the 2 characters on the screen, her cheeks flushed instantly. It was evident that the shock had merely awakened her from her drunken stupor. The effects of the alcohol still lingered, her face burned, her head spun as she read the note he had assigned to wife. Chapter 34. "Kiss me like this in the future." Louis Zhou gazed at the individual who had turned to look out the window, his phone spinning in his palm before tumbling onto the seat beside him. It wasn't until the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Bihua Garden that the person next to him remained utterly still. Only when the car had settled did Louis Zhou hear the faint sound of shallow breaths. He pondered the myriad meanings behind the person's silence throughout the journey, only to discover that they were simply sound asleep, cradling the slumbering figure. Louis Zhou ascended the stairs. The moment the door clicked shut, the person in his arms stirred. Shen Tingwan's mind was engulfed by the haze of intoxication and slumber, and when her eyes fluttered open, they were clouded with confusion. Observing her dazed expression, Louis Zhou applied a gentle pressure, providing her with a sense of reality. As her gaze cleared slightly, he carried her towards the bedroom. This marked Louis Zhou's second visit to her chamber. He carefully laid her on the bed, but just as he turned to leave, she grasped the corner of his clothing. Shen Tingwan, still under the influence, felt a fleeting memory pierce through her foggy consciousness. Bursting forth unbidden, she found herself unable to contemplate whether this was an appropriate moment to discuss matters, and blurted out, "Louis Zhou, does begging really work?" She recalled the helplessness in Chen Man's voice during their phone call earlier that day, along with the faint struggle for her sake. She truly cherished the character of Xia Qing. Louis Zhou glanced at the fabric she clutched, bending slightly. As he entered the bedroom, his hands were occupied, leaving the light unlit. Only the gentle moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon the bed and illuminating the face of the person lying there. Shen Tingwan's eyes had yet to fully open, her usually bright gaze now veiled in a mist. This ethereal haze only served to further captivate Louis Zhou. He chuckled softly, drawing nearer. "Did you not say we weren't familiar?" "Not familiar, yet you ask me for favors?" Shen Tingwan blinked, her hazy eyes focusing slightly, landing on the phrase, "ask for favors." "That role was originally mine," she asserted, her words slow and slightly softened by the alcohol, losing some of her usual chilliness. "After my audition, director Lu Ming had already sent someone to negotiate the schedule with Chen Man. He also recognized my understanding of the character. I can portray this role well." Listening to her words, Louis Zhou found the voice he longed to hear, yet the manner in which she spoke resembled a work report. Was that truly her focus? He cast a deep glance at her, subtly retracting his leaning body. As he pulled back slightly, she tugged him closer once more. Although Shen Tingwan's strength was neither light nor heavy, she did not perceive herself as capable of pulling him towards her. She stared into his profoundly deep eyes, which seemed to reflect her own image. She blinked, the proximity so close that their eyelashes intertwined. This closeness was not what she desired, she merely wished to prevent him from departing. Placing her hands on his shoulders, she attempted to push him away. The closeness rendered her nearly incapable of uttering a word, yet, it seemed that while pulling him was effortless, pushing him away proved entirely futile. Shen Tingwan grew anxious. A bit farther away, the figure leaning before her remained unresponsive, save for the glimmer of laughter in his eyes. Lu Izhou smirked, and as he spoke, their breaths mingled. His voice lowered, warm and caressing her slightly flushed face. Are we familiar? The slight rise in his tone transported Shen Tingwan back to that night. She felt a surge of heat, diverting her gaze. She found herself at a loss for where to look. Didn't I say we were familiar? Lu Izhou raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his voice. If we're familiar, then why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Shen Tingwan pressed her lips together. I haven't been avoiding you. Lu Izhou chuckled lightly, adjusting her turned face back toward him. If you haven't been avoiding me, why have I not seen you at all these past days? Cornered by his probing questions and still under the influence, her thoughts remained murky, rendered speechless. Lu Izhou chuckled again, his voice airy as if conceding, words alone are insufficient. How about you prove just how familiar we are? Shen Tingwan's kiss was entirely different from his. It was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Her soft, delicate lips brushed against his with no force behind them. Lu Izhou had yet to untangle the intricate thoughts in his mind when her gently tilted neck returned to its previous position. Shen Tingwan gazed at him, having proven her point yet struggling to articulate her conclusion. Is that all? The person in front of her inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Shen Tingwan stared into his profound eyes, lacking the energy to decipher the emotions within. She steadied her racing heart and turned her head away. In the next instant, a warm palm caressed her cheek, the familiar sensation enveloping her swiftly. Yet this time, Lu Izhou's kiss was different. He began gently, laden with a sense of lingering affection. Shen Tingwan, already lightheaded, felt even more breathless. Lu Izhou inexplicably sensed her acquiescence. With a determined flick of his tongue, he pried open her lips, delving into her warmth. Shen Tingwan relinquished all defenses, allowing him to explore freely. Lu Izhou savored the kiss thoroughly. Since that last encounter, he had regretted letting her slip away so easily. From now on, kiss me like this, alright? Shen Tingwan's eyes fluttered open, filled with a dreamy haze. Lu Izhou couldn't resist planting a kiss on her nose and brushing her brow with his lips. You've had too much to drink. Will you remember this kiss tomorrow? After posing the question, he lowered his head once more, only to find that the person beneath him had closed her eyes again. What kind of habit was this? Drink too much, sleep a while, then wake up again. Lu Izhou chuckled softly, turning away from the bedside. The following day, Shen Tingwan was roused by the incessant ringing of her phone. Chen Man's voice was frantic. Tingwan, do you remember the script by Wang Go? Shen Tingwan kept her eyes shut, initially nodding, then recalling she was on a call. Before she could respond, Chen Man excitedly continued, he inquired about your schedule today. The implications of inquiring about a schedule were unmistakable. Shen Tingwan offered a faint "oh," prompting Chen Man to erupt with enthusiasm. What is this? From your tone, it seems your interest is minimal. Shen Tingwan opened her eyes and sat up. She had read the script's IP early on. The story was indeed compelling, but she did not resonate with the female lead, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she did not approve of her. Shen Tingwan responded to Chen Man, I cannot comprehend the character of that female lead. On the other end of the line, there was silence. Shen Tingwan, one hand clutching the phone, prepared to lift the covers and get out of bed. She had indulged a bit too much the night before, and her throat felt uncomfortable after a full night's sleep. As she pulled back the covers, she froze in surprise. Who had changed her into a nightgown? Chapter 35. None of your concern. Shen Tingwan felt somewhat dazed throughout the entire morning. The aftermath of her excessive drinking the previous night lingered, compounded by the events that transpired between her and Lu Izhou. She had implored him for assistance, only to find herself ensnared in a trap of her own making. When he challenged her to prove their familiarity, she, under his influence, impulsively kissed him, and they shared more than one kiss. What did this mean for the two of them? Shen Tingwan was unable to comprehend it, so she chose to cast it aside. With the numerous scripts that Chen Man had sent her, she brewed a pot of herbal tea and settled onto the balcony. Just as she was beginning to doze off in the afternoon haze, her phone rang. The housekeeper, who was tidying up, handed her the phone. As she glanced at the caller ID, a momentary haze clouded her mind. Yu Yanran, what could she possibly want? Shen Tingwan had met Yu Yanran a few times, She was a child from the welfare home supported by Gao Junmei. They had hit it off quite well, and Gao Junmei had even arranged for her to work at a subsidiary of the Lu Corporation. In Gao Junmei's words, she was considered a semi-member of the Lu family, thus one of the few who knew about Shen Tingwan's marital status with Lu Yizhou. Shen Tingwan answered the call. "Hello." The voice on the other end was as sweet as its owner. "Tingwan, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Shen Tingwan marked her script with a bookmark. "Not at all." "Is there something you need?" The caller chuckled softly, and Shen Tingwan faintly recognized the familiar voice. Then, Gao Junmei's voice came through the receiver. "Xiaowan, it's your mother. We are looking at autumn and winter clothing and would like you to join us." Initially, Shen Tingwan declined, but she was unable to resist Gao Junmei's persistent request for her to act as an advisor. Ultimately, Shen Tingwan acquiesced. After hanging up, she changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out. Upon arriving at the mall, Gao Junmei emerged from the fitting room, trying on a new outfit. Each year, she dedicated a few days to intensive shopping, and as the store's top-tier VIP, she cleared the space for herself. Once inside, Shen Tingwan shed her outer layers, and as her fair, delicate face emerged, the store manager paused for a moment before speaking. Shen Tingwan was quite well known. Her performance in Cicada's song had skyrocketed her to fame, earning her a stellar reputation. The manager, having encountered many such situations, quickly regained composure and hastened to Gao Junmei, smoothing out the hem of her attire. Gao Junmei was trying on a two-piece suit, its serious black fabric exuding an air of sophistication. "Madam Lu, this outfit seems tailor-made for you." Gao Junmei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Yu Yanran, standing nearby, approached the mirror and said, "Godmother, I think I should start calling you sister, but look how much we resemble sisters." The sales associate chimed in. No one dislikes being told they appear youthful, and Gao Junmei smiled with delight. "That's why people enjoy shopping in pairs. It's because you young ladies know how to flatter." Laughter erupted around them. Yu Yanran turned back to Shen Tingwan, who had remained silent. "Tingwan, do you think this outfit doesn't look good on my godmother?" Shen Tingwan walked over to Gao Junmei, touched the sleeve, and then turned to select a knee-length blazer from the rack. She draped the blazer over Gao Junmei's shoulders. "You might catch a chill, and it could lead to discomfort. What do you think of wearing this blazer?" Gao Junmei took Shen Tingwan's hand, her joy evident. "That's why daughters are like little warm quilts for their mothers." "If Xiaoyao were here, she'd surely keep us warmer than both of us combined," Shen Tingwan added. "Speaking of her, Tingwan, you have no idea what she did last week." Gao Junmei led Shen Tingwan towards another rack, but Yu Yanran's expression soured. Curious sales associates, noticing the change, hurried to Yu Yanran's side. The girl, who had entered with a sweet smile, seemed amiable. "What is Shen Tingwan's relationship with Madame Lu? They appear quite close." Yu Yanran turned to her, her smile intact, but her words were less than friendly. "Is that really something you should be prying into?" Shen Tingwan accompanied Gao Junmei in selecting more than 20 outfits, and with each selection, Gao Junmei grew increasingly animated. "Oh, this one is lovely." Gao Junmei halted at a pink knitted dress. Shen Tingwan observed, noting that this style was quite rare for Gao Junmei. As the matriarch of the Lu family, she frequently attended meetings and banquets, typically favoring outfits that exuded professionalism or elegance. It's quite nice. A change in style could be refreshing." Although the pink was rather delicate, Gao Junmei maintained her figure exceptionally well. Gao Junmei chuckled, "I believe this dress would look stunning on you." Shen Tingwan turned to examine the garment. Crafted from pure wool, the fitted dress boasted a soft texture, though the high neckline was something she seldom wore, as it often gave her a constricted feeling. The store manager interjected, "Miss Shen is so fair and has such a great figure, this dress would likely look even better on her than on the model." Gao Junmei held it up for comparison, and before Shen Tingwan could refuse, Gao Junmei declared to the manager, "Wrap this one up as well." This dress marked the beginning of a spree. Gao Junmei browsed through more than 10 brands, and whenever she spotted something suitable for Shen Tingwan, she bypassed the need for a fitting and had it directly packaged. Shen Tingwan had attempted to decline, but Gao Junmei's authoritative demeanor left her no room for rebuttal. "What's wrong with a mother-in-law buying clothes for her daughter-in-law? Or is it that you don't appreciate your mother's selections? Or perhaps you don't consider your mother family?" Shen Tingwan could only accept everything graciously. "Thank you, mother." Gao Junmei took her hand, visibly pleased. The trio moved from clothing to shoes and then to jewelry, with Gao Junmei achieving considerable success. Shen Tingwan felt fortunate that she had chosen to wear a pair of flat, casual shoes. Glancing at Gao Junmei and Yu Yanran's towering heels, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. They continued shopping until 7 o'clock, when Gao Junmei finally decided it was time to wrap things up. "At this hour, are you all hungry?" This indicated that they would be dining together. By now, the housekeeper had likely finished her work, so Shin Tingwan nodded in agreement. Gao Junmei selected a nearby private dining establishment. While waiting for their meal, Shin Tingwan excused herself to the restroom, only to encounter someone waiting for her at the door upon her exit. Yu Yanran still wore that sweet smile as she leaned against the corridor, asking, "Shin Tingwan, when exactly do you plan to divorce Zhou?" Shin Tingwan was not in the habit of sharing her personal matters with others, especially not when they did not concern her alone. Moreover, she barely knew the person in question. "What does it have to do with you?" Yu Yanran straightened up, still smiling. "Don't you know about my relationship with Zhou?" This implied a deeper connection. Shin Tingwan truly had no idea. However, one thing she was certain of was that Yu Yanran harbored a dislike for her. She had sensed it during their first encounter. Thus, when she saw Yu Yanran's call earlier, she had been quite surprised. Regardless, whatever transpired between her and Zhou was none of Yu Yanran's business. Shin Tingwan smiled politely, her expression shallow. "I don't know, nor do I wish to." With that, she attempted to step forward, but Yu Yanran blocked her path. The smile faded from her face. "Shin Tingwan, don't you ever grow weary of pretending to be so aloof?" Shin Tingwan tilted her head to regard her. "Thank you for your concern, but this matter does not pertain to you." With that, Shin Tingwan maneuvered around the outstretched arm in front of her and continued on her way. Chapter 36. Staying with her, Shin Tingwan was taken aback to find an additional person in the private room upon her return. Liu Yizhou was seated beside her, engaged in conversation with Gao Junmei. "I asked you to accompany me for a stroll, yet you claim to have work," she remarked. "It is not that I didn't want to come, but how did you arrive so swiftly?" Gao Junmei observed her cherished son with a bemused expression. After more than 2 years apart, it was a rare occasion for him to return, yet she found him entirely unyielding to her wishes, much like his father, a workaholic. Liu Yizhou glanced at the message that had just popped up on his phone, prepared to respond, when he noticed the newcomers entering. Shin Tingwan and Yu Yanran entered one after the other. Liu Yizhou retracted his hand, placing his phone on the table, and picked up his chopsticks. "Since you have spoken, how could I solely focus on my work?" Gao Junmei shot him a disbelieving look. The square table accommodating four had Liu Yizhou positioned not only to Shin Tingwan's right but also to Yu Yanran's left. Did the meeting conclude that swiftly? Yu Yanran tilted her head, her sweet smile in place as she regarded Liu Yizhou. It was evident to all present who had just participated in the meeting. Liu Yizhou merely responded with a non-committal hum. As his chopsticks reached for the braised spare ribs, Shin Tingwan found it quite a coincidence that her chopsticks collided with his as they both aimed for the same large platter. The piece of spare rib she had just grasped fell back onto the plate. She turned to glance at him, and as she attempted to pick up another piece, the very rib that had slipped from her grasp found its way into her bowl. Liu Yizhou regarded her with a smile in his eyes, his tone inexplicably indulgent. "You truly have an affinity for spare ribs, no matter where you are." His words seemed to linger in the air, drawing the attention of Gao Junmei and the person opposite them. Shin Tingwan paused for less than a second before picking up another piece of spare rib and indulging in it. The gazes directed at her were impossible to ignore. Yu Yanran wore a somewhat strained smile, her expression betraying a hint of bitterness and resentment that Shin Tingwan noted and mentally catalogued for future reference. Perhaps one day, she might take on the role of a White Lotus herself. However, she had no desire to portray one imbued with forbearance and unrequited love. Shin Tingwan savored the dish heartily. Although the spare ribs here did not rival those prepared by the Liu family's cook, they possessed their own unique charm, tender and flavorful, with a touch of spiciness that she relished. Liu Yizhou observed her as she finished one piece and reached for another, leaving his own solitary piece to sit neglected on the plate. He glanced down at the spare rib, then back at the woman enjoying her meal with evident delight, a smile curving his lips. Gao Junmei had sensed something peculiar about Liu Yizhou during their last gathering at the old residence, and now she was further convinced of her conclusion. After years of nurturing, the iron tree was finally poised to blossom. She extended her hand to serve her beloved daughter-in-law a bowl of red date and white fungus soup, placing it before her. "Thank you, Mama," Shin Tingwan replied, displaying the kind of obedience that only surfaced in the presence of elders. "Little Wan ought to eat more." "You're looking rather thin," Gao Junmei remarked with maternal affection. Being a woman herself, she understood the importance of maintaining one's figure, especially since Shin Tingwan was a celebrity. Yet, she felt that Shin Tingwan had looked just fine before joining the production 4 months ago, and now she seemed rather too slender. Though her complexion appeared much rosier than it had during their last encounter at the old residence, as a caring elder, she still felt it was insufficient. After taking a sip of her soup, Shin Tingwan nodded in agreement. "She may appear thin, but when you hold her," Liu Yizhou began, his words catching everyone off guard. Shin Tingwan was in the midst of drinking her soup when she suddenly choked. "How careless of you," Liu Yizhou remarked, extending his hand to offer her his water glass, which was half full, evidently having been consumed by someone else. Shin Tingwan coughed, her delicate brows furrowing. As she looked at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. The glass was not accepted, prompting Louis Zhou to lift it again. Quick, drink some water to clear your throat, Gao Junmei urged from the side. Under the unwavering gaze of Gao Junmei, Shen Tingwan had no choice but to reach for the cup, bringing it to her lips. The warm water flowed down her throat, allowing her to regain her composure. The small interlude lasted a good 2 to 3 minutes, and just as Shen Tingwan thought the topic would be laid to rest, she underestimated Gao Junmei's curiosity. What was that about holding her? Gao Junmei redirected her gaze to Louis Zhou, who had spoken half a sentence earlier. Louis Zhou turned his head to the left. Shen Tingwan bore the title of a natural-born starlet. Her beauty was not solely in her visage but also in her physique. Standing at 169 centimeters, her proportions were enviable, with long legs and a slender waist, perfectly shaped where it mattered most. Louis Zhou suddenly recalled the softness he had felt in his arms the previous night. It wasn't mere flesh, it was a person. He stared at her for a moment, ignoring her subtle eye signal. In reality, holding her, Shen Tingwan's breath caught in her throat. Seizing the rare ripple of emotion in her gaze, Louis Zhou felt a surge of excitement. In truth, she is quite light when held. As his words hung in the air, Shen Tingwan felt her cheeks flush once more, not from the effects of alcohol but rather from him, Louis Zhou. What on earth was he doing? After completing his sentence, Louis Zhou appeared as if nothing had transpired. His gaze returning to the table. Gao Junmei, seated opposite her son, observed the unmistakable glimmer in his eyes. She well understood how light her cherished daughter-in-law was, yet she would not let this opportunity to gauge the progression of their relationship slip away. As for the outcome, she was thoroughly pleased. Gao Junmei chuckled softly before turning to Shen Tingwan. Little one, make sure to rest well during this time, do not rush back into work. Seeing you so thin has truly pained my heart, she added. Shen Tingwan clasped Gao Junmei's outstretched hand, nodding with a smile. The mention of work reminded her of the matters concerning power under heaven. Had she truly drunkenly voiced her request to him yesterday? Would Louis Zhou actually assist her? She could scarcely recall anything from last night, except for his kiss, which lingered vividly in her memory. Shen Tingwan lifted her water glass, attempting to suppress her swirling thoughts. After finishing their meal and exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally emerged into the deepening night. Gao Junmei took hold of one of them, leading them towards her car. It was only after they had entered that she suddenly realized, oh, Yanran, I came to pick you up. I didn't drive. Yanran maintained her usual cheerful demeanor. It's alright, auntie, I can just take a cab. As Gao Junmei fastened her seatbelt, she pondered briefly before gesturing to Louis Zhou, who stood behind Shen Tingwan. Xiaoshan seems to be on the way to Yanran's home. Why not give her a ride? At that moment, Shen Tingwan finally caught sight of the genuine happiness radiating from Yu Yanran's sweet smile. However, the joy barely lasted a second. A clear, melodious voice came from above her. It's not on the way. I am currently staying with Shen Tingwan at Bihua Garden. Shen Tingwan immediately turned around. What did he mean by staying with her at Bihua Garden? Chapter 37. Exploring alternatives. Gao Junmei took Yu Yanran away with her, leaving only Shen Tingwan and Louis Zhou in front of the restaurant. The eatery chosen by Gao Junmei exuded a certain air of seclusion amidst the bustling city. The evening breeze was slightly cool, prompting Shen Tingwan to pull her coat closer around her. At this hour, numerous people were entering and exiting, as well as strolling along the street. Louis Zhou glanced down at the person beside him, but all he could see was the brim of her hat, her delicate face completely shielded. Shall we get in the car and head home? Shen Tingwan asked, observing a Lincoln that had just pulled up, a familiar face leaning out from the lowered window of the passenger seat. Shan Changming greeted them with sincerity and warmth. Boss lady, please get in. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing that Shan Changming had likely earned another nod of approval from the boss. Given the current mood of the boss, a promotion and raise this year seemed promising. Shan Changming waved enthusiastically. Caught between the options of not driving and not having Louis Zhou with her, Shen Tingwan ultimately chose the latter. She shook her head, saying, I drove here, I should take my car. After speaking, she turned to the person beside her. Louis Zhou promptly responded with an Just as Shen Tingwan was about to bid farewell, the person beside her had already taken the lead. However, Louis Zhou did not walk towards the car in front of them. Shen Tingwan's vehicle was parked in a rather secluded spot, and with his long legs, Louis Zhou quickly reached the left side of the car, extending his hand towards her for the car keys. Let us drive your car home. Shen Tingwan, clutching the strap of her bag, replied, no need. I can drive myself. Standing in front of her white Audi, Louis Zhou in his black suit made her recall what the sales assistant had said when she purchased the car, that many urban elites chose this model. It turned out that this vehicle indeed suited the elite persona. Louis Zhou's hand remained extended. Madame Lu, we must be environmentally conscious. Why take two cars to the same destination? Shen Tingwan was momentarily speechless. After acquiring the keys, Louis Zhou turned and slid into the driver's seat, while Shen Tingwan walked around to the right side and entered the car. As she settled in, Louis Zhou was just finishing adjusting his seat. Standing at a height of 186 centimeters, he found the position she had set for him somewhat uncomfortable. As Shin Tingwan gazed at the tall figure beside her, she realized that since purchasing the car, no one else had driven it. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly enveloped in his embrace. Shin Tingwan instinctively held her breath. He deftly threaded his fingers through the seatbelt, gliding past her. The cool fragrance of Louis Zhou enveloped her senses, and she recalled how, in a half-dreaming state last night, she had burrowed deeper into that delightful scent. It was Louis Zhou's embrace. What had transpired within her yesterday, was it the influence of alcohol? But what of Louis Zhou? He had not consumed a drop. Shin Tingwan tilted her head slightly to observe him. In just a fleeting glance, the earlier confusion was reenacted in real time. One hand held the seatbelt, while the other, unbeknownst to her, had settled on her waist. Louis Zhou's kiss was lighter than the previous days. Just as Shin Tingwan regained her senses, an involuntary shiver coursed through her waist. His hand, resting there, was not exerting pressure, yet it felt unbearably ticklish. The distance between their lips barely shifted. Louis Zhou's handsome face loomed close, his eyes filled with affection, a soft smile gracing his lips. "It's ticklish," Shin Tingwan managed to articulate, wishing fervently for time to reverse. "I didn't mean to." The remainder of her words were swallowed by their shared silence. The ticklish sensation dissipated as Louis Zhou's warm palm pressed firmly against her waist. Shin Tingwan had never experienced such a prolonged kiss. Her lips felt like they were numbing, and only then did Louis Zhou show signs of withdrawing. Confused, she found herself lost in a haze. The kiss from last night had yet to clear from her mind, and now another had followed. Shin Tingwan's gaze grew somewhat dazed. The car was dimly lit, and the secluded corner offered no light. Even after the kiss, Louis Zhou lingered, gently nuzzling her with his nose, prompting Shin Tingwan to grip the seat tighter. He remained there for what felt like an eternity, and she could feel warmth radiating from his presence. The atmosphere in the car was peculiar, a quietude that seemed almost sacred, as if they were reluctant to disturb it. After roughly half a minute, her nose was again brushed lightly. Louis Zhou's deep-set eyes appeared to delve even deeper. At last, the stillness was disrupted. His voice, lower than usual and slightly husky, inquired, "Do you prefer last night's or today's?" Upon hearing the question, her mind finally began to function. Shin Tingwan raised her previously limp hand, placing it on his shoulder, summoning every ounce of strength she could muster. Yet, the distance between them remained unchanged. She met his gaze once more, peering into those profound eyes, yet seeing nothing at all. The dim environment and his inscrutable expression obscured her understanding. "I like neither," Shin Tingwan declared resolutely, her typically icy tone devoid of any tremor, as if she had never experienced any turmoil at all. In less than 2 seconds, the shadow that had enveloped her abruptly withdrew with a soft click. The seatbelt was fastened by the departing figure. Shin Tingwan's gaze instinctively followed him as he moved. Louis Zhou, unaffected, buckled his seatbelt and started the engine. The car maneuvered out from its secluded spot and seamlessly merged into the flow of traffic. Shin Tingwan stole a few glances at his profile, her attention drawn to the prominent knuckles of his hands gripping the steering wheel. Such large hands, no wonder there had been so much warmth around her waist just now. As he drove, Louis Zhou remained focused on the road ahead, and Shin Tingwan found no signs of displeasure on his countenance. The tranquility was somewhat unexpected. Typically, those who are told they are disliked would argue or demand an explanation, especially regarding such choices, yet Louis Zhou remained silent. Shin Tingwan turned her head to gaze out the window, appreciating the silence. At this time, the streets of the city center were bustling with vehicles. Compared to driving, she indeed preferred being a passenger. Her driving skills were not particularly adept, and she rarely needed to drive herself. Most of her journeys involved attending events, which tended to be further afield initially. Chen Man had arranged for a driver for her. Liang Shi had begrudgingly provided a van for her, who had only just returned to the public eye. Aiming for the top upon debut, yet retreating for a year at the peak, the boss was understandably apprehensive about using her. It was only after Chen Man firmly insisted that Liang Shi finally allocated a van for her. When it came to arranging a driver, however, he began to hesitate once more. Chen Man, accustomed to suppressing her emotions, stormed into the CEO's office, creating quite a ruckus, and emerged with a driver. Liang Shi had once again hit a snag, as the driver he procured secretly sold Shin Tingwan's itinerary online. Even now, the memory of that stalker still sent shivers down her spine. Following that incident, Grandfather Lu assigned a driver. Initially resistant, Shin Tingwan had no choice when Lu Xingrong, with a huff, remarked, "Very well, let this old man worry at home all day then." Thus, she acquiesced. In truth, the driver arranged by Lu Xingrong proved to be quite reliable, quiet and unobtrusive. He had a way of easily evading any paparazzi attempting to tail her. Shin Tingwan knew that this individual had been with Grandfather Lu for a long time. He had always held her in high regard. As one car after another passed by her window, Shin Tingwan turned to gaze at the distant red traffic light. Suddenly, the silence within the car was shattered by Louis Zhou, who rested one hand on the window while tapping the steering wheel lightly with the other. Shin Tingwan glanced to her left once more. Lui Zhou appeared contemplative. If you don't like either, then let us try something different next time. Chapter 38. Not merely a decoration. As Shin Tingwan stepped through the threshold of Bihua Garden, her thoughts felt somewhat ethereal. Just as she was about to express something, the phone resting on the entryway console began to ring. It was a video call from Shuan, recently dispatched abroad for an exchange program. She had been so engrossed in her work that there was barely a moment to spare, let alone time for a phone call. Even her WeChat messages had become a weekly occurrence. Shin Tingwan picked up the phone and walked out to the balcony beyond the glass door. The balcony was dimly lit, which suited her perfectly. As soon as the video connected, Shuan's booming voice erupted from the receiver. "My darling, I've missed you terribly." Shin Tingwan beamed at the figure on the screen, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Have you finally finished your work?" Shuan lamented, "Not at all, the road ahead is long and arduous." She gestured to the chaotic mess on her desk, where her laptop screen was filled with incomprehensible charts and diagrams, and scattered papers lay haphazardly about. Amidst the disarray was a cup of coffee so dark that Shin Tingwan believed a single sip would keep her awake for a week. The person on the other end continued to complain, "You have no idea, darling, from dawn till dusk, and then from dusk till dawn." Taking a sip of the coffee, she managed to maintain a stoic expression. Shin Tingwan licked her lips and sincerely inquired, "Is it bitter?" Shuan took another sip. "Oh, it's bitter." "Then why are you still drinking it?" It dawned on Shuan that they were not speaking about the same thing. She placed the coffee back down and raised her voice, "The coffee isn't bitter, my life is." Shin Tingwan lost her smile as the camera wobbled slightly, prompting Shuan to ask, "Where are you?" "It's so dark." Shin Tingwan glanced back, feeling a twinge of guilt. Beyond the glass door lay the living room. However, she had pulled the sheer curtains closed when she entered, and the glass door was also shut. Although the living room was not entirely visible, she could still discern the outline of a figure. Yet, Lui Zhou was not in the living room. Regaining her composure, she replied, "I'm at home." "At home, and you haven't turned on the lights?" Shin Tingwan explained, "I just got home and didn't have time." Shuan nodded, but then cleverly found a flaw in her reasoning. "Doesn't your home have motion sensor lights?" "I'm on the balcony." She had installed smart motion sensor lights in the entryway, living room, and kitchen, a decision made together with her best friend Shuan. Shuan nodded again but promptly questioned, "It's nighttime in the country, aren't you always afraid of the cold? What are you doing on the balcony at this hour?" Shin Tingwan, feeling the chilly autumn breeze, shivered slightly. Not one to lie easily, she hastily concocted an excuse. "I ate too much and needed to digest on the balcony." Shuan furrowed her brow at this. "You can eat too much at night?" Shin Tingwan. Indeed, a hastily told lie often leads to such a predicament. Shuan was now the person who understood her best in the world. Before her grandmother passed, she had shared that title. Now, Shuan was the sole possessor of such insight. Having chosen this profession, Shin Tingwan had been exceedingly disciplined since her university days, rarely indulging to the point of discomfort, especially not in the evening. Tonight's dinner was delicious. "I inadvertently overindulged," she lamented, wishing she could showcase her acting skills. Yet, Shuan would not buy it for a second. She would sooner believe that Shin Tingwan could skip an entire meal than accept that she could overeat at night. Shuan scrutinized her with a skeptical glance, her expression tinged with disbelief, as though she almost accepted the explanation. Changing the subject, she urged, "Then turn on the balcony light so I can see you." Shin Tingwan was puzzled. Shuan, feeling impatient, exclaimed, "Let me, your devoted admirer, behold your beauty and dispel the gloom of work." Shin Tingwan had always indulged her best friend's whims, especially since she had just told a fib. Without further thought, she stepped aside, flicked on the balcony light, and was immediately enveloped in brightness. The sudden illumination was almost blinding, and she shut her eyes briefly, unaware that the phone camera had switched to the rear lens. Until a booming voice resonated through the speaker, Shuan's exuberant exclamation rang out, "Shin Tingwan, there's a man in your living room." "And he is a man." She opened her eyes in shock, glancing at the tall, imposing figure hidden behind the sheer curtain. It felt as if she were locking eyes with him, but within 2 seconds, she turned away again. Shin Tingwan quickly repositioned the camera. "You must be mistaken." Unable to lie, she could only feign a dismissive response. Shuan's teasing tone came through, "Quite the physique, you certainly have an eye for selection." Shin Tingwan. Silence in Shuan's presence was tantamount to acquiescence. With an arched brow, she watched as the video image suddenly zoomed in, and Shuan lowered her voice to a near whisper, "Does he know you're married?" Lui Zhou, draped in a soft blanket and approaching the balcony door, paused momentarily at the question. Shin Tingwan was momentarily at a loss for words. It suddenly struck her that due to Shuan's recent busyness, she had not yet had the opportunity to inform her best friend about Lui Zhou's return to the country. She wanted to reveal that the man in her living room was her nominal husband but was at a loss on how to explain his presence in her home. Moreover, the two of them had recently. She fell silent, contemplating how to share the events of the past few days with her friend. They intended to divorce but had yet to finalize it. Luijo had even moved into her home, and they had shared kiss after kiss. And then there were those perplexing words he had spoken. Unsure of where to begin, she sensed that Xuan was envisioning a grand drama playing out in her mind, and her primary sentiment was one of joy. After all, her dear friend had not experienced a spark of romance since the incident with Song Yilong 3 years prior. To finally have a whirlwind marriage with a handsome and wealthy man, only for it to become a mere fade, was a bitter irony. Xuan expressed her delight. Well, little darling, you've finally come to your senses, and all my prayers to the heavens have not been in vain. Shen Tingwan chuckled. Prayers for what? Why, to wish for you to swiftly take that man into your grasp. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of your heavenly beauty? Shen Tingwan knew her friend had a knack for hyperbole, yet her animated remarks were undeniably amusing, and she couldn't help but laugh aloud. After reveling in her own triumph, Xuan leaned in conspiratorially to probe further. So, does he know you're married? Is he aware of the Three's Company situation? Or does he merely see your husband as a mere decoration? Just then, the eavesdropping figure outside, having overheard the last two words, pulled open the glass door behind the sheer curtain. Shen Tingwan had barely uttered a syllable, intending to explain the timeline to her friend, when the door was yanked open from the inside, and she felt warmth envelop her shoulder. Luijo draped the soft, skin-friendly blanket over her, wrapping her up snugly. After adjusting her comfortably, he turned her back around. Standing directly behind Shen Tingwan, he lifted the phone slightly, positioning it so that the video displayed a scene of a man and woman seemingly embracing. With a satisfied smirk, he addressed the wide-eyed figure on the other end. Hello, I am Shen Tingwan's husband, Luijo. I am aware of Shen Tingwan's marital status. There's no ambiguity here. Just to clarify, I am not a mere decoration. Chapter 39. Somnambulism. Shen Tingwan found herself immersed in warm water, feeling as though she were in a dream. Xuan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, hastily ended the call, the sound of the disconnection echoing from her phone as the person behind her turned away from the balcony, leaving her alone in the autumn breeze. Fortunately, Luijo had draped a blanket over her. Having been sensitive to the cold since childhood, she had sparked some concern in her grandmother, when she first expressed her desire to become an actress. I see that some actors have to immerse themselves in cold water, and there are scenes set in rain and snow, she remarked. I've heard that some actresses must wear dresses even in the depths of winter. Is it true that they film summer scenes in the dead of winter, wearing summer attire in sub-zero temperatures? As she spoke, Mian turned to acquire a plethora of health-promoting herbs, preparing various medicinal dishes for her. She even sought out a highly esteemed elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor through several connections. After 2 months of diligently consuming herbal remedies, the venerable doctor, with his grizzled beard, finished examining her pulse and mused, some individuals are simply born with a sensitivity to cold. Subsequently, Mian began crafting handmade warming garments for her, knit sweaters, padded jackets, scarves, and knee pads, preparing several sets. Her grandmother never interfered with her decisions. While she might worry, she would always offer her unconditional support. Shen Tingwan lingered on the balcony for an extended period, so long that when she finally turned back, the lights in the living room had been extinguished. Upon entering her room, she noticed a sliver of light seeping from the slightly ajar door of the guest room, and as she approached the living room, she faintly heard Luijo's voice, sounding as if he were in a meeting. She had long been aware of his busy schedule, yet she had not anticipated its intensity. Turning back to her own bedroom, she closed the door behind her. Scattered across the table on her bedroom balcony were disheveled scripts. She had intended to select one today. However, as she perused each story, the image of Xia Cheng persistently surfaced in her mind. She relished the prospect of challenging herself with different roles, and Xia Cheng represented a territory she had yet to explore. The script resting atop the pile was one she had been reviewing that afternoon, a love story transitioning from campus to urban life. Although the narrative was commendable, it failed to ignite her interest. Her gaze drifted from the script, and she inevitably recalled the events of the previous night. While it was true that she had been intoxicated, she had also earnestly sought that person's attention. Yet, it seemed her efforts had been in vain. She stepped into the bathroom, immersing herself in warm water. The essential oil soothed her fatigued body, while the aromatherapy calmed her mind, which had been preoccupied with thoughts of the Xia Cheng role. Shen Tingwan lingered in the bath longer than intended, feeling drowsy, before finally rising. After drying her hair and exiting the bathroom, she was startled to find a multitude of unread messages on her phone, which had illuminated the bedside table. Xuan had not only hung up due to embarrassment, her senior had also sent her an urgent email. Curiosity swirled in her mind, but she set it aside for the moment. After an hour of frantically compiling the requested materials, her weary thoughts returned to her friend's romantic, no, rather, marital life. Shoo, spill the beans. Shoo, what is going on with you two? Shoo, when did Louis Joe return from abroad? Shoo, didn't you say that as soon as he came back, you would file for divorce? Shoo, he's south living at your place now? You two are cohabitating? Shoo, if you're living together, doesn't that mean you? Shoo, oh my, Shin Tingwan, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Happy, are we? Shoo, stepping into a new era, huh? Shoo, not only handsome but also highly capable? Shoo, Shin Tingwan, is your phone broken? Shoo, Shin Tingwan, hurry and respond. The latest message arrived just a minute ago. Shoo, I'll wait one more minute, if you don't reply, I'm heading back home tomorrow. Shoo, if my career suffers, you'll be responsible for supporting me. Shin Tingwan felt immensely relieved to have caught that crucial minute. 1. Replying to you. Shoo N. Shoo, hurry and confess, I don't want to hear a single word of nonsense. Leaning against her headboard, Shin Tingwan scrolled to the top of her unread messages. The warmth from the steam of the bathroom still lingered on her flushed cheeks, only to be reignited. She engaged in conversation with her friend for over half an hour, until her counterpart on the other side of the ocean was called away by a colleague, finally bringing their exchange to a close. Shoo, I have an urgent matter now, no time to interrogate you. Shoo, wait for me to finish. Shoo, fist clenching. JPG, after bidding farewell to her busy friend, Shin Tingwan went to the dining room for a glass of water. The light spilling from the guest room door remained still. After finishing her drink, she returned to her room, initially drowsy. Her thoughts were abruptly drawn back to the awkward scene with Shuan. She recounted every detail to her friend, but what about the person who had silently departed from behind her? He had said, after all, that he was not a mere decoration. Was he somewhat upset? The term decoration certainly carried a harsh connotation. Lui Zhou, a paragon of excellence, had likely never encountered such a term in his 20-plus years. Shin Tingwan sighed, yet, he seemed quite busy. It would be inappropriate to disturb him at such a late hour. An apology could wait until tomorrow. She closed her eyes, attempting to cultivate a sense of slumber. Mere minutes later, she opened her eyes again, setting an alarm for an earlier hour. Louis Zhou would be leaving for work at 8 in the morning, and she was uncertain whether he was truly upset. It would not bode well for him to go to work in a foul mood. The busy CEO, already overwhelmed, would only find it more distressing if his mood soured further. She resolved to prepare a simple breakfast in the morning. The housekeeper would certainly have made sandwiches for her. With those thoughts swirling, her previously restless mind finally succumbed to sleep. As Louis Zhou closed his laptop, it was nearly midnight. Rubbing his temples, he rose and entered the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the guest bathroom but did not lie down on the guest bed. Shin Tingwan was deep in slumber. Lui Zhou gingerly wrapped his arms around her. Truth be told, he had wished to awaken her, as proving he was more than a mere ornament would require action rather than idle words. He lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. His intention was merely to bestow a kiss upon her brow, yet he found himself unable to resist. While in the car, he had thought he had kissed enough, but it turned out that just that fleeting moment was insufficient. His gaze shifted to her delicate, rosy lips, and he pressed against them softly. One kiss led to a yearning for a second, and after another, he felt it was still inadequate. As he hesitated, the woman beneath him slowly opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. Shin Tingwan, still enveloped in drowsiness, felt as though she were in a dream yet simultaneously not. Her thoughts were filled with the apology she had contemplated before sleep, and the sudden appearance of the protagonist was, indeed, timely. Lui Zhou, observing her bleary eyes, was both surprised and delighted that she did not push him away. The soft movement of her lips prompted her to murmur, still laced with sleep, Louis Zhou, are you angry? She quickly added, my friend didn't mean it, she didn't intend it that way. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, then what does she mean? Shin Tingwan paused, the warmth of his breath rousing her from her dreamy state. She looked up at him, her hand instinctively pushing against him. What are you doing here? Louis Zhou grasped her small, warm hand that had emerged from beneath the covers and kissed it gently. I say it's somnambulism. Do you believe me? Chapter 40. As Shin Tingwan entered the guest room, she was immediately met with disbelief. However, before she could utter a word, she found herself captured by a kiss from Louis Zhou. The kiss, light and airy, enveloped Shin Tingwan in a surreal sense, as though she were lost in a dream. With her fingers still held captive in Louis Zhou's grasp, she attempted to withdraw, but to no avail. After a few moments of hesitation, Louis Zhou could no longer resist the urge to deepen the kiss, when suddenly, the phone on the bedside table erupted with a piercing ring. The shrill sound jolted Shen Tingwan awake, and she forcefully withdrew her fingers, exclaiming, "Louis-Zhou, someone is calling me." Louis-Zhou relinquished his hold, allowing her to push him aside with ease. She picked up the phone, surprised to find it was Louis Yao calling at such a late hour. "Hello, Xiao Yao, what brings you to call at this hour?" Shen Tingwan held the phone in one hand while Louis-Zhou still retained a gentle grip on her other hand. Louis Yao's voice sounded pitiful. "Sister-in-law, it's freezing downstairs." At this, Shen Tingwan sat up, throwing off the covers, ready to get out of bed, but Louis-Zhou gently tugged her hand back, his tone edged with impatience. "What is she doing here?" It was far too late for their parents to allow Louis Yao to venture out alone. Having overheard her brother's voice, Louis Yao erupted, "Louis-Zhou, is that any way to speak?" The intensity of her response made Shen Tingwan wince as she moved the phone away from her ear. Louis-Zhou took the phone from her, one hand on the call while the other kept a firm grip on her. "Louis Yao, you should recognize the gravity of the situation. You are beseeching your brother for refuge." Louis Yao was not intimidated by his words. "I am asking my sister-in-law for help. What does that have to do with you?" Louis-Zhou's laugh was cold. "You are seeking my wife's assistance. Do you not see the connection?" The two exchanged sharp remarks, while Shen Tingwan, still holding onto Louis-Zhou's hand, interjected, "I'll go open the door for her, it's too cold outside." Louis-Zhou remained steadfast. "She is undoubtedly waiting in the car. She is not foolish." Standing just outside the entrance, shivering from the cold, Louis Yao thought to herself, "Am I to deny being in the car?" Yet she was reluctant to admit her folly. "Well, if I am in the car, you still need to let me in." Louis Yao's voice was filled with indignation. Louis-Zhou pulled Shen Tingwan back into the warmth of the covers and stood up. "Say something nice." There was a brief silence on the other end. Just as Louis-Zhou was about to sit down again, a reluctant voice finally replied, "Wishing you prosperous business." Shen Tingwan couldn't help but chuckle at Louis Yao's predicament. Louis-Zhou resumed his seat. "Say something nice again." Louis Yao, accustomed to being cheeky, retorted, "May wealth flow in abundantly." Louis-Zhou leaned back against the pillow, reflecting with a languid sigh, "It's still not warm in here, yet the room feels quite cozy. I wonder what the temperature is outside." Louis Yao shivered, finally conceding, "Wishing you and sister-in-law a harmonious union, is that satisfactory?" With the phone in hand, Louis-Zhou moved to the entrance, granting her access while also summoning the elevator. When he returned with the shivering Louis Yao, Shen Tingwan was already draped in a robe, waiting in the living room. To her surprise, Louis Yao was clad only in a long-sleeved pajama set. Shen Tingwan guided her to the sofa, wrapping a warm blanket around her. The warmth accentuated Louis Yao's sense of grievance. "Wah, sister-in-law," Louis Yao wailed, collapsing into tears. Shen Tingwan, taken aback by the sudden outburst, looked up at Louis-Zhou in confusion. Calmly, Louis-Zhou poured a glass of hot water and handed it to the sobbing girl. "Now, tell me, what has prompted this latest episode?" The tactic of running away from home had been Louis Yao's go-to strategy since she was 12, a clever yet rebellious act against Gao Junmei. Realizing she could not outsmart her mother, she sought refuge either at the ancestral home or with her brother, always with the intent of escaping Gao Junmei's grasp. Leaning against Shen Tingwan's shoulder, Louis Yao continued to sob. "She insisted on sending me abroad." Each word came in fits. I absolutely do not wish to go to such an unfamiliar place." "What?" Shen Tingwan gently patted her back, offering comfort with a soft tone. "Didn't you say you were studying diligently? That if you excelled in your studies, mother wouldn't send you abroad?" The mention of this only fueled Louis Yao's indignation further. "She's changed her mind." "Why is she so unreasonable?" Seeing Louis Yao's breathless sobs, Shen Tingwan cast a pleading glance at Louis-Zhou. He, now growing increasingly irritated at the disruption of his peace, remarked, "Enough, it's late and you're here crying at someone else's home." This reminded Shen Tingwan of how anxious Louis Yao's parents must be, and she turned to Louis-Zhou. "You should call mom and dad to inform them." Earlier, her phone had been taken by Louis-Zhou, and she had no idea where it was now. Louis-Zhou glanced at her tear-soaked shoulder, frowning. "No need, they must have sent someone to fetch her." Wanting some peace for himself, he was unwilling to acknowledge the chaos. Yet, observing the damp marks on her shoulder and the still crying girl, he sighed. "All right, we'll discuss this tomorrow." "Look at the time. You're not sleeping, but do you expect others to remain awake as well?" Louis Yao tightened her grip around Shen Tingwan. "I'm not looking for you, I came to see my sister-in-law." Louis-Zhou stood up, an imposing presence. "It's even less acceptable to disturb your sister-in-law." "Off to bed with you." With a pout, Louis Yao's expression grew even more pitiful as she buried her face deeper into Shen Tingwan's embrace. "Wah, sister-in-law." Shen Tingwan felt a pang of sympathy, glaring at Louis-Zhou. "If you're tired, go to sleep. I'll stay with her." Louis Zhou, grinding his teeth, let out a cold laugh. Louis Yao, you are going to bed now, and tomorrow I will speak to your mother. Suddenly, Louis Yao sprang up, standing before Louis Zhou with such swiftness that Shen Tingwan felt a gust of wind pass by. Louis Yao looked up at him, grasping his dangling pinky finger. Let us make a pact, 100 years without changing. Make it 1,000 years, Louis Zhou replied, shaking his hand free. After freeing his hand, he extended it toward the girl on the sofa, his tone softened with affection. Come on, let us go back to sleep. Shen Tingwan hesitated at the offered hand. She did not wish for Louis Zhou to return to her room, yet she also did not want Louis Yao to sense anything amiss. Louis Zhou's hand, having received no response, was not deterred. He turned to the scheming Louis Yao. You go to the guest room. Louis Yao took a couple of steps back, her calves meeting the sofa, and extended her hand toward Shen Tingwan. Sister-in-law, I want to sleep with you. Chapter 41. Crying for you. Shen Tingwan's gaze swept across Louis Zhou's large palm, settling upon the delicate, fair hand of the girl before her. Shen Tingwan reached out and placed her hand on it. The moment she felt the stirrings beneath her palm, Louis Yao could hardly contain her delight. Practically bouncing with joy, she glanced at the empty air where Louis Zhou's hand hovered. Tisk, tsk. Not wanting the spectacle to unfold anew, Shen Tingwan stood up and declared, Louis Zhou, you should sleep in the guest room tonight. Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou looked down at the void where his hand had only touched air, raising an eyebrow in playful disbelief. Tonight, I am to sleep in the guest room? Though he merely echoed Shen Tingwan's words, she inexplicably sensed a subtle difference. However, it was rather late, and she had already slipped into the realm of dreams before being awakened by the commotion. After comforting Louis Yao for quite a while, all she longed for now was to return to her cozy bed and embrace the Sandman once more. She nodded, noticing that he seemed to have no objections. She led the ever-bubbling Louis Yao back to the room, finding fresh clothes and toiletries for her before ushering her into the bathroom. Just as she was about to dive into the warmth of her bed, the image of the girl's tear-streaked eyes flashed in her mind. After crying for a full half hour, Louis Yao would likely struggle to open her eyes in the morning. Shen Tingwan turned and exited the bedroom. After finishing her emotional scenes, Xiao would always apply a cold compress to her eyes, and the effect was quite remarkable. The living room had returned to tranquility, with the soft glow of the eye care sensors illuminating several lights from the living room to the dining area. Shen Tingwan opened the refrigerator in search of ice packs, recalling a time when she had watched a moving film at home and had cried all afternoon, prompting Xiao to bring her some. After rummaging through the layers of the fridge, she finally discovered 2 ice packs in the bottom drawer. Holding the ice packs, she closed the refrigerator door and stood up. Just as she turned, she found herself pressed against the closed refrigerator door by someone from behind. Louis Zhou, enveloped in the familiar fragrance of camellias, surrounded her. The brand she had recently endorsed had gifted her a large box filled with their products, and she adored the scent, replacing the toiletries in every bathroom with the new shower gel. Louis Zhou, with his brow furrowed, regarded her. Aren't you supposed to be going to bed? What brings you to the kitchen? The ice packs in her hands radiated a chilling sensation, contrasting sharply with the warmth of her face. I want to apply a cold compress to Xiao Yao's eyes. Otherwise, they might swell and hurt tomorrow. Louis Zhou glanced down at the 2 white, round objects she held, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. She was particularly attentive and affectionate towards the members of the Lu family, everyone but herself. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Louis Zhou stepped closer, his earlier frustration resurfacing. The already limited space between them dwindled further, causing Shen Tingwan to shift uncomfortably. Yet, the more she tried to evade him, the closer he drew. Her back pressed tightly against the cold, unyielding refrigerator door, while in front of her loomed Louis Zhou's warm chest. Louis Zhou, her attempt to halt the unfolding situation was swallowed by his lips and tongue. He pried her mouth open, exploring her with a fervor that left her breathless. Shen Tingwan's fingertips trembled, and the 2 ice packs slipped from her grasp, falling to the floor. Without a place to land, her hands instinctively clutched at the hem of her nightgown. Sensing her yielding, Louis Zhou's hand, which had rested on her waist, moved backward, drawing her into his embrace. Her back finally relinquished contact with the cold refrigerator door, and Shen Tingwan unconsciously leaned into the warmth. His invading lips withdrew slightly, lingering at the edge of her mouth. Louis Zhou's lips, warm against her own, mingled with her exhaled breath. It felt as though an electric current coursed through her, causing her lips to tingle with a delightful numbness. Why are you not this kind to me? Shen Tingwan lifted her head, meeting the depth of Louis Zhou's gaze. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, momentarily rendering her dazed, and she could almost hear the rapid beating of her heart. She clutched the hem of her nightgown, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, which ignited a warmth in Louis Zhou's eyes as he pulled her closer. Shen Tingwan stood on her tiptoes, slightly lifted by him, and her gaze flitted to the ice packs that had rolled a short distance away. Only then did she grasp the context of his earlier, disjointed remark. A smile tugged at her lips, and she breathed softly into his ear. You cried, so I brought you an ice pack. Under the warm, dim light, Louis Zhou's eyes flickered, as if something deep within him was beginning to stir. Do you wish for me to cry for you? Truthfully, Shen Tingwan could hardly imagine what he would look like in tears, yet she nodded nonetheless. Louis Zhou chuckled softly, about to respond when Louis Yao's voice rang out from outside the kitchen, searching for someone. The tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by her loud calls. Sister-in-law, where are you? Shen Tingwan hastily extricated herself from Louis Zhou's embrace. As Louis Yao approached, illuminated by the light, she stumbled upon her brother picking up the fallen ice packs. Shen Tingwan took a few steps outward, her usually cool demeanor tinged with a hint of fluster. We're just looking for ice packs for you, so your eyes don't swell tomorrow. Louis Yao cast a skeptical glance at her brother, who was holding the ice packs, unable to conceal her doubt of him. Bringing me ice packs? Shen Tingwan nodded in affirmation, but Louis Zhou had already turned to face them, ice packs in hand. He scoffed lightly, extending the ice packs toward Louis Yao, whose hair was still dripping wet. Place these on your eyes, and perhaps learn to be a bit more perceptive in the future. Louis Yao. When did my brother become as gentle as sister-in-law? The following morning, Shen Tingwan awoke to the sound of her alarm clock and prepared breakfast. Apologizing to Louis Zhou was unnecessary, but Louis Yao needed to go to school. She retrieved the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper from the refrigerator, but with 3 people today, it was evidently insufficient. As she contemplated the frying pan and eggs, Louis Zhou entered the kitchen. Despite being interrupted twice by Louis Yao the previous night, Louis Zhou remained in high spirits. He observed Shen Tingwan's flustered state and casually tossed his tie aside, stepping forward to take the egg from her hand. Surprised, Shen Tingwan exclaimed, "You can cook?" Louis Zhou replied, "I should be somewhat better at it than you." Shen Tingwan. The art of one-upmanship truly knows no bounds. After breakfast, Louis Yao initially hoped Shen Tingwan would accompany her to school, but was met with a ruthless refusal from Louis Zhou. She sulked, deliberately dragging her feet while packing her belongings. Louis Zhou had a strong sense of time. If she took too long, he would inevitably step out first. To her surprise, he patiently lounged in the living room, casually observing her while nonchalantly crossing his legs. He glanced at his watch and calmly reminded her, "You have 15 minutes left, or you'll be late." Louis Yao. A wise woman does not quarrel with a man, and a good sister does not clash with her brother. Sister-in-law, I'm off to school. Shen Tingwan handed Louis Yao a prepared fruit bento, adjusting her collar gently. All right, enjoy your fruit while it's fresh. Louis Yao nodded and turned to the entrance to change her shoes. Only then did Louis Zhou rise from the sofa, and Shen Tingwan's eyes fell upon him. Today, he exuded an air of languid charm, clad in a minimally tailored white shirt, the top button casually undone, exuding both leisure and elegance. She vaguely remembered him holding something when he first entered the kitchen. Turning back toward the kitchen, Louis Zhou's gaze followed her hurried retreat. After a few moments, just as he was about to head towards the entrance, Shen Tingwan emerged from the kitchen, holding the tie he had forgotten to fasten that morning. With her delicate fingers clutching the tie, she looked up at him with warmth. "Here, your tie, you forgot to put it on." Chapter 42. A good day is approaching. Louis Zhou gazed at her tender, pale fingertips and suddenly leaned in, saying, "Help me tie my tie." Shen Tingwan, tilting her head upwards, momentarily froze. The act of tying a tie felt overly intimate. As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled the soft sensation of his lips. Having already shared a kiss, did it truly matter to help him with a tie? Louis Zhou had prepared himself for rejection, yet he was merely curious to tease someone who always appeared so detached and composed. When the gentle waves stirred in his warm, inviting eyes, he became all the more captivating. He lowered his gaze upon her delicate, pale face, lost in thought, just as the tie whisked past him. In truth, Shen Tingwan was not particularly skilled at tying ties, and her once limited experience had become a distant memory. "I can only do a half Windsor knot," she explained, her slender fingers weaving behind his neck as she adjusted his pristine collar. Louis Zhou felt a surge of delight. The specific knot mattered little to him. He softly acknowledged her with a as her delicate fingers loosened the tie and fastened the top button of his shirt. The process of tying the knot took longer than expected, as she twisted and untangled it repeatedly. By the third attempt, Louis Zhou could no longer bear to watch and decided to intervene personally. Shen Tingwan's cool hand met his warm palm, causing her fingers to pause. In a cheerful tone, rich with laughter, Louis Zhou said, "Let me teach you." Shen Tingwan felt like a marionette, her hand being guided as her heart raced faster than usual. When Louis Zhou's exuberant voice echoed, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Louis Yao shielded her eyes with one hand, her large eyes peering through her fingers. You, don't you have hands of your own?" Louis Zhou retorted, in a good mood today, unwilling to engage in a quarrel. His gaze shifted from the bashful face before him to the good sister standing a few steps away. "Mind your own business," he said, tightening the tie as he completed a simple, relaxed half Windsor knot. "Next time, I'll continue teaching you." Shen Tingwan ignored him and turned to link arms with Louis Yao, who had just approached her. As the siblings exchanged playful banter while being escorted out, the elevator doors opened and closed, restoring silence to Shin Tingwan's ears upon her return home after a long night. She had risen early to prepare breakfast. Once they were sent off, she retreated to her bedroom. This time, her nap was particularly restful, and by the time she emerged, the clockwork ant was already preparing lunch. "I prepared breakfast for you in advance." Was it too little? Aunt Chen, who had worked here for over 2 years, always prepared a single portion before leaving for the night. However, just days ago, she discovered a set of men's toiletries in the guest room, along with men's clothing in the wardrobe. Not one to meddle, especially since her employer was a female star, she refrained from asking directly and simply prepared for two. But today, she noticed signs of cooking in the kitchen. Shin Tingwan walked to the dining table with an empty water cup, refilling it with warm water. "It was sufficient, my sister came over last night." Aunt Chen responded with an "oh," and sensing the topic had shifted, inquired, "Should I continue preparing for two in the future?" Shin Tingwan glanced towards the guest room and nodded. In the afternoon, she opened the script for The Flourishing Era, which Chen Man had just sent over. After their last phone call, Chen Man had also messaged her. "Man, although this is a major IP, the romantic storyline has been adjusted. The director sent me a revised version. Shall I send you a copy for your review?" This implied she was being urged to accept the role, regardless of whether it was the director's wish, the company's pressure, or Chen Man's encouragement. She could not outright refuse. With some free time that afternoon, she brewed a pot of floral tea and settled on the balcony. Around 5 o'clock, as she had barely made it through half of the story, her phone began to vibrate. Since Lu Yizhou had pointed this out previously, she had altered his contact name. "Lu Yizhou, should I come home to pick you up later?" Shin Tingwan had initially assumed he would go alone to advocate for Lu Yao. "Shin Tingwan. Am I going too?" He replied with a puzzled emoji, followed by another message. "Lu Yizhou, I vaguely recall you offering to help her talk to her mother while comforting her last night." Shin Tingwan's fingers hovered over the screen, and just as she was about to respond, another message popped up. "Lu Yizhou. So, it turns out you're the one who should be tying the knot for 100 years. Shin Tingwan deleted her draft and typed a new response. "I never said I would go with you to persuade your mother." Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding his phone with one hand, Lu Yizhou noticed the typing indicator cease. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he sent a reminder message to those who had yet to finish school. "Lu Yizhou, don't forget to invite your sister-in-law today." His message was met with an immediate reply. "Heroine is not to be trifled with." "Heroine is not to be trifled with, why don't you invite her yourself?" After a busy day, Lu Yizhou's earlier good mood had dissipated. "Lu Yizhou, is this your concern or mine?" Silence ensued for 2 minutes. After finishing a cigarette by the window, Lu Yizhou reopened the pinned conversation. "Lu Yizhou, let's go together. A man and a woman working together makes the task easier." After sending the message, he received no response. He casually pulled out another cigarette, just as a new message appeared. "Heroine is not to be trifled with. Is it your sister-in-law who refuses to go with you?" Lu Yizhou showed no mercy to her enemy. "Heroine is not to be trifled with. You re so pitiful." Lu Yizhou scoffed at the message and put away the cigarette he had just taken out. "Lu Yizhou, you're asking for a favor with that attitude?" Lu Yao pounded her fist against the desk drawer, her face contorted in disdain. Who did he think he was to threaten her? "Heroine is not to be trifled with, my handsome, charming, and understanding brother. You should feel no pity." Lu Yao clenched her left fist, knowing she had to bow her head while under his roof. "Heroine is not to be trifled with. I'll contact my sister-in-law right away and ask her to help you plead my case." Finally satisfied, Lu Yizhou tucked his phone away, tossed the cigarette box onto the table, and turned to leave. Dan Changming had just returned from downstairs with the project documents, contemplating another day of overtime, when he encountered his boss, who was about to press the elevator button. What was the boss doing at this hour? Lu Yizhou glanced at the stack of documents in Dan Changming's hands and asked coolly, "Is there something urgent that needs attending to?" Dan Changming quickly understood the implication. If the boss did not wish to have it, then it need not be. He stood at attention and replied loudly, "Boss, no." The elevator chimed as it arrived, and Lu Yizhou, idly playing with his phone, stepped inside. "Then, let us call it a day." As the doors closed, Dan Changming turned around to be met with a cacophony of excited shrieks from the female colleagues in the secretary's office. "I just heard what? Off work?" Dan Changming swallowed his excitement and cleared his throat, feigning composure. "Yes, a good day is approaching." Chapter 43. I want to sit here. At the moment when Shen Tingwan received a call from Lu Yao, she was selecting an outfit in the cloakroom. During this season, she chose a V-neck knitted sweater paired with a black skirt. Standing before the mirror, she held a light coffee-colored cardigan in her left hand and a khaki trench coat in her right, still undecided about which to choose. "Hello, Xiao Yao," she greeted. The voice on the other end was somewhat subdued. "Sister-in-law, will you be home for dinner today? Can you plead with Mom for me?" Shen Tingwan raised her eyebrows, a hint of a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. "Sure." Anticipating this request, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Lu Yao was so delighted she nearly exclaimed, but remembering she was still in class, she restrained herself. After hanging up, Shen Tingwan settled on the cardigan in her left hand, hanging the chosen attire on a nearby rack before taking a seat at the vanity. When Lu Yao arrived home, the living room was empty. He placed his car keys on the entryway table and was about to remove his coat when he heard a click as the bedroom door opened. Having completed her light makeup and changed her outfit, Shen Tingwan stepped out of the bedroom. Noticing his action of removing his coat, she remarked, "Just go." His hand, which had been moving downwards, shifted back upwards. Instinctively, Lu Yao loosened his tie, but then, recalling something, tightened it once more. Shen Tingwan cast a glance at the person by the door, walked over, and changed her shoes. Today, her skirt was a bit long, so she opted for a pair of black high heels. Her fair instep gleamed under the entryway lights, almost blindingly bright. Lu Yao's expression darkened slightly as he followed her out the door. It was the deep autumn season, and by 6 o'clock, streetlights were already illuminating the surroundings. As the car drove out of the neighborhood, they were greeted by a dazzling array of lights and a bustling flow of traffic. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tranquil, and Shen Tingwan turned to gaze out the window until she felt a gentle caress on her hair from the person beside her. Turning back, she noted that even in the dim light, Lu Yao's features appeared exquisitely defined. The image of her standing under the bright light seemed indelibly etched in his mind. "Did you go out today?" he inquired. Shen Tingwan shook her head. "No." "Then why are you dressed so beautifully?" Shen Tingwan tilted her head to the right, glancing at the driver. She gently removed the warm hand that had been playfully tousling her hair and whispered, "It's a mess." Lu Yao chuckled softly, reluctantly retracting his lingering hand. You still haven't told me why you look so lovely today?" Shen Tingwan understood he was feigning ignorance, yet the question felt somewhat overly sentimental, especially with others present in the car. Her cheeks flushed slightly, for the warmth from his earlier touch still lingered. Her hand, which had been resting casually by her side, was now enveloped in his. Lu Yao's hand was beautifully shaped, with distinct knuckles and elongated fingers. Shen Tingwan attempted to pull away, but predictably, she could not free herself. His fingers intertwined with hers, and she raised her eyes to meet his. "Lu Yao, you..." Shen Tingwan's question remained unfinished as he grinned. "I knew you would look at me if I held your hand." "Shen Tingwan." Lu Yao's smiling gaze remained fixed on her eyes, unperturbed as he repeated, "Why do you look so beautiful today?" Shen Tingwan, cornered into silence and wary of his asking a fourth time, she responded with an unintentional hint of annoyance in her tone, "Am I not usually pretty?" Lu Yao laughed with delight, his clear voice brimming with mirth as he playfully tugged at her cool little hand. "You are beautiful. Wanwan looks beautiful every day." With her cheeks slightly flushed, Shen Tingwan turned her gaze back to the window, yet her hand remained firmly clasped in his throughout the journey. Upon arriving home, Gao Junmei seemed to have anticipated their arrival, displaying no surprise. However, Shen Tingwan did not expect to see Yu Yanran as well. She and Lu Yao entered the house one after the other. "Xiao Wan, did we disturb you last night?" Gao Junmei approached from the living room towards the entrance, with Yu Yanran linking arms with her. Shen Tingwan took Gao Junmei's outstretched hand, though she could only freely use her right hand from the moment Lu Yao took her left hand. He had not let go. Even when getting out of the car, he pulled her along from the left side of the door. However, having her left hand held by him felt far warmer than her right. Though both were her hands, one felt cool and slightly icy, while the other was fervently warm, as if enveloped by a furnace. Lu Yao's palm was indeed akin to a furnace. "Mom, no, we hadn't slept yet when Xiao Yao came over last night." Gao Junmei was initially taken aback but quickly beamed. "Did we interrupt you?" Shen Tingwan regained her composure, her eyes wide with shock as she began to explain, "No. It's not." The person beside her chuckled lightly. Lu Yao, appearing nonchalant, added, "Of course it was an interruption. In the future, don't let her wander about unnecessarily." Shen Tingwan's face instantly flushed a rosy hue. Before Lu Yao even stepped inside, her voice rang out in a tone that could almost lift the roof. "Lu Yao, can my sister go to her brother's house?" Standing with arms akimbo before Lu Yao, she was quite the sight. Lu Yao maintained a serious demeanor. "She can go, but it must be at the right time." Shen Tingwan felt her face burning, gently kicking the calf of the person beside her to interrupt his impending retort. "Mom, what are we having for dinner?" Louis Zhou inquired with a smile, leading her further inside. This was Shen Tingwan's second visit here. Previously, she had come once right after obtaining her marriage certificate with Louis Zhou. Later, when visiting the elders of the Lu family, she would usually notify Gao Junmei in advance. Out of 10 occasions, Gao Junmei would typically be present 8 times, thus, she hadn't returned since Yu Yanran, linking arms with Gao Junmei, settled onto the large sofa, while Shen Tingwan took a seat on the single chair to the right. "Godmother, you all chat first. I'll go check on dinner in the kitchen," she said, rising to her feet. As she finished speaking, Yu Yanran warmly beckoned Shen Tingwan, who was still standing before the sofa. "Tingwan, have a seat and enjoy some fruit." This was a gesture of half a host. Initially somewhat reserved, Shen Tingwan instantly relaxed, smiling at the speaker. "There is no rush for dinner, I'd like to chat with Mom for a bit first." Her soft, melodious voice immediately won over Gao Junmei. Alright, Xiaowan can chat with Mom for a while." As Yu Yanran stood up, her gaze fell on the two hands still intertwined. She glanced up at Louis Zhou, only to find him intently observing the side profile of Shen Tingwan. Just as Shen Tingwan was about to sit down, she realized the current situation felt somewhat awkward. Facing Gao Junmei, seated on the sofa to her left hand was still being held by Louis Zhou. She turned her head, meeting Louis Zhou's gaze, and subtly shook her left hand. His gaze was unmistakably clear in its message. "Let go." Louis Zhou, smiling, complied with her gentle shake, loosening his grip slightly. Shen Tingwan thought she might finally free herself from the warm palm that felt as if it were glued to her hand, when he turned his attention to the right sofa. "Let us sit there. Wouldn't that be better?" That was the very spot Yu Yanran had just vacated. She redirected her gaze back to the position to the left of Gao Junmei, then looked up at Louis Zhou, her clear eyes leaving no room for negotiation. "I want to sit here." Louis Zhou seemed to sense something and, in high spirits, smiled as he released her hand. "As you wish." Chapter 44. Qualification. During dinner, Louis Yao chose to sit beside Shen Tingwan, a position farthest from Gao Junmei. The table was laden with her favorite dishes, yet she found herself unable to savor any of it, and Shen Tingwan, seated next to her, partook very little as well. Louis Zhou turned to glance at the two individuals on his left and remarked nonchalantly, "The taste of home is something that cannot be found just anywhere." The others at the table turned their attention towards him. Although his tone appeared indifferent, there was an unmistakable difference from his usual demeanor. Food abroad is truly quite unpalatable. With that single statement, he struck a chord. Louis Zhou pouted, and Gao Junmei resumed her eating after a brief pause. "As for me, going abroad isn't too bad. After all, my primary purpose is work, so the quality of food is of little consequence. However, a pampered young lady might truly suffer, especially since some individuals have been picky eaters since childhood, refusing to touch anything they dislike." Louis Yao swiftly interjected, her lips curling in a mock pout as she lamented, "Whoa, what should I do if I'm hungry? If it comes to that, you might as well learn to cook for yourself. It's not overly difficult. Your sister-in-law was contemplating learning this morning." Shen Tingwan bet she merely intended to fry an egg, and she hadn't even succeeded at that. Across the table, Gao Junmei's gaze shifted to Shen Tingwan's face. "Xiaowan, have you really started cooking for yourself?" She was aware that Shen Tingwan had a regular housekeeper. Shen Tingwan replied with a faint smile, "I was worried breakfast wouldn't suffice, so I planned to fry an egg. If you find yourself short-handed, just inform your mother. She would never want you to cook. If worst comes to worst, let Zhou handle it. If it's insufficient, let him go hungry." Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, amused by his mother's sentiment. After Gao Junmei finished advising Shen Tingwan, her gaze drifted back to Louis Yao, who wore a pitiful expression as she looked at her. "Do you truly not wish to study abroad?" Louis Yao pouted, "Of course not. If you don't want to, just say so. Every time something goes awry, you put on this act." Louis Yao furrowed her brows, emboldened by the presence of others. "Didn't I say it? You just pretended not to hear, and then you blame me for not speaking up." Gao Junmei shot her a glare. "Are you going to keep echoing my words?" Louis Yao mumbled a retort, which was inaudible, and fell silent. Louis Zhou seized the moment to interject again. "I've reviewed her grades over the past 2 years, and with a bit of effort, she could gain admission to a decent university in the capital. With her temperament, you still want to send her far away? She would be better off staying right under our noses." These words struck a chord with Lu Mufeng, who was intolerant of his precious daughter facing even the slightest hardship. "That makes sense. I also believe Xiao Yao could gain admission to a university in the capital, which would be quite commendable. Just let her be happy, don't impose such high expectations on her." Gao Junmei turned to him, "Do I truly have high expectations for her?" I merely wish for her to act like a girl. Is that too much to ask? Lu Yao. Lu Yizhou glanced at the discontented individual. Your expectations may not be excessive for others, but for her, it's another story. Lu Yao, incensed, tugged at Shen Tingwan's sleeve, as if to complain. Just as Shen Tingwan was about to speak, the usually taciturn Yu Yanran finally voiced her thoughts. Why Yu Yanran's voice was sweet. In truth, Shen Tingwan had a fondness for adorable and sweet individuals, but she found those who feigned cuteness and sweetness rather off-putting. To her, Yu Yanran belonged to the latter category. With her voice still sweet and a smile gracing her face, she directed her gaze towards Lu Yizhou. Yizhou, I must disagree with your assertion. Our Xiao Yao is not only beautiful but also possesses a lovely disposition. What a delightful young lady she is. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Tingwan heard Lu Yao emphatically place her bowl down on the table. This was the first time she had heard Lu Yao speak in such a tone. Why are you everywhere? Just eat quietly during meals. If you're not going to eat, leave my house. Lu Yao, how can you speak to your sister like that? The previously easing mother-daughter relationship faced yet another crisis. Shen Tingwan chuckled softly, although she was unaware of the underlying reasons. Today was not meant for allowing mother and daughter to fall into more disputes. Every individual is unique. There are no fixed standards for a good girl, mother. If Xiao Yao is a bit more spirited, isn't she just the joy of our household? The next statement left Shen Tingwan hesitant, yet in pursuit of a more vivid effect, she pursed her lips and decided to praise and then criticize. She turned towards Lu Yizhou, her voice tinged with a hint of flattery. If my sister were just like you, how dull our home would be. As soon as she uttered those words, she noticed the person in front of her raise an eyebrow. Shen Tingwan discreetly averted her gaze. Having a lively teammate is not without its drawbacks. Lu Yao, having finally seized the opportunity to undermine Lu Yizhou, was unwilling to let it slip away. Exactly, if everyone were like him, where would all the laughter in our home come from? Lu Yao affectionately linked her arm with Shen Tingwan's. Sister-in-law is the best. Lu Mufeng, amused by his darling daughter, quickly chimed in, yes, I think our Xiao Yao is quite wonderful too. The brief moment of friction had been expertly deflected, yet Shen Tingwan remained curious. How could Yu Yanran and Gao Junmei be so close? While Lu Yao appeared to harbor a strong dislike for her, as Shen Tingwan pondered, her hand resting on the table was suddenly grasped. Lu Yizhou gently rubbed his warm fingertips against the back of her hand, causing Shen Tingwan to shake it off, yet not daring to move too vigorously. Leaning closer to her ear, Lu Yizhou whispered, am I truly that dull? The warmth spread from her ear, prompting Shen Tingwan to shift away slightly, her fingers lightly scratching his hand. I still want to eat a bit more. Lu Yizhou regarded her for 2 seconds before releasing her right hand. The meal, though somewhat tumultuous, concluded without any major incidents. After dinner, Lu Mufeng called Lu Yizhou upstairs. Whenever the two of them met, work was invariably at the forefront of their minds. Is there anything pressing? Haven't you handled enough at the company? Must we discuss work so late at night? Gao Junmei complained, turning to instruct the housekeeper to prepare tea for them. Make sure to brew a calming tea, not too strong. Otherwise, they won't rest well tonight. After giving her instructions, Gao Junmei led the 3 women back to the living room. Just as Lu Yao was about to sit down, Gao Junmei pointed at her backpack. Aren't you going to do your homework? Lu Yao eagerly grabbed her bag and dashed upstairs. Previously, when Gao Junmei was determined to send her abroad, she had never shown concern for her studies. Homework was a matter of indifference. Soon, only the 3 of them remained in the living room. Gao Junmei placed Shen Tingwan's hand on her lap. Having observed the subtle exchanges between Lu Yizhou and Shen Tingwan throughout the day, she was eager to inquire, Xiaowan, ever since Yizhou returned, I've noticed your relationship has progressed remarkably. I told you, these two need to spend time together. Isn't affection something that comes naturally? The delight in Gao Junmei's eyes was palpable. So, what do you think, is Yizhou a suitable husband? Chapter 45. Liking him like that. As Lu Yizhou concluded his work and emerged from the study, the clock was nearly striking 11. Descending the stairs, he chanced upon Aunt Zhao, who was about to carry a tray of warm milk upstairs. Lu Yizhou reached out to take it, turning to head towards his own room. His childhood chamber was located on the 2nd floor, and since moving out, he had not set foot in it again. To his surprise, the bedroom was quite lively at this hour, with more than just Shen Tingwan present. 2 individuals, engrossed in whatever they were watching, turned their attention towards him as they heard the commotion at the door. Lu Yao was the first to notice the tray in her brother's hands and smirked. Another glass of milk, I see. Lu Yizhou casually set the milk aside and gestured toward the intruders on the sofa. What time is it? Take your milk and return to your own room. Lu Yao remained steadfast, her head still resting on Shen Tingwan's shoulder, and turned to inquire of the person she was leaning against, can I sleep in this room tonight? Before Shen Tingwan could respond, the figure at the door stepped forward decisively, no. The refusal was firm and left no room for negotiation. Lu Yao, though lacking a justifiable argument, stood her ground, her indignation rising. Why not? I want to sleep with my sister-in-law. Lu Yao smiled coldly, simply because this is my room. Lu Yao glared up at him defiantly. Does this room bear your name? Just because you claim it, does it become yours? With a scoff, Lu Yao replied, Lu Yao, you must understand, a mother's intentions can change at will. Suddenly, Lu Yao sprang to her feet, exclaiming loudly, despicable. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. You refuse to leave my room and dare to call me despicable? On what grounds do you claim this room is yours? How long has it been since you last returned? Lu Yao took 2 steps forward, his towering presence imposing, yet, Lu Yao showed no sign of fear. She turned to pull Shen Tingwan, who still sat on the sofa. Sister-in-law, let us go. We won't stay in his room. Shen Tingwan, abruptly yanked to her feet, barely managed to regain her balance before being dragged outside. As they passed by Lu Yao, he seized her wrist. The warmth of his touch had become familiar, and she found herself somewhat accustomed to it. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the delicate wrist Lu Yao was holding, his voice icy yet low. Lu Yao, I see you're not entirely opposed to going abroad, are you? Caught off guard, Lu Yao turned back. Lu Yao, you are truly despicable. The little girl, adept at bending yet resilient, chuckled softly and released her grip. Finally free from the tug-of-war between the two, Shen Tingwan found herself being gently pulled back a step by Lu Yao. With a hint of triumph on his face, Lu Yao observed his sister's gleeful expression before she shifted her focus back to her beloved sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you have no idea how eagerly Tong Xan anticipates love under the starry sky. She showed me the photos from when you began filming. Yuan and Chiza are simply a perfect match. You know, there are already many fans of your pairing, right? We've even coined a couple name for you, Goodnight, and started a trending topic. People are even writing ancient fanfiction about you too. If you accept the prosperous world, it would be a dream come true for us fans. Lu Yao's excitement grew with each word, especially as she noticed her brother's increasingly frosty demeanor. In a conspiratorial whisper, she leaned toward Shen Tingwan, deliberately lowering her voice yet ensuring the third party could hear. Sister-in-law, I believe you are far better suited to the gentle and Chiza than to my brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yao was unceremoniously ejected from the bedroom. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and she bellowed from the other side, Can I just have my sister-in-law and not my brother? As her words echoed throughout the second floor, a familiar voice rang out, Lu Yao, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Standing at a distance, Gao Junmei loomed at the bedroom door, causing Lu Yao to flee in haste. Mom. I am going to bed, good night. Once outside, silence enveloped the space, while inside, Shen Tingwan was momentarily stunned, trapped in Lu Yao's embrace. She had been too preoccupied with the commotion outside to struggle against him. Yet now, any attempt to resist seemed futile. Lu Yao. Her usually cool voice felt stifled within the confines of his chest. Just days ago, he had relished her use of his full name, but today, those 3 syllables sounded strangely distant. He lowered his head, his warm breath mere inches from her, forming a couple with someone else, Creating a bit of space, Shen Tingwan pushed him gently. It's not like I'm the one forming a couple. Lu Yao gazed down at her, his brown eyes seeming to pierce through her very being. Yet the clarity in her gaze held no trace of confusion, remaining calm without a ripple of emotion. Under such scrutiny, discomfort washed over Shen Tingwan, prompting her to avert her eyes. Lu Yao continued to observe her profile for a moment longer, feeling an unshakable tension within him. He tightened his embrace, pulling her closer, this time with a firmer grip, enveloping her completely. The rhythmic sound of a heartbeat resonated in her ears, leaving Shen Tingwan uncertain whether it was his or her own. Suddenly, she recalled a discussion she had seen online regarding the intimacy of hugs and kisses. Some asserted that a tight embrace fosters closeness. With Lu Yao holding her so tightly, they were undoubtedly intimate, if not more so. Lost in thought, she pondered, when Lu Yao's low voice broke the heavy silence. Do you like him like that? Shen Tingwan. Who, the questioning tone of the from her, intercepted by the suffocating embrace, morphed into an affirmation in Lu Yao's ears. The frustration within him dissipated instantly with a cold snort, as he turned and strode into the bathroom. Left standing in place, Shen Tingwan suddenly found herself free, yet an unsettling emptiness began to creep in. She lingered for a moment, then turned her gaze towards the closed bathroom door, where the sound of trickling water could be heard. Confusion clouded her thoughts. What was he? Chapter 46. Fostering a couple. With a cloud of confusion enveloping her, Shen Tingwan turned and returned to her bed. Fortunately, she had anticipated the day's events and had conveniently tucked the script for The Flourishing Era into her bag before leaving home. After spending some time chatting with Gao Junmei downstairs, she retreated to her room. Just as she had finished her shower and opened the script, Lu Yao came in, having completed her homework. Shen Tingwan casually placed a bookmark to mark her spot and set the script aside. Initially, Lu Yao showed little interest until her eyes fell upon the cover of the script, The Flourishing Era. "Sister-in-law, are you going to star in this production?" she inquired. And Shiza had quite a few admirers, several of whom were in her class. Tong Xayan, being an ardent fan of Shen Tingwan, often spoke of her with admiration ever since she had been cast. Thus, Lu Yao had also become acquainted with Shiza. Casting a glance at the script on the side, Shen Tingwan pulled back the covers and stepped off the bed, taking Lu Yao by the hand and leading her to the sofa. "It's not confirmed yet. I am just reviewing it," she replied. Lu Yao had no particular reason to visit Shen Tingwan, but she reached for the script. "I've never seen what a script looks like," she said, flipping through its pages. However, after only a few glances, she sighed, "Forget it, this is even more tedious than reading an essay." The script was unceremoniously dropped onto her lap. The two chatted for a while. While Shen Tingwan was not particularly talkative with others, it was different with those she felt close to. Lu Yao was like a younger sister to her, a sentiment made possible by Lu Yao's fondness for her. Shuan often remarked that Shen Tingwan was too slow to warm up to others. Indeed, in matters of affection, she rarely took the initiative, a trait evident in her friendship with Xu En and her familial bond with the Lu family. The first time Shen Tingwan met Lu Yao was at the old residence, before she had encountered Lu Yizhou. The spirited young girl had been bustling around, chattering incessantly beside Lu Xingrong. Shen Tingwan had been sitting with Wen Mian in the living room, watching the formidable Lu Xingrong, a well-known figure in the business world, being coaxed into laughter by a teenage girl. Ultimately, Lu Yao successfully snatched Lu Xingrong's phone and transferred a considerable sum of pocket money to herself. With money in hand, she was eager to leave. At that time, the driver from the old residence had stepped out for errands, and Lu Xingrong was understandably reluctant to let a girl of her age take a taxi alone. He called for the aunt to arrange a car, but Lu Yao, being impulsive, could hardly wait. Shen Tingwan, who had been quietly sitting by, offered to drive her, suggesting the driver could pick her up later. The young girl winked at her, sweetly calling her sister Wan, a phrase that sounded particularly delightful. Such is the nature of humans, a positive first impression often leads to an increased likelihood of familiarity. Later, when she married Lu Yizhou, the moment she entered the house, the young girl dashed out, sweetly calling her sister-in-law. This endearing title had persisted for 3 years. During these years, marked by a lack of familial affection for Shen Tingwan, this bond felt all the more precious. Lu Yao regaled Shen Tingwan with amusing anecdotes from the production crew, and Shen Tingwan increasingly felt that Lu Yao was remarkably similar to her close friend, Xu En, lively, sincere, and fond of gossip. Engrossed in their conversation, neither noticed the passage of time. In fact, when Gao Junmei had come upstairs to knock on their door, she merely glanced at the scene of the two women engrossed in their sisterly bond and chose not to intrude further. After gently reminding Lu Yao about school the next day, she departed. Their conversation was soon interrupted by Lu Yizhou. Shen Tingwan glanced once more towards the direction of the gentle sound of water and opened the page marked by her bookmark. By the time Lu Yizhou emerged from his shower, Shen Tingwan was completely absorbed in her reading. The sleepwear she wore had likely been prepared by Gao Junmei long ago, silken and form-fitting. It even matched with Lu Yizhou's. Leaning against the headboard, her head slightly bowed, her unrestrained black hair cascaded gracefully before her. Lu Yizhou's gaze darkened as he approached the other side of the bed. The slight dip of the mattress from his weight momentarily distracted Shen Tingwan from her script. With his back turned to her, he lay on his side, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. His long, slender fingers reached for the bedside lamp, plunging half the room into darkness. Shen Tingwan shifted slightly, glancing at the climax of the narrative she was engrossed in. Reluctantly placing her bookmark on that page, she adjusted her pillow and lay down as well. The two occupied opposite sides of the large bed, an imaginary boundary dividing them. Shen Tingwan turned her head to glance at the still-cold back of Lu Yizhou's head. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came to mind. Instead, she extinguished the light and closed her eyes. The following morning, when Shen Tingwan awoke, she found herself alone in the room. She reached out, only to find the space beside her devoid of warmth. Glancing at the time, she made her way downstairs. The house was empty save for the housekeeper. Although Gao Junmei no longer held any corporate position, she was busy managing her own charity foundation. Upon seeing Shen Tingwan, Aunt Zhao hurriedly set out the breakfast she had prepared. As the young mistress of the Lu family, Shen Tingwan was a rare sight, but Aunt Zhao remembered her well after having seen the beautiful starlet once. Shen Tingwan ate a little and then bid her farewell. "The car is waiting outside, would you like me to fetch anything for you?" Aunt Zhao inquired. Shen Tingwan glanced out the dining room window but could only see the red brick wall surrounding the courtyard. She shook her head, finished her breakfast, and returned to Bihua Garden. After spending the entire afternoon, she finally finished reading the script for The Flourishing Era. The alterations were indeed substantial. The protagonist's forced smiles and reluctant sacrifices, which she had previously detested, now bore new layers of narrative depth. The matriarch, hidden within the confines of the grand estate, was no longer a mere victim of the virtuous wife stereotype. Shen Tingwan set the script aside and stood by the window, observing the crimson maple leaves outside, a flicker of hesitation stirring within her. Days had passed, and it seemed that authority of the realm had not made any further progress. Given the scale of the production, the flourishing era appeared to be the most promising option thus far. With a sigh, her phone buzzed beside her. It was Chen Man again. She answered the call. So, have you developed any interest? Chen Man, typically impatient, sounded unusually urgent this time. Shen Tingwan chuckled softly. Isn't the flourishing era set to begin filming in 3 months? Yes, but Chen Man's voice trailed off. But what? Before Shen Tingwan could inquire further, Chen Man abruptly shifted gears and asked, how did you find out that the flourishing era starts filming in 3 months? You managed to dig up this information and still claim you're not interested? Shen Tingwan thought, not bothering to interrupt as Chen Man continued her enthusiastic exposition. Once Chen Man had finished her exuberant monologue, Shen Tingwan replied, I heard about it from Anchiza during the rap party. On the other end, Chen Man let out a surprised oh. After a brief pause, she seemed to regain her composure. You already know that the male lead is Anchiza? The intensity of her reaction piqued Shen Tingwan's curiosity. She furrowed her brow and asked, do you want me to take on the flourishing era because you have insider information? The ensuing silence only solidified her suspicions. Before she could pose her question again, Chen Man spoke up, the company intends for you and Anchiza to foster a couple dynamic. Shen Tingwan's brows knitted tighter. Wasn't Liang sure against such publicity stunts? Why the sudden change? Chen Man cleared her throat. The boss has been struck by some whim lately, wanting to create a pairing of a powerhouse and an idol. Ah, she was the powerhouse while Anchiza was the idol. But Anchiza isn't even under his management, is he? Shen Tingwan questioned, still puzzled. Not until now. He is about to transition. Excuse me? Anchiza's contract with his previous agency is about to expire, and the boss is in negotiations. Chen Man's voice brimmed with excitement, and Shen Tingwan knew her enthusiasm was not merely superficial. Sure enough, Chen Man continued, my dearest Tingwan, my fortune is finally on the horizon. Chapter 47. Mr. Lu peels shrimp. After hanging up the phone, Shen Tingwan stood on the balcony for a while before rising to leave the bedroom. The cleaning lady was preparing dinner. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 5:30. Her gaze drifted past the guest room, and she suddenly recalled Lu Yizhou's distinctly unusual behavior from the previous night. She picked up her phone, intending to inquire if he would return for dinner, when a call came in. It was Ji Shangheng, whose number she had previously given. Sister-in-law, do you have time this evening? Upon connection, he got straight to the point. Yes, do you need something from me? After hanging up, Shen Tingwan hurried to the kitchen and called to the cleaning lady, who was finishing the last dish. Auntie, I need to step out for a bit. I won't be having dinner at home. The cleaning lady turned off the stove and glanced back, but 3 dishes and a soup had already been neatly arranged in the warming box. Shen Tingwan took a look. They were all her favorite dishes, but there was no helping it. Please pack the food for you to take home, we shouldn't waste it. Since this was a housewarming, she couldn't go empty-handed. Shen Tingwan rushed to the storage room. After a bit of deliberation, she selected a pair of couple necklaces, still unopened. The women's design appeared rather sweet. Once she had chosen the gift, Shen Tingwan quickly applied a light touch of makeup and changed her outfit before heading out. Passing by a flower shop, she decided to pick a bouquet of fresh flowers. Upon her arrival, it seemed she was not too late. There were not many people in the yard yet. The cozy setting of a modest standalone villa welcomed her. A barbecue grill was set up in the yard, with someone preparing the ingredients. Ji Shangheng emerged from the house, and his eyes immediately fell upon the flower-holding figure at the entrance. Sister-in-law, please come in. Shen Tingwan was not entirely accustomed to such familiar scenes, but having previously accepted help from Ji Shangheng, she found it hard to refuse his invitation to join the gathering. Thus, she acquiesced and followed him inside. The room was quiet, lacking the lively atmosphere she had anticipated. Perhaps hearing the commotion, a sweet-looking girl scampered down the stairs, halting abruptly upon seeing Ji Shangheng's companion. You are Shen Tingwan? Tang Yu was pleasantly surprised, wishing she had brought her sister along. Ji Shangheng had insisted on organizing this gathering, claiming it was to celebrate her housewarming, but it was merely 4 friends gathering in a new place. While she expressed her thoughts, Ji Shangheng wore a mysteriously amused expression, stating, this is a favor, a good deed. Did he truly engage in good deeds? Tang Yu was skeptical. After some probing, he finally let slip, second brother has a situation. However, she never imagined that the central figure in this situation would be Shen Tingwan, the goddess of her sister. To be honest, Shen Tingwan was even more stunning in reality than on screen. Tong Yu smiled radiantly at her, and Shen Tingwan felt a sense of familiarity in that smile. Hello, I am Tong Yu, Ji Shangheng's girlfriend. Tong Yu? Shen Tingwan recalled the little fan she had met before. What a coincidence, but as soon as the word girlfriend registered, her attention was drawn there, and she found herself momentarily stunned. Then she remembered that Lu Yizhou had previously mentioned that the character in Power of the World was a breakup compensation given by Ji Shangheng to Zhang Sidong. Lin Chuan, seated on the sofa, chuckled softly. He changes girlfriends at this speed, don't be surprised. Ji Shangheng shot a glare at Lin Chuan before turning to appease Tong Yu. Don't listen to his nonsense. Tong Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Who cares about you? She then turned away, and Ji Shangheng sensed trouble brewing. Just as he was about to follow, Tong Yu reached out and pulled Shen Tingwan along. Are these flowers for me? Tong Yu pointed at the bouquet in Shen Tingwan's arms. It was only then that Shen Tingwan remembered the flowers she held and handed the bouquet over. She had chosen a bouquet in dopamine colors, recommended by the florist. Thank you. It's true that a beautiful woman understands another beautiful woman. Look at those empty-handed individuals, how dare they linger there? Tong Yu complained to the others in the living room. That remark is quite impolite, Tong Yu. Who arranged your housewarming? Who set up the barbecue stand outside? Even the chef was sourced by me. Tong Yu shot him a look. Then who is footing the bill? Fu Bingyan pointed at his good friend, who was merely spectating. Him. Ji Shangheng. So how dare you lecture us? Tong Yu rolled her eyes at him. Fu Bingyan fell silent, the atmosphere quieted, and Shen Tingwan recalled her prepared gift. Congratulations on your new home. I wasn't sure what you would like. Tong Yu eagerly took the gift box from Shen Tingwan's hands and raised it toward the three wide-eyed individuals in the living room. Now you know how to attend someone's housewarming party. Lin Chuan kicked the silly grinning person beside him. Is this the sweet new girlfriend you mentioned? Ji Shangheng continued to grin foolishly. Fu Bingyan expressed disdain. What part of Tong Yu was sweet? Please enlighten me. Ji Shangheng turned his head. Don't sour grapes just because you can't have it. Fu Bingyan, love-struck, hopeless, as the group engaged in conversation, a noise came from the entrance, causing Ji Shangheng, seated on the sofa, to jump up abruptly. Lin Chuan glanced at the rushing figure and then turned to the one examining the gifts, concern lacing his tone. Tong Yu, have you ever suspected that Ji Shangheng might have some peculiar feelings for Lu Yizhou? Tong Yu looked up, meeting his gaze. What, are you jealous? Fu Bingyan, enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but laugh. Dog-biting Il Dongbin, failing to recognize a good person, Lin Chuan refocused his attention. Tong Yu expressed her distaste. Please don't insult the term good person. Afterward, she wrapped an arm around Shen Tingwan and gently lifted her exquisitely sculpted chin with a finger. If Ji Shangheng and Lu Yizhou were a match made in heaven, then my dear sister-in-law, this stunning beauty would belong to me. The moment Lu Yizhou walked in, he was greeted by this tender scene. He turned to Ji Shangheng beside him, puzzled. Ji Shangheng. Dinner was served outdoors, and upon stepping outside, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Shen Tingwan casually took a seat. Just as she settled in, the stool beside her shifted. Lu Yizhou glanced at her briefly, his gaze fleeting. Shen Tingwan's fingers paused on her plate. So, he had indeed been angry yesterday? But what was the reason? She leaned closer to him. What happened last night? As soon as her words fell, the person beside her turned to look at her. The frustration from the previous night seemed to dissipate significantly. Nothing much, Lu Yizhou replied in his usual indifferent tone. Shen Tingwan stole a glance at him. His deep-set eyes revealed nothing. If he said it was nothing, then it was likely nothing. She chose not to pursue the matter further and lowered her head to eat. Before long, her plate was filled with perfectly peeled shrimp. Eating barbecue at this time made her feel a twinge of guilt, so she only took a few shrimp. However, she found it bothersome to peel them. To her surprise, she ended up with them already prepared. She turned to smile at Lu Yizhou, expressing her gratitude. He appeared to be in high spirits, turning back to add another shrimp to her plate. Lin Chuan, observing the exchange, added a hint of mischief to his tone. It seems our Mr.Lu is quite adept at peeling shrimp. Is this a skill he has honed? Yanran loves shrimp the most, doesn't she? Chapter 48. A pleasant relationship. Lu Yizhou's icy gaze swept across the table, landing on Lin Chuan, who raised an eyebrow at the person across from him. Beside him, Fu Bingyan quickly shifted aside, adopting a posture that signaled a desire to maintain distance. Lu Yizhou's fingers did not falter as he deftly peeled another succulent shrimp and placed it onto the plate of the person beside him. Shen Tingwan regarded the shrimp for a few moments before delicately picking it up and placing it in her mouth. The calmness of the scene was evidently not the outcome Lin Chuan wished to witness. Leaning back, he beckoned Fu Bingyan, who had been sitting far from him, closer. Hey, what has Yanran been up to lately? It has been ages since I last saw her. Fu Bingyan blinked in response to I wouldn't know. The other party was clearly unresponsive, yet Lin Chuan was not one to easily concede. If he couldn't draw one into the depths, he would lure another. Ji Shouhong, do you know, Ji Shanghong was currently engrossed in a sweet exchange with Tong Yu, oblivious to the conversation at the other end of the table. Only when his name was called did he shift his gaze from his companion to the other end of the table. What? Lin Chuan regarded his love-struck demeanor with disdain. Yanran, your former goddess, Yu Yanran. A two-pronged approach. Ji Shanghong sprang to his feet. Bro, don't spout nonsense. When did I ever have a goddess? His excitement was far more pronounced than the calmness of those nearby. Oh, come on. You used to chase after her, calling her sister Yanran all the time. Have you forgotten? Ji Shanghong, flustered, turned his head, disregarding everything else. Yeah, let me explain. That was because Yu Yanran was involved with my second brother. An icy glare from Louis Zhou silenced him. Ji Shanghong glanced at the person next to Louis Zhou, who was casually eating shrimp while listening intently. He abruptly hit the brakes. Our relationship is quite good, so Tong Yu's wide eyes darted to the cold figure across the table. She recognized Yu Yanran, the student supported by the Lu family. It was said she was quite capable, having been acknowledged by Gao Junmei as her goddaughter, and was currently working at a hotel under the Lu Corporation. She turned her gaze to Lin Chuan, who was clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Who wouldn't want to watch the spectacle involving Louis Zhou? How good is this relationship, ex-girlfriend? Tong Yu pressed the person beside her, who was tightly pursing his lips, his face practically begging for silence. Seeing his expression only fueled her curiosity further. She shifted her attention from the anxious face beside her to the colder visage across the table, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, could it be your first love? Ji Shanghong, which one should I choose, my brother or my wife? I need to know urgently, and no. No. Ji Shanghong stammered, his face a portrait of despair. I don't know anything. At that moment, Shen Tingwan, who had been quietly observing the drama, received a phone call. She glanced at her phone and softly stood up. I'll take this call. You all continue. Louis Zhou watched her gentle smile, a self-deprecating smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he casually pulled out a chair for her. Outside, Ji Shanghong had set up a small speaker to enhance the barbecue atmosphere, while Shen Tingwan made her way to the living room to answer the call. The caller was Chen Man. Typically, a call during her break meant something important was afoot. Hello, Shen Tingwan answered. Puzzled, Chen Man's tone was exuberant, yet she teased, guess why I'm calling you? Shen Tingwan, leaning against a window, her gaze fortuitously fell upon several people in the yard. Ji Shanghong had just been playfully tapped on the head by Louis Zhou with a random object. Tong Yu was animatedly shielding him behind her. Shen Tingwan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Chen Man, anticipating her to play along with the suspense, was met only with a soft laugh. What are you up to? You seem in high spirits? Shen Tingwan snapped back to attention. Nothing much, just having dinner at a friend's house. Chen Man's voice turned skeptical. A friend? Is Shuan back? Having known Shen Tingwan for quite a while, she was aware that Shen Tingwan had only this one friend. No, it's someone else, Chen Man responded with a prolonged oh, indicating her curiosity. Shen Tingwan pulled the conversation back to seriousness. What is the matter that you need to discuss at this hour? Chen Man quickly regained her composure, first asking, you mentioned you might find a way to power of the world. What is the lead? The unexpected question immediately captured Shen Tingwan's full attention. The sudden excitement in her tone reached Chen Man's ears. Is there news regarding power of the world? Chen Man's tone lacked the same enthusiasm. Yes, the director's team contacted me today to confirm your availability. This implied that a decision had been made. Before Zhang Sidong negotiated the role, Lu Ming had already arranged for someone to sign a letter of intent with Chen Man. Chen Man, still holding on to hope, pressed, are you really not reconsidering? Prosperity is also a major production, and it has a large fan base. Shen Tingwan listened to her elaborate extensively. Her tone remained light yet resolute. You know how much I adore the character of Xia Qing. Of course, Chen Man was well aware. It was rare for anyone to proactively seek out opportunities like Shen Tingwan had. Alas, I'm destined to remain far removed from wealth and fame. Chen Man sighed dramatically. On the other end, Shen Tingwan offered some comforting words before casually ordering a necklace worth 6 figures. Last time, she had heard Chen Man mention that this necklace was a reward she intended for herself after achieving a significant milestone. It would be her gift to her. The necklace you like will take a month to ship. Should I send it to your current address? The person on the other end paused momentarily before her voice brightened several notches. Whoa, who needs wealth and luxury? I only want my best little Wan outside. Ji Shanghong's animated chatter continued, and Shen Tingwan discussed upcoming schedule arrangements with Chen Man until the call ended. As she stepped outside, she reached the front door just in time to see a car pull up. A sleek, elegant ladies' model. The door swung open, and Yu Yanran stepped out. She likely hadn't expected the first person she would see to be Shen Tingwan. Yu Yanran paused for a moment, then waved at her with a sweet smile, reminiscent of the warmth she had always exuded. It was as if the woman who had once confronted her in the restroom about her relationship with Louis Zhou was a different person entirely. Yu Yanran walked in, holding a bouquet of flowers. Congratulations, Miss Tong, on your new residence. Tong Yu turned to shoot a glare at Ji Shangheng before politely accepting the flowers. Thank you, Miss Yu, for making the trip here so late. Having grown up in this circle, Tong Yu possessed all the requisite veneer of politeness. I live nearby and had nothing to do at home. Yu Yanran maintained her smile, but her gaze drifted to Louis Zhou, who stood nearby, engrossed in his phone. She stood behind him, speaking, yet he remained unresponsive. With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, she lowered her head. Zhou, you're here too. As soon as her words fell, Ji Shangheng, who had just emerged from the living room, waved at Shen Tingwan. Sister-in-law, fresh out of the oven, come quick. Chapter 49. No relationship. Shen Tingwan returned to her original seat, nestled on the left side of Louis Zhou. The moment she settled down, the individual beside her set aside their phone. Although Tong Yu had previously echoed Lin Chuan's sentiments and was eagerly anticipating Louis Zhou's unfolding drama, she had no desire to witness the awkwardness between exes and current partners. Just as she was about to suggest to Ji Shangheng to vacate a seat opposite her, Yu Yanran had already found an empty spot to sit, perfectly aligning herself with the vacant seat to Louis Zhou's right. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness and silence, which Lin Chuan had adeptly orchestrated to achieve his objective. He lounged comfortably in his chair, gazing up at the still composed Louis Zhou, whose demeanor was both calm and frigid. Prior to Shen Tingwan's phone call, he had been entirely serene. Following his penetrating analysis, it seemed the man's expression had indeed soured splendidly. As a solitary figure, he could hardly swallow the sight of Louis Zhou with a beautiful companion by his side. Although Shen Tingwan had taken her seat, her chopsticks remained untouched. She had reached her limit for dinner, and 8/10 fullness. Dining on barbecue at this hour already weighed heavily on her conscience. Especially since earlier, Chen Man had mentioned that the authority would commence filming in half a month. With an icy expression, Louis Zhou's voice was notably deeper than usual as he inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" Shen Tingwan, in a fine mood, bore a faint smile, appearing unperturbed by anyone's presence. "I've finished eating." Louis Zhou turned his head to regard her, his emotions inscrutable. Ji Shangheng had prepared exceptionally bright bulbs for this outdoor barbecue, illuminating even the fine hairs on their skin. Sensing his displeasure, Shen Tingwan felt a twinge of confusion but recognized that this was not the right moment to inquire. A brief silence fell between them, broken by a third party. Yu Yanran placed the peeled shrimp meat onto the plate of the individual next to her, her tone playfully assertive. "I often trouble you to peel for me. Today, I've finally found the opportunity." Shen Tingwan's gaze landed on the plate beside her. This remark from Yu Yanran coincided with what Lin Chuan had said moments earlier. Shen Tingwan's earlier good spirits waned slightly, her gaze lingering until Louis Zhou spoke again. "Since you've finished your meal, perhaps you should head back." Upon hearing this, Shen Tingwan's fingers momentarily hesitated. Was he suggesting she leave? Aside from Lin Chuan, everyone held their breath. Ji Shangheng chuckled awkwardly, eager to smooth things over. "Sister-in-law, it's a bit chilly outside, why not warm up in the living room for a while?" Shen Tingwan glanced at the person opposite her, then stood up. Ji Shangheng believed he had successfully diffused the tension and was about to ask Tong Yu to entertain them when the cool, detached voice from across the table interjected, "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Tong. I shall take my leave now, enjoy yourselves." Upon returning home, Shen Tingwan was met with an enveloping silence. After receiving Chen Man's notification, her spirits had soared. She had intended to express her gratitude to both Louis Zhou and Ji Shangheng. Although she was unaware of the convoluted dynamics at play, she had ultimately sought their assistance, yet, she had not anticipated encountering Yu Yanran upon exiting the call. Lin Chuan's blatant eagerness to witness Louis Zhou's spectacle was evident to her, but she had not foreseen him actually summoning Yu Yanran. Nor could she have predicted Louis Zhou's abrupt dismissal of her after Yu Yanran's arrival. A sense of inexplicable bitterness welled within Shen Tingwan, perhaps due to the suffocating silence that accentuated her solitude. In the autumn-winter season, she found herself particularly drawn to such feelings. She played a soothing piece of instrumental music for herself and then retreated to the bathroom with her clothes. Nonetheless, this evening had brought forth some delightful news, prompting her to retrieve a bottle of cherished red wine from her cabinet. Although her tolerance for alcohol was modest, she found herself pleasantly tipsy as she savored the drink. Lying on the sofa, she took a moment to collect herself, hazily glancing at the time, contemplating that it was indeed time to rest when she heard a commotion at the door. At this hour, the only person who could enter her abode was him. The thought of him stirred a bittersweet ache within Shen Tingwan. She did not wish to see him. With this in mind, she stumbled to her feet, slightly unsteady. Upon opening the door, Louis Zhou found her standing before the sofa, barely able to maintain her balance. He cast a cold gaze over the empty wineglasses on the coffee table. Shen Tingwan's vision was blurred, but she could sense the discontent radiating from his presence. She did not wish to see him, nor did he wish to see her. A blend of bitterness and grievance surged within her. She willed her legs to move swiftly forward. She longed to retreat to her bedroom, to shut the door and shut out all that troubled her, yet her legs would not obey her command. Realizing she had indulged a bit too much, she fought to regain her composure, striving to calm her racing thoughts. Before she could fully collect herself, a tall, dark figure loomed in front of her. Louis-Zhou swept her off her feet, the sudden loss of weight causing Shen Tingwan to instinctively clutch at his clothing, her delicate fingers turning pale from the pressure. It seemed she was now gripping him quite tightly. Hadn't she been so resolute in her departure moments prior? Louis-Zhou's gaze fell upon her strained fingers, his eyes dark and deep. As Shen Tingwan regained her senses from the disorienting embrace, she exclaimed, "Why are you back?" Louis-Zhou scoffed coldly, his voice like the chill of ancient ice. "Are you implying that I shouldn't return?" Shen Tingwan had never encountered such profound intensity in his eyes. She averted her gaze. "Whether you return or not is of no consequence to me." Her words sent Louis-Zhou into a frenzy. Within mere strides, he carried her to the bedroom and tossed her onto the familiar bed. Shen Tingwan bounced slightly on the mattress. Louis-Zhou stood at the edge of the bed, his face etched with frost as he casually tossed aside his watch. Then he leaned over her, enveloping her in a potent aura of masculinity, while she struggled in vain against his grip, easily pinned aside. As Shen Tingwan regained her composure, the grievances and bitterness that had already plagued her heart ignited into a flame of fury, her usually cool voice turning icily sharp. "Louis-Zhou, get off me." In his entire life, Louis-Zhou had never been addressed to get off in such a manner. With a heart full of resentment, he smirked. "Why should I leave? You are my MRS.Lu." The mention of such a title left Shen Tingwan momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had urged her to leave the dining table, and now he spoke to her in this manner. Her feelings of grievance and anger intertwined as she retorted, "I am not your Mrs. Liu, we have no relationship." Louis-Zhou felt his teeth grind in frustration, his voice laced with cold derision as he replied, "No relationship, then let us create some." Chapter 50. So it turns out you were unilaterally in love. Louis-Zhou had never been subjected to scornful shouts of "get lost," nor had he ever been struck across the face. Shen Tingwan's palm lingered suspended in midair. Moments ago, with a resounding slap, she had exerted considerable force. As the person beneath her remained in stunned silence, she began to push him, using both hands and feet. However, intoxicated as she was, her strength was feeble, rendering her efforts akin to mere struggling against him. With a slight exertion, Louis-Zhou completely pinned her down, lowering his gaze, his eyes icy to the core. The area of his face that had been struck gradually revealed a faint red mark. Watching the delicate blush, Shen Tingwan felt the alcohol's haze begin to lift. She concealed the bitterness and grievance swelling within her, adeptly masking her true emotions. Her gaze, once warm, returned to its previous detachment and chill. Louis-Zhou recognized this look. It was how Shen Tingwan had regarded him when he had just returned to the country. Her lips had moved, uttering nothing but words of divorce, devoid of any emotional ripples in her eyes, as if she were casually discarding something inconsequential. And he was that inconsequential thing. A tremor coursed through his heart, prompting him to silence her before she could speak. Shen Tingwan had never experienced a kiss from Louis-Zhou steeped in such emotions. In previous encounters, though his kisses had been deep and forceful, they had carried a hint of seduction in his profound gaze. This time, however, it felt like an interrogation, as though he sought to validate something. Validate what? Just moments ago, that very person had been the one to push her away. She had once believed there was nothing between Louis-Zhou and Yu Yanran, at least from Louis-Zhou's perspective. Otherwise, why would he have agreed to marry her? If she meant nothing to him, she was merely a pawn in helping an old friend of her grandfather, a sacrifice of her own marital prospects. It was a narrative that would hardly be believed if spoken aloud. As Shen Tingwan pondered this, her already muddled thoughts grew increasingly scattered. Louis-Zhou gradually relaxed his grip, sensing the softness of the person beneath him. More accurately, she no longer resisted. He withdrew slightly, yet remained tethered to her, reluctant and fearful to let go. Shen Tingwan gasped for breath, her intoxicated mind struggling to discern whether she was ensnared in reality or a dream. It wasn't until Louis-Zhou's hand rested on her waist that clarity momentarily returned. Her waist was particularly sensitive. Even when he had previously placed his hand there gently, it had elicited involuntary shivers. But this time, it brought not shivers but a fleeting lucidity. Louis-Zhou continued to lean against her, his thoughts consumed with a desire for her to remain this close, to feel connected, rather than indifferent and uncaring. During dinner that evening, Lin Xuan had broached topics from the past, clearly intent on stirring the pot. He had turned to speak with those nearby, whether to provoke or reminisce, Louis-Zhou could not tell. Yet he understood his own urge to speak, to assert himself. However, the reaction from those beside him surprised him. Shen Tingwan appeared to be listening to a story utterly unrelated to her, even though the protagonist was her so-called husband. Louis-Zhou felt a momentary displeasure, which quickly dissipated upon witnessing Lin Xuan's disappointed expression. Shen Tingwan was astute. She had undoubtedly seen through Lin Xuan's trick and refused to be provoked into any emotional upheaval over matters of the past. And then Shin Tingwan excused herself to take a call. Lin Xuan turned to him with a mocking smile, pity etched across his features. How is it that you hold no status in her eyes? Lu Yizhou, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Such a sensitive topic as an ex-girlfriend, and she appears entirely unfazed. Does that signify she cares not for the ex, or for you? Lu Yizhou, I had thought you had fallen head over heels, yet it seems you are merely harboring unrequited feelings, ha ha ha. Lin Xuan laughed uproariously, his mock pity only deepening Lu Yizhou's despair as he realized Lin Xuan's intentions had succeeded. The tide of his emotions surged, leaping higher than before. Shin Tingwan had never truly regarded him with concern from the moment he returned. When she had sought divorce, to their days together thereafter, she had remained indifferent. Thus, when Yu Yanran appeared, he had deliberately uttered words that would drive her away, thinking that should she reveal any inclination to stay, he would overturn the table before Lin Xuan, declaring, if only to himself, that she cared. The quantity of that care mattered little. What mattered was that she began to care, yet the outcome, she remained as unperturbed as ever, the atmosphere calm and undisturbed, and she walked away without so much as a word of concern for him. The image of her departing figure lingered in his mind for the next hour. Refusing to dissipate, frustrated, he sped through the city at 140, racing home. Upon his arrival, she merely inquired, "Why are you back?" Did she wish for him to seek out old flames, only to be discarded by her? Lu Yizhou felt a surge of anger bubbling within him, an overwhelming frustration with no outlet, which was swiftly quelled by the softness of her lips against his. It was as though kissing her had become an addiction. She had not always been so aloof. Each kiss they shared revealed a flicker of affection in her eyes, no longer the detached indifference he had come to expect. Suddenly, he halted, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth as Shin Tingwan's icy gaze bore into his, coldly observing the split at his lip. Lu Yizhou brushed his fingers across the wound, finding them stained with crimson. He had been scolded, struck, and bitten all in one evening. Everything must indeed have its first time. With a slight smirk, he relinquished all restraint on the person beneath him and stood up. Shin Tingwan, regaining her freedom, stood abruptly, her intoxication rendering her unsteady, and she nearly stumbled instinctively. Lu Yizhou reached out, but she steadied herself against the headboard. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand. Shin Tingwan cast a glance at his large, veiny hand before lifting her gaze to deliver her dismissal. "Mr. Lu, this is my room." The meaning was unmistakable. Observing her frigid demeanor, Lu Yizhou found himself rendered speechless, turning to leave. What more was there to say? It was evident she held no concern for him. Chapter 51. Call me Miss Shin. 1 week later, at Xiushan Villa at Liu Yao's birthday party on the lawn. Shin Tingwan had arrived at Xiushan a bit earlier. Ever since she had agreed with Lu Yizhou to proceed with their divorce and moved out of Xiushan, she had not returned to this place. When she left, the yard had been stripped bare by the maintenance workers, but upon her return, it had transformed into a vibrant scene of life. In this late autumn, vitality abounded. The tender green of the lawn seemed utterly mismatched for the season. Liu Yao was overjoyed, and as Shin Tingwan reached the entrance, she could hear her exuberant voice, which seemed as if it might lift the roof off. This was Lu Yao's 17th birthday, and Gao Junmei had originally planned an extravagant celebration. As the sole daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yao had been well protected in her childhood for safety. Although she was boisterous, she did not favor such ostentatious displays. Moreover, she was disinterested in the type of banquet Gao Junmei had prepared, knowing that it would be filled with business associates made her birthday party sound dreary. However, she realized that opposing her mother alone would be futile, but this time, she had the backing of her older brother. She called Lu Yizhou, and remarkably, he did not impose any conditions on her but directly asked her to hand the phone to their authoritative mother. After hanging up, Gao Junmei changed her mind to sometimes. Lu Yao wished she could pry open her brother's mind to see if it contained a manual specifically for dealing with their mother. Why was it that every matter seemed so easily negotiable when it came to him? Lu Yao reached for the dress that Gao Junmei had sent over. One was a sweet white gown, and the other a demure pale yellow. Lu Yao wrinkled her nose. She wondered about her mother's taste. It was clear that she did not embody this style herself, so why was she so intent on making Lu Yao into a lady? Reclining on the sofa, she regretted listening to her mother and allowing her to prepare the outfits. Now, she was too lazy to return home to fetch her own clothes. As Shin Tingwan heard a wail from within, she stepped up the stairs. Sister Yu, having finished her tasks, turned to see the familiar figure and quickly approached her. "Madam, you have finally returned." Shin Tingwan had grown accustomed to this address during her recent days at Xiushan. But now, she turned around. "Sister Yu, it's been a while." Sister Yu beamed, unable to contain her joy. She had always believed that every couple quarreled at times, but to separate over a disagreement was quite another matter. What couple did not bicker and then reconcile? Just as she was pondering how to speak well of her master, the person before her cheerfully said, "Sister Yu, you cannot call me that today. You may call me Miss Shin." Sister Yu was so startled that the tools in her hands fell, and she gasped before bending down to retrieve them. At that moment, the door from inside was pushed open. Fortunately, they were not standing too close, but Shin Tingwan still took a step back. Lue Yao rushed out excitedly and embraced her sister-in-law. Why are you here so early? Shin Tingwan, still holding the large box, shifted her arm aside. I came to bring you a gift. Each of Shin Tingwan's gifts delighted Lue Yao immensely. Lue Yao looked down, and Shin Tingwan held one box in each hand, one large and one small. Shin Tingwan pointed towards the interior. Shall we go inside first? Lue Yao eagerly picked one up. All right, sister-in-law. Shin Tingwan, observing the gleeful girl before her, gently reminded, Xiao Yao, you cannot call me sister-in-law. Lue Yao lightly covered her mouth, adjusting her address. Sister One standing aside, Sister Yu was even more astonished. What could have caused such a severe quarrel between the couple, so severe that this momentum suggested? Terrified, she quickly took out her phone and made a call. Lue Yao pulled Shin Tingwan into the house, which had already been decorated, filled with flowers, balloons, and streamers. Lue Yao leaned in, whispering, Sister Wan, can you believe it? My brother had someone prepare all of this for me in advance. Shin Tingwan glanced around. The lively and warm decor showed evident thoughtfulness. She smiled. You have always known that your brother treats you well, haven't you? Lue Yao's mouth twisted into a pout, as if it were fixed in that position. At least he knows he is a brother. Shin Tingwan refrained from further comments. The siblings had their own way of relating the mutual affection and love they felt for one another sufficed. Lue Yao pulled Shin Tingwan to sit on the sofa. Sister-in-law, may I open it now? She gestured to the box in her hands. Shin Tingwan placed her larger box alongside it. Yes, let us see if you like it. The moment the box was opened, Shin Tingwan was met with a sound that could have lifted the roof off. Lue Yao sprang up from the sofa, clutching the contents of the box. Sister-in-law, you truly are my worm in my belly. Shin Tingwan, she raised her eyes to look at the girl, whose joy was palpable, and decided to swallow her words. Fine, let her call her whatever she wished. Lue Yao twirled around in the punk-style dress, her excitement evident. The black leather and tulle combination was her favorite sweet cool style of late. Wow, sister-in-law, I absolutely adore this dress. Look at what my mother sent me. Lue Yao cast a glance at the discarded gift boxes, her face contorted in disdain. Shin Tingwan followed her gaze and chuckled. Those two pieces chosen by your mother are lovely as well, you simply don't fancy them today. Shin Tingwan smiled, reaching to open another gift box she had brought. It contained the diamond crown she had pre-ordered for Lue Yao, which had just arrived yesterday. Lue Yao leaned in as Shin Tingwan held it above her head for a fitting. Paired with this dress, it's both sweet and edgy. Lue Yao, elated, tugged Shin Tingwan along, carrying the dress and crown upstairs. Shin Tingwan's fatigue struck her like clockwork. After dinner, she had gone to fetch the dress for Lue Yao. The place to collect the dress was quite close to Xiaoshan, so she headed straight over to see if she could assist in any way. Though she was aware that Lue Zhou had undoubtedly arranged everything in advance for her, leaning against the doorframe, her eyelids grew heavy, tears welling from the strain of fatigue. Sister-in-law, you should rest for a bit. The party doesn't start until 5 o'clock. Shin Tingwan glanced at the time and nodded. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms. Lue Yao was currently in the room Shin Tingwan had previously occupied. Besides the master bedroom, there was a guest room. Though it was closer to the master suite, Shin Tingwan veered into that room. It was filled with the scent of sunlight. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she found herself revisiting the image of Lue Zhou, whom she had not seen for many days. Since that day, she had not crossed paths with him again. Chapter 52. Do you wish to be my sister-in-law? The autumn afternoon breeze was not particularly chilly as it wafted through the narrow gap left by the window. Shin Tingwan hazily thought she caught a whiff of smoke. She opened her eyes, wrapped herself in the quilt, and rose from her bed. As her consciousness sharpened, she grasped the quilt and took a glance at it. Lowering her head to sniff it, she found no trace of cigarette smoke. Turning her gaze towards the window, she recalled that in her dream, Lue Zhou had been standing there, extending his hand towards her before she turned and fled. Shin Tingwan closed her eyes briefly, smoothing out the slight creases in her clothing, and then descended the stairs. In the living room, a few children were already chattering excitedly. Shin Tingwan lightened her footsteps. Tong Xian, cradling a cup of juice, was nestled in a quieter corner and immediately spotted her upon her entrance. Before she could finish her greeting, Shin Tingwan raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Tong Xian pressed her lips together and hurried upstairs in a few swift strides. Today, Lue Yao was quite the busy bee. Shin Tingwan and Tong Xian leaned against the railing on the second floor, observing the social butterfly flitting among her classmates. Suddenly, Shin Tingwan recalled something and turned her head. Do you have an elder sister? Tong Xian, taken aback by the unexpected opportunity to converse casually with her idol, nearly teared up. nodding vigorously. Shin Tingwan reached out to gently stroke the girl's soft hair, noting how Tong Xian always appeared anxious during such moments. I met your sister a few days ago. Tong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. How could her sister not have informed her of such wonderful news? Your sister resembles you quite a bit, Shin Tingwan observed, gazing at Tong Xian's dimples. Especially when she smiles. Tong Xian touched her own cheek, feeling the tension dissipate significantly after Shin Tingwan had patted her head, especially now that they shared a common acquaintance. After exchanging a few sentences, Tong Xian grew bold enough to ask, Wan, do you have any siblings? Shin Tingwan had never revealed anything about her family in public before. She hesitated briefly, but the sincerity in Tong Xian's eyes was undeniable. The nervous girl had mustered the courage to step forward, prompting Shin Tingwan to smile and respond, I do. I have a younger brother, Tong Xian responded with an O. Learning something previously undisclosed by her idol felt like sharing a secret between them. After finishing her sentence, Shin Tingwan raised her finger in a gesture once more. Tong Xian instantly returned an OK sign, feeling even more privy to a secret, as if she could run an 800-meter dash from sheer excitement. The two chatted by the railing for quite some time until Lu Yao dashed upstairs to fetch them. Shin Tingwan followed suit. Shin Tingwan, are you Shin Tingwan? A crowd gradually gathered around her. Lu Yao took charge of the situation, clearing her throat and even ushering Shin Tingwan behind her. Being shielded by a girl who had yet to reach adulthood left Shin Tingwan feeling somewhat amused. Shin Tingwan is a very dear sister of mine, who has come specifically to celebrate my birthday. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, a tall figure strode in through the door, followed by Dan Changming, who was clutching a hefty stack of documents. The crowd turned towards the entrance. Lu Yao briefly scanned the center of the gathering but quickly averted his gaze. If he was so afraid of being recognized, why come at all? He withdrew his attention and headed straight upstairs. Even a group of students who had yet to graduate from high school could sense the palpable tension in the air, yet there was always someone enamored above all else. A slightly more mature girl stepped out from the crowd, her gaze still fixated on the invisible figure on the stairs. Oh my, Lu Yao, is that your brother, so handsome? This time, Lu Yao's efforts seemed to have met with her approval, and Lu Yao responded, yes, that's my brother, Lu Yao. A throng of girls eagerly gathered around, craving gossip. Lu Yao waved her hands dismissively, what, do you all wish to be my sister-in-law? She was about to add that she already had a sister-in-law, urging these girls to abandon their delusions, when she instinctively reached for her sister-in-law, only to feel something amiss. No, her sister-in-law had said not to speak of it. Letting go of the hand she had been gripping, she dropped her arm. Is it permissible? Is it permissible? The bird that stuck its head out was promptly rebutted by Lu Yao with a snap of her fingers against the girl's forehead. Why not? The girl protested, rubbing her forehead. Lu Yao glared at her. My sister-in-law is not someone anyone can just become. Soon after, another girl approached with a question. What kind of girl does your brother like? Lu Yao surveyed the crowd but offered no response, merely waving them away. All right, it's time to cut the cake. Shin Tingwan felt she had never experienced such liveliness during her school days. Well, she had always avoided crowds. Aside from Shunan, nothing had ever compelled her to remain. She stayed with Lu Yao until 8 in the evening, watching as her friends gradually departed. This time, Gao Junmei granted her complete freedom. This was the birthday party Lu Yao had longed for, an event devoid of adults, filled only with her friends. Shin Tingwan accompanied Lu Yao as they bid farewell to the last few friends, who then insisted on taking a few photos together. Shin Tingwan faced the staircase and instinctively glanced upwards. Since Lu Yao had gone up, he had not come back down. Dan Changming had gone upstairs for less than half an hour before returning with that same hefty stack of documents, wishing Lu Yao a happy birthday. Shin Tingwan glanced at the time, almost 9 o'clock. Had he not even eaten? Lu Yao snapped a few pictures, then, upon reviewing them, tapped Shin Tingwan lightly on the shoulder. Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about? Why the furrowed brow? Shin Tingwan returned to the moment, smiling. Oh, nothing, perhaps it's just getting late, and I'm a bit tired. Lu Yao selected a few satisfactory photos, for after all, Shin Tingwan's face, as verified by the big screen, looked beautiful from any angle. She looked lovely when happy, and even when furrowing her brow. After choosing the photos, Lu Yao yawned, leaning back on the sofa. She proposed, then sister-in-law, let us stay here tonight. I don't want to leave. She had arrived at Shoshan early in the morning to oversee the birthday preparations Lu Yao had organized for her. Yes, her brother was home, but her sister-in-law was nowhere to be seen. Before she could inquire further, the latter had left for work. It was only later that Sister Yu informed her that her brother had been living here alone for the past few days. Madam, she had never met. Given her brother's commendable performance this time, she decided to lend him a hand. Shin Tingwan glanced at the person sprawled on the sofa, picked up her bag, and while placing her phone inside, said, Xiao, I still have to review the script tonight, so I'll have to. Before she could finish, someone else entered the room. It was Gao Junmei, her face a picture of urgency and anxiety. Chapter 53. And no longer pretending to sleep, Gao Junmei appeared as if she had rushed in from somewhere, clad in a sharp professional suit. The person sitting awkwardly on the sofa quickly stood up. Liu Yao assumed that Gao Junmei had come to escort her home, and thus, her rare desire to enact a scene of sibling affection was thwarted by her mother. As for Louis Zhou, well, he would just have to exert himself more. Lost in her thoughts, Louis Yao began to gather her belongings. Gao Junmei cast a glance at the bag perfectly balanced on Shen Tingwan's shoulder and took a few steps into the living room. Just as Shen Tingwan opened her mouth to call out Mom, she was pulled down onto the sofa by Gao Junmei. I am utterly infuriated, I simply cannot stay in that house any longer. Louis Yao, who was nearby packing her things, paused her fingers momentarily. She touched her ear, perplexed, and turned her head. Was that her mother speaking? When had Lu Mufeng dared to provoke her? Shen Tingwan's expression mirrored her astonishment. In 3 years, she had never witnessed any friction between Lu Mufeng and Gao Junmei. She had thought the two would never argue, but it seemed that was merely a misconception held by outsiders. She reached out to grasp Gao Junmei's outstretched hand, offering reassurance. Dad surely didn't mean to upset you, please don't be angry, Mom. Gao Junmei sighed, her demeanor heavy with sorrow. Alas, I don't wish to be angry, but Shen Tingwan was eager to learn what could incite such fury in Gao Junmei, yet she abruptly halted her words, seemingly unwilling to continue. Shen Tingwan sensed that perhaps this was a matter she should not delve into, or perhaps Gao Junmei simply did not want to share, so she refrained from pressing further. However, Louis Yao was undeterred. She abruptly tossed her backpack aside and leaned in. Mom, what did Dad do to upset you? Gao Junmei paused. After about half a minute, she slapped Louis Yao on the shoulder. This is adult business. Children should not pry. Louis Yao got frustrated. She turned back to continue organizing her things, still grappling with the puzzlement of how someone could gift her 2 exercise books on her birthday, no less the most challenging ones. If she ever discovered the identity of that person, she would be sure to bestow upon them a truckload of exercises. After reprimanding Louis Yao, Gao Junmei turned back to Shen Tingwan, taking her hand. You see, what couple takes matters so seriously? What issue cannot be resolved by each taking a step back, allowing the sea to broaden? If something is bothering you, simply voice it. Expressing it may prompt the other party to amend their ways. Between couples, affection is cultivated over time. One must always afford the other a chance, as well as offer oneself a choice. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaowan? Shen Tingwan felt a bit dazed amidst her statements. Was she speaking of herself or addressing her? Why did it feel so peculiar? Nonetheless, she nodded, and Gao Junmei's expression softened considerably. Having finished her tidying, Louis Yao stood up. I'm done packing. Let us go. Gao Junmei furrowed her brows and turned back. Where to? Louis Yao, puzzled, glanced outside. Home, of course. Gao Junmei leaned back against the sofa. Did you not hear me say earlier that your father has made it so I cannot stay in the house for another moment? Louis Yao's confusion deepened. Then where are we going? Gao Junmei swept her gaze across the upper floor. Tonight, the two of us shall stay here. Louis Yao. A shared understanding in their eyes, they were of the same mind. When had she developed such a tacit connection with her mother? The Xiaoshan villa boasted 3 stories, yet the bedrooms were confined to just 3 on the second floor. The third floor was partially a gym and partially a media room. Shen Tingwan glanced up at the second floor but still saw no one. Gao Junmei's gaze bore into her, and suddenly recalling something, she asked with an inquisitive tone, Xiaowan, is Zhou around? Shen Tingwan peered towards the study on the second floor and vaguely replied, he is still busy. Gao Junmei nodded, appearing to understand, then shifted the conversation. It's quite late. Why aren't you heading upstairs to rest? Young people shouldn't stay up late. Shen Tingwan followed the two upstairs. Louis Zhou had not anticipated returning to his room after the meeting to find such a scene. The previously stark and desolate space now bore the traces of another's presence. From the adjoining bathroom, the faint sound of a hairdryer could be heard. Initially, Louis Zhou thought he was hallucinating. He reached for the doorknob, ready to confirm his suspicions, yet, moments later, he withdrew his hand. Shen Tingwan finished drying her hair and set the hairdryer back down. The children had been having fun, and the cream meant for the birthday celebrant had become a playful smear for everyone. She had not escaped unscathed, with remnants of cream adorning the ends of her hair. Fortunately, Louis Zhou was still preoccupied with work. Shen Tingwan casually ran her fingers through her hair and exited the bathroom. Upon spotting the man standing by the window, she instinctively took a step back. Louis Zhou extinguished the embers on his fingertips and opened the window a little wider. After 2 cigarettes, the emotions he had managed to quell surged back to the forefront upon seeing her. What did stepping back mean? Was he truly intimidating? If he were frightening, how could he have simply left that day after being bitten? Louis Zhou scoffed at himself, his gaze lingering on the figure motionless at the bathroom door. He was bewildered as to why she was spending the night at the Xioshan villa, specifically in this room. Had it not been for the message from Gao Junmei on his phone, he might have entertained far too fanciful notions. Gao Junmei had expressed her exasperation. I can only assist you this far. Wife, you must coax her, do not argue with Xiao Wan. Every fault lies with you, do you understand? His fault, Lu Yizhou twisted his lips in a self-deprecating smile. So, her indifference towards him was also his fault. In the tense atmosphere, it was Lu Yizhou who moved first. He picked up his sleepwear and headed toward the bathroom. As he passed by Shen Tingwan, he paused momentarily, yet ultimately said nothing. The bathroom door shut once more, the sound of water echoed softly, and Shen Tingwan burrowed under the covers. She tossed and turned, her body inching toward the edge, yet sleep eluded her. When the sound of running water finally ceased, she hurriedly closed her eyes. As Lu Yizhou emerged from the bathroom, he caught sight of the small bundle at the edge of the bed, threatening to tumble to the floor. He let out a soft chuckle, approached, and slid beneath the sheets on the other side. Silence enveloped the room, and after a while, Shen Tingwan dared to open her eyes. She turned over cautiously, glancing at the figure beside her, only to be met with the deep-set gaze of Lu Yizhou. His voice, heavy and weary, carried a hint of intrigue as he arched an eyebrow at her, no longer pretending to sleep. Chapter 54. A sham marriage. Shen Tingwan froze momentarily, feeling embarrassed, and hurriedly attempted to turn away. However, her hand beneath the covers was caught firmly. She raised her eyes to meet Lu Yizhou's gaze, which was deep and inscrutable. If you turn over again, you might just tumble to the floor, he warned. Shen Tingwan reached back with her other hand, only to find nothing but air observing her movements. Lu Yizhou let out a cold chuckle. Shen Tingwan extricated her trapped hand and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. How polite of her. Lu Yizhou smirked slightly. Sharing a bed, don't you find the utterance of those two words somewhat incongruous? Shen Tingwan glanced at him and then shifted her posture, signaling her intention to rise. I apologize. My mother just escorted me to the bedroom door. I'll sleep on the sofa, she declared. Before Lu Yizhou could finish his sentence, he saw her lifting the covers and, in a rush of urgency, grasped her arm. With a forceful tug, the person attempting to rise was not only prevented from doing so but was also pulled back to the center of the bed. This proximity sent Shen Tingwan spiraling back to that fateful night, as she instinctively pushed against the chest that was drawing near. Lu Yizhou exerted only a gentle force, pulling her into his embrace before loosening his grip on her delicate wrist, yet his hands remained firmly anchored at her waist. The silk of her nightgown felt almost like a mere ornament, as his warm palm seemed to press directly against her skin. Shen Tingwan created a slight distance, but it was only marginal. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes reflecting an unusual fluster. Lu Yizhou. Her voice was sharp, clearly tinged with urgency and anger. Lu Yizhou lowered his head, fixating on her soft, pink lips. The wound on her lip had nearly faded, and he moved one hand from her waist to gently trace the area with his fingertip. She had bitten down hard that day, and in a moment of carelessness, he had grazed her with his teeth. This afternoon, her bedroom had been dim, with heavy curtains drawn, and he had not scrutinized her closely. When he had seen her downstairs, the light was bright, but from such a distance, she had turned her head away, obscuring the injury from his view. Now, it was all too clear. His fingertip lingered, his emotions inscrutable as he asked softly, "Does it hurt?" The atmosphere shifted palpably. Shen Tingwan's hands, which had been pushing him away, faltered. The wound was situated in the center of her lips, and after applying ointment for a week, she had still seen faint traces of it this morning. She had concealed it carefully, only daring to step outside afterward. She opened her mouth, wishing to urge him to release her, but Lu Yizhou spoke first. His voice, usually clear and melodious, now carried a hint of subtle emotion. It hurts. Shen Tingwan was acutely aware of the severity of the bite she had inflicted that day. The memory of that incident made her gaze grow colder. He deserved it, after all. Lu Yizhou's fingertip left her lips, grasping the hand she had laid on his chest, his warm, delicate touch now pressing against the very wound. Shen Tingwan felt a pull on her wrist as she attempted to withdraw, but she was no match for his strength. Lu Yizhou, using his slender fingers, gently kneaded the area before she could retreat into herself, having taken his mother's advice. His voice was low, his warm breath brushing against her fingertips. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Shen Tingwan's fingertips trembled. The man before her possessed a gaze so deep it seemed to draw her in, forcing her to steady her thoughts. A tranquil silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, when Lu Yizhou believed she would not reply, she finally lifted her head. Shen Tingwan's voice regained its usual lightness, and instead of answering, she posed a serious question. Lu Yizhou, do you still have feelings for Yu Yanran? Lu Yizhou couldn't help but curl his lips in a sardonic smile. To hell with indifference, was this what it meant to be unconcerned? He almost wished Shen Tingwan would ask him again so he could record her words and throw them in Lin Xuan's face. Listen closely. This is what you call indifference. She was merely trying to sow discord. With a smile still playing on his lips, he gazed at her, reveling in his moment of triumph until her next words interrupted him. Shin Tingwan paused slightly, noticing the delight written all over his face. Her expression darkened as she feigned nonchalance. If you two are still in love, I can make space for her immediately. Louis Zhou's heart sank abruptly. Make space? Shin Tingwan nodded, effortlessly extricating herself from his embrace. Yu Yanran should know our marriage is merely a sham. Last time, a sham marriage? Louis Zhou's gaze lifted to meet hers, now icy, devoid of warmth. He could not care less, she was merely seeking an excuse to distance herself from him. He scoffed. You dare to dismiss a legally recognized marriage as a sham? Shin Tingwan scoffed in return. But what about us? We did not marry for love. Louis Zhou countered, before our marriage, why didn't you mention that there were no feelings between us? Shin Tingwan was taken aback. After a few seconds, just as she was about to respond, he tossed aside the covers and got out of bed. Louis Zhou's brows furrowed, clearly indicating he wished to end the conversation. His voice was frigid. I have work to do, you should rest. With that, he left the bedroom without a backward glance. Shin Tingwan hugged the covers, watching the bedroom door open and close, leaving her alone in the vast space. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she drifted off to sleep. Was Louis Zhou regretting their marriage from 3 years ago? But it was too late to turn back. Should she compensate him in some way? After all, if it weren't for him, her grandmother wouldn't have passed away so peacefully. What could she possibly do? Shin Tingwan struggled to find an answer, finally succumbing to sleep as dawn approached. The next day, Gao Junmei descended the stairs early, humming a cheerful tune as she sat at the breakfast table. With her mother in charge, everything would turn out fine. What quarrel could lead to separation? This was an opportunity for reconciliation. Could her son possibly be so worry-free? Anchu set breakfast on the table just as Louis Yao rushed down from the second floor. I'm leaving. I'm going to be late. Gao Junmei called her over. Come eat breakfast. Louis Yao, looking anxious, replied, I can't eat, I'm going to be late. Gao Junmei shot her a look. The driver hasn't arrived yet. Louis Yao frowned. Where's my brother? He can take me. Gao Junmei glanced upstairs, a smile spreading across her face. Grandchild next year. No, she wanted a granddaughter. A sweet, quiet granddaughter like Xiaowan would be even better. As she daydreamed, Anchu emerged from the kitchen with milk and juice, adding, Mr. Left in a hurry last night, he drove himself out. Shin Tingwan had barely slept for 3 hours, her mind foggy. As she reached the corner of the second floor, she overheard Anchu say, he hasn't returned all night. Chapter 55. The allure of desire. Lin Xuan was acutely aware that provoking Louis Zhou would lead to an unfavorable outcome. However, rousing someone from their slumber in the dead of night was undeniably a transgression of sorts. Well, it seemed his own actions were perhaps even more unscrupulous. He reached out to intercept yet another glass of potent liquor that was being offered to him. This beverage, so fiery, was unlike anything he had seen anyone consume before. Louis Zhou turned to regard him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Are you satisfied now? Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. The relentless torment felt as if it would never cease. It had been 2 hours since his arrival, and the word satisfied was becoming an earsore. All right, enough already. Am I to blame for all of this? With a sidelong glance, Louis Zhou brought the glass once more to his lips. In their private booth, it was just the two of them, and Lin Xuan spoke with unreserved candor. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with curiosity. What does this mean for you? Are you serious about this? Louis Zhou tilted his head back, his Adam's apple moving slightly. The previously serene atmosphere grew even more somber for a few seconds. Louis Zhou closed his eyes. What does it mean to play? Does anyone toy with their own marriage? At his words, Lin Xuan was taken aback, instinctively shifting back, disbelief etched across his face. You, what are you saying? Louis Zhou remarked, gazing vacantly to the side. What you heard is precisely what I said. Lin Xuan narrowed his elongated eyes. How long have you known her, and you're already contemplating marriage? Having returned from abroad for just over a month, Lin Xuan traced back the timeline and uncovered some inconsistencies. When Ji Xiangheng had boisterously called her sister-in-law, Louis Zhou had only just returned home. Was this pace truly so swift? He pondered whether Louis Zhou would next appear unannounced, accompanied by a child who would greet them as uncle. Casting a suspicious glance at Louis Zhou, Lin Xuan queried, You didn't just meet her after returning home, did you? Louis Zhou shot him a glance and replied with a simple yes. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, pouring himself a glass as well. So, you met her abroad? Louis Zhou tapped his finger against the glass he held. No. Lin Chuan's playful demeanor shifted to earnest interest. So you knew her before going abroad? Louis Zhou turned to him. What exactly are you trying to ask? Lin Chuan smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I just want to see if you've been harboring feelings for her for an extended period. The notion of the Lu family heir being infatuated with a woman for so long without making any advances was quite the jest. He imagined that even in his retirement years, while fishing with Louis Zhou, he could still poke fun at him over this incident. Louis Zhou swirled the contents of his glass, remaining silent. Lin Chuan leaned in closer. Truly, it seems you've been planning this for quite some time. Louis Zhou merely lifted his glass slightly and replied, no. Lin Chuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He reclined back onto the sofa, too fatigued to speculate further, and asked directly, then what is it? With his eyes closed, Louis Zhou's mind drifted back to fleeting memories from 3 years prior. He had thought a document had been left at the ancestral home and had rushed over to retrieve it. Upon entering, he had spotted a figure tending to the flowers on the balcony. Lu Xingrong had a passion for gardening, and the balcony was brimming with plants. There stood Shen Tingwan, clad in simple attire, surrounded by blossoms, captivating his gaze. He watched for roughly half a minute until his assistant, Dan Changming, caught up with him, indicating that he had been mistaken. The document was in the car. Louis Zhou cast one last glance at the woman tending to the flowers before silently departing the ancestral home. That fleeting moment, though not unforgettable, had indeed left an imprint on his heart. Thus, when Lu Xingrong presented him with a photograph, he found himself unexpectedly nodding in agreement. At that time, he was aware that her grandmother was gravely ill, and all her energies were directed towards her care. He thought to himself that there would always be time ahead. However, the very next day, she informed him that she would be going to teach for a year, with her departure set for the day after her notification. He had seen her off at the airport. Subsequently, when the company required a leader to expand its overseas market, it was an opportune moment for him to gain experience, and so he went. During those 2 years abroad, he found himself perpetually busy, often working around the clock. Even in his dreams, he occasionally thought of her, but those feelings were so faint, they paled in comparison to his work. It wasn't until the day he returned home, at a banquet hosted by the Fu family, that he saw her standing there, arm in arm with another man. A flicker of repressed emotions ignited within him, and she seemed to be the very oxygen fueling that flame. With each encounter, the intensity of his feelings grew stronger. Lost in thought, Louis Zhou was pulled back to the present by Lin Chuan's voice a few minutes later. What was that? Louis Zhou swirled the crimson liquid in his glass and answered with 4 words, the allure of desire. Shen Tingwan, upon hearing Aunt Yu's words, could envision the expression on Gao Juanmei's face downstairs. In her frantic rush to arrive, she had gone to great lengths to coax her into staying, likely not anticipating such an outcome. Shen Tingwan turned back to her bedroom. She was severely sleep-deprived, feeling dazed, yet sleep eluded her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Louis Zhou's return at the ancestral home, at Xiushan, at Bihua Garden. Perhaps it was due to her limited social interactions outside of work, but she remembered every detail about Louis Zhou with remarkable clarity, especially those kisses. Touching the wound on her lip, she recalled the events from that day at Tong Yu's new home. She had initially thought, she sighed, some things simply cannot be forced. If Louis Zhou desired it, she would grant him freedom at any time. No, he was always free. This marriage had always been a facade. As Shen Tingwan's mind spiraled in confusion, her phone vibrated on the side table. Chen Man, known for her efficiency, called to inform her that all matters regarding Power of the World had been settled, and her schedule was arranged for her to sign the contract at the company. Shen Tingwan acknowledged the call, and now that she had Chen Man, many concerns were alleviated. The thought of establishing her own studio was daunting, certainly not her forte. With a soft sigh, she realized that discussing studio matters with Chen Man was necessary. After finalizing the contract signing time with Chen Man, Shen Tingwan hung up. Although she had not participated much in business or variety shows, Chen Man devoted most of her energy to her. Shen Tingwan understood that Chen Man's ambitions extended far beyond this. Her already tumultuous thoughts became even more chaotic. After a moment of stillness with her eyes closed, she finally rose and descended the stairs. As she reached the corner of the staircase, she overheard voices at the door, voices she recognized. In the next moment, Lin Chuan appeared, supporting someone as they entered. The person who had entered with closed eyes now opened them and turned to look up the stairs. Louis Zhou's gaze held a myriad of emotions, tinted with inebriation. Lin Chuan was still busy explaining to Aunt Yu about preparing a bowl of hangover soup when the person he was supporting stepped forward a few paces. Louis Zhou beckoned to the person standing motionless on the stairs. Could you come over and assist me, please? Chapter 56, Could you stay here with me? The revelers downstairs were evidently quite intoxicated, prompting Shen Tingwan to hasten her descent. One inebriated individual draped an arm over her shoulder, his grip surprisingly feeble. Lin Xuan had just procured a bowl of hangover soup for himself from Manchu when he reconsidered his intentions. Prepare one for your husband instead. Shen Tingwan turned to assist the inebriated man. Lin Xuan stood merely a couple of steps from the doorway, his gaze towards her markedly altered. Shen Tingwan had exchanged only a handful of words with Lin Xuan, having met him at most twice. Her impression of him was singular, a tongue seemingly laced with venom. Such individuals were not one she would willingly engage with. Yet now, Shen Tingwan gently steadied the drunken man. Thank you for bringing him back. Lin Xuan, though somewhat tipsy himself, still possessed enough clarity. A person capable of expressing gratitude to friends in childhood would inevitably extend the same courtesy to a spouse in adulthood. The situation was hardly as dire as Lu Yizhou had suggested. He cast a sidelong glance at the man whose brow was furrowed in silence, appearing almost asleep. How the involved are often oblivious. A spark of amusement flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Yizhou inebriated. They had grown up together, and from their initial foray into drinking, Lu Yizhou had mastered the art of moderation. To be even slightly intoxicated was a rarity. Lin Xuan stepped past the two figures before him, glancing towards the staircase. Let me help you get him upstairs. After ensuring the man was settled, Lin Xuan found himself nearly exhausted. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed Shen Tingwan busily attending to the drunken man's needs, hesitating for a couple of minutes before speaking up. I apologize, that day I spoke thoughtlessly. The person half squatting by the bed turned to regard him. Lin Xuan straightened his posture, glancing at the comfortably slumbering figure. His affair with Yu Yanran was a long time ago, they have long since parted ways. Do not take it to heart. Shen Tingwan's expression shifted subtly, a faint curve gracing her lips. It's nothing. What did it have to do with her? Lin Xuan deemed his words sufficient. As an outsider, he had no place meddling in the matters of young lovers. He nodded, turned, and left. No sooner had his figure vanished than Shen Tingwan recalled that he too bore traces of inebriation. She tucked the blanket snugly around the man before pursuing him. Lin Xuan had returned the drunken individual using Lu Yizhou's car, with Lu Yizhou's driver at the wheel. Upon spotting Lin Xuan exiting the villa, the driver opened the car door with respect. Lin Xuan, his long legs carrying him swiftly, moved a little faster due to his inebriation. By the time Shen Tingwan reached the entrance, she caught sight of a departing silhouette. The driver closed the car door and, upon turning, noticed Shen Tingwan standing at the villa's entrance. Madam, I will ensure Mr. Lin arrives home safely, you need not worry. Lin Xuan, whose eyes had just closed, opened them once more. He rolled down the car window and waved at the figure at the villa's entrance. Shen Tingwan, clad in simple attire, wore a polite, gentle smile. As the driver started the vehicle and drove away, just before they reached the villa gates, a voice called out from behind, "What did you just call her?" The driver, taken aback, stammered, Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he leaned back in his seat. Well done, Lu Yizhou. Even inebriated, he still had secrets to conceal. After seeing the man off, Shen Tingwan proceeded to the dining room for breakfast. The aroma of ginger wafted from the kitchen, prompting her to hasten her meal. She had never been fond of the flavor of ginger. Moments later, as she set down her chopsticks and was about to rise, Anshu emerged carrying a bowl of brown concoction. She placed it before the still-seated Shen Tingwan. Madam, this is the hangover soup prepared for the SIR. It's best to let him sober up before returning to sleep. Shen Tingwan glanced at the white porcelain bowl, took a deep breath, and ascended the stairs with it in hand. Lu Yizhou was deep in slumber, and Shen Tingwan crouched beside the bed, observing the man lost in his dreams. Her gaze traveled from his striking brow and nose, finally resting on his lips, where a wound appeared far more severe than her own. She tentatively reached out to touch it. Lin Xuan had mentioned that his relationship with Yu Yanran was a distant memory, yet why had he sent her away when she came to see him that day? Shen Tingwan's expression darkened as her fingertip inadvertently pressed harder. This man was an enigma to her. He had been evasive regarding the divorce, and now he regretted their marriage. Shouldn't he have acted to mitigate the damage? He spoke of work, yet turned around to indulge in a hangover. Shen Tingwan sighed softly. Lu Yizhou, sensing the unusual sensation on his lips, opened his eyes to find the person before him with her head bowed, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Shen Tingwan found herself locked in the depths of his dark brown eyes, causing her fingertip to tremble as she hastily withdrew it. Her gaze darted to the white porcelain bowl on the table, and she extended it towards him. Drink some hangover soup before you sleep again. Lu Yizhou sat up, remaining silent. After half a minute of silence, Shen Tingwan crouched down again, holding a small porcelain spoon, which she offered to his lips. Lu Yizhou's gaze was clouded, a mix of sleepiness and intoxication swirling within. He frowned, glancing at the brown liquid in the spoon, hesitating for a few seconds before parting his lips. As his throat bobbed slightly, Shin Tingwan returned the spoon to the bowl, and before she could scoop another spoonful, Louis Zhou reached out to pat the edge of the bed. Perhaps due to the hangover, his voice was raspy as he commanded, "Sit down." The crouched position was indeed tiring, and Shin Tingwan did not refuse a spoonful after spoonful, one fed while the other drank. Shin Tingwan found herself curious. Did he not find it unpalatable? Each small spoonful felt more like savoring ginger soup rather than simply drinking it. She offered another spoonful, inquiring, "Is it good?" For a fleeting moment, his hazy eyes sparkled, and then Shin Tingwan watched as he sampled it. After 2 or 3 seconds, Louis Zhou shook his head. "It's not good." Shin Tingwan did not cease her actions. Perhaps the drunken man was jolted awake by her words. The spoon hovered at his lips, yet he made no move. Louis Zhou gazed at her with a bleary expression. Shin Tingwan inexplicably sensed a tinge of vulnerability in him. She pressed the porcelain spoon against his slightly dry lips, her voice cool. "Even if it's not good, you must drink it." Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou obediently opened his mouth. The bowl was soon emptied, and Shin Tingwan placed the spoon back into the white porcelain bowl. "All right, you may continue to sleep." She intended to rise but found herself unable to. Louis Zhou grasped her slender arm, and whether it was due to his intoxication or not, the warmth of his palm felt unusually elevated. Shin Tingwan's skin warmed at the contact as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Louis Zhou's complexion was far from favorable, a hint of stubble gracing his chin, and the wound on his dry lips was starkly visible. He lowered his gaze slightly, his palm gently stroking her arm through her clothing. "Could you stay here with me?" Chapter 57. The iron rooster sheds feathers. Shin Tingwan had barely risen from her bed for an hour when she found herself lying down once more. The steady rhythm of breathing beside her filled the air. She closed her eyes in response. Under the covers, Louis Zhou still held one of her hands, warmth radiating from his palm to hers. Despite her earlier attempts to catch up on sleep having been fruitless, the moment her eyes shut, she slipped into a deep slumber. Shin Tingwan slept soundly, and when she finally awoke, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Louis Zhou remained lost in his dreams beside her, and she gently withdrew her hand from his grasp. The sleeping figure furrowed his brow slightly. Shin Tingwan paused for a moment, waiting for his breathing to stabilize before carefully extracting her last fingertip. She rose from the bed, recalling her meeting with Chen Man at 3 o'clock. The Xiaoshan villa was not far from the city center, and at this hour, the roads were clear. She arrived at the company a quarter of an hour early. At the entrance of Chen Man's office, she happened upon Liang Shi and Anchiza, who had just concluded their discussion with Chen Man. Since the rap party, she had not seen NQIs. For Liang Shi, their last encounter had been at the charity gala hosted by the Fu family. "Ah, what a delightful day. We are graced by the presence of our stunning Shin Demei today at the office," he exclaimed. As far as he knew, Shin Tingwan had been on a break during this period, not accepting any engagements. Liang Shi, known for his title of Little Oil King, was not undeservedly dubbed. Shin Tingwan had long grown accustomed to his exuberance. She stepped aside to allow them passage, stating, "I'm here to sign a contract." Liang Shi understood immediately. After all, it was this drama that had caused Shin Tingwan to decline his excellent proposal for a publicity stunt. He turned his head to glance at the prized Anchiza, whom he had recruited at great expense, and reversed his steps, returning to Chen Man's office. Clapping his hands together, he suggested with a hint of excitement, "What a coincidence, why don't we have a meal together today?" 3 individuals, one was an artist from his company, another was a staff member, and the third was an artist soon to join his ranks. No one could refuse such an invitation. Shin Tingwan glanced at Chen Man, who shrugged and resignedly replied, "Then let us sign the contract first." Liang Shi had business to discuss privately with Anchiza, so he looked at the time and decisively set a meeting for 5 o'clock in the underground parking lot before leading Anchiza away. Chen Man was highly capable. The contract negotiations with the production team had gone smoothly according to Shin Tingwan's wishes. She perused the document briefly before signing her name. The filming for Power Under Heaven was scheduled to commence in the latter half of this month, leaving less than 2 weeks. Shin Tingwan closed the contract and placed her copy into her bag. According to their usual practice, Chen Man then pushed another document toward her. It was an agreement. Every drama required at least one commercial endorsement, as per her understanding with Shin Tingwan. During her last project, Starlight, Shin Tingwan had accepted a shower gel endorsement. This time, the endorsement opportunity was with a highly regarded brand, one whose toothpaste Shin Tingwan frequently used. She knew that Chen Man had undoubtedly invested considerable effort into this endeavor. Without much thought, Shin Tingwan nodded in agreement. Chen Man, satisfied, took back the letter of intent, stating, "I will inform you once I finalize the arrangements." Their matters were quickly settled, but Chen Man appeared far from at ease compared to Shin Tingwan. Sensing the tension, Shin Tingwan quietly settled onto the sofa. Chen Man began making phone calls one after another, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Liang Shi intended to pass Shiza onto her, while another troublesome third-tier actor from routine was reassigned to a different manager. Though she was glad to be rid of one troublemaker, having worked with the other for nearly a year, Chen Man had developed a bond and was meticulous in the handover process. She and T even figured out how to broach the subject, considering the young man was merely in his early 20s, akin to her younger brother. Leaning back in her swivel chair, Chen Man sighed. Seated on the sofa, Shin Tingwan's thoughts wandered back to Xiushan, the master bedroom on the second floor. She wondered if that person had awakened from his intoxication. He must be feeling dreadful after the hangover, despite having consumed such a dreadful hangover soup. Lost in her reverie, Shin Tingwan took out her phone and opened a chat window, only to exit it again. Chen Man's phone rang anew, and with a thud, she tossed it onto the desk. The sound conveyed her frustration, prompting Shin Tingwan to turn her head. Chen Man's face was etched with helplessness. Shin Tingwan had thought this person had matured to the point of being impervious, yet she stood up. Jiang Shiye, Chen Man remarked as she looked up at Shin Tingwan. Realizing, Shin Tingwan returned to her seat on the sofa. Chen Man steadied herself, and when the phone rang a second time, she answered it. The call lasted until 4:55, and when Chen Man's alarm went off, she hurriedly reassured the caller. Jiang Shiye continued his incessant chatter, while Chen Man retrieved her coat from the rack, slipping it on as she walked, ushering Shin Tingwan down to the underground level. In the elevator, the signal faltered, and the call ended abruptly. Shin Tingwan turned to the visibly stressed Chen Man and gently patted her back, offering comfort, fortune and glory. Chen Man merely responded with silence. As the elevator doors opened, fortune and glory greeted them with a wave. The dining venue was chosen by Liang Shi, a Hunan restaurant situated on the edge of the city center, conveniently in the same direction as Xiushan. All four climbed into Liang Shi's car. Typically, even one person with a social flair could enliven the atmosphere. In this instance, there were three. Shin Tingwan listened as the trio discussed various topics, ranging from industry news to leisure activities, causing Chen Man to fall silent. The workaholic showed no interest in such trivialities. She turned to Shin Tingwan, who, despite her usual quiet demeanor, displayed an unusual distraction today. "What's the matter? Do you have plans tonight?" Chen Man inquired, noticing Shin Tingwan's distant gaze. The image of the sleeping figure flashed across her mind, and she shook her head. "No. With you saw at home, there was no lack of care for him. Moreover, if he truly felt unwell, her presence wouldn't make a difference." Chen Man cast her a skeptical glance but chose not to press further. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. Liang Shi appeared to be irregular, as the manager skillfully guided them through the winding path to their private room, ensuring they encountered no other patrons along the way. Liang Shi finally exhibited the demeanor befitting a film company executive. Once seated, the manager summoned a waitress. As the young lady entered, she froze at the doorway. "Quickly, present the menu to the guests." "Why are you just standing there?" the manager prompted. Only then did the girl seem to snap back to reality, handing out menus to each of them. Liang Shi raised an eyebrow at the scene, a subtle gesture, yet Chen Man caught every detail. She glanced at Shin Tingwan and Shiza, pondering why the notoriously frugal man was suddenly willing to part with his wealth. Chapter 58. A meal lingered for nearly 2 hours. As Shin Tingwan glanced at the time for what felt like the umpteenth time, Chen Man withdrew from the trio's conversation and leaned in. "So, you're free tonight?" Shin Tingwan paused momentarily, and before she could check the time, she returned her phone to her pocket. Chen Man cast a dubious glance her way. The sounds of laughter between Liang Shi and Shiza continued in the background. She swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips. An inexplicable surge of emotions washed over Shin Tingwan as she regarded Chen Man. She reached out to refill Chen Man's glass with water, her smile remaining gentle, yet Chen Man sensed an underlying meaning. A gesture of goodwill. When had people begun to extend such courtesies? It stemmed from insecurity. She cast a sidelong glance at Shin Tingwan before turning back to the vibrant atmosphere around her. Half an hour later, Liang Shi received a phone call, marking the conclusion of their gathering. Shiza's assistant arrived promptly. Standing up after answering the call, he announced, "My car has arrived, let us head out together." Just as Chen Man was about to rise, another phone rang nearby. Shin Tingwan lifted her phone to her ear. "Uncle Zhang, I'll be out shortly." As she prepared to end the call, Chen Man smiled at the newly standing Shiza. "I'll catch a ride with her, it's on the way." Shin Tingwan turned to look at her, hesitating to respond. Ultimately, she chose silence. Chen Man's mention of on the way referred to Bihua Garden, a mere 10-minute drive from Xiushan Villa, whereas Chen Man resided near the company. Shiza acknowledged her comment with an agreeable nod, saying nothing further, and made his way toward the door. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly turned back. His gaze fell first on Chen Man. "Sister Chen Man, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to collaborate with you." Chen Man had a commendable reputation in the industry, granting artists considerable freedom, as Shen Tingwan had observed. As a top-tier manager at HE Films, her resources were indeed impressive. Moreover, she was reputed for her exceptional work ethic, boasting a robust network within both the entertainment and business spheres. Having collaborated with his previous agency for 8 years, Enshiza had not contemplated his future until Liang Shi extended an olive branch, and now, he felt a sense of anticipation towards both He and Chen Man. Before Chen Man could respond with the customary pleasantries, Enshiza's gaze shifted to Shen Tingwan, who stood at the door. He smiled broadly, his youthful features accentuated by sparkling, clear eyes. Tingwan, we'll be colleagues from now on. I hope you'll look out for me. Chen Man also turned her head. Shen Tingwan, who had been preoccupied with organizing her bag, glanced towards the door. That night at the rap party, she had left with Louis Zhou, and the astonishment on Enshiza's face had rivaled that of Xiao Xia. The young man had yet to reach the age where his emotions were concealed, and his incredulous gaze held a tinge of bitterness. At that moment, when Shen Tingwan recognized Louis Zhou, she had been fleetingly lucid, capturing Enshiza's expression entirely. In the whirlwind of emotions, her attention had been solely on Louis Zhou. He had nearly revealed their relationship, a simple statement, but the subsequent matters to address were far too numerous. Just managing Chen Man's inquiries alone had been overwhelming. That night, she had lacked the energy to delve deeper, but the following day, as the memories flooded back, she had called Xiao Xia. Though Xiao Xia was gossipy, she was also astute, knowing what could and could not be shared. The conversation was filled with reassurances that she would safeguard her boss's secret. As for Enshiza, Shen Tingwan hesitated before ultimately deciding against contacting him. Partly because she was unsure how to articulate her relationship with Louis Zhou, and partly because she felt no obligation to explain anything to Enshiza, the act of explaining did not apply to their relationship. Regarding the request for confidentiality about that night, Shen Tingwan believed that those who wished to keep secrets would do so naturally. If he had no intention of keeping it private, her words would be superfluous. Moreover, the look he had cast her way, Shen Tingwan sensed that he seemed quite immersed in the situation. During the rap party, when he had presented her with a gift, there had been an inexplicable sentiment behind it. Furthermore, Liang Shi had recently proposed a scheme to pair them as a couple. It seemed plausible that Enshiza had misinterpreted something about that night, regarding her and Louis Zhou. Consequently, Shen Tingwan had made a conscious effort to maintain distance from him today. Her demeanor had always been somewhat aloof, and with her deliberate actions, the two of them had shared a vehicle for 3 hours, yet exchanged fewer than 10 words. The scant few conversations they had were forced by Liang Shi. Enshiza likely sensed the underlying tension, refraining from initiating conversations as he had on set. Thus, when it was time to depart, he suddenly called her name, leaving Shen Tingwan momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her composure, offering a faint smile. Chen Man is exceptionally talented, your collaboration will surely reach new heights. The conversation shifted back to Chen Man, who turned and picked up the thread. Here's to a delightful collaboration ahead. Enshiza nodded with a smile and turned to leave. As Shen Tingwan slung her bag over her shoulder and turned around, she found Chen Man's scrutinizing gaze fixed on her. Shen Tingwan stood. Shall we go? Chen Man, still standing, did not divert her gaze from Shen Tingwan's face for even a moment. Shen Tingwan reached up to touch her own face. Is there something on my face? Chen Man retrieved the coat draped over the chair. Nothing on your face. Something in your heart. The two of them climbed into the car together. Once inside, Shen Tingwan promptly provided Chen Man's address. Uncle Zhang, please drop her off first. Chen Man, her head bowed, replied, no need, you should go to Bihua Garden first, I'll get home later. Shen Tingwan fell silent. Chen Man's fingers danced rapidly over her phone as she sent 4 or 5 messages in quick succession. Upon glancing at the navigation screen in front, she furrowed her brow. This Route 1T lead to Bihua Garden, will it? Every time Shen Tingwan mentioned this driver, she praised him highly, yet he didn't appear to be the sharpest tool in the shed. Uncle Zhang merely grunted in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. The car was started and merged into the flow of traffic. Chen Man turned to Shen Tingwan, frowning as she tapped her head, trying to convey something. Shen Tingwan pressed her lips together, glanced ahead, and replied, I'm not going to Bihua Garden. Chen Man? I'm headed to Xiushan Villa. Chen Man responded with an O, her phone vibrating incessantly on her lap as she opened the messaging app. When did you move? I didn't hear you mention it. Her fingers flew across the screen again as Shen Tingwan stole a glance at her busy demeanor. A little while ago. Chen Man responded with another O, her fingers continuing to send several more messages. Only after setting the phone aside did she begin to think. Chen Man leaned in with a smile. Xiushan Villa, that's a high-end residential area. What made a celestial being like you willing to settle for it this time? Xiushan Villa was a prime location, notoriously expensive in the capital. No one knew Shen Tingwan's financial situation better than Chen Man. She lowered her head and did a quick mental calculation, exclaiming softly, "The payment for Starry Sky hasn't arrived yet. Where are you getting that much money?" With her head bowed, Shen Tingwan remained silent. The ensuing silence was deafening. After several seconds, Chen Man turned to her, wide-eyed, "Come on, what are you hiding from me?" Chapter 59. When money is not the issue, it's about people. As Shen Tingwan lingered on the road with Chen Man, it was nearly 9 o'clock by the time she arrived at Xiushan. The living room on the first floor was brightly lit, yet devoid of any presence. She ascended the stairs, deliberately lightening her footsteps, and found the bedroom door ajar, shrouded in darkness within. Is he still asleep? Could it be that he is genuinely unwell? Just as Shen Tingwan was about to step inside, she heard a noise from the study diagonally across the hall. Anchu appeared, carrying a tray, her face initially clouded with worry, but upon seeing the figure at the bedroom door, her expression brightened instantly. "Madam, are you looking for the master?" "The master is in the study, busy with work," Shen Tingwan replied. During the more than a week that the madam had been away from Xiushan, the master had been just like this, working late hours, and even when he returned early, he would dive straight into the study. A workaholic, yet not in such a manner. Shen Tingwan glanced at the study door, which was half open, and let out an "oh." Anchu discreetly shifted the tray to one hand, gently pushing the door further open with the other. "Then, madam, I shall take my leave." Having said that, Anchu turned to descend the stairs, sighing softly as she passed by Shen Tingwan. If one is unwell, one cannot neglect to eat. Youth is no excuse to mistreat one's own body, Anchu murmured quietly as she made her way downstairs. Shen Tingwan rested a hand on the bedroom doorknob, staring at the study door for a considerable time before finally turning to enter the bedroom. From the moment Anchu greeted someone, Lu Yizhou had been aware of the commotion outside. However, he had only heard Anchu's voice. Wasn't he that person looking for him? Everyone knew he was in the study. Why'n't anyone coming yet? Lu Yizhou's gaze darkened as he watched the half-open study door. Shen Tingwan quickly washed away the smell of smoke and changed into a soft loungewear set. The item she had purchased during her shopping spree with Gao Junmei had been delivered to the Xiushan villa. After she moved out, Anchu had tidied everything up meticulously. Chen Man, despite her tender age, had quite the smoking habit. Shen Tingwan was reluctant to admit that her own comments had caused such astonishment, or perhaps frustration. The matter of a secret marriage might not affect others, but for a female artist, it was akin to a ticking time bomb. Within a mere half-hour, Shen Tingwan estimated that Chen Man must have smoked half a pack. Although the scent of women's cigarettes was not overwhelmingly strong, the quantity was indeed excessive. Shen Tingwan emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and glanced at the tightly shut bedroom door. It was not until her hair was half-dried that the hesitant figure finally exited the bedroom. She knocked lightly on the door, but the person behind the desk had already ceased his work upon hearing the sound. Lu Yizhou glanced at the figure standing at the door, his voice betraying a rare hint of fatigue. "Come in." Upon entering, Shen Tingwan immediately noticed the untouched meal laid out on the coffee table. It seemed that Anchu had prepared a very light meal due to his discomfort, a bowl of glistening white porridge and 2 dishes of stir-fried vegetables. Shen Tingwan moved to the coffee table and picked up the bowl of porridge. Lu Yizhou's gaze seemed to return to the computer screen, yet he was acutely aware of her presence. Shen Tingwan placed the porridge in front of the man engrossed in his work. "You should eat something before you continue." At her words, Lu Yizhou lifted his head, his expression icy. Lu Tai Tai is quite adept at exploiting others. Shen Tingwan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at him, bewildered. Lu Yizhou's face remained cold, his phone spinning in his hand. "You're unwell, yet you still expect me to work after eating." "Shen Tingwan, that's your job. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Yizhou's lips curled into a wry smile. "Isn't the money I earn shared property of husband and wife?" Shen Tingwan frowned. "I do not require your money." As his phone fell onto the table, Lu Yizhou grasped the porcelain spoon handle, chuckling softly. "Then what do you want?" Shen Tingwan found his reasoning perplexing. She was on the verge of voicing her needs when he spoke first. Lu Yizhou's smile deepened as he looked at her. "If you don't want money, then it must be people you desire." Shen Tingwan. If he could still joke, then surely he was fine. She watched as he brought the porridge to his lips, then turned to leave. Lu Yizhou stood, holding the bowl. "Stay here and eat with me." Shen Tingwan replied, "I've already had dinner." Lu Yizhou chuckled. At this hour, of course, she had eaten that. He had not slept all night and was still recovering from a hangover, having held her hand before sleeping, feeling utterly at peace, only to wake up at 5 in the afternoon. Upon opening his eyes, there was no sign of her. Reaching out, he felt the other side of the bed was cold. Unwilling to give up, he searched downstairs, finding only Anchu. All his earlier emotions evaporated, leaving only the pressure of work. While he claimed to be working, his mind was consumed with thoughts of where she had gone and whether she would return. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but mock himself. Return, how could she possibly come back? Had it not been for his mother's presence yesterday, she might have left long ago. He had made amends, apologized, yet she had simply mentioned clearing space. Did the position of MRSW burn her, or was she simply unwilling to stay? Louis Zhou halted beside her. But I haven't eaten. Shen Tingwan replied, if you haven't eaten, then just eat. There was plenty of food. It was no one's fault if he chose not to eat. Louis Zhou smirked. If I promised someone something and failed to deliver, shouldn't there be some compensation? Shen Tingwan looked up at him, astonished. What did I promise you? Louis Zhou replied, this morning, didn't you say you would keep me company while I slept? Shen Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. What kind of assertion was that? What did it mean to keep him company while he slept? Her brows furrowed slightly as she was about to correct him when he playfully tugged at her fingers. Louis Zhou, having presumably bathed after waking, wore a matching soft pajama set with her. Whether it was the unintentional air of fatigue or the attire, his usual sharp demeanor seemed to soften. For a moment, Shen Tingwan said nothing, merely gazing at him in Louis Zhou's eyes. This was tantamount to acquiescence. He took her hand and led her toward the sofa. Chapter 60. Clearly, it was she who bullied me. Shen Tingwan, having nothing else to occupy her time, acquiesced to his request. Louis Zhou, noticing that the person beside him showed no intention of leaving, finally released her hand. With one hand holding a delicate porcelain bowl and the other grasping chopsticks, he began to eat slowly. However, the bowl of congee was woefully insufficient, and in the blink of an eye, the bottom was visible. Recalling what that person had said earlier about feeling unwell, Shen Tingwan looked at his slightly haggard complexion and unconsciously affixed a sickly label to him in her mind. She reached out and took the empty bowl from his hands. I shall fetch you another bowl. As her cool fingers brushed against his palm, Louis Zhou smiled but teasingly asked, will you come back? Shen Tingwan glanced at the empty bowl, and despite her usually gentle demeanor, she replied with two curt words, nonsense. Descending the stairs with the bowl in hand, she turned into the kitchen, where Anchu, apparently on the phone, was startled to see her. Oh, so, she stammered, quickly concealing her phone behind her back. Shen Tingwan paid her no mind and gestured to the bowl in her hand. Please continue your call, I merely came to serve him another bowl. Anchu stifled a laugh, instinctively exclaiming oh. Just as Shen Tingwan lifted the lid of the pot, Anchu playfully interjected. Shen Tingwan turned to her in confusion. Sir hasn't eaten all day, he cannot consume too much at once. After placing her phone on the nearby sink, Anchu turned to retrieve a cup. I will prepare a cup of honey water for him. Let him take it easy today and eat more tomorrow. Anchu moved a couple of steps to fetch the honey. Meanwhile, the phone still lit up on the counter, and a few seconds later, the quiet kitchen was pierced by a voice. Mom, who are you calling at this late hour? Louis Yao's voice, too loud for a private conversation, was clearly audible despite the phone not being on speaker. Anchu halted, her mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse, while Shen Tingwan, glancing at the phone, greeted the person on the other end. Mom, you're still awake so late? Aunt you. Gao Junmei turned her head to glare at the figure rushing down from the second floor. Louis Yao abruptly skidded to a halt beside the refrigerator. All she wanted was an ice cream. What was her fault in that? Gao Junmei turned back, pressing the phone to her ear again. Oh, Xiaowan, you're still awake too? The sound from the phone, not on speaker, was rather faint. Anchu snapped back to reality, placing the honey down and handing her phone to Shen Tingwan. Shen Tingwan smiled softly at Anchu. Accepting the phone, she replied with a simple addressing Gao Junmei. Despite having seen each other the previous night, Gao Junmei continued to chat aimlessly for a few moments, and Shen Tingwan responded politely. Anchu finished preparing the honey water and handed it to her, 2 cups. Shen Tingwan followed the line of Aunt Yu's hand and suddenly recalled whose phone this was. Mom, is there something you need from Aunt Yu at this late hour? Caught off guard by the direct inquiry, Gao Junmei hesitated. Me? Rapid thoughts raced through her mind of Aunt Yu's detailed account from morning till night. She condensed it into one sentence. I just wanted to ask Aunt Yu if Louis Zhou has managed to pacify my daughter-in-law. Shen Tingwan, Aunt Yu glanced up at her, hurriedly saying, I still have some tasks outside. You two chat. With that, the kitchen was left with only Shen Tingwan. She turned, standing beside the kitchen window. The front yard had recently undergone a complete design and renovation. While trimming the lawn, outside the kitchen window, a row of grape trellises had been erected. This season, they were bare, but someone had adorned the vines with countless twinkling lights, shimmering like stars in the dark of night. Shen Tingwan gently rubbed the back of her phone with her fingertips. We did not argue. Gao Junmei's voice sounded indignant. If there was no argument, why would you be so upset that you wouldn't return to Xiaoshan? And how dare you go out and get drunk at this hour? What is that about? The voice on the other end grew increasingly fervent. Did he bully you? Tell me, and I shall seek justice for you. Gao Junmei declared with righteousness, while Shen Tingwan's tone took on a hint of urgency. Mom, Louis Zhou did not bully me. He went out last night for work, she insisted, as he had explained when he left the bedroom. We are fine, Mom, please do not worry. Meanwhile, Louis Zhou, having descended in search of her, stood outside the kitchen with a cold expression, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. After a brief pause, he approached the person by the window. Shen Tingwan's reassurances had failed to soothe the agitated person on the other end. Gao Junmei was consumed by thoughts of what if her daughter had been treated this way by her husband, her anger only intensifying. Shaowan, do not cover for him. He should be held accountable for his actions. Shen Tingwan's fingers twitched around the phone, and before she could defend him again, the phone was whisked away from her ear. Louis Zhou pressed the speakerphone button, looking at Shen Tingwan, who had turned to face him, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. Clearly, it was she who bullied me. Could you possibly seek justice for me? Gao Junmei hung up rather swiftly, throwing in a parting remark before disconnecting, neurotic. Louis Zhou chuckled softly, tossing the phone onto the white sink. Shen Tingwan remained momentarily stunned by his earlier words until the sound of his light laughter broke her reverie. Louis Zhou lowered his gaze, studying her. What is this? Are you contemplating how to apologize to me? Standing closely behind her, he was almost pressed against her back, and now, as Shen Tingwan turned around, the distance between them was even more minimal. Shen Tingwan had not been focused on this earlier, and as she took a gentle step back, her lower back met the countertop. Who said I would apologize to you? With no room to retreat, Shen Tingwan could only reach out to push him away. Louis Zhou seized her delicate hand, pressing it against his chest. You are being insincere. Don't you think an apology is in order? Shen Tingwan looked up, her large eyes filled with confusion. How have I been insincere? Louis Zhou glanced at the empty porcelain bowl nearby. Didn't you say you would fetch me another bowl? When I asked if you would return, you called it nonsense. Yet I waited for quite some time. Shen Tingwan felt her hand grow warm under his grip, pulling it away abruptly. And you said you shouldn't eat too much today. She made you honey water. Louis Zhou turned to look at the honey water, letting out a meaningful "oh," before lowering his head again. Well then, I shall apologize to you. Shen Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. Why would you apologize to me? Louis Zhou gently stroked her fragrant hair, still slightly damp. Because I wronged you. And I inadvertently reported you to Mom just now. Shen Tingwan, was that really an accident? Chapter 61. Restless nights. When Sister Yu entered, she was greeted by an affectionate scene. A young couple, clad in matching pajamas, occupied a corner of the kitchen. The tall gentleman, with his head bowed, concealed his facial expression, yet an aura of joy radiated from him. The lady, nestled in his embrace, lifted her gaze, her brows slightly furrowed, as if playfully intimidating him, but every frown and pout was imbued with warmth. She longed to capture this moment and send it to Gao Junmei, who had been fretting over the phone just moments ago. However, her phone lay beside the couple. Reluctant to disrupt this tender scene, she was about to retreat quietly when a decorative item by the kitchen door fell with a thud. Shen Tingwan, quick-witted, instinctively pushed the person in front of her aside. Louis Zhou, caught off guard, took a half-step back in a somewhat cooperative manner. He turned to glance at the source of the sound. Sister Yu, blushing with embarrassment, pointed at the shards on the floor. I'm so sorry, sir, it was unintentional. The items in that villa were not cheap, even the decorations. In good spirits, Louis Zhou glanced at the scattered fragments. Be careful while cleaning up, don't cut yourself. Sister Yu was taken aback by his kindness. Louis Zhou handed a cup of honey water to Shen Tingwan with his right hand while holding another cup in his left. He then took her left hand with his free right hand and led her upstairs. Sister Yu quickly turned to grab her phone from the washstand, capturing a flurry of pictures of their retreating figures. Once in the study, Louis Zhou guided her back to her original seat. However, he shifted from the single armchair to sit beside her. Shen Tingwan glanced up at him. He appeared significantly brighter, with a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something she had long wished to accomplish but had been interrupted by various unforeseen circumstances. Sipping her honey water, she remarked, I landed the role in the world of power. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, patiently awaiting her elaboration. Holding the warm glass cup with both hands, Shen Tingwan smiled at him. Did you assist me in this? The sincerity of his smile made her heart skip, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. Louis Zhou's heart stirred, though he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at her. If it's not me, then who could it be? Your younger brother, Ji Shangheng? Shen Tingwan's brows knitted slightly, puzzled by the mention of a brother. Louis Zhou chuckled lightly. Aren't you fond of being called sister by others? Shen Tingwan, feeling the urge to express her gratitude, steered her thoughts back on course. I truly appreciate your help with this. I will certainly endeavor to portray this role to the best of my ability, she assured him. She thought, since Louis Zhou could influence this matter, he must have invested something substantial. Rumor had it that Zheng Xitang's boyfriend had poured in significant funds, otherwise, a director of Lu Ming's caliber wouldn't he have relinquished so much authority regarding the female lead. If he was indeed an investor, she resolved to work diligently, ensuring he would reap the benefits of his investment. Louis Zhou observed her earnest demeanor, a smirk tugging at his lips. Her formal tone of business made him feel as if he were still entangled in professional affairs. Noticing his silence, Shen Tingwan felt a twinge of anxiety. The sentiment was inexplicably complex, mingling her determination with his apparent indifference, along with a hint of disbelief regarding her capabilities. Shen Tingwan questioned him with her gaze. Do you not believe I can perform this role well? At that moment, Louis Zhou wished to pry open her beautiful mind to see what thoughts resided within. He scoffed lightly, reclaiming the upper hand. Does it even matter what I believe? Shen Tingwan hesitated. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow at her silence, pressing further. Does my belief matter to you? Avoiding his gaze, she mumbled, as the investor, whether you believe I can excel in this role is indeed significant. Louis Zhou smirked, a self-deprecating glimmer in his expression. He refrained from rebuttal or elaboration, his eyes fixed on her, who was now avoiding his gaze. In the quiet, tense atmosphere, Shen Tingwan took another sip of water. Just as she had gathered her thoughts to express her sincere gratitude, Louis Zhou broke the silence. His voice carried a teasing tone, transforming a simple question into something more profound. So, do you genuinely wish to thank me? Meeting his gaze with intensity, Shen Tingwan hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, I sincerely thank you. Upon hearing her response, Louis Zhou reclined against the back of the sofa, a contemplative expression adorning his face, hinting at ulterior motives. Shen Tingwan felt a pang of regret but recognized it was too late to retract her words. Observing the subtle shift in her expression, Louis Zhou's voice took on a teasing lilt. If you wish to express your gratitude, one must show some sincerity. Shen Tingwan regarded him, awaiting the rest of his statement. Sincerity requires some form of offering or action. With a hint of resignation, she asked, what is it that you desire, or what do you need me to do? When she posed the question that struck at the heart of his desires, Louis Zhou tapped his fingers against the glass of honey water, his smile unabashedly broadening in her eyes. Taking a sip, he stated, I want you to stay at Xiushan Villa during this period. Shen Tingwan's fingers tightened around her cup, only to loosen again. She had stayed there before. The last time, she found the guest room quite comfortable, and Sister Yu's cooking suited her palate perfectly. Just as she was about to agree, however, she noticed his distinctly elegant fingers waving in front of her vision. You cannot stay in the guest room, you must stay here. Here referred to the master bedroom. Shen Tingwan froze, her gaze reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Why? Louis Zhou smirked. I've already told you, I neither separate nor divide rooms. Moreover, he paused, and Shen Tingwan raised her brows expectantly. Louis Zhou, in high spirits, concluded, moreover, a solitary pillow makes for a restless night. Chapter 62, not quite adorable. Shen Tingwan relocated from Bihua Garden to Xiushan Villa, transitioning from the guest room to the master bedroom. She returned to Bihua Garden to gather a few belongings, yet the items she brought back were rather few. Filming for Quan Tianxia is set to commence in 2 weeks, leaving her with hardly any time to rest. Louis Zhou remained as busy as ever, if not busier. By the time she awoke in the morning, he had already vanished without a trace, though they occasionally shared dinner in the evenings. However, over the past week, they had only managed to dine together once or twice. Now that the heir of the Lu family had returned to the country, social obligations were unceasing. Meanwhile, Shen Tingwan was adjusting her schedule to prepare for her upcoming role, resulting in her retiring to bed earlier than before. Most evenings, she was already fast asleep by the time he returned. Occasionally, she could hear his return, but such instances were rare. More often, she merely felt the slight dip on the other side of the bed. In a matter of minutes, she would drift back to sleep, lulled by the familiar scent of her own shower gel. Sleeping beside someone, she had inadvertently become like a neighbor they could not meet. Louis Zhou certainly did not anticipate the sudden influx of events. For several consecutive days, he was occupied at the company and then continued working at home. By the time he entered the bedroom, she was usually nestled under the covers, soundly asleep. To wake her, that seemed rather inconsiderate. Therefore, he could only gently pull her into his embrace, being cautious not to disturb her peaceful slumber. On this particular day, Shen Tingwan awoke earlier than usual. The previous day, Chen Man had contacted her, requesting her presence at the company today. It likely pertained to the progress of the national brand endorsement she had previously agreed to. Since taking over Inshiza's responsibilities, Chen Man had become increasingly busy, managing to spare only the morning for her. With her mind preoccupied, Shen Tingwan roused before 7, slowly awakening. This was the first time since her move that she noticed someone beside her upon waking. As she opened her eyes, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Lui Zhou appeared to be in a deep slumber, though she could not discern his features clearly. The blackout curtains in the master bedroom were exceptionally effective, had it not been for a slight arc created by a decorative item in the corner, allowing a sliver of light to filter through. She likely would have seen nothing at all. As she gazed at him, she contemplated turning away. Prior to sleeping, she had intentionally positioned herself closer to the edge of the bed, and in the past, when awakening to an empty space beside her, she had never paid attention to her position upon waking. Had she moved inward so much? Why did she feel so close to him now, so close that it seemed she could merely reach out and touch him? As she pondered this, she unconsciously extended her fingertips. The moment her fingertips grazed something warm, she jolted slightly, her drowsy mind becoming more alert. She quickly withdrew her hand. Shifting back a little, Shen Tingwan felt a surge of unfamiliar emotions, a blend of guilt and fluster. She repositioned herself nearer to the edge of the bed, and only when she paused did she realize her heart was racing, seemingly quickening by 2 beats. She placed her hand over her heart for a moment, and as she lifted her gaze, she found herself locked in the deep, penetrating eyes of the man beside her. Perhaps due to just awakening, Lui Zhou's usual aloofness was replaced by a rare display of languor in his expression. He smiled slightly, extending a hand to caress her cheek. Shen Tingwan, with her fair and delicate complexion, had experienced his kisses from close proximity before. The warmth of his fingertips brushed against her soft skin. Her eyes, filled with confusion, met his eye in the dim light. Lui Zhou took a moment to discern her expression before explaining, "I was worried you might fall." His voice, still laced with sleep, added to the warmth of the moment. Shen Tingwan's hand, resting on her chest, had yet to register her normal heartbeat, and it accelerated once more. In a flustered manner, she shifted her hand away from her heart and placed it on her wrist. Who would touch someone's face out of concern for their safety? Shen Tingwan tugged insistently. "I'm not going to fall, there's still space over here." Lui Zhou disregarded the pressure on his wrist. Shen Tingwan placed another hand on his, applying force with both hands. Finally, his warm palm on her face shifted slightly, and just before he withdrew, he gently rubbed her cheek with his fingertips. Shen Tingwan pressed his hand against the edge of the pillow, feeling the sensation of his touch dissipate. Lui Zhou, with a hint of mirth in his voice, remarked, "Is that so? Our bed is quite spacious, isn't it?" The moment he finished speaking, Shen Tingwan inhaled sharply, turning away to throw off the covers and get out of bed, a hint of panic in her movements. Lui Zhou's gaze followed her graceful figure as she hurriedly left the room, his languid form still reclined on the bed. His playful thoughts intensified. It's still early, with such a large bed, why not sleep a little longer? The sound of the bathroom door slamming shut echoed in response, affirming her retort. Lui Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Who said that a cool demeanor lacked charm? Dan Changming, upon witnessing his boss step out of the elevator today, instinctively sensed that it was going to be an extraordinary day. The tall figure standing in the exclusive elevator, when glancing at him, revealed a rare glimmer of joy in his usually frosty eyes. It was a delight that emanated from within, shining through his demeanor. Dan Changming internally hummed a tune. Today is a splendid day, everything I wish for will surely come to fruition. He stepped forward to take the briefcase from his boss's hand. Lui Zhou cast him a glance. What is the occasion for your exuberance today? Dan Changming grinned, eagerly keeping pace beside him. When the boss is in good spirits, the subordinates share the joy. Seizing the opportunity to express loyalty was the fundamental quality of a senior assistant. Lui Zhou shot him a sidelong glance, rewarding his loyal subordinate with a practical gesture. Thank you for your hard work this month, Assistant Dan, your bonus will be doubled. Dan Changming, I knew these days would only get better. He pulled himself from the brink of euphoria and regained his composure. By the way, boss, Director Fong called earlier and would like to schedule a meeting with you this morning. Lui Zhou continued walking, turning into his office. Did he specify the reason? Dan Changming methodically retrieved the contents of the briefcase, organizing them neatly. No, but from his tone, it doesn't seem urgent. Lui Zhou settled into the boss's chair, idly spinning his phone. Director Fong, known as Fong Kong, was a crucial partner during Lui Zhou's overseas market expansions, a person of considerable influence and acumen. In his 50s, he was akin to a mentor, though he had reportedly entered semi-retirement after their collaboration on an overseas project. Fongchen International was now under the stewardship of Fong Qi, his only daughter, as he had no sons. When Fong Kong initially approached Lui Zhou for collaboration, he had brought her along, an impressively capable young woman, far more seasoned than her age suggested. Lui Zhou glanced at the itinerary, then lightly tapped on his phone. Postpone anything scheduled after 10 to the afternoon, and book a nearby restaurant for lunch. Dan Changming acknowledged, turning to exit. Lui Zhou moved to the floor-to-ceiling window and dialed a return call. Chapter 63 of The Powerful with backing. Shen Tingwan arrived at a suitable time. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. Most of the artists spent their time outside, and thus had no office or designated workspace. Chen Man called to inform her that she was stuck in traffic and asked her to wait for approximately half an hour. Shen Tingwan found this puzzling. She herself lived nearby, and according to Chen Man's usual habits, if running was faster than driving, it was unlikely she would be caught in a jam. The other party spoke vaguely for a few moments. Shen Tingwan was not one to indulge in gossip, so after casually inquiring, she responded with a simple all right. Her assistant led her to a small conference room, where Shen Tingwan instructed everyone to attend to their tasks. She rarely spent time outside her work, and her schedule was typically packed, so this moment of waiting felt rather aimless. She took out her phone and scrolled through various apps. She did not play games. Aside from a few streaming platforms, her phone was filled with social media applications. Her fingers danced across the screen as she opened WeChat. Since the last phone call, Xuan had once again fallen off the radar, and considering the time difference, it was currently the dead of night on her side. Shen Tingwan was aware of her busyness and could only wait for her to find time to reach out. Her WeChat contacts were few, some classmates had lost touch, and she seldom posted or browsed her social circle, resulting in minimal interaction. Occasionally, colleagues from past collaborations would leave their contact details, but most had gathered dust in her list. After scrolling through her message list, she entered her moments. Most individuals in her circle remained cautious in their social conduct, resulting in a sparse feed. She had barely scrolled a few times when she came across a post from 3 days ago, not from anyone within the industry, but from her brother, Shin Yubai. The post contained 2 photos. One of a beautiful landscape and the other a group photo of 3 people. Shen Tingwan exited the moments and opened a seldom active group chat with 4 members. Hesitant, she deleted and rephrased her message several times, ultimately sending. As autumn and winter approach, please dress warmly and drink plenty of water. Immediately after sending, Shen Tingwan received a prompt reply not to her message, but a screenshot from Shin Yubai. He had just liked the post from 3 days ago. Following that, he sent another message. Frowny face. Shin Yubai, sis, have you been hacked? Shin Tingwan. Soon after, Shin Xiansu and Yusui chimed in with their concern for her well-being. As they engaged in conversation, time passed more swiftly. Even though Chen Man only arrived shortly after 10 o'clock, Shin Tingwan felt that her wait had not been overly long. Shin Tingwan followed Chen Man to the office. I'm so sorry, the traffic was just unbearable, Chen Man said, personally pouring coffee and handing it to her. Shin Tingwan found this gesture somewhat unusual. She had collaborated with Chen Man since her debut, and aside from a brief period of politeness when they first met, she had never experienced such treatment before. She stirred her coffee and looked up. Is there something in this to poison me? Chen Man smiled without mirth, yet still managed to keep her composure. What do you mean by that? Shin Tingwan's gaze scrutinized her, confirming that something was amiss today. No wonder she felt something was off during the phone call. She sighed softly. Just speak normally. Chen Man smirked. What's abnormal about me? Shin Tingwan shot her a glance, her expression filled with resignation. Chen Man chuckled. You're quite different now. Shin Tingwan, different in what way? Chen Man leaned closer from behind the desk. Previously, you were a powerhouse, and now, Shin Tingwan's eyes remained cool as she regarded her. Now you are a powerhouse with backing. Shin Tingwan had no desire to repeat the lengthy conversation they had shared that night. She was merely grateful she had not divulged everything. Had she revealed that she was now legally married to that individual, Chen Man would likely have reacted as if possessed. Shin Tingwan stirred her coffee again, taking a sip. Let us discuss serious matters. Chen Man, still leaning forward, reluctantly retreated at her words. Shin Tingwan observed her usual calm demeanor, realizing that if she chose not to speak, no amount of coercion would extract further information. She settled back into her swivel chair and retrieved a contract from the drawer. A 1-year agreement, outlining the role and benefits of being a brand ambassador. Taking the document from Chen Man, Shin Tingwan flipped through it. Chen Man meticulously reviewed such documents multiple times, so she felt no excessive worry. After 5 or 6 minutes, she nodded, and Chen Man handed her a pen. You'll be joining the crew in a few days. IVE coordinated with them. We'll shoot the first advertisement at the latest by the day after tomorrow. Shin Tingwan was taken aback. So soon? Generally, such preparations required at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Chen Man double-checked the signatures and closed the document. When I first mentioned this to you, the negotiations were nearly complete. However, the terms offered were not quite satisfactory, hence the delay. Shin Tingwan responded with an O. She was not adept in such matters. Most business dealings were handled by Chen Man. The other party usually maintained a relaxed demeanor, but now Chen Man appeared eager to pry for information. After tossing the signed contract back into the drawer, she stifled a yawn, striving to keep her tone casual. At that time, I had no idea you were involved with the heir of the Lu family. Otherwise, would I care about a few extra coins? Shin Tingwan, what does involved mean? She glared at her counterpart, gritting her teeth. This isn't over, is it, Chen Man? Chen Man pressed her lips together and fell silent. It was evident that Shin Tingwan, the woman of Luizhou, was not someone to be trifled with. By the time Shin Tingwan left the office, it was nearly 11:30. Chen Man invited her to dinner, but knowing that stepping away from this work environment would only lead to more rampant gossip, she decisively declined. She descended to the second basement level, and upon exiting the elevator, Uncle Zheng approached to take the items from her hands. The first part of the script for Power Over the World had already been delivered. Calculating her schedule, with an advertisement shoot coming up, she would likely need to enter the filming phase shortly thereafter, so she instructed Uncle Zheng to take her to the old residence. Historical dramas inherently demanded more time, and the series Power Over the World would require even longer. Her shooting schedule was projected to last 6 months, 2 months shorter than the male leads. Thinking of the male lead, Shin Tingwan recalled their chance encounter in the elevator with Qin Yan, who had encouraged her at that time. Shin Tingwan opened WeChat and sent him a message. Shin Tingwan, I've secured the role of Xia Qing, thank you for your good wishes, here's to a pleasant collaboration ahead. After sending, she selected a suitable emoji, but before she could dispatch it, he had already replied. Qin Yan. See you on set next week. Shin Tingwan sent the pleasant collaboration emoji and turned off her phone. Chapter 64. A beloved granddaughter-in-law. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, it was precisely 11:30. On the way, Shin Tingwan had asked Uncle Zheng to take a detour, as grandfather Lu often experienced discomfort in his throat during the winter months. She had heard of a handcrafted autumn pear syrup that was quite remarkable. Shin Tingwan procured 3 portions, one for grandfather Lu, one to take to the film set, and the last to leave at the Xiushan villa. This morning, Luizhou's voice had also sounded faintly hoarse. The old residence was remarkably quiet, and it was Aunt Chen who opened the door for her. Aunt Chen, is grandfather home? Aunt Chen took the items from her hands and replied, the old gentleman has not yet returned. He went to the hospital early this morning. Shin Tingwan paused, startled. Is grandfather unwell? Aunt Chen led her inside, smiling gently. No, he is merely undergoing a routine checkup. Shin Tingwan let out a relieved oh, easing her worries. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Chen, it was soon time to prepare lunch. Shin Tingwan made her way to the balcony, which was adorned with the flowers and plants cultivated by Lu Xingrong. Despite the warmth indoors, the leaves had begun to yellow in this season. Before long, she heard commotion from the courtyard. Straightening up, she saw Gao Junmei assisting Lu Xingrong as they stepped out of the vehicle. Shin Tingwan set down the watering can and turned towards the entrance, just as Lu Xingrong caught sight of her upon entering. A broad smile spread across Lu Xingrong's face as he exclaimed, Xiaowan, when did you arrive? Grandfather, I just got here a little while ago. As Shin Tingwan approached the doorway, she noticed another person accompanying them. Yu Yanran stood behind them, holding a bag that appeared to contain test results from the hospital. With a smile, Yu Yanran greeted her. Tingwan, you're here. The way she spoke naturally positioned herself as the host, while Shan Tingwan remained the guest. The sight of her reminded Shin Tingwan of the incident at Tong Yu's house, leaving her feeling even more uncomfortable. She cast a brief glance at Yu Yanran, muttering a curt before stepping forward to link her arm with Lu Xingrong's other arm, her tone unexpectedly playful, as a younger generation would speak to an elder. Grandfather, was the checkup tiring? Were you at the hospital all morning? Are you hungry? The transformation in Lu Xingrong's expression was stark compared to the morning. Gao Junmei couldn't help but laugh. Dad, you're being excessively biased. Gao Junmei was, in fact, advocating for herself, but Yu Yanran's expression darkened at her words. In truth, her smile had already faltered the moment she saw Shin Tingwan. Settling on the sofa with Shin Tingwan's support, Lu Xingrong did not even turn his head. Of course, seeing our Xiaowan brings me joy. No one can compare to my Xiaowan and Xiaoyao. Shin Tingwan sat beside Lu Xingrong, offering him a cup of warm water. Aunt Chen, hearing the commotion, poked her head out from the kitchen. Indeed, every time Tingwan visits, the old gentleman can eat an extra bowl of rice. Lu Xingrong beamed. That's right, this is my precious granddaughter-in-law. Seeing him so cheerful, Aunt Chen recalled something and pointed to the autumn pear syrup on the table. This truly is a treasure. Knowing you struggle with your throat in winter, she specifically brought you the syrup. Lu Xingrong's delight was palpable as he nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Gao Junmei, seated on the opposite sofa, glanced at the items on the table. It's no wonder our Xiaowan is so beloved. This child is thoughtful and compassionate. The praise made Shin Tingwan blush, rendering her momentarily speechless as she sat quietly. Yu Yanran observed, her smile strained, before turning to Gao Junmei. Godmother, do you know with whom young Master Ji is now involved? Gao Junmei, intrigued, inquired, who is it? Do I know them? Yu Yanran chuckled but refrained from answering directly. Casting a glance at Shin Tingwan, she feigned surprise. Tingwan didn't mention it, she was present at the dinner that day. Gao Junmei then turned her attention to Shen Tingwan, who was sitting quietly beside Lu Xingrong. Shen Tingwan did not miss the cunning glint that flickered in Yu Yanran's eyes. She smiled sweetly at Gao Junmei, explaining, "Mother, I didn't know you were acquainted with Tongyu." Gao Junmei nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, she laughed again. Xiaowan doesn't usually associate with them, why would she suddenly be invited to dinner? Shen Tingwan hadn't anticipated Gao Junmei's focus on this matter. Why Yu Yanran's expression shifted, the forced smile fading from her face. Shen Tingwan found herself at a loss for words, unsure whether to explain that she had asked Ji Shangheng for a favor, which led her to owe him, or that he had called her sister-in-law during a housewarming celebration, making it impossible for her to decline. As she pondered this, Lu Xingrong gently tapped the floor with his cane. He glanced at Gao Junmei. "That young man Ji calls Luizhou brother, thus making our Xiaowan his sister-in-law. Why shouldn't he invite her to dinner?" Gao Junmei nearly voiced, "But they are in a secret marriage," but the look in the old gentleman's eyes made her swallow her words. Indeed, the previous lack of interaction was due to Luizhou being abroad. The secret marriage had remained just that. However, circumstances had changed now that he had returned. That Gao Junmei chuckled a couple of times, clearly pleased. Yes, young people should gather more. Shen Tingwan was taken aback by the direction of the conversation, and as she met Gao Junmei's gaze, she inadvertently caught sight of Yu Yanran's expression. Indeed, it was unflattering, but it was she who had instigated this topic. Once Gao Junmei had finished her merriment, she continued, "That young lady from the Tong family is so beautiful, how could she possibly fancy that mischievous Ji Shangheng?" Anshan then came to inform everyone that lunch was ready. After the meal, Shen Tingwan accompanied Lu Xingrong for a game of chess. Her skills were rudimentary at best, having learned only a few moves from Shen Ziqin in her childhood, yet Lu Xingrong was gracious and did not mind her inexperience. After a while, Gao Junmei stood up. "Father, I must attend to some matters, I have a meeting this afternoon." Lu Xingrong, engrossed in the chess match, waved her off absent-mindedly. Why Yu Yanran took Gao Junmei's arm. "Grandfather, I shall take my leave as well. I have to report back to Lu's this afternoon." After some hesitation, Lu Xingrong captured one of Yu Yanran's pawns, setting the captured piece aside. He then lifted his gaze, as if suddenly recalling something. He looked towards Yu Yanran and asked, "Which company under the Lu Group are you currently working for, and what is your position?" Yu Yanran, taken aback, felt flattered. Despite her efforts, she had never garnered Lu Xingrong's attention before. Had it not been for her chance encounter with Gao Junmei today, she would have had no reason to approach Lu Xingrong. In truth, Shen Tingwan occupied her current position solely because Lu Xingrong favored her. She slightly bent at the waist, her face brightening with a smile. "Grandfather, I am at the Intercontinental Hotel, currently serving as the Deputy Director of the Public Relations Department." Lu Xingrong acknowledged her with an O and returned his focus to the chessboard, reminding Shen Tingwan, "Xiaowan, it's your turn." Yu Yanran, momentarily elated, didn't receive any further attention, straightened her posture, and exited the old residence alongside Gao Junmei. Shen Tingwan continued to play chess with grandfather Lu for a while longer before encouraging him to take a nap. She then turned and ascended the stairs. Chapter 65. An impulsive moment. Shen Tingwan never anticipated that a phone call would rouse her from slumber. She seldom received calls, and since the last time she had turned on her phone's sound, she had left it that way. However, it was unprecedented for her to be awakened so abruptly just as she had begun to drift into sleep. Perhaps spending time downstairs playing chess with Grandpa Lu had truly engaged her mind. Upon returning to her room, she found it challenging to conjure the drowsiness she sought. Eventually, she resorted to listening to a lullaby, and it was only then that she felt the allure of sleep creeping in. With her eyes still closed, she reached for the vibrating phone on her bedside table and swiped it open. Bringing it to her ear, she uttered a faint hello, prompting the voice on the other end to speak. Shen Tingwan's eyes shot open in an instant. She sat up. The caller was Yu Yanran, who had just departed from the old residence at noon. "What do you want?" Shen Tingwan inquired. The usual mirth in Yu Yanran's tone had vanished. "Shen Tingwan, how long do you intend to keep up this charade?" Shen Tingwan found it rather amusing. Just because she enjoyed putting on a fade, did others also relish the act? "If there is nothing of importance, I shall hang up." She had no desire to squander her precious rest on such trivial matters. Engaging in a back and forth with someone she barely knew, let alone disliked, was a waste of time. The voice on the other end snorted disdainfully. "Aren't you even curious about my history with Izhou?" Luizhou was taken aback to discover that Fong Kong had not arrived alone. He set down the documents in his hand as Dan Changming escorted the guests to the reception area. Dong Chang'er removed her sunglasses, her gaze falling upon the figure approaching from the office. Tall and striking, with chiseled features, there truly existed individuals whose very presence exuded an extraordinary charisma. The heir of the Lu family was indeed deserving of his reputation. Lu Izhou's eyes scanned the intense gaze of the man before finally settling on Fong Kong. Although over 50, Fong Kong appeared well preserved, a testament to his easygoing nature. He and Madame Fong had embarked on their journey together from their university days, building a life from scratch with vision and determination, achieving notable acclaim in Beijing by the age of 35. They were blessed with a single daughter. Once, an indiscreet individual had drunkenly jested at a gathering, half-teasingly suggesting, "It won't do to have no son, if your wife cannot bear one, let someone else do it." Fong Kong had immediately overturned the table, dousing the man with a bucket of cold water to sober him up. Ever since, he had become the archetype of a devoted husband and family man. Louis Zhou lounged on a single sofa, an air of nonchalance about him. It was evident that this was not a serious matter. Of Fong Kong, however, did not shy away from his presence. He tugged at the heavily made-up woman beside him. "Why don't you greet Mr. Liu?" Dong Chang'er flashed a smile, her gaze tinged with subtle intrigue, extending her delicate fingers toward him. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Dong Chang'er. Louis Zhou glanced at her outstretched hand, offered a non-committal and turned his attention back to Fong Kong. Aware of Louis Zhou's disinterest in women, Fong Kong smirked, offering the woman beside him a way out. He clasped her hand in an overtly affectionate manner. When he spoke again, he got straight to the point. "Zhou, when did you develop an interest in the entertainment industry?" Louis Zhou crossed his legs, reclining against the back of the chair. The moment those words escaped Fong Kang's lips, he understood the implication. The only venture he had in the entertainment industry was his recent investment in Power of the World. Ji Shangheng, with his muddled thinking, had been unable to make heads or tails of it for days. Thus, he had decided to withdraw entirely and reinvest under the Liu name. He nodded, responding with a casual "I found it intriguing and made a small investment for fun." The person across from him idly twirled a phone in his hand, a look of indifference on his face, causing Dong Chang'er to momentarily lose her train of thought. Fong Kong chuckled lightly. As expected, Zhou possesses a discerning EYE. Louis Zhou regarded him, awaiting the next comment. "I know little about the entertainment industry," Fong Kong continued. "I've heard this film is a major production. The director is someone I'm somewhat familiar with, a rather talented individual." Louis Zhou, still fiddling with his phone, merely responded with a non-committal "The I've heard" was clearly an unspoken acknowledgement of the source. Fong Kong then tugged at the woman beside him, glancing over at her with a smile before turning back. "Chang'er is also working in that entertainment circle. She has her eye on a role in this film. And I hear the leading lady is someone named Shin." Dong Chang'er interjected. "Shin Tingwan," Fong Kong confirmed with a chuckle. "She is quite the idol for our Chang'er." Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou lifted his gaze to scrutinize the woman beside him. Fong Kong remained unfazed, continuing, "To my surprise, when I inquired, I never expected the investor to be you." "Isn't that a coincidence?" Louis Zhou chuckled softly, finally joining the conversation. "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I didn't realize it would turn out to be of assistance to you." This remark, Fong Kong laughed heartily. Their collaborative project abroad was still underway, and they continued discussing work matters for a while longer. During lunch, Louis Zhou accompanied Fong Kong to the restaurant he had chosen. Fong Kong was evidently well prepared. After all, it was merely a small favor, and with his standing, he had every reason to be confident. Dong Chang'er, a social media influencer rather than a trained actress, had limited experience in performance. The role she sought was far from being a leading lady, barely qualifying as third or fourth female lead, yet, she was undeniably beautiful with a compelling persona. Throughout the meal, Fong Kong continued conversing with Louis Zhou about overseas markets. The timing of this person's return to the country was somewhat unexpected. Although the Liu family's overseas market was taking shape, it remained in a fragile phase of rapid development. It was audacious of him to entrust such a vast undertaking to Wang Jinan. However, Louis Zhou had no intention of delving into his internal affairs. No matter how solid their partnership, he was careful not to meddle in Fong Kong's business. After a few remarks, he shifted his gaze to find Dong Chang'er barely touching her food. Concerned, he asked, "Is the food unappetizing? Why aren't you eating properly?" Putting down her chopsticks, she feigned annoyance. "I am about to start filming. I need to watch my figure." Given that there were others present in the private room, Dong Chang'er's voice was not particularly loud. She had not anticipated that the person opposite would take the initiative to question her. As soon as she finished speaking, he lifted his brown eyes to meet hers. This was the first time she had encountered such direct eye contact from him that day. Louis Zhou's voice was not loud, yet it carried the innate authority of a person in power. He inquired, "When do you start filming?" Dong Chang'er hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of nervousness as she replied, "I heard it's set to begin shooting next week." Shin Tingwan and Qin Yan apparently start filming on Wednesday next week. Chapter 66. From clear to cloudy and back to clear. Shan Chengming observed that after their meal, his boss's frequency of checking his phone had markedly increased. Even during the first meeting of the afternoon, he glanced at it several times. Due to the unexpected visit from Chairman Fong that morning, Louis Zhou had postponed all his work until the afternoon. Around 3 o'clock, the manager leading the first presentation finally turned to the last slide of the PowerPoint, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Mr. Liu, do you have any questions?" Louis Zhou set his phone aside and raised his gaze. After more than half an hour, the meeting finally came to a close. The attendees departed the conference room with the latest directives in hand. Shan Chengming stepped out to fetch a cup of coffee, knowing that in 10 minutes, the second meeting would commence. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room, Louis Zhou remained engrossed in his phone. Shan Chengming cast a distant glance, raising an eyebrow. Why did his boss's demeanor resemble that of someone eagerly awaiting news from a girlfriend? Yet, the individual before him merely glanced, scrolled, and then spun the phone between his fingers once more. Shan Chengming offered him the coffee. Louis Zhou's expression appeared less cheerful than in the morning, prompting Shan Chengming to mentally update the weather forecast. Clear, turning cloudy. However, the matter of doubling the bonuses was already out in the open, and as he contemplated this, his boss's voice, tinged with a low timbre, interrupted his thoughts. Please provide me with the information regarding the film project I asked you to invest in. Such a scale of investment at Louis was beneath Louis Zhou's desk and was entirely managed by Shan Chengming. Initially curious, Shan Chengming wondered when they had decided to venture into the entertainment industry, only for his boss to suddenly express interest in investing in a film. It wasn't until he spoke with Xiao Ji that he found out the proprietor of the film was none other than the boss's wife. Shan Chengming fervently nodded in recognition. No wonder he had been abruptly reprimanded by the youthful and impulsive Ji Xiaxizi, who had delivered a resounding rebuke. Ji Shanghong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How could you keep such significant gossip under wraps?" Shan Chengming merely smirked. As a seasoned senior assistant, discretion was an essential professional quality. Keeping secrets was a necessity, for revealing them would surely lead to exile. Upon hearing this, Shan Chengming promptly exited the conference room. Louis Zhou, with his fingers still poised on the phone, glanced outside the window once more. No wonder he had readily agreed to move to Xiaoshan. It appeared he was soon to re-enter the fray. Sipping his coffee, he savored the mingling aromas of sweetness and bitterness. Suddenly, the previously quiet phone in his palm vibrated. Lifting the phone from his side, he found a message notification. Upon seeing the pop-up, he turned and placed the coffee on the conference table. Shen Tingwan had sent an address. Shen Tingwan, are you free at 5 this afternoon? Louis Zhou opened the location link, revealing a CAF right beneath Louis' building. He tapped twice on the back of his phone, filled with curiosity yet willingly accepting the invitation. Louis Zhou, yes. Shen Tingwan, upon receiving his succinct reply, opened a set of emojis and selected an OK sign. She tapped her fingertip, sending the message, only to realize it was sent a beat too late compared to his latest message. Louis Zhou, no matter how busy work gets, there is still time for a date. Shen Tingwan. OK. JPG, Shen Tingwan. That Shan Chengming couldn't fathom how, in this early winter season, he felt a wave of June-like weather. Just moments ago, it had been clear, turning cloudy, and now the clouds had parted once more. His boss stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, smiling at his phone with an air of delight that was almost enchanting. Gently, Shan Chengming knocked on the conference room door, softly reminding, "Boss, I just saw Zhu Yu has arrived with the hotel representatives." The second meeting was for the brand promotion of Intercontinental Hotels. Zhu Yu was the vice president in charge of promotions at Intercontinental. Louis Zhou's typically stern expression bore a hint of a smile as he lifted his gaze and resumed his seat. His black phone was placed to his right. Yu Yanran entered the conference room, walking closely behind Zhu Yu. On the other side was Xu Wan, the director of public relations at Intercontinental. Their simultaneous entrance was less than favorable. Xu Wan paused her stride, allowing Yu Yanran to pass. Unlike before, Yu Yanran's attention was no longer solely on herself. She even stepped ahead of Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he regarded her graceful figure. "Izhou," Yu Yanran's sweet voice resonated throughout the conference room. The onlookers were unfazed. It was common knowledge within Intercontinental that Yu Yanran was connected to the Lu family. Moreover, she always spoke of the Lu heir with endearment, referring to him as Izhou. The two, being roughly the same age, saw Yu Yanran secure a significant position at Intercontinental immediately after graduation. Many colleagues speculated that it was only a matter of time before she fully ascended to become the matriarch of the Lu family. Thus, despite her current position as merely the deputy director of public relations, even the head of Intercontinental treated her with exceptional regard. Louis Zhou, upon hearing her, raised his gaze toward the newly arrived guests. Everyone noticed the subtle smile gracing his lips. Several mid-level hotel employees exchanged knowing glances. Louis Zhou's gaze swept across the assembly before he nodded. "Please, take a seat." The attendees settled into their chairs, with 2 rows extending from the main seat, one to the left and one to the right. Zhu Yu naturally occupied one of the spots. Xu Wan graciously offered the other to her department's deputy director. Yu Yanran entered with her smile unwavering. Louis Zhou glanced at the time and gently tapped the table, signaling the presenter to commence. This had been his habit during meetings for 2 years. Having not seen each other in 2 years, Zhu Yu momentarily struggled to comprehend. It was Zhu Yanran who prompted him. Mr. Zhu, Izhou was inviting you to begin. Zhu Yu, suddenly enlightened, commenced his report. His presentation was brief. He gestured to the individual beside him. Mr. Liu, this is Director Xu from the PR department. The proposal was drafted by her, and she will provide you with a detailed introduction. Lu Izhou's gaze fell upon the astute and capable figure, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Wan, clad in a sleek black business suit, with her long waves casually cascading over her shoulder, stood at once. Upon receiving the nod, Xu Wan eloquently articulated her proposal for a full 40 minutes, addressing every question posed by Lu Izhou with precision. Zhu Yu's earlier anxiety dissipated, for she was indeed a reliable asset. Subsequently, individuals from other cooperating departments presented their reports in turn, and the meeting concluded after an hour and a half. Lu Izhou glanced at the time and was the first to rise after the meeting adjourned. However, he was not the only one to follow. Shan Changming trailed behind him. Yu Yanran stood beside him at the exclusive elevator, smiling brightly in front of numerous colleagues. Izhou, I accompanied grandfather to his medical checkup this morning. Chapter 67. A sound sleep without coffee. With a soft ding, the exclusive elevator arrived first. Yu Yanran followed the crowd into the lift. Just as Shan Changming swiped his card, he heard the voice of his boss, devoid of any fluctuations. How did the health checkup go? Yu Yanran smiled, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor playful. Are we not waiting for me to have a sip of water before inquiring? Lu Izhou cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. This expression was all too familiar to Yu Yanran. Her smile dimmed slightly, yet she managed to maintain a playful grin. Grandpa is in quite good health, but the doctor mentioned his blood pressure is a bit high. He should take more care. However, it's quite normal for the elderly, so don't worry too much. Her voice echoed through the elevator, and as she glanced at the ascending numbers, she was about to say more when the elevator chimed again, signaling their arrival. Lu Izhou stepped out first, then glanced back at Shan Changming beside the elevator door. Seeing Lu Izhou had exited, Yu Yanran intended to follow, but an arm suddenly stretched out beside her, blocking her path. Shan Changming wore a courteous smile that seemed incongruous with his action. Director Yu, allow me to escort you down. Upon returning to his office, Lu Izhou took a sip of water to soothe his throat. Since that day of excessive drinking, he had felt a lingering discomfort in his throat. Checking the time on his wrist, he reached for his phone. After escorting Yu Yanran upstairs, Shan Changming noticed his boss draping his coat over his arm, preparing to leave. The matters from the morning had been postponed to the afternoon, and consequently, the evening's workload would likely extend into the night. Given the recent intensity of work, it was almost a certainty that they would be working until 10 o'clock. Taking advantage of the moment, he had just sent a message to his girlfriend. Having incurred quite a cost from the recent overtime, he was curious as to how a single handbag could be so exorbitantly priced. However, he was now even more intrigued about where his boss was sneaking off to. Boss, where are you headed? Lu Izhou lifted his eyelids and picked up the phone from his desk. Can't you tell? Shan Changming responded, surprised. Of course, I know you're going out, but we still have to work overtime. Whether to work or not was naturally at the boss's discretion. Shan Changming opted for a silence speaks louder than words. Approached. Lu Izhou smirked, continuing to stride outside, his mood evidently buoyant. Send me the work, I'll handle it at home. Shan Changming. The dynamics change when one has someone at home. There is a stark distinction between the office and home. Lu Izhou had not anticipated that after declining so many assignments, he would arrive punctually to find her waiting. Yu Yanran sprang to her feet upon seeing him, her previously fierce expression morphing into a forced smile. Her tone was stiff. Izhou, you're here for coffee too? Yu Yanran felt a pang of anxiety. She had arranged to meet Shin Tingwan today, conveniently scheduling it at the coffee shop beneath the Lu Corporation building since Shin was in the area for a meeting. After all, Lu Izhou was unlikely to come here. She was determined to question this individual about how long she intended to occupy the position of Mrs. Lu. Why did she effortlessly attain what Yu Yanran yearned for? Lu Xingrong favored her, and Gao Junmei had always been protective of her. Last time at Tong Yu's home, Lu Izhou, who had never shown interest in anyone, acted unusually. She could not allow this person to continue in her place. Given her looks, even if Lu Izhou had not been moved before, he would inevitably be swayed in time. Yu Yanran abruptly halted. Lu Izhou was not one to frequent this place, so what had changed now? She raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a greater sense of panic, her hand gripping the edge of the table tightly. Lu Izhou surveyed her before pulling out a chair to sit down, letting out a cold huff. Don't you understand why I'm here? Yu Yanran took a moment to steady her racing heart, forcing a chuckle. I quite enjoy the coffee here. Hence, I invited Tingwan to give it a try. And you, do you also fancy the coffee here? As she spoke, she stirred her cup of coffee. Lu Ijo shot her a sidelong glance. Yu Yanran assumed he would remain silent, but just as she was about to say something further in her defense, he broke the silence. Lu Ijo's tone was low, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. When did you and her become so close? You invited her for coffee? Yu Yanran's breath quickened. She was about to explain but Lu Ijo interrupted with a chilling voice. Yu Yanran, do you ever grasp the concept of moderation? After finishing her phone call, Shen Tingwan longed to return to sleep. She would only consider Yu Yanran's invitation if she felt particularly idle. What had transpired between her and Lu Ijo was of no concern to her, yet, the moment she began to drift off, a phone call shattered her drowsiness. Struggling for half an hour, she finally retrieved her phone. After messaging Lu Ijo, she felt inexplicably relieved. With her spirits lifted, sleep came easily. She dozed from 3:30 until 6. Before her nap, the warm afternoon sun of early winter bathed the balcony. Upon waking, she noticed the outside world had dimmed into twilight. As she descended to the first floor, Shen Tingwan was greeted by delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen. She approached, inquiring, Anchen, what are we having for dinner? Anchen was busy placing western ginseng and salvia in the pot and replied, tonight, we have pork ribs. Shen Tingwan's eyes lit up. Anchen continued, steamed base. Mapo tofu. Shen Tingwan glanced at the pot again. What soup is being prepared? Anchen smiled. This is a soup made with western ginseng, salvia, and lean meat. Shen Tingwan had not heard of this soup before. She responded with an O. Anchen finished arranging the ingredients and turned on the stove. This was prepared at the young master's request. Truly, the old gentleman has a wonderful grandson. He is so filial. Had it not been for the young master's reminder, I wouldn't have known that the old gentleman's blood pressure had elevated again during this checkup. Besides medication, a bit of dietary supplementation is also necessary. A combination of both is essential for improvement. As Anchen elaborated on the benefits of the soup, she noticed that Shen Tingwan had remained silent. Turning around, she was met with Shen Tingwan's voice, still laced with the languor of sleep. Is Lu Ijo coming to the old residence for dinner? Just as Shen Tingwan finished her question, a deep voice emerged from behind her. What, can't I come to the old residence for a meal? Shen Tingwan turned around to find Lu Ijo, impeccably dressed in a suit, evidently just home. He caught her gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. You slept quite long this afternoon. Without coffee, a good sleep is guaranteed. Chapter 68. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Shen Tingwan had just awoken, her usually cool expression tinged with a hint of languor. Her gaze swept across Lu Ijo's handsome visage, the corners of her mouth curving in a way that mirrored a subtle sarcasm. As she made her way towards the kitchen, she casually remarked to a nearby individual, I do not enjoy coffee. Lu Ijo found himself both amused and exasperated by her response. The two of them proceeded to the living room, where Lu Xingrong entered from outside, accompanied by the butler of the old residence. Zhang Ji had just returned from a family visit, and while he recognized both individuals, the sight of them standing together felt rather unfamiliar. Lu Xingrong slightly shifted to the side, his voice intentionally restrained yet still audible. Just look at how well matched my grandson and granddaughter-in-law are, how affectionate they appear. Upon hearing this, both individuals in the living room turned their attention towards the entrance. Lu Xingrong entered with a smile, and just as Shen Tingwan had taken her seat, she stood up again. Observing her obedient demeanor, Lu Ijo, who had been standing, took a step to the side and gently urged her back into her seat. Shen Tingwan, Lu Ijo grasped her wrist and twisted it slightly. Zhang uncle is right beside grandpa, he can sit quietly. As Lu Xingrong approached the sofa, he cast a sidelong glance at his dutiful grandson, blowing on his beard but saying nothing. Suddenly, with an additional person present, Shen Tingwan was compelled to shift outward as Lu Ijo guided her back down. The single sofa was indeed not small, yet accommodating two individuals still felt somewhat cramped. Shen Tingwan's legs brushed against the person next to her, prompting her to shift yet again. Lu Xingrong's gaze swept over the couple nestled on the sofa, as he stroked his beard and inquired, when did you arrive? The you in his question was unmistakably directed at Lu Ijo. Clinging to her delicate wrist, Lu Ijo had yet to release his grip, though he had softened his hold, nearly resting his hand there. His tone was laced with a hint of melancholy. Why is it that both of you seem so unwelcoming towards me? Lu Xingrong found it hard to believe these words came from his once imperious grandson, a teasing glint now present in his affectionate gaze. So you are aware of your lack of popularity? Lu Ijo let out a soft laugh, his fingertips gently rubbing against her cool skin. Shen Tingwan turned to glance at him and offered an explanation. I do not mean to be unwelcoming. After all, this was his grandfather's home, she had no right to express such sentiments. Lu Ijo leaned back against the sofa, his brows slightly raised. Is that so? Then why do I get the impression that your earlier words carried a note of discontent? Shin Tingwan maintained a placid expression as she replied, I was merely surprised, given that today Louis Zhou tilted his head, scrutinizing her, and lightly tapped her hand with his fingers, as if inquiring, today, what is it? Shin Tingwan glanced at the curious Lu Xingrong, then returned her gaze to Louis Zhou's face. She pried her hand free from his grasp, placing it on her lap, and mumbled, recently, you have been quite busy with work. The person beside her chuckled softly just as the laughter subsided. A heavy thump landed on one of his legs. Lu Xingrong's cane, sharp and firm. When work becomes so consuming, you hardly come home, do you? Louis Zhou shot a glance at Lu Xingrong's formidable weapon. At his age, he still resorted to physical reprimands. With a slight smirk, Louis Zhou replied, indeed, I was busy today, and then I unexpectedly received an invitation. I had no choice. When called, I must respond to the result. Lu Xingrong eagerly awaited the continuation, yet Louis Zhou paused, turning his head toward Shin Tingwan. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Tingwan picked up the conversation, casting a glance at Louis Zhou, whose expression seemed deliberately crafted. She turned to the affectionate Lu Xingrong, smiling sweetly, Grandpa, I understand that he is busy with work. He bears a heavy burden, and I cannot assist him, so I shall not add to the chaos. Shin Tingwan was well aware of Louis Zhou's exceptional work ethic and sense of responsibility, qualities that the elders of the Lu family took pride in. The sole heir of the Lu family, his business acumen was evident, yet the effort and time required were equally apparent. Nonetheless, Lu Xingrong cherished her, and even though her words did not imply blame, he still felt compelled to admonish Louis Zhou. This reprimand, though sincere, felt somewhat strained. Shin Tingwan immersed herself in her role, her words resonating with authenticity. Louis Zhou's gaze deepened as he regarded her. Just look at my dear Xiaowan, how perceptive she is. Lu Xingrong had seldom had the opportunity to praise Shin Tingwan, and now that he did, he could barely contain his compliments. As he lavished her with praise, Shin Tingwan's face began to flush, thankfully interrupted by Aunt Chen, who called everyone to dinner. Louis Zhou and Shin Tingwan assisted Lu Xingrong to the dining room, one on either side. At the dining table, as Lu Xingrong savored his meal, he suddenly recalled a compliment he had omitted earlier. Sipping from a bowl of a mysterious soup Aunt Chen had just served, he remarked, when Xiaowan arrived today, knowing I often suffer from a sore throat in winter, she specifically went to buy me some autumn pear syrup. This afternoon, Aunt Chen prepared a cup for me, and I must say, it truly soothed my throat considerably. Lu Xingrong stirred his soup before taking another spoonful. Louis Zhou observed the individual seated across from him, clearing his throat discreetly, yet not a single glance was drawn in his direction. He coughed again, and still, the person remained engrossed in their meal. Finally, Lu Xingrong, having set down his soup, turned to him, what about you, what have you brought for Grandpa? Louis Zhou, who had hoped to attract attention, instead found himself the target of a complaint. His temples throbbed slightly. Aunt Chen, hearing the exchange from the kitchen, peeked her head out and pointed to the soup on the table. Old master, you are unjustly accusing him. Upon hearing that your blood pressure had risen, your grandson swiftly purchased some American ginseng and salvia for me to concoct this soup for you. A grandson so filial and thoughtful is indeed a rarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingrong puffed out his chest with pride, his tone laced with a touch of smugness. Now that is more like it. Louis Zhou was genuinely perplexed as to when he had acquired such a fierce reputation, and how the usually stern elder had transformed into this playful old child. His gaze drifted from Lu Xingrong back to the obediently picking fish bones across the table. He smirked and remarked with amusement, if it weren't for me, how would you have such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law? Shin Tingwan paused in her task of removing fish bones. The recently appeased Lu Xingrong, he spared no mercy towards his beloved grandson. Have you lost your mind? It should be, without me, how would you have such an exquisite daughter-in-law, correct? Chapter 69. A kiss after dinner. Louis Zhou and Shin Tingwan rested briefly at the old residence. Louis Zhou reclined on the sofa, meticulously reviewing Lu Xingrong's health reports. As expected, his blood pressure had risen slightly. He cast a glance at the cane beside the elderly man and remarked, in the future, don't resort to violence over trivial matters. Both Lu Xingrong and Shin Tingwan turned their gazes toward him. Louis Zhou flipped over another report, saying, I'm not in pain, your blood pressure isn't elevated, is it? Lu Xingrong remained silent. After sitting for another hour, Louis Zhou helped Shin Tingwan to her feet. Shin Tingwan attempted to resist but ceased her movements upon noticing Lu Xingrong's gaze upon them. I have to work tomorrow, she stated. Lu Xingrong nodded and offered Shin Tingwan a few words of advice. Earlier, when Shin Tingwan arrived, she mentioned that she would be joining a production next week and might not be able to visit him for some time. Even while working, take care of yourself. If you need anything, just tell Grandpa. After saying this, he shot a glance at Louis Zhou, who was beside Shin Tingwan. You can also discuss it with this rascal. If he refuses to assist you, just inform Grandpa. Grandpa will give him a good thrashing. Lu Zhou. It was futile to say anything, he would still end up being hit at a moment's notice. Shen Tingwan smiled reassuringly at the affectionate Lu Xingrong. Grandpa, don't worry, everything will be fine at work. My assistant and Uncle Zhang will take good care of me. Lu Xingrong felt a sense of relief. Zhang Ming had been with him for over 30 years, handling matters with great care. Shen Tingwan climbed into Lu Zhou's car, while the housekeeper and Aunt Shen beside Lu Xingrong waved goodbye to her. It wasn't until their figures were out of sight that Shen Tingwan turned her head and rolled up the car window. Lu Zhou glanced at her profile, tinged with reluctance, and let out a self-deprecating smile. Shen Tingwan turned to face him. The dim light within the car obscured her view of his expression, but Lu Zhou's voice was heavy with gravity. Are you planning to notify me only the day before you leave, just like when you went to teach? Shen Tingwan was taken aback. No, I just feel like you've been quite busy lately. The beam of light swept by, revealing his deep, profound gaze. Lu Zhou stared intently at her. She hesitated for a moment, instinctively avoiding his penetrating stare. Noticing her evasion, Lu Zhou scoffed. You know I'm busy, yet you still want me to go drink coffee for you? Shen Tingwan furrowed her brows. Although she had indeed shifted her invitation onto him, the underlying reason for Yu Yanran seeking her out was still because of him. It's not exactly for me, she originally wanted to meet you. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold laugh emanated from beside her. Lu Zhou's frustration escalated, his tone tinged with malice. You know she wants to see me, yet you still send me to meet her? Shen Tingwan fell silent. Lu Zhou's temples throbbed. You let your husband meet his ex alone? And this ex has ulterior motives. Really? Shen Tingwan turned to him. So she truly is your ex? Lu Zhou was so furious that he felt he might crush his phone in his hand as he tossed it onto the seat. Shen Tingwan, are you planning to drive me to an early grave, leaving me a widower? Shen Tingwan's brow furrowed in discontent. What nonsense are you talking about? Perhaps due to the recent departures of Shen Ziqian and Wen Mian, she could hardly bear the thought of separation, even in jest. Am I talking nonsense? Lu Zhou snorted coldly. A strange silence enveloped the car, and the driver, perceptive as ever, raised the partition. Shen Tingwan glanced at the partition, and in the ensuing silence, she suddenly spoke. Her tone was flat, as if the question bore no relevance to her. Lu Zhou, do you still like Yu Yanran? In truth, the question was indeed unrelated to her. The image of that day flashed through Lu Zhou's mind, when she had insisted that he make way for someone else. He sneered. What, if I liked her, would you then make room for her again? Shen Tingwan was perplexed. So what should we do? Do you want her to be the third party? Though they were not truly married, if they were together at this moment and others found out, wouldn't they still say Yu Yanran was the third party? Although nobody would know, it seemed unnecessary. The more Shen Tingwan pondered, the darker her eyes grew. A divorce would suffice. Am I the one who wants her to be the third party, or are you? Shen Tingwan was startled. See, now he was blaming her. She lifted her gaze to the man beside her. Lu Zhou, this has nothing to do with me. I mentioned wanting a divorce. It's you who. Before Shen Tingwan could finish, she gasped. Lu Zhou suddenly yanked her from beside him and onto his lap. Though Lu Zhou's car was spacious, it was not wide enough for two people to sit comfortably in one seat. Shen Tingwan found herself nestled within his embrace in the confined space. Lu Zhou's voice was deep and resonant. Shen Tingwan, listen carefully, there will be no one else between us. You can forget about divorce. Shen Tingwan was momentarily stunned in his embrace. After a while, her mind began to churn again. This was a different matter altogether. Divorce was not contingent upon the presence of a third party. She pushed against his restraining arm, attempting to clarify that these two matters were not so intricately linked. Divorce. Just as she opened her mouth, the man leaned down toward her. Ever since the night when Lu Zhou had forcibly kissed her and faced her wrath, he had refrained from daring to kiss her again, despite having desired to do so multiple times. One hand gripped her waist while the other firmly cradled her neck. His warm lips descended with an intensity that left Shen Tingwan no room to escape his strength. Though she fought back with her lips and tongue, her resistance crumbled against his fervor. Lu Zhou's tongue pried open her tightly closed teeth, invading her soft mouth. Shen Tingwan let out a muffled sound, only to be held tighter. Lu Zhou continued kissing her until she completely surrendered, then slowly withdrew. He lingered, brushing against her soft lips, realizing that some things should never have been suppressed from the very beginning. He extended his tongue to lightly touch the spot on her lip where he had bitten her previously. The wound had long since healed. As Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he was filled with tenderness. He moved his hand from her neck to clasp her feeble hand within his palm. He brought it to his lips, placing a gentle kiss upon it, then pressed her delicate fingertips against the spot where he had once injured her. Shen Tingwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Louis Zhou found her eyes to be captivating, beautiful in their glimmer, whether sparkling with joy or misty with emotion. When he spoke again, his voice was low and slightly hoarse. "Don't let me hear those two words from your lips again." "For every time I hear them, I shall kiss you," she replied, momentarily caught in his embrace and seemingly lost in thought. Louis Zhou adjusted her disheveled collar and gently ruffled her soft hair. "When you go to shoot, it doesn't mean you cannot take even a single day off. During your breaks, come home, all right? We can visit Grandpa together." Shen Tingwan lifted her gaze to meet his, pressing her lips together, still tingling from the kiss. "The filming location is very far away. Typically, breaks lasted only a day, at most 2. She often needed to use that time to catch up on sleep since filming frequently disrupted her day-night cycle, leaving her perpetually fatigued. Louis Zhou looked down at her, pondering for a moment, before breaking into a soft smile. "Then I shall come to see you, if that is all right?" Chapter 70. Naturally beautiful, the schedule for filming the advertisement was set quite swiftly. Immediately after completing this project, Shen Tingwan would embark on her journey to the film city the following day. The filming was scheduled for the morning. Assistant Xiao Xia arrived promptly at 8 o'clock to escort her to the advertising studio, where they had allocated 2 hours for makeup and styling. This was Xiao Xia's first visit to Xiushan Villa, and upon opening the door, they were greeted by a kind-faced auntie, who appeared slightly flustered as she glanced around. "Hello, I am Sister Tingwan's assistant, here to pick her up," Xiao Xia announced. Aunt Chu led her inside, as Shen Tingwan had briefed her the night before. "Please wait here for a moment," Aunt Chu instructed. Xiao Xia took a seat on the sofa, and Aunt Chu handed her a cup of tea. She quickly stood up to express her gratitude. The young woman, at this age, received Aunt Chu's kindness with warmth. "Please, sit down." Xiao Xia held the cup delicately in her hands. The sound of the news broadcast in the living room was not particularly loud. It was evident that the sound did not emanate from the room itself. Curiously, she followed the source of the noise to in the dining room. A man was enjoying his meal, impeccably dressed in a suit, and even from a distance, she could sense his commanding presence. Suddenly, Xiao Xia found the once mundane financial news surprisingly engaging. The moment she caught a glimpse of his profile, she instantly recognized him. After all, when the rumors about Zhang Sidong surfaced, she had delved deep into the matter. Moreover, this was the very person who had once taken her boss away. His name was undoubtedly well known. Louis Zhou, the heir of the Lu family in the capital, a business prodigy, and strikingly handsome. Previously, he had remained low-key, seldom attending public events, and only occasionally appearing in financial segments, which had never been their area of focus. However, the recent rumors surrounding Zhang Sidong had thrust his face, rivaling even those of male stars in the entertainment industry, into the public eye. Most notably, it was his noble and astute demeanor, paired with his handsome visage, that captivated many. Yet, Xiao Xia was still quite bewildered. Was it Louis Zhou, Zhang Sidong's boyfriend? How had he suddenly become intertwined with her boss? After that night when her boss had voluntarily left with this unexpected individual, she received a message early the next morning. It was merely a few terse sentences. "Our relationship is somewhat complicated. Last night's events must remain confidential." Of course, she understood the need for secrecy. Was this a matter to be taken lightly? Shen Sidong had always been contrary to their wishes, and if this were to, well, that would be quite the situation. However, she hadn't anticipated that after her boss's brief statements, she would further emphasize, "No one is to be informed. Not even Chen Man." This was quite unusual. Her boss had never concealed anything from Sister Chen Man. Naturally, the main issue was that her boss had no real commitments. With filming underway, her days were either spent on set or on the way to it. During breaks, well, that had truly become an oversight on her part. Since Xiao Xia began working with Shen Tingwan, her schedule had not been as packed with engagements as that of other artists. Initially, it had startled her. Wasn't this akin to a hidden gem? Shen Tingwan enjoyed considerable popularity and an excellent reputation. She was not only beautiful but possessed remarkable acting skills, embodying a unique ethereal charm. While her fanbase might not rival that of top-tier stars, it was still impressively substantial. So, why had no advertisers approached her? Upon joining, she had gone directly to the production team, where Shen Tingwan was already halfway through a series. 2 months later, they returned to the capital together. It was then that Xiao Xia learned it wasn't that no advertisers had shown interest, rather, all had been turned away by Shen Tingwan. That day, Chen Man had visited Bihua Garden while Xiao Xia was assisting Shen Tingwan with her luggage. "Take a look. These are the ones I think are quite good," Chen Man suggested. Having already completed a selection, Shen Tingwan sifted through the pile of documents and finally chose one. Chen Man then sat down and engaged Shen Tingwan in detailed conversation, casting a reproachful glance at the brands Shen Tingwan had discarded. Alas, these are all my carefully curated choices. Shen Tingwan cast a faintly reproachful glance at her, seemingly at a loss for words. Chen Man seized the opportunity to speak first. I know, we agreed to take on one project at a time. I was merely expressing a momentary lament. Afterward, Chen Man left with the stack of documents and the agreement they had signed. Once Xiaoxia finished tidying up the luggage, she approached, her curiosity piqued, and over the course of 2 months, she had discovered that Shen Tingwan was not as aloof and indifferent as she appeared. Sister Tingwan, aren't those endorsements worthwhile? Shen Tingwan smiled faintly, replying, I do not require so many business engagements. Xiaoxia chose to refrain from pressing further. At that moment, she felt a singular impression that this actress was unlike others. No, she perhaps preferred to be regarded as an actress. Xiaoxia, feeling somewhat apprehensive, pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing she should greet the man who seemed to have a close connection with her boss. But she felt a bit intimidated. After all, this was Louis Zhou, the heir of a top-tier family. However, what if he were to become her boss's husband? With a newfound determination, Xiaoxia bolstered her courage, analyzing the significance of this greeting, and slowly rose to her feet. Yet, before she could take a step, a commotion echoed from the staircase. Shen Tingwan, rarely flustered, hurried down from the second floor. Her long, straight black hair was casually held up with a clip, with a few wisps framing her face. In the early winter chill, she wore a V-neck knitted sweater, accentuating her exquisite shoulder and neckline. Her fair complexion bore no traces of makeup, clearly indicating she had just awoken and rushed down after a quick wash. Having not seen her for quite some time, Xiaoxia's immunity to her beauty diminished yet again, leaving her momentarily stunned, lost in admiration of her boss's astonishing allure. The faint sound of the financial news in the living room abruptly ceased as a tall figure emerged from the dining room. Louis Zhou, holding a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, did not appear as stern and aloof as Xiaoxia had anticipated. His voice carried a hint of affectionate indulgence. No need to rush, it's still early. Shen Tingwan paused on the second step, looking down at the culprit responsible for her tardiness. Did you turn off my alarm? Though phrased as a question, her tone was undeniably accusatory. After all, there were only the two of them in that bedroom. She had taken a long break and had adjusted her biological clock to 9 o'clock. After confirming the shooting schedule for today, she had specifically set her alarm for 7 o'clock the previous night. Yet, when she opened her eyes, it was already 8. Louis Zhou reached out to help her down from the stairs, and Shen Tingwan's usually cool hand still bore the warmth of the blankets. Louis Zhou smiled easily. I was worried you might wake up too early and be in a bad mood. Shen Tingwan raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Moreover, do you truly need 2 hours for makeup and styling? You are already naturally beautiful. What more could you possibly require? Chapter 71 of the gown. Thanks to Louis Zhou, Shen Tingwan undoubtedly arrived late. However, he was indeed correct. Shen Tingwan's makeup took less than an hour to complete before the makeup artist set down his brush. Tingwan, have you been resting well lately? Shen Tingwan glanced at the renowned makeup artist in the mirror, with whom she had collaborated numerous times before. During a previous red carpet event, he had received high praise for his work on her, leading Chen Man to always book him thereafter. Shen Tingwan smiled softly. It's been adequate. Li Qi casually tidied her hair, remarking, your skin is flawless. Nearby, Xiaoxia stole a glance in the mirror, internally marveling at the power of love to nurture such beauty. Once the makeup was complete, the outfit was delivered. The advertisement they were shooting today had a cozy, home-like feel, with the majority of the clothing being casual, save for one set of print ads that featured a gown. To her surprise, this singular gown was where the trouble began. Shen Tingwan had already filmed the home scenes, having received the advertisement plan in advance. A 1-minute video posed no challenge for her, and the dynamic shooting wrapped up half an hour early. The director beamed with satisfaction, saying, excellent, Tingwan, take a short break and change for the print shoot. Xiaoxia accompanied her to the lounge. The pre-ordered gown was set aside, a strapless, shimmering white long dress adorned only with lifelike, three-dimensional flowers in the same hue at the chest, exuding an elegant vibrancy. Such a dress was undoubtedly within Shen Tingwan's comfort zone. Her figure's curves would be beautifully accentuated by its simplicity. Xiaoxia eagerly anticipated the sight of her boss in this gown, for a beauty is indeed never tiresome to behold. Just as she reached for the dress, a loud knock echoed at the lounge door. The knocking was urgent and forceful. With newfound caution, Xiaoxia inquired, who is it? The voice from outside matched the urgency of the knocking. I'm here to deliver the gown. Xiaoxia turned to seek Shen Tingwan's approval, who nodded at the dress. Upon opening the door, they found a flustered individual, sweat glistening on her brow in the early winter chill. Hello, I'm terribly sorry, I've delivered the wrong gown, she said, her tone laced with anxiety. Xiaoxia furrowed her brow, pulling up her phone to check the preparation materials. She opened a photo and, puzzled, replied, but this is exactly what we ordered. The person outside leaned in, glancing at the image, her expression blank. She tapped open a voice message she had just received, the tone decidedly ungracious. You can't even deliver a gown correctly, are you just a decoration? Scrolling back, she found another message indicating they were in room 02, urging her to return promptly. Upon reviewing the image sent, it was identical to the one Xiao Xia held. Shen Tingwan approached the door, glancing at both phones. Hold on, perhaps you should check with your supervisor. It appeared there had been double bookings for the gown, an unfortunate coincidence of timing and location. The advertising set was quite expansive, divided into rooms 01 and 02. The messenger nodded and stepped away to make a call. After a short while, she returned, slightly bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry, our supervisor informed me that you booked first, so it should indeed be yours. Shen Tingwan nodded and offered her a packet of tissues. Wipe your brow. It's easy to catch a cold in winter. The messenger blinked in surprise, thanked her, and accepted the tissues. Once the gown was in her possession, Shen Tingwan made her way to the fitting room. Observing this, Xiao Xia shut the lounge door, but before she could lock it, it was forcefully pushed open from the outside. The newcomer was well known to both Shen Tingwan and Xiao Xia. Zheng Xitong's manager, Yu Tsuitsue. Xiao Xia, still recovering from the sudden impact, stammered, "You came." She didn't need to finish her sentence. The intent was clear. Yu Tsuitsue strode directly up to Shen Tingwan, yanking the white gown from her grasp. Her voice, sharp and biting, matched her appearance. "This gown is ours." Shen Tingwan tugged back slightly. The previous messenger had been quite clear about their prior booking. "Did your supervisor not clarify? This gown was booked by us first." Under ordinary circumstances, Shen Tingwan would have remained indifferent to a mere dress. However, this was a professional setting. Her makeup and hairstyle were tailored to complement the gown, and the set was already prepared for shooting. Moreover, this gown was rightfully meant for them. In such a scenario, she would certainly not yield. Yu Tsuitsue chuckled derisively, her tone laced with mockery. "So what if you booked it first? You're just shooting a toothpaste advertisement. Does it matter what you wear?" Shen Tingwan cast a cold glance in her direction. "You've missed the point. The gown belongs to whoever booked it first. What you're shooting has no bearing on this matter." Yu Tsuitsue faltered momentarily before scoffing again. Crossing her arms defiantly, she declared, "Sidang is waiting over there, and our manager Qian is present as well. Just let go of the gown to avoid making a scene." With that, she raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. They were all part of the same industry. While Shen Tingwan was a reputable artist, connections were paramount in the entertainment world. She could not afford to offend Qian Guangyi over a mere dress. His prominence in the industry was well known, and many artists vied for his attention. Though Shen Tingwan had garnered a certain standing, artists still relied on their agency's support. Zheng Xidong was a testament to this truth. As Yu Tsuitsue noticed Shen Tingwan's silence, she smirked triumphantly. She pointed at Xiao Xia. "Isn't she your assistant? Have her deliver the gown to me." Xiao Xia indicated both herself and Yu Tsuitsue, her temper flaring, ready to retort, but Shen Tingwan spoke first. Casting a scrutinizing look at Yu Tsuitsue, her voice remained calm yet laced with curiosity. "What does Zheng Xitong's weight have to do with me? And what of your manager Qian? How does his presence affect me?" Yu Tsuitsue's smug smile faltered slightly, as if she couldn't comprehend Shen Tingwan's indifference. Did she truly believe that just because she was currently in a favorable position, she would leave no room for retreat, who was unaware of Qian Guangyi's extensive connections in the industry? Never had Yu Tsuitsue encountered an artist who was unperturbed by him. As silence enveloped the room, Shen Tingwan continued, "Moreover, this gown rightfully belongs to us. You are the ones attempting to take it." Shen Tingwan then pulled Xiao Xia behind her. "Lastly, Xiao Xia is my assistant. You have no authority to command her." Yu Tsuitsue's expression of surprise solidified on her face as Shen Tingwan issued her decree. "Please see yourself out." Chapter 72. Weighing one's worth. Shen Tingwan's flat lay photoshoot proceeded swiftly, and the photographer remarked that she appeared to be in excellent form. With one person after another echoing this sentiment, Shen Tingwan suddenly felt compelled to conclude the shoot and gaze into a mirror. The head of the photography team approached her after reviewing the shots, saying, "Teacher Shen, you've worked hard. We're nearly finished here." Shen Tingwan nodded in acknowledgement and departed the set alongside Xiao Xia. As they traversed the corridor leading from the advertising pavilion to the lounge, they encountered a man and a woman walking towards them, Zheng Xidong and Qian Guangyi. Zheng Xidong donned a short, moonlight white gown adorned with three-dimensional floral embellishments, which appeared to be part of the same collection as her attire. Shen Tingwan did not pause her stride. However, she was encumbered by a pair of 8-centimeter stiletto heels, which hindered her pace. As they drew closer, Qian Guangyi initiated conversation the moment he laid eyes on her. Since their first encounter, he had not ceased to appraise her with an unwavering gaze. The once cold demeanor he possessed had shed its youthful innocence over the years, now radiating an aura of starlight with every movement. Regrettably, he had failed to secure the brilliance she brought, but even more lamentable was her indifference to the proposition he had extended. The more distinct she became, the more she ensnared his thoughts, igniting a persistent yearning within him. Yet, Chen Guangyi's gaze harbored more than mere admiration, it was tinged with a sense of loss. Shen Tingwan, without casting a glance in his direction, remained oblivious to his scrutinizing stare, while Zhang Sidong, standing beside him, observed the exchange keenly. Zhang Sidong entwined her arm around Chen Guangyi's. He tilted his head to regard Shen Tingwan, a smile teasing the corners of his lips. Though his expression was one of mock amusement, his words carried a playful irreverence that left Shen Tingwan feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Tingwan, are you working here today? Earlier, Yu Tsuetsue had wielded his name like a weapon, while he pretended to be entirely unaware of the situation. Shen Tingwan replied, hasn't your esteemed company SU agent informed you just how formidable she can be? Qian Guangyi turned to Zhang Sidong, a puzzled look crossing his face. Though it was fleeting, what transpired? Zhang Sidong nearly faltered, recalling how Yu Tsuetsue had encountered significant resistance from Shen Tingwan, returning in a fit of fury. Qian Guangyi had been present in her lounge, hearing the entire account unfold. Although he had smiled at the time, Zhang Sidong discerned it was a different kind of amusement, one that bore an edge of intrigue upon hearing Shen Tingwan's name. Yu Tsuetsue seemed to have found an ally, urging Qian Guangyi to contact the wardrobe department. That gown is the most intricately designed in the collection. While Sidong has been overshadowed by Shen Tingwan, Guangyi has faced a greater challenge from Yi. Moreover, Shen Tingwan has dared to disregard you. That certainly warrants a correction. Shen Guangyi mused that this was not the first time she had overlooked him. He indeed reached for his phone, but when he dialed, his tone shifted to request that a gown from the same collection be sent over. The wardrobe department, feeling grateful for his understanding, acknowledged their previous oversight. It was rather absurd that a single gown had passed through the hands of two individuals and was ordered for both on the same day. As Chen Guangyi made the call, he did not hold a grudge and offered a gracious resolution, leaving the other end promising to make amends in the future. Once the call ended, Yu Tsuetsue stood frozen, evidently too embarrassed, and after taking a phone call, she hastily concocted an excuse to leave. Zhang Sidong remained silent throughout, aware that no one could fathom Qian Guangyi's thoughts regarding Shen Tingwan. Feeling awkward, she nervously adjusted her hair and remarked, just a misunderstanding. She then turned to Shen Tingwan, saying, Sister Tingwan, I apologize on behalf of you. In this moment, Yu Tsuetsue had been cast as the scapegoat. However, Shen Tingwan was indifferent to who had instigated the matter. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Sidong, who was still intertwined with Qian Guangyi, a flicker of regret passing through her mind. Initially, she lamented that this young individual had been ensnared in the vanity of fame and fortune, but now she felt an even greater sorrow that her thoughts for the scoundrel beside her were of such nature. With a dispassionate him, Shen Tingwan chose not to squander time with further pleasantries. Their previous encounter at a banquet had stemmed from Liangshi, where commercial entanglements necessitated her brief pause in Qian Guangyi's presence. Shen Tingwan shifted her gaze and resumed her stride. Qian Guangyi, unperturbed by her dismissive remark, extended his arm closer to her, while Xiao Xia, who had been supporting her on the right, swiftly moved to the left. Qian Guangyi's hand lingered in the air, suspended. Shen Tingwan shot him a glance, saying, Mr. Qian, do you require something? This corridor is rife with surveillance. Qian Guangyi glanced at the conspicuous camera above them, chuckling lightly. Tingwan, what are you suggesting? Would I dare to be forceful? Despite his words, his expression conveyed a casual disregard. Shen Tingwan inexplicably felt that his statement bore a hint of menace. She turned her body, positioning herself squarely in front of the camera, her aura sharpening. Mr. Qian, in a society governed by law, one must weigh their own worth before acting with impunity. Zhang Sidong had never witnessed Shen Tingwan in such a light. The woman, who had always been aloof and distant, yet gentle and indifferent, now emanated an intimidating presence. Fearful, she tugged at Qian Guangyi's arm. Shen Tingwan was not someone he could easily manipulate, and she worried that his fixation might lead him to lose his composure. Qian Guangyi cast a glance at Zhang Sidong, noting her concern, which only intensified his own emotions. He recalled the candid photo Zhang Sidong had shown him, a captured moment at Xiushan Villa during dinner. Shen Tingwan and Lu Yizhou sat side by side, not particularly close, lacking interaction, yet the still image radiated a sense of harmony and intimacy between them. Turning his gaze back to Shen Tingwan, Qian Guangyi's smile widened, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Being with Lu Yizhou truly changes one. After stating the first half, he turned to the camera, raising his voice slightly. Why not, when he no longer wants you, you come to me. Mr. Qian will take care of you. Shen Tingwan was unsurprised that Qian Guangyi was aware of her connection with Lu Yizhou, yet it was evident that a corrupt heart perceives all through a tainted lens. She raised her chin to meet the gaze of the man whose intentions were far from pure, her stiletto heel piercing sharply into his polished brown leather shoe. Chen Guangyi winced in pain, his expression contorting. Shen Tingwan applied pressure firmly, her tone unwavering. You are unworthy. Chapter 73 Heartache for me. The day following the completion of the advertisement marked the departure of Shen Tingwan. This time, the filming location was in the southern region, and they had booked a flight scheduled for 6 in the evening. When Louis Zhou left that morning, she had not even awakened. By the time he returned home that evening, she would likely have already set off. Throughout the entire morning, Shen Tingwan hesitated, contemplating whether she should say something to him. Clearly, Louis Zhou had been aware of her departure date the previous night, yet, this morning, he had not mentioned anything. As usual, the chat window opened and closed repeatedly. After several exchanges, her phone was tossed onto the table. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Shen Tingwan busied herself with watering the plants, exercising, and watching a film. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Xia arrived punctually at the Xiushan villa. Shen Tingwan directed her to the dressing room. As Xiao Xia was adept at packing luggage each time, Shen Tingwan found it astonishing how many items appeared in the suitcase, from an entire set of bedding to nail clippers and brow grooming tools, everything one could possibly need. Tingwan Jie, you can leave these things to me. Shen Tingwan placed the lemon water she had prepared on the vanity and went downstairs. Xiao Xia organized the daily necessities while Shen Tingwan took charge of the scripts and documents. Their roles were clearly defined. Since receiving the script for Power of the World, she had been studying it at home whenever she had free time. Scripts and notes were strewn about, particularly in the living room, but thankfully, every time, Sister Yu would tidy up after her. Shen Tingwan stood before the coffee table, carefully arranging the scripts in order before packing them into her bag. Suddenly, Xiao Xia leaned over the second-floor railing and exclaimed, Tingwan Jie, there are many items that need to be brought which are not in the dressing room. It was then that Shen Tingwan remembered that when she had moved in, she had thought she would not stay long and had only brought one suitcase. After all, her wardrobe in the Xiushan villa was quite ample, containing clothes prepared by an unknown person as well as those purchased by Gao Junmei. However, going to the film set was a different matter altogether. She needed a winter essential, a down jacket that was both warm and lightweight, reaching down to her ankles, which she typically wrapped herself in while waiting for scenes. Additionally, there was her travel pillow, the scarf, hat, and gloves knitted for her by Wen Mian, and the plush toy that calmed her emotions. Shen Tingwan glanced at Xiao Xia, who was leaning against the railing on the second floor, then looked down at the time. We'll leave an hour early. Let us make a stop at Bihua Garden to gather some things. No sooner had she spoken than a noise emanated from the entrance. Louis Zhou's tall figure stood by the entrance cabinet, placing his briefcase on top before removing his overcoat. Shen Tingwan straightened up, somewhat surprised. Why are you back at this hour? She had just checked the time. It was 2:30, right when the afternoon work shift was beginning. Louis Zhou glanced at the thick stack of scripts in her hand and reached out to take them. His tone was casual. Aren't you departing today? He answered her question with a question. Shen Tingwan relinquished her grip, allowing him to take the heavy scripts, and responded with a simple Louis Zhou then looked at the bag on the coffee table that had already been partially packed. Should I also pack this bag? Shen Tingwan nodded again. After he finished packing, he raised his gaze to her. Is that the only word you'll say today? Shen Tingwan fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, aren't you working this afternoon? Louis Zhou smiled lightly and settled onto the sofa nearby. My wife is leaving. How could I possibly work? Shen Tingwan turned around, her brows lowered as she regarded the man now seated on the sofa. What did he mean by leaving? She was merely going to work. I'll finish filming and come back, she insisted, zipping up her bag, her voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the zipper. The man on the sofa chuckled softly. As he reached for the bag to relocate it, he caught her delicate fingers in his grasp. When will you return? Just as he posed this question, in Shen Tingwan's mind, return equated to after filming. She recalled what Lu Ming had mentioned about the filming duration, 6 months, which meant they would be shooting until May of the following year. She calculated it meticulously and then spoke candidly. It's tentatively scheduled for 6 months, likely until May next year. However, that date is not set in stone. She added this clarification with precision. The filming schedule was influenced by numerous factors, including potential issues with the cast and weather constraints. Moreover, Lu Ming's standards would undoubtedly be high. Pursuing quality would necessitate a corresponding expenditure of time. Thus, whether they could complete the filming on schedule depended on various conditions aligning favorably. As she spoke, Louis Zhou's gaze remained fixed on her from the sofa. He maintained his gaze as her words fell silent, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Shen Tingwan, realizing the silence, continued, but there will be breaks during this filming period. This break was not merely a day or two of rest, it spanned the new year. While the crew might not take time off for other holidays, they would certainly observe a few days during the Spring Festival. Louis Zhou responded with a simple Shen Tingwan elaborated, there will be time off for the Spring Festival. Once again, the man on the sofa fell silent. Shen Tingwan blinked, during the new year. Before she could finish, Louis Zhou abruptly shook her hand. The last 4 words escaped Shen Tingwan's lips with a sense of wavering uncertainty. I will come back. It was evident that Louis-Zhou was not pleased with that timeline. The bag Shen Tingwan held was rather heavy. She set it aside. The other holidays are too short, traveling back and forth is too exhausting. The journey alone would consume an entire day, and she had no desire to catch up on sleep on a plane. Louis-Zhou's deep-set eyes softened, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if filled with the warmth of spring during the early winter. His clear voice, tinged with a hint of huskiness, echoed, "What's wrong? Are you heartbroken for me?" Chapter 74. Want me to kiss you? Shen Tingwan gazed at the handsome face of Louis-Zhou, who sat on the sofa with a raised brow and an air of delight. His deep-set eyes, when smiling, seemed to ensnare those who looked upon him. After a few seconds of contemplation, Shen Tingwan averted her gaze, reaching for her slightly heavy bag that she had just set down. The hand that had been drawn in was easily freed. "Youthful one, even amid the busyness of work, do remember to take care of your health." Shen Tingwan suddenly recalled the words of Anchu, who had advised her to remind Louis-Zhou when he was too absorbed in his work to return home. Though belated, her words carried the weight of concern. Had the voice not sounded so youthful, one might have mistaken it for a senior's earnest admonition to a junior. Louis-Zhou glanced at the hand that had been so effortlessly released and smirked before rising to follow her steps. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase. Xiaoxiao, burdened with a suitcase nearly her size, stood at the corner where the second floor met the first. Sensing the gaze of two individuals from the living room, she slowly lifted her face, which bore a hint of embarrassment. Her eyes were clear and innocent. There was nothing left to tidy up on the second floor. The suitcase was too large, and as a delicate woman, she found it impossible to be entirely discreet. Shen Tingwan moved toward the staircase, and just a few steps in, a tall figure in a suit brushed past her. Xiaoxiao looked at the large, well-defined hand that gestured for her to relinquish her grip on the suitcase, and she was momentarily at a loss. How could she possibly accept help from the heir of the Liu family? No, President Liu, I can manage on my own." The person before her said nothing and made no additional movements, yet Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, more intense than when facing Chen Manjia. She couldn't comprehend how she was uttering no while thinking "I dare not." As her grip loosened involuntarily with a sharp clack, the suitcase's wheels hit the staircase floor, producing a crisp sound. The next moment, the figure before her lifted the suitcase and turned to descend the stairs. As he passed by Shen Tingwan, his other hand reached out to clasp her right hand, which she had deliberately kept free to assist. Louis-Zhou remarked, "When are we departing? I'll accompany you." Shen Tingwan watched as he took the heavy bag from her other hand. "I'm not heading to the airport just yet," she replied. Louis-Zhou turned his head, feigning ignorance despite having clearly heard her exchange with the assistant upon entering. He maintained a patient demeanor, awaiting further explanation. Shen Tingwan, noting the red mark on her hand from the bag strap, continued, "We need to make a stop at Bihua Garden. There's still much left there." Upon raising her gaze, she met the slight arch of Louis-Zhou's brow. His voice carried a hint of teasing. "Are we still packing up the luggage from both places? Is it too much of a hassle?" Shen Tingwan was about to explain that she had quite a few items to bring to the set, but some were essential, and there was no way around it. Besides, she hadn't asked him to help with the packing. Any inconvenience was hers alone. Yet, Louis-Zhou granted her no more than 2 seconds to elaborate. He tightened his grip on her hand and shifted his tone to one of negotiation. "Let us move everything from Bihua Garden over, shall we?" Shen Tingwan was momentarily taken aback. She then envisioned the clutter of her bedroom and closet, furrowing her brow. Perhaps it's best not to, there is just too much. Moving is exhausting. Moreover, she wouldn't be in Beijing for a while. Those items were seldom used when not filming. Retrieving them as needed was sufficient. The act of moving itself was indeed the real trouble. Lost in thought, she felt her hand gently squeezed again. Shen Tingwan looked up. Louis-Zhou maintained a demeanor of amicable persuasion. "I'll handle the moving. You need only do one thing." Shen Tingwan raised an eyebrow. Louis-Zhou smiled. "You simply need to agree." With a rare playful spirit, Shen Tingwan pursed her lips, her eyes glimmering with light amusement. "What if I refuse?" Louis-Zhou observed the lively sparkle in her eyes, his heart racing slightly faster. He smirked, leaning closer to her ear with an intimate air. "Then I shall have to act first and report later." Shen Tingwan fell silent, and half a minute later, Louis-Zhou led her out of the house. With his left hand clasping hers and his right carrying the suitcase and the bag he had taken from her, Xiaoxiao trailed behind them, hands empty and a look of dismay on her face. How could she have let go of the suitcase? As Shen Tingwan's sole assistant, her current state was hardly befitting. Her gaze flitted from the striking couple ahead to the luggage, then to the car. She hastened her steps, positioning herself at the rear of Shen Tingwan's vehicle. In front of the trunk, she aimed to prove herself as an observant assistant. However, as they passed a black car, Shen Tingwan stopped in her tracks. To be precise, it was the person beside her who halted. Dan Changming took the large suitcase and bags from Louis-Zhou with dexterity, positioning himself swiftly at the trunk of the black car. This was exactly the action Xiaoxiao had envisioned for herself. Shen Tingwan glanced at the sleek black exterior, and as Louis-Zhou reached for the car door, she lightly placed her fingers atop his long hand in a gesture that effectively blocked his action. Louis Zhou's gaze fell upon her cool, pale fingertips, his brow slightly furrowing as he looked at Shen Tingwan, his expression still imbued with delight. She withdrew her fingertip momentarily, stating, "There may be fans at the airport. Moreover, if any paparazzi were to capture a moment, it would lead to complications." The launch party for Power of the World had not gone unnoticed. Her trip to the airport today would likely attract unwanted attention. Louis Zhou's fingers hovered momentarily over the car handle, pulling back slightly. So? His question was rhetorical, a playful challenge. Shen Tingwan's hand fell gently to her side, her voice lower than usual. If we're photographed, it could be quite troublesome. Even though she knew the outcome, hearing it aloud brought an unavoidable wave of melancholy. After a moment of silence, Louis Zhou, unable to resist, asked the question that had piqued his curiosity for 3 years. Why keep the marriage hidden? Surely, he was not so unremarkable as to warrant such secrecy. Shen Tingwan's cool gaze flickered with a hint of emotion, because it's simply too complicated. Louis Zhou responded with a soft "hmm." Suddenly, she recalled his earlier words, "Kiss you once for every time I hear it." A warmth flickered in her bright eyes. She opted to express that sentiment with a simple, instead of the words. Louis Zhou, still feigning ignorance, regarded her with a look of bewilderment. Shen Tingwan sighed, considering that perhaps she had taken his words too seriously. She pressed her lips together. "Initially, I thought, if it were public, then later on, divorce." Before she could finish, Louis Zhou stepped closer, blocking the view of Dan Changming and Xia Xiao, enveloping her in his arms. He pressed a firm kiss against her soft red lips, lingering for only 2 seconds before pulling away. When he spoke again, his voice was huskier than before. "You want me to kiss you, hmm?" Shen Tingwan. Chapter 75 of the late year CP celebrated the new year. In the end, Louis Zhou managed to escort her halfway, using the excuse of needing to make arrangements for moving to Bihua Garden. Shen Tingwan's cheeks bore a faint blush as she was ushered into the car. To her surprise, the traffic at this hour was so congested that by the time they arrived at Bihua Garden, time was already pressing. Fortunately, Xia Xiao was quite familiar with the place and had Shen Tingwan's usual luggage packed in less than half an hour. Standing at her own home's entrance, Shen Tingwan bid farewell. "Well, you, take your time. I'm off to the airport." Xia Xia, standing by the elevator, discreetly turned her head away. Louis Zhou lingered at the door, his gaze lowered to the delicate face wrapped in a snow-white scarf. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently tugged at the edges. "No matter how busy work gets, remember to take care of your health." He reiterated his earnest reminder to her. Words meant to brush off someone were turned back to him face to face, yet her eyes were filled with sincerity. Shen Tingwan pressed her soft red lips together. You too." Louis Zhou found himself unable to resist lowering his head, yet before he could make contact, a ding interrupted them. Xia Xia's neck stiffened at the sudden angle she had just turned, her voice awkward as she stammered, "The elevator has arrived." Even when she boarded the plane, Shen Tingwan's heart continued to flutter with mild excitement. She touched her warm cheeks. Xia Xia, having organized their belongings, leaned in suddenly and exclaimed, "Sister Tingwan, your blush looks great today." Shen Tingwan responded with a puzzled expression, "Oh, it's all right." Xia Xia scrutinized her again, seconds later overturning her previous observation. "Sister Tingwan, it seems you didn't wear any makeup today, Shen Tingwan." The film and television city is located in Jiangcheng, and by the time Shen Tingwan landed, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. They drove to the hotel they had booked, but to their surprise, upon entering the lobby, they encountered someone they recognized. Although Qin Yan was bundled up tightly, Shen Tingwan did not recognize him. However, Qin Yan immediately recognized the person as soon as he stepped into the hotel. Shen Tingwan, relying on the fluffiness of her scarf, didn't even wear a mask. "Hi, Shen Tingwan." Qin Yan's voice was not loud but drew closer before he greeted her. Though the lobby was relatively empty, they were always cautious. Shen Tingwan lifted the brim of her hat, revealing her beautiful eyes. "Hi, did you just arrive? What a coincidence." An assistant-like person followed behind Qin Yan and approached, handing him a room key. Qin Yan instinctively glanced down. 1006, yes, I came from Haicheng, and you? I came from Beijing. When it was Shen Tingwan's turn to check in, she stood before the face recognition area. At the moment she lowered her scarf, the person handling her check-in visibly brightened with excitement. Just moments ago, they had been holding the assistant's ID, only to realize that the person conversing with her idol was, in fact, her goddess. The staff could hardly contain their smile, wanting to look down but feeling reluctant. "All right, here is your room key." Shen Tingwan thanked her, and Xia Xia took the 2 room keys. The 4 of them entered the elevator together. When Xia Xia reached for the button, she noticed that their floor was already lit up. Qin Yan turned to Shen Tingwan and asked, "What a coincidence." Two coincidences, one person spoke of one. Shen Tingwan glanced at the room key, giving a soft The elevator ride was swift that evening. Shen Tingwan was the first to say her goodbyes, feeling quite fatigued from the flight. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves awkwardly positioned on either side. The following day, the opening ceremony was set for 9 o'clock in the morning. This was a customary event in their industry, intended to bring good fortune, and the director's team had even sent over specially customized t-shirts ahead of time. As the female lead, Shen Tingwan's t-shirt featured a cartoon version of her character. It was her first encounter with such a cute work outfit, prompting her to ask Xia Xia to take a few pictures. On the day of the opening, she typically would post a Weibo update. The production team generally required this, and she found it a worthy commemorative gesture. She spent a while taking photos, and by the time she arrived at the venue, it was nearly 9 o'clock, with many people already present. The crowd before the opening ceremony stage was bustling, all clad in white short sleeves printed by the production team, yet Qin Yan stood out prominently among them. He occupied a central position on stage, waving to the crowd. This gesture naturally caught the attention of Lu Ming, who was particularly eager to capture the first frame of the leading couple together. He was quite impatient. Shen Tingwan was also led to the center of the stage by the staff. To her left was Qin Yan, who turned slightly to greet her. Shen Tingwan smiled politely and casually inquired, "Has Director Lu arrived?" "She ought to greet the director first." Qin Yan gestured for her to look towards the front of the stage. A black, three-dimensional camera was positioned there, with someone crouching behind it. As Shen Tingwan followed Qin Yan's gaze, Lu Ming perfectly captured the moment of their first frame together. A polite smile lingered on Shen Tingwan's face. The weather was splendid, and the sunlight added a warm glow to her smile. Her smile transformed from mere politeness to radiance. Lu Ming was admiring his work when Shen Tingwan approached. "Director Lu." Lu Ming was thoroughly pleased with the female lead he had personally selected and meticulously chosen. "Did you rest well last night?" The hotel had been booked by the director's team, and Shen Tingwan nodded. Lu Ming exchanged a few pleasantries before the person responsible for the opening ceremony approached. "Director Lu, we can begin the ceremony now." Shen Tingwan joined the crowd on stage. The opening ceremony, while seemingly simple, was not without its complexities. The entire process took nearly 2 hours. At noon, the director's team had specially arranged an ice-breaking banquet. Most of the actors in the crew had been colleagues for several months, and in this industry, with so many people, fresh faces were a constant. Most of the attendees were strangers to one another. However, a single meal yielded minimal results in terms of connections. Nonetheless, Shen Tingwan managed to meet quite a few individuals, most of whom were her co-stars, and they approached her willingly. The meal stretched over 2 hours. By the time Shen Tingwan returned to her hotel room, she was utterly drained and collapsed onto the sofa. Xia Xia hurried to fetch her water, only to find the kettle completely empty. As she boiled water, she opened her phone. Upon stumbling upon a trending topic on Weibo, she gasped in surprise. Shen Tingwan opened her beautiful eyes to glance at Xia Xia beside the table. Amidst the kettle's bubbling, Xia Xia exclaimed, "Boss, you're trending." Shen Tingwan closed her eyes again. It was the opening banquet, so it wasn't particularly shocking for someone to be in the spotlight, especially with the production team's operations. However, when Xia Xia enunciated clearly, "The late year's CP has reunited for the new year," Shen Tingwan's eyes opened wide once more. Chapter 76 Wutong Avenue. Louis Zhou had spent the entire morning conducting inspections outside, returning to the company by 3 in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, the secretary entered, providing explanations for the mountain of documents piled upon his desk. Louis Zhou glanced over the 2 large stacks of files and nodded in acknowledgement. He then accepted the warm water handed to him by Shan Changming, finding some relief for his parched throat. Yesterday afternoon, he had intended to see someone off, but was ultimately rebuffed. Fortunately, other matters had filled the void of time, offering him a slight consolation. After watching the person enter the elevator, Louis Zhou turned back into the room and, within minutes, instructed Shan Changming to summon the moving team. That evening, Lin Xuan organized a gathering. Recently, Louis Zhou had been so busy that he scarcely had time to rest, and the little free time he possessed was spent wishing to be in the presence of Shen Tingwan. He had declined the invitations of that group 9.5 times out of 10, so when he finally accepted this time, the opposing party fell silent for 3 seconds. As Louis Zhou entered the private room, he found a few guests already indulging in drinks. Feeling a sense of emptiness within, he found himself less restrained in his consumption of alcohol than usual, and by midnight, he returned to Xiushan Villa already somewhat inebriated. The villa was enveloped in tranquility, with a soft, yellow nightlight left for him at the entrance. In fact, when Shen Tingwan was home, the atmosphere was similarly serene, yet Louis Zhou felt it was different. When she was present, the silence of the house was accompanied by a subtle vibrancy. It was alive. Anchu had demonstrated impressive efficiency. Upon Louis Zhou's return to Xiushan Villa, he felt as though he had stepped through the gates of half of Bihua Garden. Shin Tingwan's warm-toned belongings, exuding a sense of comfort and homeliness, were seamlessly scattered throughout the corners of the villa. Lui Zhou took out his phone, glancing at the empty chat box of a certain someone. His fingertips hovered briefly before he cast the phone aside and ascended the stairs, turning into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door was flung open abruptly, and water droplets still clung to Lui Zhou's skin, leaving a damp trail on the carpet beneath him. Ultimately unable to resist, he sent a message. Lui Zhou, have you arrived at the hotel? Lui Zhou, the items from Bihua Garden have all been moved. The messages sank into the silence of the night like stones into a deep abyss. When he awoke the next day, there was still no response from the other party. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock, while he was inspecting a project outdoors, that a reply finally came. Shin Tingwan. I arrived at 11 last night. I was too exhausted and fell asleep. Shin Tingwan, thank you for your hard work with the move. Lui Zhou set his phone down to his right and picked up the topmost document. The secretary had organized the tasks according to urgency. The work originally scheduled for yesterday afternoon had been postponed to last night, then to this afternoon. When Shan Chengming handed over the iPad, Lui Zhou was in the midst of reviewing the financial report of a subsidiary. The data, replete with red ink, brought a sense of satisfaction to Lui Zhou, although not in abundance. As he was engrossed, the iPad appeared, momentarily obscuring his view. Instinctively, Lui Zhou glanced at it, noticing the interface likely belonged to a social media or news application. The first line bore the headline, "The late year's CP fans celebrate the new year." Lui Zhou was perplexed by this phrase, yet the word late was enough to raise his alarm. He reached out to click on the topic. What captured Lui Zhou's initial gaze was an image, specifically, the face that had appeared before him yesterday and haunted his dreams last night. Shin Tingwan smiled brightly at the camera, and beside her, the man wore an expression of indulgence. This term was one Lui Zhou had encountered amidst a flurry of exuberant commentary. The late years couple finally reunites after 3 years, CP fans rejoice, memories long buried have suddenly resurfaced, the man is handsome, the woman is beautiful. The typically aloof Shin Tingwan beams radiantly in front of Qin Yan, whose face is painted with tenderness. Where are the fans of the late years CP army? Lui Zhou's expression hardened as he delved into the comments section. It resembled a large gathering of CP fans, with 9 out of 10 comments fervently celebrating this grand occasion. Frowning, Lui Zhou felt Shan Chengming tense up. Before he could take the initiative, the person seated in the boss's chair spoke, "Get me his information." Shan Chengming nodded promptly and dashed out of the office. Lui Zhou scrolled through the unremarkable comments of CP fans in euphoria, pausing at each comment exceeding 10 words. "Oh, I'm so moved, I've finally waited for my CP to return. Who knew Cicada's song would have such a lasting impact? It has been 3 years. I absolutely do not believe they're merely friends. Chi-Chi's affection is evident. If he acts with Shin Tingwan and doesn't feel anything, there must be something wrong with his eyes. I guarantee they had a story 3 years ago. You're right, remember when Cicada's song premiered? Of course, that image is still my desktop wallpaper. Please share the image, I'm a new fan and want to see it." Lui Zhou clicked on the image and enlarged it. Shin Tingwan stood next to a man named Qin Yan before a grand cinema screen, surrounded by a flurry of colorful confetti. Shin Tingwan held up her palm, catching a piece of it. Her smile was radiant and full of joy. "My goodness, this looks just like a wedding scene. I heard that at the time, it was a dream come true for fans, simulating a proposal scene." Lui Zhou returned to examine that photograph once more. "In this circle, I believe only Qin Yan is worthy of Shin Tingwan." "Indeed. Qin Yan is not only handsome but also possesses exceptional acting skills, and he has never been involved in any scandals. This is simply an ethereal pairing of a celestial being and a gentle, handsome figure." Amidst the chorus of agreement, Lui Zhou maintained his stoic demeanor as he continued to scroll through the comments. After several minutes, Shan Chengming returned with Qin Yan's personal information, which had been urgently compiled by the entire secretary team. He handed one document to Lui Zhou while retaining another. Lui Zhou set down the iPad, and despite not exerting much effort, it clattered loudly against the surface. As Lui Zhou opened the document, the first page contained an image he had just scrutinized in the comments section, the cover of the film Cicada's Song. A pair of young boys and girls dressed in pristine white school uniforms shared a pair of wired headphones, the white cord cascading in front of them. Their arms brushed against each other as they gazed directly at the camera, standing gracefully beneath the lush green Wutong Avenue. This scene was instantly recognizable to Lui Zhou. It was the very wallpaper on Shin Tingwan's phone lock screen, captured from the same angle, yet devoid of any figures. Chapter 77 Seeking Accountability. Lui Zhou turned the pages one by one, reminiscing over the numerous shared moments captured 3 years prior. The indie film Cicada's Call, which had emerged as an unexpected dark horse, garnered 3 nominations. Best Film Photography, Best Actress, and Best Actor. However, only one of those nominations ultimately fell under his banner, the Best Film Photography Award, claimed by director Song Yil-hwan. Among the materials, there was also a behind-the-scenes photograph of the director and the two lead actors. The man in the center was presumably the director, with the one on the left being Chin Yen and the one on the right, Shin Ting-won. The trophy was held aloft by Shin Ting-won. Louis Zhou spent more time poring over the brief materials than he would have over a financial report. He reached for a cigarette box and rose to his feet. Dong Chengming observed his boss standing by the window, his fingertips betraying a distinctly displeased mood, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Entertainment news can hardly be taken seriously. Every film has its share of fans shipping real-life couples, Louis Zhou replied, turning slightly away from the window with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His voice was low and heavy. Every film has fans shipping couples? Dong Chengming, thinking his words had struck a chord, chuckled sheepishly. Of course, boss. Louis Zhou exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his frosty gaze unclouded by the haze. So, for her last film, will there be fans shipping her with someone too? That film, having wrapped up, should still be in post-production, and he had yet to see it aired. Dong Chengming hesitated, then swallowed hard. A true assistant dared to face the harsh reality. After steeling himself, he stammered, "There already are." Louis Zhou's penetrating gaze shifted to him. Dong Chengming, steeling his resolve, continued, "They call themselves the Goodnight Couple." At that moment, he noticed Louis Zhou's cigarette box crumple into a wrinkled mass. Upon hearing the name of the topic, Shin Ting-won was genuinely taken aback. She opened her eyes and took the phone from Xiaoxia's hands. As she scrolled down the interface, she found herself momentarily stunned by a still from Cicada's call. She let out an unconscious sigh, then opened WeChat to call Chen Man. On the other end, Chen Man was at work, and her calls were typically answered almost instantly. "Hello, have you seen the trending topic?" Shin Ting-won replied with a soft inquiring, "How do you plan to handle it?" Chen Man was indeed in a quandary. As Shin Ting-won's voice faded, the line was filled with static. She understood that this was essentially a prelude for Power Under Heaven. The specifics of the topic were inconsequential. What mattered was that it generated buzz, which the production team welcomed, especially a spontaneous topic like this. After several seconds of silence, Shin Ting-won felt compelled to prompt again with an Chen Man cautiously ventured, "How about we play along?" Shin Ting-won's brows knitted slightly. The promotional landscape for artists within the industry had become increasingly cutthroat, and she had no desire to be ensnared in it. "Perhaps we should just suppress the trending topic." That was a clear and straightforward refusal. Chen Man fell silent for a couple of seconds, laying out the facts. "Withdrawing now would be utterly pointless. The shoot has only just begun, and you'll still need to cooperate with the publicity later. You can suppress it once, but not indefinitely. And besides, it's not such a big deal." Chen Man's words were abruptly halted just as she was about to utter "at worst." A sudden realization struck her. Shin Ting-won's situation had changed. Shin Ting-won had never been particularly fond of the CP marketing model. She believed that what transpired within the film should remain separate from real life, as it did no favors to either party's relationship with the work. However, it was unprecedented for Shin Ting-won to so swiftly suggest quashing the trending topic. The realization dawned on her. "Are you worried about Lu Zong, feeling uncomfortable?" Shin Ting-won's grip on her phone tightened, and something within her began to stir. Would Louis Zhou truly care about such matters? Furrowing her brow, she replied, "Let us focus on suppressing the trending topic for now." On the other end, Chen Man replied with a soft before hanging up. Shin Ting-won returned to her social media page and glanced at the topic once more. Louis Zhou's deep-set eyes loomed before her. Grandfather Lu had called him petty, and she couldn't help but agree. He had a penchant for exaggeration. After merely attending a dinner with Liang Shi, he accused her of being unfaithful. Switching back to WeChat, she opened their chat window. The conversation had stalled since the morning. He was likely busy, just as she was during the opening ceremony, only managing to reply sporadically later. After attending lunch, she had bid farewell. Shin Ting-won hesitated before the screen, mentally composing her words, yet before she could finish typing, the assistant director responsible for costumes and makeup peeked in. "Teacher Shin, Director Lu sent me to get you for the fitting photoshoot." Just as Shin Ting-won was about to delay her current task, she tucked her phone away and followed him to the studio. Louis Zhou leaned against the window, pulling another cigarette from the crumpled box. Dong Chengming tightened his grip on the documents in his arms, then silently retreated from his boss's smoke-filled office. Louis Zhou gazed out the window, his eyes as deep as the water. They were a match made in heaven. So what was he? His eyes bore a hint of indulgence, yet what right did he have to look at Shin Ting-won with such affection? He had heard that Shin Ting-won was involved with the Prosperous Era, with the male lead being the same person who had held her that night. He hastily arranged matters concerning Power Under Heaven for Dong Chengming. Consequently, he had evaded one Chiza, only for another Qin Yen to emerge. He exhaled a plume of smoke and let out a scornful snort. Inside, he felt an uncomfortable pressure, as if he might explode. This production was to last 6 months, and for those 6 months, they would be living in close quarters. Furthermore, there would be CP marketing. Before the camera, they would be dubbed the late year couple. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, summoning Dong Changming back in. The character profiles for the male and female leads of Power Under Heaven. Dong Changming understood that no matter how tightly he clung to something, it would ultimately be presented before that person. He handed the streamlined document to Louis Zhou, who cast him a sidelong glance before taking the file. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. Dong Changming, ever perceptive, granted his boss some time to process his emotions. "Boss, I still have work outside." He then swiftly made his exit. Louis Zhou's gaze fixated on the words kissing scene before he returned to his desk and picked up his phone. Just as Shen Tingwan had finished her fitting photoshoot and was waiting in the lounge to remove her makeup, Xiaoxia hurried over with a phone in hand. "Xiaoxia," her tone a mix of urgency and panic, exclaimed, "Sister Tingwan, Lu Zong is here, seeking accountability." Shen Tingwan took the phone, glancing around the empty makeup room before connecting the call. Louis Zhou's voice came through, hoarse and low. "Shen Tingwan?" A sudden breath caught in her throat. Louis Zhou's voice crackled through the line. "When will it be my turn to team up with you as a couple?" Chapter 78. Mr. hangs up. Xiaoxia, possessing remarkable discretion, gracefully exited the lounge and stationed herself at the door. Shen Tingwan, momentarily taken aback by the question posed from across the line, absent-mindedly toyed with the fringe of an unknown object dangling nearby. "You're not an artist, why would I pair up with you?" A cold snort emanated from the other end, followed by the sharp click of a lighter. Shen Tingwan immediately regretted her words. It sounded as though she had intentionally sought to form a couple with Qin Yan. Louis Zhou, feeling both angered and indignant, hoped to expel the pent-up frustration within him through the smoke rings, but to little avail. He gazed out at the overcast sky, a stark contrast to the brilliant weather depicted in Shen Tingwan's promotional photos trending online. The silence on the phone was palpable, punctuated only by the sound of a falling pin. Shen Tingwan, twisting the fringe around her fingertips, hesitated as she glanced towards the door. She had overheard Xiaoxia asking the staff. The makeup artist would arrive in 10 minutes. Biting her lip, she broke the silence softly. "I don't want this either." The lighter slipped from Louis Zhou's grasp, landing softly on the carpet, its sound muffled by the plush fibers. His voice, unusually languid, emerged from the receiver. "You don't want it?" Shen Tingwan tightened her grip on the phone, her tone earnest. "Of course I don't want it, but..." The slight upward curve of Louis Zhou's lips faltered. "But it's part of my job, and there is nothing I can do about it." At this moment, she felt utterly powerless to clarify anything, nor was there really anything to clarify. Someone had paired them up. It wasn't as if there were any scandalous rumors circulating. Moreover, in ruling the world, her characters shared a multitude of romantic scenes with Qin Yan. For the sake of audience engagement and promotional effectiveness, it was a situation that had to be accepted. Silence enveloped the call once more. With no response from the other end, Shen Tingwan could not discern the expression on his face nor whether her words held any significance. His earlier remarks suggested a deep concern. Louis Zhou turned his attention to the documents he had carelessly tossed onto the table. The number of intimate scenes was far from trivial. There were not merely 1, 2, or 3. The count extended to 6 and beyond, including embraces and even scenes of marital consummation. He extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray, feeling a sourness rise in his chest. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. "If you don't want it, then, just don't shoot it, alright?" The thought lingered on his lips, yet he refrained from voicing it, fully aware that she would never agree. She adored acting, whether residing in Bihua Garden or Xiu Mountain. Scripts surrounded her at every turn. Furthermore, Lu Xingrong had not been remiss in mentioning it. Not to mention, she had gone to great lengths to secure this role, even seeking help from Ji Shangheng. He had heard Shen Tingwan express her fondness for this character more than once. Louis Zhou stifled his self-pitying thoughts, yet his words hung in the air, unfinished. Shen Tingwan, expecting a bright idea from him, was taken aback when the conversation abruptly halted. After a few seconds of waiting, she ventured, Louis Zhou snapped back to reality, mumbling an ambiguous, "It's nothing." Shen Tingwan, caught in a breathless moment, fidgeted with the fringe, inadvertently sending items cascading to the floor with a loud crash. Xiaoxia, startled, rushed back into the room. Hearing the commotion, Louis Zhou voiced his concern. "What happened?" A soft knock on the half-open door announced the arrival of the makeup artist, who was there to remove her makeup. Shen Tingwan, feeling an inexplicable surge of panic, hastily assured over the phone, "It's nothing," before abruptly ending the call. Louis Zhou stared at the suddenly disconnected phone, where the voice had clearly stated, "Teacher Shen, I'm here to help you with your makeup removal." The reason for the abrupt termination was glaringly obvious. When Shan Chengming was summoned by his boss, he entered with a slight tremor in his step. A displeased boss was akin to a ticking time bomb. Louis Zhou shot him a glance, his voice frosty. "What else with that expression?" Shan Changming adjusted his half-rimmed glasses, which were not falling at all. I have no expression. Louis Zhou shot him another icy glare before returning his gaze to the dim, overcast sky outside. Has the trending topic been retracted? Shan Changming nodded vigorously. Receiving the iPad, Louis Zhou glanced at it, his pallor remaining unchanged. Shan Changming instinctively took a step back. The man by the window turned slightly. What, do I look that angry? Shan Changming blinked behind his glasses. Perhaps, maybe? His questioning tone came off as a firm assertion. He caught a glimpse of the crumpled cigarette pack being squeezed in Louis Zhou's hand and pursed his lips. Louis Zhou lowered his gaze, his hand abruptly relaxing, before he extracted a relatively unscathed cigarette. He then inquired, do I sound angry too? The question hung in the air. Shan Changming longed to retort, don't you think the air conditioning is set to 16 degrees in here? It felt to him as though the chilling air was sweeping through his ears. A loyal assistant must speak the truth. You sound, well, it certainly seems like, no matter the outcome, it was a perilous endeavor. You seem quite upset. Louis Zhou lit the cigarette with his fingertips. He sounded so irate, yet no one attempted to placate him. The moment someone called, he hung up without hesitation. Why was it that some individuals, with nothing to their name, could be pursued by so many, hailed as a match made in heaven? Yet for him, even answering a phone call required stealth. Louis Zhou gestured, schedule a meeting with Lu Ming. I need to speak with him. Today, Shen Tingwan's costume for the still photoshoot was not overly complex, and her hairstyle was equally simple. The makeup artist completed the makeup removal and cleansing in under 20 minutes. As it was the first day, following the still photoshoot, Shen Tingwan had no further commitments and returned to the hotel with Xia Xia. Uncle Zhang arrived a bit later, having driven the RV that Shen Tingwan used during filming from the capital. Thus, when Shen Tingwan emerged from the exclusive passageway and laid her eyes on the oversized RV, she hesitated to board. Uncle Zhang stood at the entrance, holding the door open for her, while Xia Xia eagerly rushed over to take a look, her excitement spilling over as she exclaimed, has Liang Bapi finally grown a brain? Shen Tingwan turned her gaze towards the animated Xia Xia. The moment the words escaped her lips, she clapped a hand over her mouth, having inadvertently revealed too much about her company's boss on numerous occasions. Shen Tingwan, however, did not linger on the matter, taking a step forward to gently remind her, you mustn't address Mr. Liang in that manner. It is a well-known adage that those who are frugal cannot endure being labeled as such. Chapter 79, Who is jealous? I won't say. Xia Quanquang nodded. Shen Tingwan turned her gaze back to Zhang Ming, yet ultimately chose to get into the car first. It seemed that everyone had wrapped up early today. The narrow path before the exclusive entryway was a one-way street. Zhang Ming securely closed the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Just as he settled in, Shen Tingwan inquired, Uncle Zhang, this car? Zhang Ming had little to conceal. Madam, it belongs to Sir. He mentioned that you work too hard on set, and that your resting place should be more comfortable. Shen Tingwan surveyed her surroundings, reclining against the seat back with a smile in her eyes. It was indeed quite comfortable, she responded with a faint of acknowledgement. Upon seeing this vehicle, she had already surmised its origin. Liang Shi was unlikely to part with such an exquisite car for her use. Shen Tingwan's demeanor was calm and unruffled, a stark contrast to Xia, who sat beside her, visibly flustered. Shen Tingwan's gaze drifted to the side, where Xia had one hand covering her mouth and the other pointing at Zhang Ming in the driver's seat. Her words came out in a stammer, punctuated by hesitation. What does he call you? Shen Tingwan followed her finger's direction to the back of the driver's seat. Zhang Ming smiled back through the rearview mirror, his tone unexpectedly warm. I call her, Madam. Shen Tingwan sighed softly. Uncle Zhang was indeed perceptive. When Louis Zhou had been absent, Grandfather Lu had sent him to drive her. She had merely instructed him to call her by her name. The fact that she and Louis Zhou were secretly married was common knowledge within the Lu family, and naturally, no one dared to contradict her wishes. Hence, when Zhang Ming first arrived, he had addressed her as Miss Shen, but as their acquaintance deepened, she had asked him to use her name, which he did, and now, he had spontaneously adopted the more familiar term without needing her to prompt him. Shen Tingwan mused that it was likely due to the fact that Uncle Zhang had come to pick her up from the Shoshan villa with Xia yesterday. When they emerged, Louis Zhou had held her hand as though oblivious to the world around them. Xia had been right behind them. It was fine, with Xia always by her side, it was impossible to keep it hidden. Shen Tingwan lowered Xia's hand from the air, and Xia's eyes widened to nearly twice their usual size. Shen Tingwan then extended her other index finger, hovering it perilously close, less than half a centimeter, from her own red lips. She uttered a soft shoo, before flashing a rare, playful smile. This is a secret. You must not tell anyone. Xia stared at her boss like a marionette, her eyes glued to the movement of Shen Tingwan's lips. Shen Tingwan added, not even Chen Man? Xia, this was a monumental secret. The enormity of it filled her with both joy and trepidation. The hotel was in close proximity to the film city, and as Shin Tingwan entered the car, she vaguely recalled something, but Xia's interruption made her forget entirely. After a brief 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the hotel, only to serendipitously encounter Qin Yan in the corridor. The two rooms were actually in opposite directions. Shin Tingwan exited the elevator to the left, while Qin Yan headed right. However, today, a maintenance vehicle blocked the right side of the elevator, prompting Qin Yan to follow his assistant in a lengthy detour. Qin Yan was dressed quite formally, accompanied by several friends, as they had plans to dine together that evening. Shin Tingwan stood by, waiting for Xia to retrieve the room key. When Qin Yan greeted her, Shin Tingwan held a favorable impression of Qin Yan. When the production team for Chirping had faced severe budget constraints, she had offered to transfer her salary to the actor playing the male lead, Qin Yan. At that time, her relationship with Song Yilong was such that it didn't matter if she participated for love or merely to lend her support. Her intentions were not monetary, however. To her surprise, when Song Yilong approached Qin Yan to discuss the matter, Qin Yan had flatly refused. Shin Tingwan did not usually possess a remarkable memory, but she still recalled Qin Yan's words from that day. He had said, "I love this story and this character. You've already given me the maximum you can offer in terms of salary, and that is sufficient. The film belongs to each and every one of us involved." His philosophy resonated deeply with her own. Ultimately, her participation had also been influenced by Song Yilong. Thinking of him caused her gaze to shift slightly. Shin Tingwan was also bundled up, and she raised a hand in a small wave, acknowledging him. Qin Yan removed his hat, stopping about a meter away from her. "Did you see today's trending topic?" Among the four present, it was clear which trending topic he referred to. Shin Tingwan nodded. "Yes, I saw it." Qin Yan's tone carried a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect so many people to be looking forward to our collaboration." Shin Tingwan had not anticipated this either, and she simply responded with a subdued mm. A soft click signaled that Shin Tingwan's room key had successfully unlocked her door. Qin Yan promptly replaced his mask over his face, and Shin Tingwan, noticing this, was about to bid him farewell when Qin Yan's hand, which had been poised near his ear, suddenly dropped. "Tonight, I'm going to dinner with Lin Mai and the others. Would you like to join us?" Lin Mai played the role of the male lead's half-brother in Chirping. Since everyone in the production team was relatively new, there was no hierarchy, and they all got along quite well, Shin Tingwan included, as among them was also Song Yilong, the director of Chirping. Shin Tingwan's eyes darkened slightly, though the brim of her hat concealed much of her expression. Her voice remained steady. "No, I'm a bit tired, so I won't be going." Qin Yan said nothing further, simply bidding her farewell before donning his mask and departing. Shin Tingwan turned to enter her room. She had considered that if she were to act alongside Qin Yan, she would inevitably be reminded of the 3 years spent on the Chirping set, and naturally, of that person, yet, she had not anticipated how frequently he would come to mind. The casual excuse of being tired that she had just given had now transformed into a genuine sentiment. Shin Tingwan turned to Xia to retrieve her phone. Whenever she entered the production team, her phone would be silenced, and she would typically leave it with Xia. She wondered if the fervor surrounding the trending topic had subsided. Opening Weibo, she scrolled to the end, only to find no mention of Wan Yan CP. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she received a voice message from Chen Nan. Upon answering, Chen Nan mistakenly assumed it was Xia and immediately began, "Tingwan, have you finished?" Shin Tingwan replied listlessly, "It's me." Chen Nan, seated in a swivel chair, spun around, her tone shifting dramatically. "Oh." Shin Tingwan furrowed her brow at the oddly sarcastic tone. "Did you see the trending topic?" Shin Tingwan closed her eyes briefly. "I just saw it." Given that it was a requirement she had initiated, Shin Tingwan quickly regained her composure and offered one of Chen Nan's favorite compliments, "Your efficiency is truly impressive. The prowess of a top-notch agent is indeed well-deserved." Having previously praised her beauty, she opted for a different compliment this time. "Well, I appreciate the praise, but," Chen Nan paused strategically before adding, "the credit is not mine." Shin Tingwan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Chen Nan continued, "When I went to ask for a retraction, they said they had already received the notification, and it was the fastest response, no less." Shin Tingwan straightened up from the sofa, her grip on the phone tightening. Chen Nan chuckled a couple of times. "Whoever is jealous, I want to say." A silence hung in the air, and Shin Tingwan did not respond after a solid 10 seconds. Chen Nan, spinning in her chair, curiously teased, "So, did you two have a fight over this?" Shin Tingwan's chaotic thoughts abruptly halted. Was that what they had just had, a fight? Chapter 80, a study in contrasts. Even after hanging up on Chen Nan, Shin Tingwan remained in a daze. Was Louis Zhou truly that angry just now? He had someone remove the trending topic, which meant he genuinely cared. Shen Tingwan closed her eyes on the sofa, suddenly recalling a fleeting thought from when she had entered the car. She opened her phone and dialed a number. Lui Zhou's mood was far from pleasant, and his work efficiency had plummeted significantly, dragging on with tasks until 10 o'clock at night. Shan Chengming glanced over at the person in the back seat, who was resting his eyes, and fell silent. How could Lui Zhou possibly sleep? He fiddled with his lighter and inquired, "Have you confirmed the time with Lu Ming?" Shan Chengming turned his head. "Boss, Power of the World is currently filming. He has been in Jiangchun lately." "Is it an online meeting, then?" Lui Zhou rubbed his temples. "Is there any available time in next week's schedule?" Shan Chengming hesitated. "Are we traveling to Jiangcheng and back? That would take at least 2 days. Given Lui Zhou's current itinerary, missing even half a day would mean working late into the night. Lui Zhou smirked slightly. "What if I just settled there instead?" He actually contemplated it. Shan Chengming scoffed. "Don't think about it for next week, boss. Working diligently might only allow us to clock out by 10, Shan Chengming remarked, smoothing his still thick hair. Next time the boss was in a good mood, he would have to seize the opportunity to ask for funds for a hair transplant. Better to be prepared. Spending his own money, however, felt like a stretch. Lui Zhou glanced at him, saying nothing. The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Xiaoshan Villa. The villa's vast grounds were sparsely populated, with streetlights spaced far apart. Shan Chengming stepped out to open the door, just as the person who had exited turned back. "Clear your schedule for next Saturday." Shan Chengming. Anything he said would be in vain. The first floor of Xiaoshan Villa glowed with dim yellow lights. When Lui Zhou arrived home, Anchu was still awake. She emerged from her bedroom, accustomed to her employer working late. For a long time before Madame moved in, it had been this way. Anchu took a few steps forward. "Sir, have you eaten?" Lui Zhou responded with a soft intending to head upstairs, when suddenly a tickling sensation arose in his throat. He coughed lightly twice. Anchu had been scrolling on her phone for quite a while, feeling somewhat drowsy until the sound of his cough jolted her memory of the brown jar. And of Shen Tingwan's special call. Lui Zhou had already ascended 5 or 6 steps when he was suddenly called back. "Sir, is your throat uncomfortable?" Lui Zhou dismissed it. He had been too busy at work, and his throat had felt mildly uncomfortable for several days. The previous night's drinking had aggravated it. He glanced at Anchu, who stood at the foot of the stairs. "It's nothing." Anchu extended a hand towards the staircase. "Let me prepare a cup of autumn pear syrup for you." Since it was specially bought, she assumed Madame must have mentioned it to Sir. Moreover, Madame was aware that Sir had been unwell today and had even called. Lui Zhou turned his phone in his hand, finding no new messages after the hurried hang-up. "No need," he stated, turning to continue upstairs. Anchu sighed regretfully. Alas, Madame's concern seems to have been in vain. It wasn't he that she was ineffectual. Sir was the employer, and if he said he wouldn't drink, what more could she say? Besides, Sir did appear quite fatigued today. Upon hearing this, Lui Zhou's footsteps faltered. He turned back to Anchu and asked, "What did you say just now?" Anchu hadn't expected her quiet muttering to carry so far. Caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, she stood momentarily stunned. She looked up at Lui Zhou on the stairs and repeated after 2 seconds, "I said, Madame's concern was in vain." Lui Zhou remained still, lowering his gaze upon her. Anchu realized he was waiting for more details. "Oh, didn't Madame tell you, she specifically bought you autumn pear syrup?" Lui Zhou's weary expression lifted slightly. "Autumn pear syrup is very good for the throat. Madame mentioned that if you were unwell, I should prepare some for you." She recalled how Madame had told her about this when she brought the syrup home. To be honest, she hadn't noticed any changes in Sir's throat recently. But then again, who knew him better than Madame? The expression on Lui Zhou's face shifted. While still not lively, it had lightened considerably. A bottled item suddenly flashed in his mind, a memory of the old residence, where Lu Xingrong had pointed to that small object, extolling the virtues of his granddaughter-in-law while disparaging his grandson's inadequacies. He smirked. "She bought it specifically for me?" Anchu, surprised that Madame hadn't mentioned it, nodded vigorously. Lui Zhou descended the stairs. He settled onto the living room sofa as Anchu moved to the bar. Xiaoshan Villa had 2 types of kitchens, a closed Chinese kitchen and an open Western one. However, the Western kitchen had become more of a bar-like space these days. While waiting for the water, Lui Zhou opened a pin chat. He glanced at the time and typed 2 words. Frowny face. Lui Zhou cough. Shen Tingwan had just finished her shower and slipped into bed. She had arrived home late the previous night and had turned down Xiao Xiao's offer to clean the place, knowing she would likely be a long-term resident. Usually, Xiao Xiao would conduct a thorough cleaning from top to bottom. Having pre-ordered a plethora of tools online, she had postponed it to today, concerned Shen Tingwan might feel uncomfortable. Shen Tingwan read through her script for a while, and the two of them worked until 9 o'clock before finishing. For reasons unknown, she felt particularly weary today, perhaps due to the trending topic from this morning and Louis Zhou's subtle demeanor. After Xiaoxia left, she had intended to read her script a bit longer, but within 5 minutes of her departure, she set the script aside, she picked up her phone to check and, 2 minutes later, put it down again. Although the call had ended quickly, she had said everything she needed to say. This situation was not her intention, nor could she control it, if he truly cared and was genuinely angry. Shen Tingwan tightened her delicate fingers around the phone but ultimately placed it down and entered the bathroom. Tomorrow marked the official start of filming, and she needed to put on makeup. After washing up, she meticulously tended to her skin, layer by layer. Once she had completed her routine and snuggled into bed, she reached for her phone. Not only did she see the time, but also unread messages on WeChat. Gazing at the 2 words before her, she could almost hear his slightly hoarse voice echoing in her ears. Her fingertips twitched. Shen Tingwan, is your throat uncomfortable? Are you still coughing? As Anchu approached with a warm cup of autumn pear syrup from the bar, she noticed the gentleman, head bowed, smiling at his phone. The contrast between him and the weary, cold figure she had seen just moments before was striking. Chapter 81. This is far from adequate. Before being taken seriously, Louis Zhou paid little heed to the discomfort in his throat. Now, upon seeing the glass of water exuding a faint, indistinct fruity aroma, he eagerly took several sips. The parched dryness of his throat was soothed, and Louis Zhou snapped a photo of the half-empty glass with his phone. Immediately, Sister Yu understood why this person's mood had performed a complete turnaround. She discreetly excused herself. Louis Zhou sent the freshly taken photo to someone. As soon as Shen Tingwan saw the color, she recognized that Louis Zhou was drinking pear syrup water. Just as she was enlarging the image and returning to the chat, Louis Zhou's voice call came through. Shen Tingwan adjusted a cushion behind her and pressed to answer. Louis Zhou, holding the glass, ascended the stairs. Shen Tingwan noted that his throat sounded considerably worse than it had in the afternoon, perhaps due to the evening hour. Although he merely uttered a gentle hello, the silence on the other end, akin to the stillness of a villa, rendered the sound of a lighter striking particularly pronounced. Standing by the window, the cup in his hand had transformed into a lighter and a cigarette borrowed from Shan Changming. He had consumed an entire pack throughout the afternoon, despite typically not smoking much, save for moments requiring a boost of energy or heightened focus. Today, it was the latter. Since 3 o'clock, he had been unable to calm his restless mind, relying on one cigarette after another to barely conclude his work for the day. Shen Tingwan discerned the sound and contemplated its implications. She didn't smoke, nor did Xiaoxia, but she had occasionally seen Uncle Zhang crouching by the roadside for a cigarette while waiting for her. Her tone held a hint of inquiry, prompting Louis Zhou to detect a trace of reproach in her voice. Are you smoking? With one hand clutching the phone, Louis Zhou twirled the unfamiliar cigarette box in his palm. Yes. What's the matter? Isn't your throat uncomfortable? Louis Zhou gazed at his reflection in the window. It is uncomfortable, but what? The corners of Louis Zhou's lips curled into a smile, mirrored by his reflection. But my mood isn't great, and smoking is my only solace. Shen Tingwan's fingers tightened slightly. Not feeling well emotionally, was it due to the trending topic? Hadn't he already managed to have it retracted? Is it because of work, or? She adjusted her sliding cushion, treading cautiously. Louis Zhou tossed the cigarette box onto the coffee table with a flourish. Work is quite smooth. Shen Tingwan pressed her lips together. If work was going well, it implied that other matters were less than satisfactory. She sighed. Is your discontent due to today's trending topic? Trending topic? Louis Zhou's tone rose slightly at the end. Hearing his inquisitive tone, Shen Tingwan felt a wave of relief wash over her, only for his next words to return her to uncertainty. It's somewhat related. Shen Tingwan placed her other hand on her phone, sitting up straight. Her voice was somewhat listless. I explained this over the phone this afternoon. I didn't want to, but there was no choice. If you can understand, then understand. If not, what if I can't understand? Louis Zhou's eyes sparkled with amusement. Silence enveloped the line. After sitting up for a brief moment, Shen Tingwan felt a chill sweep over her. More than just the coolness on her back, she curled her legs and gritted her teeth. If you can't understand, then endure it. Louis Zhou's smile spread across his face. He couldn't suppress a few chuckles that escaped his throat, accompanied by an itch of amusement. Indeed, both itchiness and love are things that none can resist. Louis Zhou cleared his throat. His voice, though initially quiet, became magnified through the phone, prompting Shen Tingwan to furrow her brow. Given the circumstances, you should refrain from smoking. The conversation had cycled back to where it began, returning to the issue she could not resolve. Shen Tingwan hesitated for 2 seconds, her voice tinged with resignation and compromise. Then I apologize. Is that acceptable? Don't let that affect your mood. And then, don't smoke, and take care of your throat. Louis Zhou walked to the table, downing the remaining half of the glass in one gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed through the earpiece, eliciting a sigh from Shen Tingwan as she leaned back against the cushion. Her back felt cold, and so did the cushion. She blinked, feeling at a loss. So tell me, how can you avoid being upset? Though she spoke thus, she felt quite innocent herself. It wasn't her who had created the pairing point. Two soft laughs reached her ears from the other end. Shen Tingwan thought he had genuinely found a way to alleviate his irritation, only for the next question to catch her off guard. Shen Tingwan, are you trying to placate me? Louis Zhou had just finished coughing, his voice low and raspy, akin to someone just awakening. A sudden thought struck Shen Tingwan, reminiscent of the expression he wore when he playfully teased her while they shared a bed. Lazy and relaxed, his deep-set eyes sparkled with mirth. Her lush lashes fluttered involuntarily, the warmth at the phone's ear contrasting with the room's temperature. After 3 or 4 seconds of silence, Shen Tingwan found herself uncertain of whom she was compromising with. Her voice was soft, yet a hint of panic underlined her words. If you say so, then it must be true. After she spoke, a light laugh echoed from the other end. Shen Tingwan, slightly anxious, attempted to change the subject. That pear syrup is quite effective. I left 2 bottles at Xiaoshan. Sister, you will prepare one for you at home, and remember to take the other to the office tomorrow. Mix it with warm water, and be sure to inform Assistant Dan. And, the person on the other end seemed genuinely diverted by her change of topic. Shen Tingwan's fingers clutched the soft blanket. Her words, though entirely normal, carried an unusual warmth to her lips. She hesitated for less than 2 seconds. And, don't smoke anymore. Louis Zhou loosened his tie, feeling an overwhelming tightness rise in his throat. He glanced around the room, still filled with traces of her presence. Then he approached the window and pushed open the glass that had kept the cold wind at bay. The brisk chill of early winter invaded the warm interior, yet could not diminish even a sliver of the warmth within. Louis Zhou gazed out the window, his eyes dark and contemplative. Shen Tingwan was bewildered by how easily the topic had returned. A couple of soft knocks on the glass echoed in her ears, each thought resonating with her slightly fluttering heart. Then, his deep voice returned to her ears, laced with laughter as he slowly remarked, "This is far from adequate." Chapter 82, Surprises and Disappointments. Shen Tingwan's fingers pressed firmly into the soft quilt, creating visible creases as she grasped it tightly. Not enough? A voice, cool yet laced with a soft sweetness, reached her ears. That was certainly how Louis Zhou perceived it. He stood at the intersection of warmth and cold wind, his palm incessantly twirling a lighter, yet the smile at the corner of his lips remained steadfast. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, the simple he uttered laden with meaning. Suddenly, Shen Tingwan's tightly clenched fingers relaxed, although the faint blush on her cheeks did not dissipate as easily. Not enough, then forget it. If she could not appease him, there was little she could do. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end gave a mocking chuckle and inquired, "Is that all the sincerity you can muster?" Shen Tingwan thought to herself that it was hardly her fault. Having any sincerity at all was commendable. Did you not just ask me what would make me not angry? She bit her lip, finally understanding the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. With a sigh, she said, "Then you tell me." Louis Zhou extended his finger to press down on the spinning lighter, then tossed it onto the sofa in a graceful arc. The lighter landed precisely beside the cigarette box, merging perfectly. His tone was nonchalant, yet joy was unmistakably present. Such an important matter cannot be discussed over the phone. Shen Tingwan. Is he being deliberately cryptic? Since he was not forthcoming, she had no intention of pressing further. After exchanging a few more words regarding her early morning shoot the next day, Louis Zhou finally ended the call. As she moved her phone away from her ear, the room fell into silence, and Shen Tingwan came to her senses. Did his previous statement imply he would visit her on set? Once filming commenced, Shen Tingwan truly became engrossed in her work. The process of casting was quite tumultuous, and she received the script significantly later than the others. Consequently, her schedule was busier than before. She was either filming or studying the script. The winter set was frigid, but thankfully, Louis Zhou's new vehicle was far more comfortable than the previous one. Shen Tingwan continued shooting until 2 in the afternoon, but her scenes for the day were not yet concluded, as she had another shoot at 5 o'clock and could not yet remove her makeup. Xiaoxia accompanied her back to the car. Nearly 2 weeks into the production, the weather had turned cold rapidly, though the southern regions remained somewhat warmer. Nevertheless, Shen Tingwan was still sensitive to the chill. Xiaoxia had informed Uncle Zhang in advance, and upon entering, she was greeted with warmth. Xiaoxia hurriedly prepared a cup of hot orange tea for her. After sitting down and wrapping herself in a blanket, Shen Tingwan placed the script atop it. She reached out to retrieve her phone from Xiaoxia.in. These past few days, messages from Louis Zhou had been incessant, though he too was busy, and their conversations were rather sporadic. There was nothing of particular importance, nor was there an expectation for immediate replies. While the responses might not come swiftly, each message was met with acknowledgement. Shen Tingwan opened the chat window, the latest message dating back to just past 1 o'clock. Louis Zhou had sent her a note stating he would be stepping out in the afternoon and inquired whether she had eaten at that moment. She was engaged in filming, naturally unable to respond. Approximately 20 minutes later, sensing her preoccupation, he sent another message stating that he had boarded his flight. Boarding, so was he on a business trip? Initially, Shen Tingwan paid little heed, replying simply with okay, before setting her phone aside. Just as she picked up her script again, Xiao Xiao's phone rang. She exclaimed in surprise and, upon answering, hurriedly said, "I'll submit it right away." This statement was familiar to Shen Tingwan. Xiao Xia, being an employee of the company, did not have fixed hours as an artist's assistant, yet attendance was still required. Every Friday afternoon, they were to submit their attendance sheets, which also required signatures from their respective artists. Within less than a minute, Xiao Xia handed her a form. As they had been on set all week, there were no issues with the attendance. While jotting down her signature, Shen Tingwan casually asked, "Today is Friday, right?" Xiao Xia nodded in affirmation. Shen Tingwan's phone flipped over the script. Were there urgent work matters? Tomorrow was Saturday. Was there still a need for a business trip today? Upon reflection, it seemed Louis Zhou did not adhere to the same fixed days off as others. He appeared to be perpetually busy, hardly having a moment to spare. Shen Tingwan recalled their conversations over the past 2 weeks, noting that he typically worked late, often still on the job at 10 o'clock and even responding to messages past midnight on some occasions. No wonder Ranchu had complained about his neglect of health at such a young age. Contemplating this, Shen Tingwan picked up her phone once more, sending a message, "Take care of your health." She then set her phone aside completely. The scenes being filmed recently depicted the character Xia Qing prior to her marriage in military service. A sheltered young lady, adorned in exquisite garments and bedecked with jewelry. Shen Tingwan, even with her makeup and hair done, had little chance to rest. As 5 o'clock approached, Xiao Xia received a notification to summon Shen Tingwan for preparations, urging her to exit the car. The scene at 5 o'clock was a banquet at the Xia family's residence. The Xia family, known for their loyalty and valor, boasted the illustrious title of the brave Marquis. Xia Qing had 2 elder brothers, both of whom inherited their father's legacy, stationed at the borders. This evening's banquet was particularly significant, marking the anniversary of the late Marquis Xia's passing. The current generation of the Xia family was relatively prosperous, with the patriarch still alive alongside 4 collateral branches. However, in Xia Qing's generation, the majority were females. Aside from her 2 direct elder brothers, only her uncle and third uncle each had a son, while the rest were her female cousins. Yet, neither of her 2 cousins was commendable. One aspired to the literary path while the other sought a martial career, yet both were merely daydreaming. The literary aspiring cousin was the eldest son of her uncle, full of eloquence yet enamored with the pleasures of the world, having achieved no scholarly accolades but accumulating a harem of concubines. The martial aspiring cousin was the third son of her third uncle, keen on martial arts yet lacking in skill, prone to brawling and seeking his father when injured, while also expecting the same for others. In summary, both were inept. Presently, the 2 inept cousins surrounded Xia Qing's grandmother, their intentions becoming apparent as soon as her father entered the hall. "Grandmother, I toil daily in my studies yet find no path to officialdom. Is it my fault for being unambitious that I must seek my second uncle's assistance?" Xia Qing's father was the second eldest. "Grandmother, the 2 buffoons, Wang and Xian, who are my age, have both been enlisted in the military. How am I inferior to them?" The conversation flowed back and forth as Xia Qing assisted her father to the seat of honor. From a young age, Xia Qing understood the difficulties her father faced in supporting the brave Marquis household, beset by both external and internal strife. Externally, political turmoil loomed, while internally, familial discord simmered. This scene was lengthy and intricate, involving not only family matters but also the unexpected entrance of the male lead, played by Qin Yan, at the conclusion of the banquet. This marked Xia Qing's first encounter with the strategist who would stir the political waters of the capital. The scene featured numerous characters, extensive dialogue, and intricate details, and even after several takes, Lu Ming was not entirely satisfied. "Where's the emotion? You're here to deliver lines, not to recite them. And you fell to the ground before even being touched. This is a historical drama, not a fantasy. The camera is recording you, and while your son is crying, you, as a father, are grinning from ear to ear. Do you think that is appropriate?" Lu Ming's tirade rendered the entire set silent. Qin Yan, who had just made his entrance, stood beside Shen Tingwan and leaned closer, whispering, "Director Lu has quite the way with words, I can hardly suppress my laughter." Shen Tingwan glanced at him, her voice barely above a whisper, "You'd best hold it in. If you laugh out loud now, you'll be the next on the receiving end." When Louis Zhou was escorted over by the assistant director in charge of business affairs, the first sight that met his eyes was the figure he had contemplated for many days, engaged in hushed conversation with another. That individual was none other than the male lead of the production, paired with her in a coupling that had garnered praise as a celestial match, destined to film countless intimate scenes together. Louis Zhou curled his lips into a cold smile. He had intended to surprise her, but unexpectedly, he was the one who encountered a surprise. Indeed, it was a case of surprises and disappointments. Chapter 83. He has truly arrived. The assistant director, who was leading the way just a step ahead of Louis Zhou, hurriedly took a few steps forward. Director Liu, President Liu has arrived. Lu Ming was still fuming, pondering for a moment which Liu it could be, when suddenly he sprang to his feet. The commotion behind the camera was quite pronounced. However, the two individuals whom Louis Zhou was fixated on continued their furtive whispering, utterly unperturbed. With a pair of weary eyes, Louis Zhou's demeanor grew colder. After 2 consecutive days of overtime, the time he had carved out was certainly not intended for this. Lu Ming promptly relinquished his seat. There was only one seat behind the camera. Louis Zhou cast a glance but remained silent and still. Shan Changming, standing behind, followed his boss's gaze and sighed inwardly, realizing that matters were not looking good. He quickly stepped forward, raising his voice to double its usual volume. Director Liu, our President Liu has taken the time to check in on the production. The familiar address, coupled with the equally familiar tone, prompted Shen Tingwan, who was standing in a corner of the hall, to turn her head. She locked eyes with Louis Zhou, her heart racing. Louis Zhou, how could he be here? He has truly arrived. What brings him here at this moment? Wasn't he supposed to be busy with work? The surprise in her gaze slightly eased Louis Zhou's mood, though only marginally. He was well aware that Shen Tingwan would be in this production for 6 months, if not longer, and he had read the script, knowing how many scenes the two of them shared. Yet, seeing it unfold before his eyes was still quite unsettling. Shen Tingwan held his gaze for 2 or 3 seconds before regaining her composure. She averted her eyes, feeling lost, and reluctantly turned her attention back to Qin Yan. Meanwhile, Louis Zhou's gaze burned with fury. Very well. He turned his attention to Lu Ming across the way. After years of directing, Lu Ming was adept at discerning emotions through one's eyes. The moment Shen Tingwan auditioned, he felt he had found his ideal Xiaqing. However, someone else had swooped in and resolved the substantial funding issue, but only under the condition that the female lead be Zhang Sidong. Since he was directing this production, it was his labor of love, and he was naturally unwilling to concede that Zhang Sidong bore no resemblance to Xiaqing, and her acting skills were. He had tried every means to stall, yet if it were anyone else, he could easily find another actress after the withdrawal of funds. He had never faced difficulties with investment in his productions. But this individual carried the title of the crown prince of the Liu family in the capital, the wealthiest family in the capital, the future ruler of the Liu estate. He need not say much, for no one would dare offend him over a mere film. After much contemplation, Lu Ming had not anticipated that one day, the tides would turn. The other party not only increased the funding but also ceased to meddle in his choice of the female lead. Although the individual who came to negotiate had confirmed one final time before departing, your ideal choice for the female lead is Shen Tingwan, right? He nodded, and the person left with a smile. The same individual who had initially insisted on Zhang Sidong now paved the way for Shen Tingwan. Lu Ming had long suspected there was some personal sentiment involved, and upon witnessing that gaze today, he realized it was indeed so. Just as Lu Ming finished his analysis, he lifted his eyes to meet the frigid expression of the man before him. Lu Ming's first reaction was the purse strings. The second reaction morphed into the angered purse strings. The third reaction shifted yet again to the handsome, angered purse strings. He awkwardly chuckled twice, tossing his walkie-talkie to the side. President Liu, did you just land? Louis Zhou coldly acknowledged with a curt mm. The fourth reaction transformed once more. The melodious voice of the handsome, angered purse strings. Lu Ming chuckled again. At this hour, shall we dine and discuss? The busy crown prince of the Liu family could not possibly be here merely to check in on a small production like his. Louis Zhou glanced at the last frame captured by the camera, where the male lead entered from outside, his gaze inevitably fixated on the female lead amidst the crowd. Louis Zhou's expression remained icy as he stared at the screen, while Lu Ming swiftly covered it with a clap. Maintaining a smile, he said, President Liu, this way please. Louis Zhou glanced towards the corner. Call those two over. When the assistant director arrived, Shen Tingwan was engaged in listening to Qin Yan recounting various amusing edits about Lu Ming circulating online. Unlike those pretentious directors, Lu Ming not only produced outstanding works but also had a knack for delivering memorable quotes. Although he did not frequently appear in behind-the-scenes or interview footage, the classic lines he uttered had been thoroughly dissected by netizens. Teacher Qi, Teacher Shen, Director Liu requests your presence. Qin Yan had already noticed the impeccably dressed man who had suddenly appeared, and it was evident that only the benefactor could command such respect from the director. As the lead actors, dining with the investors was a perfectly normal affair. He took a quick glance at his own makeup and Shin Ting-wan beside him. Alright, please inform Director Liu that we will join them shortly after freshening up. Before Shin Ting-wan could decide whether to go or not, Qin Yan had already pulled her along. When the assistant director conveyed Qin Yan's message to Lu Ming, he did so verbatim. He was responsible for the on-set logistics, and thus had no knowledge of the investment discussions. Moreover, Lu Ming had specifically instructed that the investment side should refrain from excessive chatter. Now that he had successfully secured his preferred female lead, the intricacies of the matter need not be further divulged. Most misunderstandings stemmed from hearsay. It was essential to curb the source to eye in this line of work. Discretion was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou's lips curled into a cold smirk. Who was this we? The dining venue was not far from the production site, merely a 10-minute drive, and it was already the finest restaurant in the area, though it could not compare to the bustling capital. Shin Ting-wan and Qin Yan hastily removed their makeup, and by the time they arrived at the private room, the first dish had already been served. Given that the benefactor had personally arrived, Lu Ming had specially invited several articulate and perceptive individuals who had seen a bit of the world. Sure enough, their services were soon required. Shin Ting-wan and Qin Yan appeared at the door of the private room in succession, and Louis Zhou lifted his gaze towards the entrance. His eyes lingered on her for no more than 2 seconds before someone spoke up. Teacher Shin, please take a seat here. Within the private room, there were only 2 vacant seats, one beside Louis Zhou and the other next to Lu Ming. Shin Ting-wan glanced at the available positions. Under the watchful eyes of all present, she genuinely preferred to sit beside Lu Ming. The hesitation in her eyes fell into Louis Zhou's deep gaze, which seemed to amplify her uncertainty. With a self-deprecating curve to his lips, Louis Zhou lazily raised his eyes to look at her. Chapter 84. Pass that to me. Shin Ting-wan took a couple of steps forward and settled into the chair that had been slightly pulled out. Her reluctance was palpable and unmistakable. Louis Zhou gently tapped the table twice. The sound was not loud, but Shin Ting-wan, sitting beside him, heard it clearly, though she deliberately chose not to glance in his direction. In this gathering, he was the focal point, and the attention on him was overwhelmingly conspicuous. She let out a soft sigh. Louis Zhou turned his head to look at her again. Ever since that earlier remark, the entire private room had plunged into an inexplicable silence. With such tranquility, Shin Ting-wan found herself at a loss for words. Just as she pondered how to discreetly signal someone, the sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts. As soon as Dan Changming stepped into the room, a work call came through before he could even take his seat. His boss was exceedingly capricious. Having initially declared Saturday as a day off, it was already challenging enough. But then, turning around, he nonsensically declared, leaving after work on Friday is too late. Let us change it to the afternoon. Dan Changming, smiling. JPG, they had been working late into the night every day, and this was the only day and a half they had managed to carve out. The boss may have had some peace, but Dan Changming found himself inundated with one work call after another. Standing at the door, he slightly raised the corners of his eyes behind his glasses. Bad news. The boss appeared even angrier than before. Good news. It seemed the boss's wife was already trying to placate him. Shin Ting-wan, observing the man standing merely 2 steps away, whose gaze towards her brimmed with admiration, had a fleeting thought. She stood up again. Assistant Dan, this seat is yours. I apologize for mistakenly taking it. Dan Changming, the boss's wife, actually apologized to him. He felt utterly unworthy. Was he ready to forfeit his salary? No, the crux of the matter was that particular seat. Dan Changming's gaze swiftly darted to the half-obscured face of the person beside Shin Ting-wan, his usually exceptional composure faltering momentarily. No, it's fine. The pretense of casual pleasantries and the customary exchange of seats was typical in such wine gatherings, and most attendees remained detached, nearly spectators. The individual who had just demonstrated acute awareness once again lived up to expectations. He gestured towards the person sitting to the left of Shin Ting-wan, who was still in a not my concern demeanor. Director son, why don't you take my seat? Assistant Dan naturally ought to sit closer to President Liu. The inclusion of naturally carried a particular significance, especially when paired with Dan Changming's prompt acquiescence. The nearby individual swiftly shifted their utensils and moved to the designated seat, while someone called for a waiter to bring an additional chair. Dan Changming settled down with remarkable speed. How could he not? The boss's gaze was like daggers, piercing into him. Incessantly accepting the seat offered by the boss's wife, he dreaded the next moment when his boss would demand he accompany Wang Jinan overseas. That simply wouldn't do. If he maintained a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend for another 2 years, he would surely be cast aside. Though everyone had a seat, a palpable tension simmered among those present. It was only logical for Assistant Dan to sit near his boss, yet what of Shin Ting-wan? There had just happened to be 2 vacant seats when 2 individuals entered. It was hardly surprising that one of them was arranged to take a seat. Shin Ting-wan had indeed offered her seat to Dan Changming, yet he had declined the proposition, which seemed reasonable at the time. But ultimately, Dan Changming had still been granted the seat, and when he occupied it, all semblance of pleasantry vanished. Was it because she was the illustrious Shen Tingwan, or was there something more? Shen Tingwan noticed that ever since Dan Changming had taken his seat, the number of wandering gazes directed at her had increased. She deeply regretted coming here for this meal. After an entire afternoon of filming, she was ravenous, yet her appetite had inexplicably waned. Lu Ijo cast a dispassionate glance at the empty plate beside him. The deputy director in charge of business was fervently expounding upon the grandeur of their production, detailing the expenditures on various facilities and the professionalism of the extras, all to assure the moneyed patron colon. Your funds have been judiciously allocated. Just as the conversation reached a crescendo, the usually aloof figure interjected. When his low, slightly hoarse voice emerged, it sent a jolt through the deputy director, akin to a student caught off guard during an inspection, prepared yet insufficiently so. Amidst his anxious heartbeats, the distinguished man gestured toward the menu at his side. Pass that to me. After 2 seconds of profound silence, the deputy director dutifully approached. Menu in hand, is the food not to your liking? This is indeed the finest restaurant in Jiangcheng. Naturally, it cannot compare to what you are accustomed to. Compliments and flattery intertwined, yet to Lu Ijo's ears, it all faded into a cacophony. He frowned slightly. Dan Changming, positioned between them, swiftly intervened to rescue the innocent bystanders from the escalating noise. He smiled and gently tugged the deputy director back, for Lu Ijo detested having others so close to him. Our President Lu has been exceedingly busy of late and hasn't he been eating well? I believe he might be feeling a bit unwell. The last part of his statement was accompanied by a deliberate glance at the boss's wife. Upon entering, he had only noticed the two of them seated together and had been overly optimistic. It had been over 10 minutes since the meal began, and though the two were seated next to each other, they felt as if they were separated by a pane of glass, thick and soundproof. He quickly delivered a double entendre, providing the deputy director with an escape while subtly conveying certain information to the boss's wife. Although the information was somewhat half-true, the workload was indeed heavy, and their meals had been less than satisfactory. But the discomfort in his stomach. The stomach is the organ of emotion. With the boss feeling this way, how could his stomach be at ease? No problem, absolutely no problem. Upon hearing this, Shen Tingwan lightly slid her chopsticks across the empty plate, then turned to glance at the menu in the man's hands. Her tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Then you should drink some kanji. Lu Ijo, flipping through the menu, glanced up at the person who had spoken to him first that day. His gaze lingered for less than a second before retracting, and after flipping through a couple more pages, he responded in a languid tone, I don't want to drink. Beside him, Lu Ming, who was about to pour wine, paused, a bemused smile spreading across the typically loquacious director's face. Indeed, if your stomach is unwell, you shouldn't drink. The direction of the wine bottle performed a complete 180, yet before it reached his glass, the person next to him uttered, if your stomach is unwell, wouldn't tea drinking be just the thing to warm you up? Lu Ming. What a fallacy, he questioned silently but dared not voice it, caught in a dilemma of whether to extend his hand or retract it. No one had ever warned him that the heir of the Lu family possessed such a uniquely unconventional line of reasoning. Chapter 85. My wife loves to eat. When Shen Tingwan initially cast a sidelong glance, her attention was solely fixed on the menu. It was only upon hearing Lu Ijo's nonsensical remarks that her gaze shifted to his face. No wonder he appeared a tad thinner. She placed her chopsticks down, her fingertips idly clenching on the table, a vague sense of irritation bubbling up within her. Mr. Lu, your perspective is rather unique. Lu Ijo tapped the menu with his fingertips, a smirk playing on his lips. Is there a problem? Shen Tingwan diverted her gaze from him, offering a dismissive smile on no problem. If he neglected his own health, it was of no concern to her. Turning away, she picked up her chopsticks, hardly glancing at the dish before her, and attempted to take a bite. Lu Ijo watched as the usually composed woman wore an expression tinged with frustration. Just as the food she was about to eat approached her lips, he reached out to stop her. Shen Tingwan was taken by surprise. The morsel she had been poised to eat fell back onto the empty plate. I feign warmth for the stomach, but you are the true comforter, Lu Ijo chuckled. Confused, Shen Tingwan looked down to discover the pale yellow ginger shreds. Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to retreat, retracting his hand from the wine bottle at an opportune moment. Dong Changming, who had been anxiously hanging in suspense, felt relieved by the amused tone in Lu Ijo's voice. He dared to assert, without a hint of modesty, that when it came to perceiving his boss's emotions, he could claim the second spot, with no one daring to take the first. However, he truly hadn't anticipated it. The boss's nonchalant suggestion to drink some porridge somehow seemed to resolve everything. How utterly disappointing. He could endure a quarrel with his girlfriend for 2 or 3 rounds. Yet here was his boss, without even a hint of conflict, managing to pacify himself. His boss was, astonishingly, a romantic at heart. Who would believe this if it got out? Before long, the door to the private room swung open again. The business deputy director, a regular here, entered just as the lobby manager emerged from another room, accompanied by a waiter. Jiang City, though not large, had unexpectedly become a renowned film and television hub. This restaurant was among the finest in Jiang City, and naturally, the prices were steep, sustained by the patronage of illustrious directors, producers, and stars. With a beaming smile, the lobby manager greeted, "Oh, Director Zhou." The business deputy director, standing before Lu Ming, dared not accept such a title. "Manager Yang, you're too kind. Our esteemed director is seated here." Lu Ming was naturally acquainted with Manager Yang, but having seen him less frequently, he momentarily failed to recognize him. He exclaimed in surprise, intending to reintroduce himself, but he couldn't afford to repeat the same mistake. Although he hadn't met the man beside Lu Ming, his distinguished demeanor was unmistakable. After all, he had seen enough in the largest restaurant in Jiang City. He chuckled, and who might this esteemed gentleman be? Louis Zhou cast a glance at the newcomer, and there was no need for him to speak. The business deputy director pulled the man aside, as it was also his first encounter with Louis Zhou. Previously, all investment matters had been handled by Dong Chengming. He had failed to gauge Louis Zhou's preferences earlier, rambling on with a plethora of details. Now, he realized that the impatience etched on Louis Zhou's face was due to his incessant chatter, yet, this was hardly his fault. In their industry, investors often dealt with sums in the tens of millions or even billions. Could he expect to present a clear and comprehensive account of where the money was going and the grand prospects of their play? He had applied his usual approach with investors, amplifying it, yet had overlooked the fact that such amounts might not even register as an investment for Louis Zhou. Their production team barely ranked in significance, let alone their hotel, which didn't even merit a 4-star rating. The business deputy director quickly offered a few perfunctory remarks, effectively ushering the boisterous lobby manager out. Observing the scene, the waiter hastened to serve the dishes. A plate of braised pork ribs, a dish of cucumber with shrimp, and a bowl of vegetable congee graced the table. The first piece of pork rib landed in Shen Tingwan's empty plate, which contained only a shred of ginger, as if the chopsticks had thoughtfully assisted her in removing it. The rich, reddish-brown sauce-coated pork ribs caught Shen Tingwan's eye, awakening her hunger anew. Along with it came a surge of clarity. She turned to glance at Louis Zhou, whose expression remained composed, yet a closer look revealed a playful smile in his eyes. In an instant, she cleared her throat and exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, I see you enjoy sweet and sour ribs as well." The act of sharing food felt overly intimate, especially after he had just prevented her from taking that ginger. Curious glances were now sweeping across the dining table. If she didn't say something to deflect their scrutiny, those inquisitive gazes would soon become all too knowing. Louis Zhou casually placed his chopsticks down, his gaze on her tinged with an ambiguous meaning. Suddenly, his brows unfurled, and his eyes sparkled with unabashed mirth. "I don't particularly enjoy them, but my wife does." Shen Tingwan's hand, grasping the chopsticks, froze abruptly, the pork rib she had just lifted teetering precariously before tumbling back onto the plate. Taking a deep breath, she was about to say something when Lu Ming interjected, "Mr. Liu, you're so young, and yet you're already married?" Married, and with both Zhang Xidong and Shen Tingwan preceding her. Although Lu Ming navigated this tumultuous world of fame and fortune, he held on to his convictions. A good script was one, and a talented actor was another. To Shen Tingwan was a rare gem. He typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the young. After all, these matters were mutual and willingly entered into, and such occurrences were hardly newsworthy in their circle. However, knowing the pitfalls, if a promising talent were to stray down this path, he felt compelled to intervene. Good actors, especially the younger ones, were indeed few and far between, but he couldn't stand idly by and watch Shen Tingwan sabotage her future. If the media caught wind of this, her career would be irreparably damaged. Louis Zhou's gaze drifted from Shen Tingwan's stunned expression to Lu Ming beside her, his tone casual. He first uttered an before adding, "We've been married for over 3 years." All eyes at the table turned towards him. Louis Zhou glanced around, a smirk gracing his lips as he queried, "What, does it not seem so?" The final gaze, after a nearly 180-degree sweep, returned to Shen Tingwan's face. Louis Zhou's eyes locked onto hers, a blend of surprise and panic reflected in her expression. He then raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Shen Tingwan, flustered, felt the tips of her fingers, gripping the chopsticks, turned pale. Chapter 86 Early Blessings of Offspring. Who would dare to dispute such an inquiry? The perceptive individual seated a few places away was nodding vigorously, as if attempting to dislodge the heads of everyone present. Yes, we were indeed ignorant," he proclaimed, yet, he had never heard anyone mention that the Liu family had welcomed a young mistress, and that it had been 3 years already. Although they were not in a position to partake in any celebratory feast, surely the wedding of the Liu family heir warranted a grand affair. Even if one could not be present at the venue, one could certainly view pictures online. He recalled that the term had indeed trended recently, but at that time, the gossip had revolved around Louis Zhou and Zhang Sidong, had it not, yet, there had been no sign of Mrs. Lu making her appearance. Was it a marriage of alliance, lacking in affection, where each party pursued their own interests? However, the way Louis Zhou had so naturally uttered the term wife just moments ago did not align with such a notion of an emotionless union. Nevertheless, individuals of their standing valued their reputation greatly. It was likely that any issues would be resolved discreetly. No wonder, then, that with Zhang Sitong's current popularity, if she truly had Louis Zhou's support, she would have surely ascended to greater heights by now. He had heard that there had even been discussions about casting Zhang Sidong in their production. Otherwise, he would have been curious as to how their crew had so swiftly secured such substantial investment from the Lu family, who had never before ventured into their industry. With Louis Zhou present, if Zhang Sidong had not secured that role, it must have been Mrs. Lu's influence at play. It was no surprise that there had been no recent news of Zhang Sidong in their circle. The more he pondered, the more convoluted his thoughts became, turning his mind into a muddled mess. Before he could untangle a coherent version of events, a wave of regret surged within him. Just moments ago, he had cleverly seated Shen Tingwan beside Louis Zhou, yet, he was certain he had not misjudged. When Shen Tingwan had entered, the way Louis Zhou had looked at her was indeed quite extraordinary. However, that was understandable. After all, it was Shen Tingwan. Even though he had encountered countless beauties in the industry, he had been genuinely taken aback upon first seeing her. She was stunning, particularly with that ethereal aura and her naturally cool demeanor. Alas, the more he thought about it, the more nonsensical it became. Indeed, one could never accurately guess the thoughts of such individuals. One might end up entirely misguided. It would be wise to remedy the situation promptly. He lifted his glass, wary that his sincerity might seem insufficient, and filled it to the brim. Mr.Lu, this is indeed a momentous occasion. Allow me to toast to you and your wife, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and enduring love. Upon hearing this, Louis Zhou's smile widened ever so slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. As he contemplated turning to his companion to inquire if the wine was permissible, the voice of the one standing to toast boomed, interrupting him. Mr.Lu, given your stomach discomfort, how can you possibly drink? Allow me to take your place. With that, he downed the contents of his own glass in one gulp. Louis Zhou lightly tapped the table with his fingers, pondering whether to commend or criticize this individual for their perceptiveness. Watching the man finish his drink, Louis Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Once someone had initiated the well-wishing, a cascade of blessings soon followed. Louis Zhou experienced an odd sensation, as if he were partaking in his own wedding celebration, despite the fact that he had yet to take a single sip. Listening to the continuous stream of blessings, the icy demeanor he had arrived with gradually softened into a smile. However, the sentiments of those nearby contrasted sharply with his own. Shen Tingwan felt her heart lodged firmly in her throat. It was not until she realized that Louis Zhou had ceased speaking that she finally exhaled, lowering her head. She nibbled on a small rib, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She could not fathom what had come over Louis Zhou. As she continued to eat, lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently sighed. Louis Zhou cast a glance in her direction. Although he could only see the top of her silky hair, he could distinctly perceive the panic and helplessness in her tone. His fingers lightly tapped on the empty white porcelain cup, producing two gentle knocks before he turned to her. What is it, Miss Shen? Do you have any objections to the well wishes directed towards me on my wedding? He followed this with a brief, teasing laugh. Shen Tingwan's heart, which had yet to settle, leaped once more. The volume of Louis Zhou's voice was not particularly low, and another individual at the table had already risen with a glass in hand, almost ready to speak, only to be abruptly silenced. Shen Tingwan was acutely aware that all eyes were now upon her. Taking a deep breath, she set down her chopsticks, raised her head, and spoke in a calm tone. Naturally, I have no objections. The corners of Louis Zhou's eyes crinkled in amusement as he regarded her. Shen Tingwan glanced at the onlookers, her gaze settling on the person standing with the raised glass. Internally, she urged, continue, yet, the individual poised to toast remained frozen in place, hesitant to interrupt Louis Zhou's speech. Lu Ming, sensing the subtle tension, chuckled awkwardly and spun the wine bottle on the table. The white bottle came to a stop before Shen Tingwan. Tingwan, let us raise a toast to our Mr. Lu together with Director Li. With Mr.Lu enjoying success in both career and marriage, we should all share in the joy. Shen Tingwan's beautiful eyes fell upon the bottle. She despised drinking white liquor the most. Its fiery burn was unpleasant, and her tolerance for alcohol was rather low. However, Lu Ming's words were a pointed reminder that Louis Zhou was indeed married, and she needed to remain composed. She could not refuse this drink. As Shen Tingwan's delicate fingers reached for the bottle, they brushed against a warm hand rather than the cool glass. Louis Zhou had anticipated her move, grasping the white porcelain bottle first. Upon feeling her fingertips, he smirked slightly, realizing she was attempting to avoid any implication. Lu Ming, however, was inadvertently facilitating the situation. He shot a glance at Lu Ming, whose 40s had rendered him slightly startled by that gaze. Within Louis Zhou's deep eyes lay a hint of restrained intensity. With just one glance, he returned his focus to Shen Tingwan, pouring himself a full glass. In a soft tone, he remarked, "Miss Shen need not partake in the wine." Shen Tingwan raised her eyes to meet his. As Louis Zhou set the bottle aside, his fingers rested beside the filled cup, his gaze toward her imbued with amusement. However, the well wishes for the newlyweds must not be overlooked. Shen Tingwan paused for a moment, forcing a smile. What could be difficult about offering wedding wishes? I wish Mr. Lu a blissful marriage. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Shen Tingwan scanned the faces of those who had just offered their blessings, recalling what they had said. A lifetime of happiness. Louis Zhou still wore a look of dissatisfaction. Shen Tingwan did not wait for him to voice his critique. Enduring love. Louis Zhou then pointed at his glass again. A match made in heaven. May you be united in heart and soul. Wishing you complete happiness. Shen Tingwan had never found the act of giving blessings to be such a challenging endeavor. Of course, this was primarily because no one else had been as demanding as Louis Zhou. Moreover, it was evident he was merely teasing her. These blessings were intended for his marriage, which indirectly meant they were directed at her as well, but who would bestow blessings upon themselves. After exhausting all the phrases she could recall, many of which she had repeated from others, Shen Tingwan fell silent when her final words landed. Louis Zhou waited a few seconds, yet no further phrases followed. His enthusiasm undiminished, he seemed to relish in teasing her even more. Do you not think these words sound rather insincere, Miss Shen? The room erupted in surprise. Shen Tingwan glared at him. Why had he not questioned the sincerity of others when they spoke? An immediate hush fell over the private room once more. After a few seconds, one of the standing guests, unsure whether to lighten the mood or having suddenly found inspiration, raised their glass and boisterously declared, wishing Mr. Lu an early arrival of children. Chapter 87. Not a single scene left behind. This statement caught Shen Tingwan off guard, both due to its suddenness and its volume. It took her a moment to process what had been said, and her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. She certainly had no intention of bearing children for Louis Zhou, however, at this moment, she found herself rendered speechless. Louis Zhou, on the other hand, appeared genuinely amused. He lifted his gaze to the individual standing nearby and remarked, that blessing is rather commendable. After his evaluation, he cast a cryptic glance at Shen Tingwan, a fleeting moment that, to an outsider, conveyed a silent comparison. Look at them, and then look at yourself. He then raised his wrist and clinked glasses with the others. The drink brought Louis Zhou a sense of ease and satisfaction. The meal stretched on for over an hour, and initially, the attendees were apprehensive about finding common ground with the busy CEO. Yet, to their surprise, Louis Zhou displayed an unusual interest in the matters concerning the production team. With the financial backer engaged, the conversation flowed seamlessly from locations to costumes to promotions, covering every aspect comprehensively. As for the narrative elements, with Lu Ming present, no one dared to encroach upon that territory. Lu Ming had been hesitating since he entered the private room. Previously, when Shan Changming had approached him, he mentioned that Louis Zhou wished to discuss certain plot-related matters. Given the grand scale of the current project, Power Over the World, both the cast and crew were significantly larger than before. The increase in personnel necessitated a heightened focus on quality, thus, he needed to oversee everything personally to ensure a successful start. When Shan Changming called him, he had been candid, stating that he would certainly not have the time to return to the capital in the first month, but could manage it the following month. Shan Changming said he would consult with Louis Zhou, and Lu Ming had been waiting for news, never expecting that Louis Zhou would arrive in person. Lu Ming was uncertain whether it would be better for the two of them to discuss things privately or. After all, he was unlike other directors. He was not the type to simply acquiesce to the whims of investors. In straightforward terms, while he may not rival them in profit-making, he was a professional in filmmaking. Those investors merely sought to increase screen time for their own actors. Yet, for Shen Tingwan, the sole female lead of this production, with a well-rounded character and ample scenes, what alterations could possibly be made? Lu Ming felt utterly at a loss. Louis Zhou, of course, had not forgotten one of the reasons for his visit, particularly after witnessing the hushed exchange between the two. However, it was a rare opportunity for him to listen to their discussions about the production team. This was Shen Tingwan's workplace, her environment, and everything related to her work. The people nearby were quiet. Aside from a moment of panic, they reverted to their usual composed demeanor. Conversely, the male lead was lively, clearly getting along well with everyone present. When the group shared amusing anecdotes from the set, they invariably interacted with him. You all seem fine now, but once we hit the battlefield and need to rig the wires, this costume will need some adjustments. The story primarily revolved around court intrigue, yet in the face of national duty, the male and female leads once fought side by side to defend the borders. Chinian nodded in agreement and added, "I'm alright, but Tingwan's costume will definitely need some tweaking." Upon hearing her name, Shen Tingwan looked up and naturally, Lu Yizhou also heard it, but he turned his gaze toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, for once, was able to indulge in a drink while on set. The pressures of their industry, coupled with irregular schedules, had pushed him, at just 45 years of age, into the realm of health issues, leading to his spouse restricting his alcohol consumption. When at home, he was monitored; outside, he was free, yet time was scarce. Today, he seized the opportunity to drink a few more glasses, now leaning back in his chair with a slight buzz. As Lu Yizhou glanced over, Lu Ming felt a rush of apprehension. This had solidified his impression of Lu Yizhou as someone of exceptional worth and capability. Initially, the investment for this production had intended to involve 3 different backers, due to its lengthy timeline and substantial investment, with top-tier arrangements for set design and costumes. High investment did not guarantee high returns, and even he, as the director, dared not presume otherwise. It wasn't a matter of lacking capability, rather, the market was unpredictable, with opportunities often obscured by chaos. Yet Lu Yizhou resolved everything in an effortless manner, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Only then did Lu Ming grasp the true essence of understated elegance and extraordinary capability. Lu Yizhou lightly tapped his fingers on the table, bringing Lu Ming back to reality. His voice, relaxed yet distant, cut through the air. "Director Lu." Lu Ming sensed an immense and intangible weight of responsibility hidden beneath the seemingly leisurely tone. "Yes, what can I do for you, Mr. Lu?" Lu Ming responded. At that moment, Lu Yizhou's gaze flicked to Chinian, who was passionately discussing the script. Although the glance was brief and subtle, it was clearly noticed by Shen Tingwan, who was also watching Chinian. Lu Yizhou raised an eyebrow, lacking the patience for subtlety. "I reviewed the script you sent over, and this production." Lu Ming, feeling a twinge of inebriation retreating, listened intently. "There are quite a number of intimate scenes." Lu Ming felt as if a chilling wind had seeped through the walls he had painstakingly constructed. Lu Yizhou's tone was light, yet it lacked any semblance of negotiation. Before Lu Ming could respond, Lu Yizhou bluntly articulated the conclusion that had just dawned on Lu Ming: eliminate all of them. Lu Ming was taken aback. Unlike other investors who demanded more scenes, Lu Yizhou sought to reduce them. The shock on Lu Ming's face dissipated quickly as he pondered for a moment, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he smiled. "Mr. Lu, these scenes are essential to the storyline." Lu Yizhou reclined lazily in his chair, murmuring a soft hum. Lu Ming struggled to suppress his fervent desire to argue. Having consumed some alcohol, his emotions were more easily swayed. He leaned forward, attempting to negotiate, tentatively extending a hand. "How about we reduce it by half?" Lu Yizhou regarded that hand and recalled the numerous intimate scenes outlined in the script. His gaze lowered, and irritation seeped into his voice. "There are far more than 10 scenes in your script." Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, glancing down at his 10 fingers. Gathering his resolve, he extended 3 fingers. "Let us keep it to 3 scenes, shall we?" Shen Tingwan had been drawn to the conversation by the mention of her name, only to find herself distracted by the assistant director in charge of costumes and props. When she refocused, she realized someone had taken hold of her casually resting hand. This time, Lu Yizhou did not merely grasp her wrist, his entire palm enveloped the back of her hand. His hand was large, covering nearly 2/3 of her hand's surface. She turned her head slightly. Lu Yizhou held her hand and gestured toward the attentive Lu Ming. With a smile in his voice, he declared with unwavering certainty, "Not a single scene shall remain." Chapter 88. Fingers intertwined. Shen Tingwan was utterly perplexed. Her attention had been forcibly redirected, leaving her oblivious to the conversation at hand. However, her immediate concern was Lu Yizhou's actions. She hastily attempted to pull her hand away. Lu Yizhou, in a show of compliance, shifted his grip slightly in response. In truth, when he initially grasped Shen Tingwan's hand, he had positioned it at a level with the table, rendering it invisible to everyone else except the 3 of them. Lu Ming observed the unembellished intimacy between Lu Yizhou and Shen Tingwan, coupled with her instinctive retreat, and his eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and shock. Yet, he had no opportunity to express his feelings, as Lu Yizhou, with a tender gaze, exchanged a glance with the turned-away Shen Tingwan before redirecting his attention to Lu Ming, offering a smile that hinted at words Lu Ming dreaded to hear. As anticipated, Lu Yizhou's voice was calm and his tone nonchalant, as if engaged in casual conversation. "By the way, regarding that wedding night, I think we should let it all go at once." Lu Ming thought to himself, "Why not send me away as well?" His eyes betrayed a sense of despair that Lu Yizhou was oblivious to, his gaze never lingering on Lu Ming's face. Lu Yizhou's focus shifted to the hand he held, resting on his thigh, which was now slightly moving. After Shen Tingwan had pulled her hand down, he had adjusted his grip, but it seemed she was still apprehensive about being seen. Consequently, Louis Zhou simply placed her hand firmly on his thigh. Despite her instinct to withdraw, he tightened his fingers, subtly constraining her delicate palm. The warmth radiating from Shen Tingwan's hand contrasted with its previous coolness. Daring not to make any sudden movements, Shen Tingwan remained acutely aware of the lively conversation at the table. Initially, she had no knowledge of what the two were discussing, but upon hearing Louis Zhou's remark, the majority of it became clear to her. She met Louis Zhou's gaze as he turned back. His deep eyes, while still carrying a hint of playfulness, now bore a more serious demeanor. In that moment, she perceived the authority he wielded in his professional realm, as a figure of undeniable stature. Shen Tingwan's gaze faltered, her fingers instinctively curling together, although she had no objections to the intimate moments they were portraying. After all, it was merely work, a line she had always drawn clearly. She felt compelled to consider Louis Zhou's perspective. Suddenly, she recalled the conversation from half a month prior regarding the elderly couple that had been so swiftly dismissed. It seemed Louis Zhou was prone to jealousy. Casting a glance at Lu Ming, who stood behind Louis Zhou, their eyes met, and she detected a plea for assistance in his gaze. While he may not have fully understood Shen Tingwan before, the past weeks of filming had illuminated her passion for the performing arts. Shen Tingwan's eyes momentarily glazed over. She knew she ought to say something, to contribute to the conversation, yet words eluded her. Both Louis Zhou and Lu Ming awaited her response, their gazes fixed upon her. After a brief hesitation, she parted her lips, but as she softly uttered, "Louis Zhou," a knock sounded at the door. The handle turned, and in walked three individuals, one of whom was a youthful and handsome man who stood at the forefront. Song Yilang offered a nod to the group before stepping closer to Lu Ming. In this industry, it was hard to find someone unfamiliar with this individual, who had burst into the spotlight 3 years ago with a modestly successful art film, now nominated for Best Picture, his youthful appearance even more striking than the report suggested. Lu Ming's gaze followed the others toward the entrance, while Louis Zhou remained still, leaning against the back of his chair, his expression clouding as Shen Tingwan's unfinished sentence hung in the air. As Song Yilang entered, his eyes swept over Shen Tingwan's familiar profile before lingering momentarily on the young man who stood closely, exuding an air of intimacy. Louis Zhou sensed the attention directed his way and slightly turned his head to regard the approaching figure. The strikingly handsome visage of Louis Zhou left Song Yilang's companion wide-eyed in disbelief. Lu Ming was already on his feet, accepting Song Yilang's outstretched hand. "Director Song, what a coincidence, are you also filming in Jiangcheng?" Song Yilang responded with a simple Meanwhile, a gentle tug on the back of his coat caught his attention. Noting the unusual gesture from Wang Yu, who typically refrained from such actions unless necessary, Song Yilang leaned back slightly. Wang Yu, in a hushed tone, quickly reminded him, "The heir of the Lu family." Song Yilang's hand froze midair, momentarily suspended. Though young, Wang Yu was already recognized in the industry as a savvy dealmaker, not solely due to his remarkable skills, but also because of the connections his uncle at the Lu Corporation had afforded him. Little did he expect to encounter this figure at a dinner gathering. He had only seen Louis Zhou from a distance once before, while waiting for his uncle outside the Lu Corporation. He had spotted his uncle walking alongside a distinguished individual emerging from the elevator. Familiar with many faces in their circle, he immediately recognized the young man as a prominent figure, and when he witnessed his uncle's respectful demeanor, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, that is the heir of the Lu family, Louis Zhou. Although Wang Yu had only glimpsed him that one time, he possessed an exceptional memory for faces, particularly one as striking as Louis Zhou's. A few seconds later, Song Yilang regained his composure, his hand drifting back toward Lu Ming as he smiled politely at Louis Zhou. "Mr. Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you." As the collective gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Louis Zhou, Shen Tingwan instinctively recoiled her hand. The previously tranquil hand began to move again, and Louis Zhou's expression darkened. He then turned her palm upward from his thigh, where, unseen by anyone, their fingers intertwined more securely. Shen Tingwan's downcast gaze tightened, yet she dared not make any overt movements. As her hand settled, Louis Zhou briefly surveyed her suspended hand, remaining silent and showing no inclination to continue the conversation. Song Yilang stood awkwardly for a few seconds, unsure whether he was merely recollecting or seeking an out, maintaining his polite smile. "Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Song Yilang." "It is an honor." Upon hearing this name, Louis Zhou recalled why the face seemed familiar. He had come across a photograph in the materials compiled by Shan Changming, featuring Shen Tingwan proudly holding a trophy. In that image, three individuals stood together, Shen Tingwan on the far right, Qi Nian on the far left, and a young man in the center. So, he was the director of Cicada's Cry. Wasn't it said that the director had a pleasant working relationship with the leading actors? Shen Tingwan's evasive demeanor, however, suggested otherwise. Louis Zhou's fingers tightened imperceptibly, urging the downcast figure to lift her head. In her typically cool and composed eyes, a flicker of unprecedented emotion surfaced. Louis Zhou's heart sank, his expression growing colder. Chapter 89. Long time no see. Shen Tingwan was well aware that, sooner or later, she would encounter Song Yilong. The circle they inhabited was neither particularly small nor excessively large. Yet, when the moment of meeting finally arrived, her instinctive reaction was to shy away. This had nothing to do with any fluttering of the heart or lingering regrets. Their breakup had been amicable, devoid of any awkwardness or rancor. However, having once been lovers, now they were akin to strangers, differing fundamentally from both innocent acquaintances and former intimates. Thus, Shen Tingwan believed it best to avoid each other altogether, and if they were to meet, it would be prudent to refrain from any interaction. A good ex should be as if they had passed away. Shen Tingwan wholeheartedly endorsed this sentiment. An inexplicable silence enveloped the room. Of those present, possessing a modicum of perceptiveness, could readily discern that Lu Yizhou was deliberately slighting Song Yilong. Did the two harbor some animosity? Yet, Song Yilong appeared eager to engage in conversation, which seemed contrary to such a notion. Speculation swirled among the guests, but no one dared to voice their thoughts aloud. Feeling the palpable tension, Song Yilong cast a glance toward Shen Tingwan. The person who had just moments ago averted their gaze now faced the distinguished gentleman directly. Although there was no exchange of words or gestures between them, Song Yilong sensed an intimate aura lingering in the air. Shen Tingwan's gaze was predominantly calm and unruffled, save for when she looked at someone close, in which case a subtle warmth would unconsciously infuse her eyes. When her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion, they exuded a gentleness akin to flowing water. Her hand, suspended in midair, trembled slightly. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wang Yusi broke the awkward stillness. He had encountered numerous investors in his time, and the small talk typical of banquets was commonplace. Although most of it was perfunctory and insincere, it was rare for someone to be so forthright in their disregard. Yet, who could blame Lu Yizhou? He had never truly mingled in that elite circle. With an awkward chuckle, he naturally tugged the suspended arm of the person beside him, saying, "I never expected to run into President Lu and Director Lu here. Let us go over and greet them." He deftly redirected the conversation back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a favorable impression of Song Yilong, having previously crossed paths at an awards ceremony. He was a person of considerable thought and enthusiasm for the industry. After the ceremony, he had warmly invited Lu Ming to dine together. "What a coincidence! Have you just started filming?" Song Yilong nodded, maintaining a polite smile. "Yes, we've just begun shooting." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Ming could certainly sense Lu Yizhou's displeasure. The two had yet to clarify their earlier discussion about the kissing scene, and he could not allow this financial backer to become more disgruntled. After a few casual remarks, he led the trio that had just arrived back outside. Shen Tingwan could perceive the change in mood beside her. The earlier opportunity to discuss matters with him had been stifled. Her free fingers curled slightly on the table, an involuntary wave of guilt washing over her. She had been lost in her aversion to seeing Song Yilong while simultaneously worrying about their not-so-discreet hand-holding being discovered. Her mind was consumed by these two concerns. With the departure of the person she wished to avoid, the gazes converging at the table began to disperse. It was then she came back to her senses. Had Lu Yizhou just encountered her ex-boyfriend? After sending the others off, Lu Ming returned to his seat. The earlier incident was a mere interlude. What truly mattered now was addressing Lu Yizhou's adamant demand to cut those intimate scenes. Filmmaking thrives on narrative coherence. What was wrong with a kiss when emotions run deep? Sitting upright, he turned his gaze toward Shen Tingwan, placing all his hopes upon her. After all, it was clear whom Lu Yizhou intended to spare in his decision to eliminate the intimate scenes. Meeting Lu Ming's gaze, Shen Tingwan averted her eyes. After a few seconds, Lu Ming mused, "No one can be relied upon." Before Song Yilong's arrival, the gathering had already progressed considerably. Dan Changming observed his boss's evident discomfort. While he could not alleviate his worries, he could at least echo his sentiments. He raised his glass, addressing everyone, "Thank you all for your hospitality. May our collaboration be fruitful." With this, the dinner reached its conclusion. Upon hearing his words, Shen Tingwan's fingers, still held captive, twitched urgently. She tilted her head, signaling to the person beside her to release her grip. Lu Yizhou cast a sidelong glance her way, unaffected by her distress. Shen Tingwan pulled insistently, but she was no match for his strength. Biting her lip, she noticed the others preparing to rise. In a moment of desperation, she placed her other hand gently atop the back of the hand that was intertwined with hers. Lu Yizhou's lips curled into a faint smile as he felt the soft touch of her fingertips against his hand. Shen Tingwan's caress was both an embrace and a plea, imbued with tender significance. The next moment, her imprisoned fingers were freed, and she swiftly withdrew them. Lu Yizhou chuckled softly before standing up, but Shen Tingwan found herself detained by Lu Ming. "Tingwan, there are a few aspects of today's scenes that I need to discuss with you." What was there to discuss after the fact? The shooting was complete. Was there really a need for further deliberation? Shen Tingwan understood what Lu Ming wished to convey. She turned to acknowledge the figure standing at the doorway. With her earlier overture still fresh in Lu Yizhou's mind, he readily responded to her unspoken command. He exited alongside Dan Changming, the assistant director, discerning the situation, signaled for everyone to leave the private room now. it was just the two of them. Lu Ming cut to the chase. Tingwan, you must persuade President Lu. How can we leave out all the intimate scenes? As Shen Tingwan stepped out of the private room, Xiao Xia awaited her at the door. She pondered how to broach the subject. Louis Zhou's earlier stance had been utterly non-negotiable, primarily because he was not only an investor but also yet Lu Ming's argument was equally sound. While labeled as intimate scenes, their nature would not be overly explicit, mostly surface-level interactions. Lost in thought, she was brought back to reality when Xiao Xia gestured that someone was ahead. She lifted her gaze and halted in her tracks. Song Yilong stood at the corridor's corner, clearly waiting for someone. This corner was the only path to the elevator, with the emergency exit also to his left. Shen Tingwan sighed, adopting a demeanor of calm as she took a few steps forward. Just a step away from him, as she was about to turn the corner, the waiting individual casually brushed off the ash from his fingertips. Long time no see, Xiao Wan. Chapter 90. Worried about me, Shen Tingwan let out a sigh. It seemed that some individuals held perspectives that diverged from her own. Song Yilong appeared to have changed considerably since 3 years ago, although he still bore the semblance of youth. His gaze was unmistakably deceptive. The once clear eyes she had admired during their university days had vanished without a trace. Shen Tingwan offered a polite smile, gesturing for Xiao Xia to summon the elevator. It's been a while, Director Song. Shen Tingwan discreetly covered her mouth and nose, as the scent of tobacco enveloped the air. Song Yilong had likely indulged in more than just one cigarette. Noticing her discomfort, he extinguished his cigarette and discarded it into the trash bin by the elevator, remaining rooted to the spot afterward. The elevator entrance was also adjacent to Shen Tingwan. Although the distance was not particularly close, about half a person's space separated them, she still moved forward a step. Song Yilong glanced sideways, seemingly about to say something, but the elevator arrived just in time. Shen Tingwan had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. Stepping into the elevator ahead of him, the somewhat antiquated elevator creaked and groaned as it descended. Song Yilong turned to glance at the person beside him, adopting an air of genteel composure. Are you no longer afraid? Shen Tingwan recalled an incident from her university days when she had been trapped in an elevator. Although it hadn't resulted in any grave consequences, it had left her with lingering shadows of anxiety. Since then, every elevator ride had been accompanied by a sense of unease. She glanced at the changing numbers. I haven't been afraid for quite some time. This simple exchange left Xiao Xia, standing beside Shen Tingwan, feeling bewildered. She recognized the man before her. Song Yilong, the director of Shen Tingwan's breakout work. During the earlier banquet, which had been attended by prominent figures, she had refrained from joining in but had occasionally checked in, concerned that Shen Tingwan might have overindulged. However, she felt her worries were unwarranted, especially since Amr.Lu was present. On one of her visits, she had encountered Song Yilong, but he had not appeared in the same refined demeanor then. He had worn a foul expression, a sinister smile gracing his face. She had only dared to glance at him from a distance, sensing an unsettling aura. Xiao Xia, standing behind, suddenly moved a step forward, positioning herself between Shen Tingwan and Song Yilong, her hand resting lightly on Shen Tingwan's arm. Upon hearing Shen Tingwan's words, Song Yilong's gaze remained fixed on her, yet he refrained from further comment. The intensity of his stare bore down upon her, prompting Shen Tingwan to retrieve a mask from her bag and don it, leaving only her eyes, cold and aloof, exposed. The person beside her seemed to emit a cold chuckle, though it was indistinguishable from the elevator's chime. Nevertheless, Shen Tingwan paid no heed. The emotions of others had long ceased to concern her. She would have preferred if he had chosen to remain silent. As the elevator doors opened, revealing a brilliantly lit underground parking lot, Shen Tingwan and Xiao Xia prepared to step out, only to be obstructed by an arm blocking their path. Shen Tingwan raised her gaze, her expression tranquil. Song Yilong seemed to recall the moment she had ended their relationship, her demeanor as composed as ever, as if merely passing by a stranger rather than concluding a romance. Meeting again is a kind of fate. Shall we exchange contact information? It seems you have changed your number. He was aware that it was not a change, but rather that she had blocked him. Both her phone and WeChat retained their original numbers, yet he could no longer reach her. A hint of impatience flickered in her eyes. No need, there is nothing for us to discuss. With that, she attempted to move past him, but the arm remained steadfast. Regardless, we are old friends. It is hardly reasonable to avoid conversation altogether, is it? Shen Tingwan glanced at him, her tone unyielding. That's irrelevant. Song Yilong's outstretched arm faltered, and he suddenly smirked. Is it because of Louis Zhou? Shen Tingwan looked up, exhaling a sigh. It has nothing to do with him. She was not surprised to be seen. After all, Louis Zhou had held her hand so tightly, even while concealed beneath the table. She had anticipated this outcome. The rapid acknowledgement from Song Yilong rendered him momentarily speechless. How can it not be related? Isn't it said that one rejoices in the presence of new love while mourning the absence of old? We have broken up. Being friends is hardly a matter of significance, is it? Or perhaps, you fear his incessant prattling only heightened Shen Tingwan's agitation. She interjected, her icy gaze fixed upon him, leaving no room for negotiation. Song Yilong, I will not be friends with an ex. Nor do I wish to maintain ties with those whose paths diverge from mine. Now, please step aside. Shen Tingwan's demeanor was indeed frigid, but rarely did she express such sharpness. Song Yilong's smile froze on his face, his arm falling limply to his side as Shen Tingwan and Xiaoxia exited the elevator. Uncle Jean was waiting in the parking lot. Shen Tingwan felt no surprise at finding Luizhou in the car. She turned back, directing Xiaoxia to the front passenger seat. Unexpectedly, the door to the front was opened from within. Dan Chengming appeared, a sheepish grin on his face. My mistake, my mistake. We'll take a taxi. Who would dare occupy the backseat as a third wheel? Shen Tingwan furrowed her brow and called Xiaoxia back. Then you sit here. Xiaoxia was typically perceptive and waved her hand, standing alongside the person who had just vacated the front seat. No, Sister Tingwan, we'll just grab a taxi. She rummaged through her bag and handed the room card to the person in the car. Sister Tingwan, this is yours. Before she could even finish the words room card, the card was snatched from her hand by the man in the back seat. Luizhou's deep-set brows and eyes were shrouded in the dim light of the car, yet his commanding presence remained undiminished. Xiaoxia pressed her lips together, thoughtfully shutting the door behind her boss. Uncle Zhang's driving was always steady. The car slowly pulled away from the underground parking lot. The hotel where they were staying was nearby, requiring no navigation, and the atmosphere in the vehicle was unusually quiet. Until Luizhou, holding the room card, brushed it off with a flick, his voice soft yet distinctly audible in the serene environment. Shen Tingwan turned her head to glance at him. A beam of light from outside illuminated the interior, revealing her beautiful eyes filled with displeasure. He chuckled softly, wondering why he was the one feeling aggrieved. After all, it had been so easy for her to soothe him with a conciliatory gesture and a friendly glance. Yet he had not forgotten how she had evaded him earlier, nor the sudden appearance of that man. Hearing a nearby chuckle, Shen Tingwan paused. The fierce determination she had to confront someone had inexplicably diminished. He had come all this way to visit her on set, and she bore the heavy responsibility entrusted to her by Lu Ming. Shen Tingwan sighed inwardly, though she was uncertain for whom she felt this way. What brings you here? Aren't you quite busy with work? How was it possible to carve out time amidst such a hectic schedule? The unexpected display of kindness from the person beside her thoroughly captivated Luizhou's attention. All the previous gloom within him dissipated. This time, his laughter was filled with delight. He reached out, taking her slender, delicate hand, mimicking her earlier gesture by gently rubbing her knuckles. What, worried about me? Chapter 91. Such impatience. Shen Tingwan was bewildered by how warmth could be transmitted. Although Luizhou's touch was merely upon the back of her hand, she felt a faint heat radiating even to her ears. The hand he held stirred slightly, but it was not a retreating motion. Her long, thick lashes fluttered as she inquired softly, Is it because you came to visit that you've been working overtime for so many days? Luizhou felt his heart soften in a manner it had never experienced before. The hand he held tenderly instinctively tightened its grip, only to realize and loosen again. Unwilling to let go even a fraction, he let out a gentle his voice low and imbued with feelings that were utterly unmasked. Shen Tingwan furrowed her brow, seemingly feeling that he deserved better. If there is something to discuss, it can be done over the phone. Why bother making this long journey? Besides, she had numerous scenes to shoot tomorrow. His visit left her with little time. Luizhou, feeling somewhat dissatisfied even while squeezing one hand, drew her other hand over, placing both on his lap. I can't see you over the phone. Shen Tingwan turned her head, pursing her lips, appearing somewhat hesitant, yet within 2 seconds replied, WeChat has a video function, didn't he, you know? She tilted her head, her eyes raised. How could someone who participated in video conferences daily be unaware of the plethora of video options available? His voice, though low, was filled with delight. But video doesn't allow me to touch you. Shen Tingwan's fingers, gently held by him, curled slightly, while her lifted gaze revealed ripples of emotion she could not contain. Occasionally, bright lights from outside flickered in, and Luizhou, captivated by her face that danced between light and shadow, could no longer restrain himself. He gathered her slender fingers together, encircling them with one hand, while the other caressed her soft cheek. His tone was tender as if he were about to spill his heart. May I kiss you? Shen Tingwan was uncertain whether it was his warmth or the warmth of the moment that caused her entire cheek, including her ears, to flush. It was not as if he hadn't kissed her before. Why was he asking today? Her breath caught, and even the fingers entwined with his seemed to lack a place to settle. Subsequently, her beautiful eyes blinked. Luizhou leaned in slowly, their noses brushing against one another. After a few tentative touches, before receiving her consent, he could not help but lightly kiss her delicate nose. Once, twice, 3 or 4 times, Shen Tingwan felt as if her breath was being stolen by the man before her. The slight movement of his Adam's apple made her instinctively swallow. Louis Zhou chuckled softly, his hand that rested on her cheek gradually moving down to gently cradle her slender neck. He held her close, yet his heart was restless, seemingly patient yet yearning. After kissing her nose, he was unsatisfied and shifted his lips toward her lovely eyes. Shen Tingwan, whether instinctively or in cooperation, gently closed her beautiful eyes as his lips neared. The dark lashes trembled slightly after several seconds of waiting without any sensation. The warm breath before her continued unabated. Her enchanting eyes suddenly opened, revealing a hint of curiosity and a sliver of anticipation. Louis Zhou smirked, his voice so soft it seemed to vanish in such close proximity. You haven't answered me yet, may I kiss you? Shen Tingwan, what more was there to answer? Since the moment they exchanged their first words, Zhang Ming had astutely raised the partition. As he drove, he pondered how Lu Xingrom had just generously decided to triple his bonus for next month. Would that money be used to tidy up the courtyard or to redecorate the interior? If he were to tidy the courtyard, should he plant more flowers or vegetables? If it were vegetables, would his wife's industriousness prevent the weeds from overtaking the garden? Oh, his wife, his master was coming to see his wife, and he found himself missing her a bit. However, she likely spent her days playing mahjong and dancing, probably not thinking much of him. The 5-minute drive seemed to shorten even further as his thoughts wandered further away as Zhang Ming gazed at the familiar parking lot, smoothly bringing the car to a stop, his previously scattered thoughts reclaiming clarity. He tapped the partition, cheerfully announcing, Sir, Madam, we have arrived. Louis Zhou's mood was difficult to gauge. Was it good or bad? Shen Tingwan had barely uttered a half-hearted when the sound of the partition startled her awake. She pushed her hands, which had been resting freely on his lap, against his chest. Louis Zhou, caught off guard, was pushed back a little. Although the partition obscured their view in most sounds, she still felt flustered. Shen Tingwan's voice, lacking its usual calmness, said, we've arrived. Louis Zhou smirked, his hand grasping the rune card that had been tossed aside, leading her out of the car. Zhang Ming inexplicably felt that when the Sir passed by the car's front window, he seemed to steal a glance at him, and that look did not seem very friendly. This hotel was the closest to Jiangqing Film and Television City, also the highest rated. Despite taking the express elevator, Shen Tingwan cautiously donned the mask she had removed upon entering the car. The parking lot was relatively quiet, devoid of people. Shen Tingwan lifted her head to glance at the face beside her, then retrieved another mask from her bag. You should wear one too. Louis Zhou, with his brown eyes, regarded the person who was slightly tilting her head to look at him, then cast a fleeting glance at the mask. He suddenly recalled how she had reacted when he suggested forming a couple for publicity. Louis Zhou's lips curled. Why wear a mask? I'm not an artist. You don't even qualify to form a couple with me. Shen Tingwan. What a miser. The person gazing up at him remained silent, but after a few seconds, the hand he held gently shook. Shen Tingwan's beautiful eyes looked at him with a hint of astonishment. Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, then tightened his grip, using his other hand to take the mask. His handsome face was soon obscured, leaving only his deep-set eyes visible. Shen Tingwan found herself captivated, seemingly accustomed to it, as she instinctively pressed down on his nose. Louis Zhou's arm, which had been reaching halfway, altered direction. With only his eyes visible, he appeared even more profound, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Thank you, my dear Wan Wan. He then pulled her into his embrace. In the brief elevator ride, Shen Tingwan walked with trepidation. The mask offered little real protection. If they encountered someone familiar, she would likely be recognized at first glance. Fortunately, the elevator ascended steadily, and as they exited, she found herself hastening her steps. Louis Zhou was well aware of her desire to avoid detection, fearing others would see them, yet, whether due to repetition or simply his cheerful mood, the displeasing thought of being recognized paled in comparison to the joy of having her right before him. He readily matched her quick pace. When Shen Tingwan stood at the door of their room, she suddenly realized the rune card was not in her possession. She looked up at the unmoving figure beside her, urging in a panic, hurry, and open the door. What if someone emerged from the corridor? Louis Zhou, head lowered and smiling, watched her with eyes sparkling with amusement. My dear Wan Wan, why are you so impatient? Chapter 92. My husband won't expose you. With a playful demeanor, he obediently retrieved the room key and unlocked the door. Shen Tingwan found herself without an opportunity to speak, nor did she have anything to say. The pitch-black hotel room was enveloped in darkness, lacking the returning presence of the room key. Shen Tingwan reasoned that her rapid pace and the mask she wore were the causes of her hurried breathing. She reached up to remove the mask and tossed it onto the entrance cabinet, inhaling a few breaths of the still chilly air within the hotel room. Louis Zhou pressed the mask and room key against her mask before turning half a circle to pin her against the door he had just closed. He leaned down slightly, resting his forehead against hers. At that moment, Louis Zhou exhibited remarkable patience. Within this room, it was just him and her. Outside, a faint glow from the ground and the luminous moonlight filtered in, yet it failed to reach the entrance where they stood, especially not illuminating the face of the person cradled in his embrace. Nevertheless, Louis Zhou seemed to perceive her visage clearly. The coolness of her brows and eyes undoubtedly bore a hint of tenderness that beckoned him to succumb. He nuzzled her forehead, his voice imbued with an indescribable intimacy, mingling with the hurried breaths of both. One breath was deliberately restrained. "May I kiss you now?" The person in his arms, for some inexplicable reason, remained entangled in this question that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. When he had kissed her previously, he hadn't sought permission repeatedly. Moreover, before they had exited the vehicle, she had already provided him with an answer. Had her voice been too soft, or had she been interrupted too swiftly for him to hear? Shen Tingwan pondered, yet the mingling of their breaths sent an unfamiliar tingling sensation coursing through her. Louis Zhou occasionally brushed his nose against hers, then against her cheeks, her brows, even the tips of her ears. She felt at a loss, shifting slightly but remaining confined within his embrace. For the first time, upon entering the room, she felt an overwhelming warmth. Winter had already set in Jiangcheng, unlike Beijing, lacked central heating. Each time she returned, she had to wait for the air conditioning to warm up before she could bear to shed her heavy coat. Yet today, even before the air conditioning had been turned on, she felt uncomfortably warm, yearning to remove the coat enveloping her. However, both of her hands were held captive within his warm grasp, leaving her with no freedom. Louis Zhou, he had never found his name to sound so melodious before. It was as if he had been bewitched by the person before him. He responded with a soft a sound that could be interpreted as both affirmation and inquiry, yet, regardless of the tone, it awaited her to utter the next part of her sentence. Although the space here was more expansive than in the car, Shen Tingwan felt inexplicably more confined. Nervously, she gently scratched the tips of his fingers, and just as she lifted her gaze, intent on speaking, her phone vibrated nearby. Her lips, which had begun to part, pressed back together. Both of their phones lay piled at the side. Shen Tingwan realized she seldom received calls, but Louis Zhou was different. She gently nudged him. "You should answer the call." "What if it's something from the company?" Louis Zhou remained unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Nothing could possibly hold more significance than the person before him. The dark room was momentarily illuminated by the phone's call, and indeed, Louis Zhou found himself captivated by her enticing, affectionate gaze. His voice lowered further as he asked once more, "So, can I kiss you or not?" After nearly a minute of persistent vibrations, the phone finally fell silent. Shen Tingwan raised her eyes to meet his, her curled fingers unfurling slightly. The rhythmic buzzing suddenly resumed. She took a gentle breath, realizing that with such urgency, it might be important. "You should answer the call." Yet, his gaze remained unmoved. Shen Tingwan reined in her flustered tone, providing him with the answer he had persistently sought. "After you answer, then you can kiss me." The person standing so close laughed softly, his nose inadvertently brushing against hers once more. Then, he released one hand, retrieving the intrusive device. He was curious to see what could be so pressing as to warrant such urgency. However, upon grasping the phone, he discovered that the call was not meant for him, and the phone did not belong to him either. Louis Zhou hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds between tossing the phone back and handing it over to her. Just as Shen Tingwan wondered why he was staring at the incoming call without answering, Louis Zhou presented the phone to her. The caller ID read Chen Man. Since entering the production, Chen Man had always been considerate enough to refrain from disturbing her. Once she was on set, business matters were essentially off the table, a fact known to Chen Man. If she was calling, there must be something of great importance. Shen Tingwan, now with one hand free, took the phone and placed it against her ear. Chen Man's anxious voice burst forth from the receiver. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" Shen Tingwan cast a glance at the culprit beside her, mumbling evasively, "I just heard it." On the other end, Chen Man responded with an "Oh." Hearing this, Louis Zhou raised an eyebrow, casually inserting the room key into the slot. The room was suddenly illuminated, exposing Shen Tingwan's expression of guilt, which was unmistakably clear. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed on her, filled with longing. In an instant, Louis Zhou regretted his earlier choice. He should have tossed the phone back to the entrance cabinet. He should have turned it off first and then thrown it into an unknown corner. Shen Tingwan observed as he took a step back, only to draw closer once more, enveloping her in his arms. His palm at her waist lifted her slightly, her chin resting naturally against his shoulder. Louis Zhou's voice dropped low, leaning in to whisper in her other ear, his tone languid yet fervent. "Little liar." Shen Tingwan hadn't anticipated such brazen audacity from the culprit. Words of rebuttal teetered on her lips, but she remembered that another person was on the other end of the line. She fell silent. Louis Zhou, interpreting her silence as acquiescence, pressed his palm against her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. "Don't worry, my husband won't expose you." Shen Tingwan, in the ear pressed against him, felt a flame, while the other side remained frustratingly silent. Yet, she had no time to dwell on it. After 4 or 5 seconds, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Chen Man seemed to be searching for the right words, her tone hesitant. "Tingwan." The gravity of her voice made Shen Tingwan furrow her brow. It sounded as though something significant was afoot, causing the hand resting on Louis Zhou's back to tighten inexplicably until Chen Man delivered her next line. Song Yilong has a play coming up soon. Also in Jiangcheng chapter 93, I am going to kiss you. Shen Tingwan's heart, which had momentarily sunk, instantly returned to its original state. She had initially thought something was amiss. Oh, I know about that, Chen Man exclaimed in surprise, quickly responding, have you two met? Just moments ago, she had heard this news at a dinner gathering and had rushed to call Shen Tingwan, only to realize she was a step too late. Shen Tingwan replied with a faint hum. Her slightly elevated toes suddenly arched more prominently. It seemed Chen Man wished to say more, but Shen Tingwan preempted her, saying, Chen Man, I have something to attend to. I must hang up now. Chen Man, puzzled about what urgent matter could possibly arise during her time on set, found herself abruptly disconnected. Chen Man glanced at her phone and turned back to the still lively private room. Meanwhile, Shen Tingwan hung up and hastily placed her hand over the large hand that was tightly gripping her waist. Louis Zhou had just tightened his hold, and she wished to pull away slightly. However, before she could do so, he grasped her waist with one hand and lifted her chin with the other. Louis Zhou's suspicions had been confirmed to a significant degree, and an overwhelming sense of jealousy surged within him. His gaze was deep, fixated on the person in his arms, his voice heavy with a trace of resentment. Song Yilong, he is. Shen Tingwan saw no reason to conceal this matter. She raised her eyes to Louis Zhou and gently nodded before he could finish speaking. Louis Zhou felt a surge of anger, though he maintained a calm exterior. Then, Shen Tingwan frowned, wondering why there was a then. Louis Zhou recalled her evasive gaze at the dinner earlier and Chen Man's cautious demeanor. Was it possible that their breakup had been unsatisfactory, or had their past romance been as passionate as it had seemed? Louis Zhou's expression darkened, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. He did not wish to hear either possibility. He had never experienced such feelings before. He was torn between wanting to investigate further and fearing the unpleasant truths that might emerge. Even if it were neither of those scenarios, he had no desire to hear about Shen Tingwan's romantic history. Just the thought of it made him want to grind his teeth. Shen Tingwan's candidness offered no solace, as she gazed at Louis Zhou, sensing his discontent. Why was he unhappy? It made her feel equally troubled. She lowered her gaze, unsure how to console him. After a few seconds, she lifted her downcast eyes once more, resting her hand gently on his arm that was still gripping her waist. In a soft voice, she asked, Louis Zhou, are you feeling a bit unhappy? Louis Zhou scoffed internally. How could it be merely a bit? Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not blame Shen Tingwan. The fault lay solely with himself for encountering her too late. He sighed, his gaze dark and profound as he regarded her. He could neither admit to being angry nor articulate a denial. Shen Tingwan hesitated, her soft lower lip caught between her teeth, biting and releasing in a cycle. After a few moments, she rose on her toes, leaning closer. She lightly brushed her lips against his before retreating back to her original position. Does that make you feel happier? As Louis Zhou felt the fleeting softness on his lips, the frustration within him seemed to dissipate like a spring breeze. He suppressed the urge to smile. Some moments, he thought, should not be missed. Once lost, they may never return. His gaze remained deep, yet he struggled to contain the smile that threatened to break free in front of Shen Tingwan. It seems, Shen Tingwan looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Not really. Shen Tingwan gazed into his brown eyes, as if she could see only herself reflected within them. She bit her lip, applying a gentle pressure with her fingers that rested on his arm, before leaning in once more. This time, she lingered for 2 seconds. While her lips remained closed, she sensed a slight movement, as if the corners of his mouth had lifted. However, upon returning to her original position, she noticed that his lips retained their previous curve, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Feeling a pang of uncertainty, she inhaled sharply. Are you still not feeling even a little happier? If this gesture failed to elicit a reaction, it would mean her efforts were futile, compelling her to devise other means of cheering him up. She furrowed her brows. To Louis Zhou, her expression appeared one of impatience. Louis Zhou's thoughts wavered. He eased the pressure on his lips slightly, stating, it seems, a bit better. Shen Tingwan's eyes brightened. However, she soon heard the latter part of his sentence, but it seems still insufficient. Shen Tingwan froze. Louis Zhou looked at her with a bemused expression. Is this how I usually kiss you? Shen Tingwan bit her lip, feeling a slight retreat in her waist. This was different. Then, he had not been trying to comfort her. She recalled those fervent kisses, heat rising to her ears. As she instinctively leaned back, Louis Zhou's hand forcefully pulled her back toward him. Shen Tingwan tightened her grip on his arm, overwhelmed by the external force, while her other hand naturally encircled his waist. The distance between them diminished even further, so close that Shen Tingwan felt she could kiss him again with a mere tilt of her head. Louis Zhou could no longer restrain his smile, which began to spread from the corners of his eyes to his lips. I am going to kiss you. This time, he did not ask for permission. After all, had he not already received an affirmation before the call? His words hovered just mere millimeters from her lips. He focused on her brows and eyes, watching the waves of emotion rise, before finally lowering his head. Louis-Joe's initial kiss was gentle and slow, as if mimicking her earlier softness, yet, within moments, his true nature emerged. He tightened his grip on her waist, holding her close, leaving Shen Tingwan with no choice but to rely on him for breath. Shen Tingwan had never known her room could be so warm, breathing intertwined with his, becoming so entangled that distinguishing between them became nearly impossible. Her hands clutched at his back, tightening their hold until she could only frantically grasp a corner to find stability. Yet Louis-Joe still felt it was far from enough. He entwined and embraced, exploring her again and again, but still found himself insatiable. The person in his arms had long since turned into a soft, pliant figure, and he lifted her delicate waist, carrying her to the bed with a few strides. Finally, encircling her beneath him, he allowed himself to momentarily withdraw. His heated breath brushed against her flushed ear, and he pressed his moist lips against it. A delighted laugh escaped Shen Tingwan's lips. Heat swirled slowly, meandering from her pristine neck to her slightly exposed collarbone, and then back to her reddened ear. Shen Tingwan's entire pale face flushed crimson, her fingers, weakly gripping the blanket, curled inwards, while her legs, trapped and soft, shifted in discomfort. Suddenly, a hand found its way to her waist. This time, she distinctly felt the warmth of Louis-Joe's palm. A tingling sensation coursed through her, and she shivered slightly. Her rapid yet liberated breaths were interrupted, thrown off rhythm. Louis-Joe, this time, was genuinely gentle and tender, proceeding with a cautiousness that suggested he feared startling her. Shen Tingwan felt a warm current enveloping her entire being, and then, abruptly, she froze. Louis-Joe, caught in the fervor of their kiss, was unexpectedly pushed away by her, creating a few centimeters of distance between them. Chapter 94 Louis-Joe, you scoundrel! Louis-Joe's eyes were filled with an uncontrollable yearning. Suddenly, they dimmed, and his voice turned low and hoarse. You are unwilling? He presumed that person had just coaxed him so tenderly. Did it mean something for him too? Was it merely his own one-sided affection? He lowered his gaze, observing the person beneath him, his eyes swirling with dark emotions. Shen Tingwan's heart raced, panic and embarrassment fleeting across her face. She silently calculated the days in her mind. No wonder she had been feeling exhausted and drained these past few days. She slightly bent her legs, indicating for him to move aside, but instead, he pressed down heavily on her. The fingers that had just been entwined with such warmth now clenched painfully. Shen Tingwan instinctively let out a soft only to remember that she had yet to respond to his earlier question. But how was she to answer? A rush of shyness engulfed her, causing her already flushed cheeks to redden even further. She had no choice but to take the easier route. When she spoke, her voice surprised her with its softness. Louis-Joe, I think I've started my period. Louis-Joe's deep gaze momentarily widened in astonishment. It was only when the person beneath him released a long breath, looking both innocent and helpless, that he seemed to regain his composure. Shen Tingwan gently pushed him, still caught in the softness of her voice. Louis-Joe, could you move a bit? Shen Tingwan turned to retrieve some supplies and clean clothes from the cabinet before entering the bathroom. Louis-Joe glanced at the packaging box that Shen Tingwan had carelessly placed on the table after taking out a pad, then rose to straighten his clothes and exited the room. Upon hearing the door open and close, Shen Tingwan felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. It was a mix of bitterness and frustration, intertwined with a multitude of unexpressed anger. In truth, Shen Tingwan had a gentle temperament. She rarely got angry. After changing into fresh clothes and composing herself, she stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The reflection revealed a face still tinged with a faint blush. After a moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes and splashed cool water on her face. The warm droplets cascaded down her fair, unblemished skin, and with her eyes shut, she turned and exited the bathroom. The pristine white bed was still crumpled from their earlier entanglement, and a pang of sorrow struck her. Ignoring the slight ache in her abdomen, she rose to fetch fresh bedding from the wardrobe. Having stayed in hotels frequently, she had grown accustomed to bringing her own personal items. As she removed the wrinkled sheets, the scent of a masculine fragrance wafted up, Louis-Joe's signature woodsy aroma. Shen Tingwan tossed the discarded linens aside and moved to the window, flinging it open. The winter night air rushed in, instantly quelling the flush on her cheeks. A few minutes later, clutching her stomach, she lay down on the bed, knowing that the first and second days of her period were always the hardest to endure. She lay on her side for a while, feeling restless, whether due to the vague discomfort or her sullied mood. Sleep eluded her. The sound of Louis-Joe closing the door earlier echoed in her mind, starkly distinct from the usual creaks, now replaying incessantly in her ears. Was it all for that? Frustrated, she reached for her phone, only to find that her anger had no outlet. What more could she say to him? Their sole connection remained that of a marriage, barely existent for 3 years. Was he merely here to fulfill his marital duties? Was their avoidance of divorce solely for this reason, even traveling such a distance? Yet, what kind of woman did he not have access to? With a sigh, she tossed her phone aside. The pain in her abdomen intensified, perhaps exacerbated by her tumultuous emotions. She glanced at the empty glass. Ever since Xiao Xia had joined her in Jiangcheng, they had shared the same schedule, and today, she had finally managed to get off early. After a moment's hesitation, she checked her phone again and turned away. She extinguished the soft glow of the warm nightlight, plunging the room into darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight streaming through the partially open window. When Louis Zhou entered, he was met by the cold draft. Having just returned from outside, he was all too aware of how biting the winter wind could be. Jiangcheng, situated in the south, was known for its damp, chilly winters, and even the cold air carried a hint of moisture. He gently placed the items he had been carrying on the entryway cabinet, noting the profound silence. She must be asleep. He treaded lightly across the bare floor, every sound amplified in the hotel. Closing the window that let in the chilly gusts, he turned to see a small, curled figure on the bed. Fortunately, he had gone to find Xiao Xia and acquired an extra room card. Otherwise, he might have disturbed her slumber. Lui Zhou took a few cautious steps forward, yet suddenly felt the cold air clinging to him. He paused, then, guided by the moonlight, made his way to the bathroom. His suitcase lay at the door, and he cast a quick glance at the items on the entryway cabinet before heading to take a warm shower. When he emerged, he finally felt warm enough to approach her. He filled a hot water bag and slowly lay down beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, carefully placing the warm bag against her abdomen. The sudden warmth stirred Shen Tingwan from her feigned slumber. She had already been awake the moment he entered with his room card. In truth, she hadn't been asleep at all. There were only 2 room cards, one in the room and the other with Xiao Xia. As her fingers brushed the bedside lamp switch, she caught sight of his tall silhouette. Quietly, she closed her eyes again. At that moment, she wondered what he was returning for. Yet now, a palpable warmth radiated from his hand resting on her abdomen. He didn't move, but neither did he withdraw. Shen Tingwan let out a soft, muffled sound, barely audible, yet it startled him. His voice was barely above a whisper as he tentatively asked, "Are you still awake?" If she were awake, perhaps she could sip the ginger tea he had just brought back. He pondered whether the remedy he had found online would be effective. With that thought, he absent-mindedly shifted his hand atop the warm bag. The person in his arms remained still for a long while, so Louis Zhou lowered his gently elevated head once more. Perhaps it was better this way. If she were asleep, she wouldn't feel discomfort, but mere seconds later, she turned in his embrace, nestling closer to him. Before he could respond, she mumbled, "Louis Zhou, you scoundrel," expressing her frustration at having endured discomfort for so long. Chapter 95 of The Beauty Trap. To Shen Tingwan, the words spoken by Louis Zhou were utterly unexpected. Not only was the tone sudden, but the accusation itself was also bewildering. Had he roused her from her slumber, or perhaps had his earlier kiss been too fervent? No, her tone had not been so accusatory when she had urged him to rise. The current reproach sounded more like a sense of grievance. Louis Zhou pondered this from every angle, yet found no clarity. He gently patted her back, his hand conveying a soothing affection. "Yes, I am the villain." The figure nestled in his arms ceased her movements. He chuckled softly, reaching to turn on the small bedside lamp, his voice remaining tender in the now brighter room. "If you are awake, would you care for a bit of ginger syrup?" The person who had intended to lift her head halted her actions once more. Shen Tingwan endeavored to restore her voice to its usual monotone no. Yet, her protest bore little weight. The softness in her tone seemed to melt into Louis Zhou's heart. He chuckled again, displaying none of the demeanor one would expect from someone recently chastised. "Do you not fancy ginger?" The person in his embrace nodded lightly twice. Suddenly, Louis Zhou was reminded of the time she had fed him ginger soup with a delicate porcelain spoon, feigning inquiry about its taste. How could ginger soup possibly be delightful? What had she said then? "Though it is unpleasant, one must drink it." A smirk graced Louis Zhou's lips as he altered the phrase slightly, returning it to her. "Even if you dislike it, you must drink it." Shen Tingwan. That why even ask her then? He caressed her soft hair, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss before attempting to rise from the bed. This time, Shen Tingwan recognized his intent and clung to him with all her might, wrapping her arms and legs around him tightly. The embrace was both an invitation and a retention, provoking a playful smile from Louis Zhou, who encircled her once more in his arms. Shen Tingwan felt the warmth encircling her back, and without time to feel bashful, she exhaled a sigh of relief at evading the ginger syrup. However, before she could savor her triumph for 3 seconds, Louis Zhou's voice, brimming with mirth, echoed above her. "Madame Lu, the beauty trap is permissible, but the ginger syrup is non-negotiable." Shen Tingwan. Louis Zhou retrieved the ginger syrup he had brought back, testing its temperature before pouring a small bowl. Shen Tingwan truly seemed to be preparing for a prolonged stay, with everything meticulously arranged. He approached the side of the bed where she lay, gently pulling her from beneath the covers. Shen Tingwan emitted a reluctant murmur but was nonetheless guided to sit against the headboard. Her back was cushioned by 2 pillows, positioned at a comfortable angle. Louis Zhou lifted the porcelain bowl he had briefly set on the bedside table and situated himself beside her. Shin Tingwan's complexion was hardly favorable. Does it hurt much? Shin Tingwan glanced at him, her fingers tightening over the warm bag. Such thoughtfulness, he appeared as though he had cared for many before her. An inexplicable emotion surged within Shin Tingwan, a mixture of anger and of frustration. She shot a glare at Lu Yizhou, who was delicately scooping ginger soup. Her movements were imbued with a barely contained fury. I do not want you to feed me. I can manage myself. Her voice carried a discernible defiance. Lu Yizhou's hand, holding the spoon, hesitated. It was no wonder that the internet spoke of heightened irritability during this time. He extended the porcelain bowl toward her slender fingers, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." No sooner had he spoken than she, seemingly resolved, lifted the bowl and drank it down in one go. Lu Yizhou, but he then observed her expression, slightly crumpled, as if on the verge of tears. He chuckled softly, "Is it truly that dreadful?" Shin Tingwan shot him a glare and handed the empty bowl to his waiting palm. Lu Yizhou swallowed the words, "Would you like another bowl?" and rose to place the empty bowl on the table. Just as the porcelain bowl made a crisp sound upon contact with the table, he heard movement behind him as Shin Tingwan descended from the bed. He turned to face her. Just as Shin Tingwan's toes brushed against her slippers, she sensed his gaze upon her. Lu Yizhou moved forward. Shin Tingwan spoke first, "I can handle it myself." Lu Yizhou retrieved a blanket and draped it over her shoulders before turning back toward his side of the bed. With the window shut, the room's temperature was quite comfortable. Shin Tingwan adjusted the blanket around her, murmuring her thanks before retreating to the bathroom. Lu Yizhou felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell. Even her silhouette appeared both obedient and soft. A helpless smile crept upon his lips, mingled with satisfaction. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Shin Tingwan brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth, yet the taste of ginger lingered stubbornly. The reflection in the mirror revealed her furrowed brow. Shin Tingwan had never experienced such uncontrollable emotions before. Previously, Shun had often told her how irritable one could become during their menstrual cycle, and now she could finally relate. What seemed trivial was causing her heart to feel like it was on a roller coaster, rising and falling erratically. When Lu Yizhou left, she had felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Yet upon his return, despite her scolding, her heart brimmed with joy. However, he had been nothing short of considerate, applying a warm bag to her, offering ginger syrup, and speaking with such tenderness. Yet she could not quite articulate the anger swelling within her. How many people had he cared for? How many times had he done this, to perform so seamlessly? Shin Tingwan closed her eyes. Her previous thoughts had been far from this. When Lu Yizhou had inquired about Song Yilong, why had she been so forthright? Was it not because she believed those were merely remnants of the past, irrelevant to the present? But now, what was she feeling? Was she truly the kind of person they described online, a hypocrite? She lingered in the bathroom for 6 or 7 minutes. Just as Lu Yizhou was about to check on her, the bathroom door creaked open. Lu Yizhou leaned back against the headboard, opening his arms to her. "All right, now that you have finished the ginger syrup, you may continue to execute your beauty trap." "I am ready." Shin Tingwan. Half a minute later, Lu Yizhou turned to glance at the quiet figure who had returned to her previous position. Indeed, many opportunities are fleeting and never to be regained. He reluctantly withdrew his arms, aligning the pillow against the others beside him, and then lay down, drawing her into his embrace. Lu Yizhou's body was always warm, with the warm bag resting on Shin Tingwan's abdomen and the comforting heat emanating from him against her back. She should have felt at ease. Yet, in reality, she did not. The thought that Lu Yizhou had previously embraced others, that others had experienced his warmth, made her nose tingle and her eyes threatened to brim with tears. Biting her lip, she nudged her arm back beneath the covers. Lu Yizhou's breath wafted against her neck. "What is it? Does your stomach hurt?" His palm, warmed by the bag, shifted away as he gently placed his warm hand over her, kneading it softly. With tender concern, he asked, "Is it here? Does this help alleviate the discomfort?" Yet, the person nestled against him, turned away, let out a faint sob. Chapter 96, Self-Taught Mastery. Lu Yizhou was momentarily thrown into disarray as he hurriedly turned the person in his arms around. A single droplet of crystalline dew lingered on Shin Tingwan's face. As Lu Yizhou reached out to turn on the light, he was abruptly halted by the individual beside him. It was Shin Tingwan's first experience of such a mortifying sensation. Flustered and at a loss, Lu Yizhou, lacking any caregiving experience, recalled how Shin Tingwan had pushed him away earlier. He hastily searched online and then sought out Shan Changming to procure the car keys before heading out. The internet had suggested that some individuals could experience pain beyond endurance. Was Shin Tingwan one of them? Feeling a tinge of panic, he slightly straightened up and declared, "We need to go to the hospital." With eyes still misty, Shin Tingwan responded, "The hospital? For what purpose?" She narrowed her eyes and swatted away the hands on her body, turning away in indignation. It dawned on Lu Yizhou that things might not be as he had presumed. Rarely did the astute and discerning Lu Yizhou find himself in such a fog. The hand that had just been withdrawn returned to its previous position. In the enveloping darkness, his voice emerged low and heavy. What is the matter? Shin Tingwan took a moment to collect herself, forcibly stifling the tears that threatened to spill. It's nothing, she replied, her tone still muffled, laced with a hint of nasal congestion. Her discomfort, left unspoken, was evidently tied to him. Liu Yizhou furrowed his brow, reflecting on the earlier events that had left him perplexed, yet he didn't wish to disturb her repose. However, remaining silent was no longer an option. He turned her back towards him, speaking earnestly. Tell me where I have faltered. Shin Tingwan lifted her brow, surrounded by darkness, yet she could feel the intensity of his gaze. Biting her lip, the tears she had restrained cascaded forth. Indeed, she had every right to be upset if he had aired it now. With him being so considerate, what grounds did she have to be angry? Attempting to push him away, she found that Liu Yizhou did not acquiesce this time. He wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer, narrowing the distance between them to a mere 5 centimeters. Though shrouded in darkness, he yearned to gaze upon her exquisitely beautiful face. You said you would tell me, and I will make amends. All right. He cradled Shin Tingwan's face with a tenderness he had never before exhibited. Her fingers, curled at her side, twitched as she fiercely wrestled with her emotions. She admonished herself not to be hypocritical, not to dwell on the past, yet she found herself unable to control her feelings. She had previously known about his involvement with Yu Yanran and had not been perturbed. Surely, Liu Yizhou had had more than one girlfriend before. After all, he was Liu Yizhou. What kind of person could he not attract? Moreover, he was undeniably kind. A wave of frustration surged within her, a mixture of bitterness and acidity. Liu Yizhou remained silent, a soft sigh escaping his lips as he leaned down to kiss her eyes gently. The taste of warmth mingled with salt lingered on his tongue, echoing the ache in his heart. You must tell me so that I may understand, he murmured to her, coaxing her gently with kisses. If I have erred, you may inform me, you may scold me, call me a villain, as you did earlier, but please, do not sulk in silence. Liu Yizhou gently tapped her nose, his fingertips softly caressing her cheek. The warmth continuously enveloped her face, and Shin Tingwan clutched at the hem of her clothing, holding on tightly for a moment. Eventually, an impulsive urge to abandon restraint surged within her. She lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked eyes fixed on the source of warmth. Shin Tingwan's nasally voice grew heavier with emotion as she hesitantly asked, Liu Yizhou, are you this kind to everyone? The gentle caress on her face faltered momentarily. A few seconds of silence rendered Shin Tingwan's fingers pale with tension. Just as she was about to turn away in frustration, regretting her vulnerability, a light chuckle broke the stillness of the dark. Liu Yizhou's joy enveloped him, filling his heart with warmth. He feigned ignorance, asking, what does that mean? Shin Tingwan's fingers froze, for someone as astute as Liu Yizhou could hardly be oblivious to her meaning. Lowering her gaze, she had barely contemplated evasion when her fingers were grasped by him. Liu Yizhou gently pried her fingers apart, encouraging her to relax as he entwined their hands. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he remarked, am I a savior, obliged to be kind to everyone? Shin Tingwan retorted, you know that is not what I meant. Liu Yizhou laughed unabashedly. Oh, then what do you mean? Shin Tingwan applied pressure against their intertwined fingers, but his resolute grip remained unyielding. He was intentionally playing the fool, leaving her with no recourse. The bitterness within her heart swelled, and she regretted having asked. Forget it, Shin Tingwan murmured, pressing her lips together. Her fingers relaxed, no longer pushing away or clenching tightly. She closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Surely, she was merely experiencing the effects of heightened emotions tonight, leading her to act so melodramatically. Upon waking, everything would be right again. However, Liu Yizhou had no intention of allowing her that reprieve. His brown eyes shimmered with an inexplicable tenderness in the dark, a sliver of light from outside washing over them. Shin Tingwan's eyelashes still glistened with moisture, her eyes slightly closed, trembling ever so slightly. He leaned down once more, planting a gentle kiss. How could she be so impatient? Why was it so easy for him to give up? How had he become so ensnared? The lashes of the person before him fluttered more fervently, yet she neither opened her eyes nor withdrew. After kissing her eyelids, Liu Yizhou moved to her forehead, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered on her skin. He pulled her closer into his embrace. Who are they? Why should I be so kind to them? The person in his arms shivered slightly, her lashes quivering yet remaining closed. And what was her status, other than the nominal Mrs. Liu? Shin Tingwan felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Did she have the right to be so capricious simply because he was kind to her? Biting her lower lip, she unconsciously tightened her grip. She reflected that this evening had indeed been quite dreadful, for both her and Liu Yizhou. He must have found her behavior utterly perplexing. She couldn't help but think that way. As Shin Tingwan contemplated this, she instinctively leaned away. Yet, Liu Yizhou was not about to grant her any escape. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his lips trailing from her forehead to her lips. Shin Tingwan, I shall only treat my wife with such care. Only you are my wife. At that moment, Shin Tingwan's fingers stilled, and her eyes fluttered open, only to be captured by his kiss. This time, Liu Yizhou dared not kiss her too deeply, for restraining himself was a formidable challenge. Instead, he sampled her lips, yet the kiss remained inexplicably tender. Shin Tingwan's fingers unconsciously grazed his hand, a mixture of joy and disbelief flooding her heart. But you care for others. Clearly so adeptly, so considerate. I refuse to believe no one taught you. The lips pressed against hers paused momentarily before curving into a smile. Lu Jo's voice was laced with affection. MRS.Lu, could it be that your husband is self-taught? Chapter 97. Do you mind? Lu Jo's lips, pressed gently against hers, curved slightly. Shen Tingwan began to understand the meaning of being easily angered and easily pleased, as well as the concept of being thick-skinned. He pecked at her lips, retreating slightly, as if he found it an endless source of amusement. Shen Tingwan lowered her gaze, her mood gradually calming, and she recalled a matter of importance. Since she could not sleep anyway and Lu Jo seemed to be in a rather pleasant mood, despite the tumult she had caused him, his spirits remained surprisingly high, eliciting an uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth. The large, warm hand at her lower back exerted a gentle pressure, prompting her to shift slightly. The hand that had been tenderly brushing against her soft lips then rubbed her waist, and Shen Tingwan, who was quite ticklish, instinctively recoiled. This slight movement created a gap of 4 or 5 centimeters between their lips. The light that intermittently filtered in from outside vanished abruptly after a few moments, plunging the room back into darkness. Only a sliver of moonlight crept in through the curtain seam. Though Shen Tingwan could not discern the expression in his eyes, she could sense the emotions between them. After her earlier movements, she found herself explaining, "It tickles." Lu Jo felt a different kind of tickling, one that stirred his heart. His fingers, resting on her waist, tightened slightly as he struggled to suppress the feelings that threatened to surface. The sensation of touching her was both delightful and torturous. He found it difficult to resist her presence. Shen Tingwan felt her lower back growing warm, the heat emanating from beneath her nightgown distinctly unusual. She could not help but squirm again, surrounded by his warmth, a comforting cocoon unlike any winter night she had experienced before. She reached out to grasp his wrist, drawing his heated palm closer to her. His hand, always dry and warm, enveloped her own entirely. Her delicate fingers glided across his warm fingertips, and with a hint of flirtation, she gently pressed her lips against his blazing palm. Her lips, typically cool to the touch, had begun to warm from his tender kisses, yet they still paled in comparison to the heat radiating from his hand. As the softness of his palm met her lips, Lu Jo tensed, his heart racing, his dark eyes shimmering with surprise and a newfound flutter of emotion. In over 20 years of life, he had never experienced such a fervent sensation. The heat surged through him, filling his heart. Shen Tingwan could not see his expression, but the distance between them was enough to feel each other's emotions. When she spoke, even she was taken aback by the softness of her own voice. Now, with a more serious matter at hand, she cleared her throat gently. However, before she could utter a word, he pulled her into his embrace, kissing her deeply. Lu Jo, accustomed to taking a long-term view on matters, had restrained himself earlier, only offering gentle pecks, but now, his rationality had been swept away by the overwhelming warmth. He craved to merge with her, to intertwine their very essences, regardless of any discomfort that may follow. Shen Tingwan soon found herself breathless, initially intending to speak but now rendered speechless by Lu Jo's advances. Within moments, she melted into his arms, a gentle puddle of warmth. Though her reason dissipated, her heart still raced with love for him. Lu Jo's large hand at her waist served as a constant reminder to himself to stop at any moment, yet, it was not until several minutes later that Lu Jo finally leaned against her delicate collarbone, his heated breath sending a shiver down her spine, as if her heart had been scorched. Unbeknownst to her, her hands had found their way to his waist. Lu Jo felt solid, every part of him. She pressed her fingertips against him but felt only the soft fabric of his night attire. The sounds of their kisses had grown even softer, her voice a whisper as she managed to say, "I have something serious to discuss with you." "Serious matters, yet you tease me so?" Lu Jo replied, his voice laced with playful incredulity. Shen Tingwan put a gesture of goodwill. "Do you not understand?" She lowered her gaze, her hands at his waist applying pressure, attempting to create some space between them. Lu Jo, however, was uncooperative. The more she pushed, the tighter he held her. She opened her mouth to speak, but he anticipated her move perfectly, a soft laugh escaping him. "Just a little longer, the serious matter can wait." Shen Tingwan's fingertips twitched. Were it not for the weight of responsibility, and if Lu Ming had not been so earnest in his request, she would not have felt compelled to take on this task. The thought of negotiating for a kissing scene with Lu Jo left her at a loss for words. Thus, she had hoped to take advantage of his good mood to ease into the conversation beforehand. However, that goodwill seemed to have faded into the ether. The person in her embrace stirred slightly, yet remained silent. A few minutes later, Lu Jo took a deep breath and withdrew slightly, lying beside her. He reached out, gently placing his palm against her cheek. "Speak, what is this serious matter?" Shen Tingwan, how was she to convey this to him? She grasped his wrist, about to apply pressure, but Lu Jo's voice, tinged with amusement yet laced with a hint of reproach, interrupted her. "Anything Lu Ming wishes to discuss?" "Forget it." Her fingers froze on his wrist. Shen Tingwan expressed her confusion. "You know?" Lu Jo scoffed lightly. "If he kept you behind, what else could it be?" Though he was not well versed in the world of acting, he understood that after finishing the day's shoot and having dinner, Lu Ming had requested to speak with her. This was no trivial matter. Louis Zhou's fingers, still resting lightly on her, shifted slightly. Shen Tingwan pursed her lips, realizing why he had been so uncooperative. He had already surmised the situation. As the intimate atmosphere in the room gradually dissipated, Shen Tingwan sighed softly. She thought to herself that perhaps the task would remain unfulfilled. If Louis Zhou was so unwilling, then, so be it. However, this sigh, in Louis Zhou's ears, carried a different connotation. He interpreted it as her disappointment with him, or perhaps regret over the loss of the intimate scenes. Shen Tingwan's passion for acting was no secret within the Lu household, although he had only learned of it upon returning home. Louis Zhou's expression darkened as he asked, "Do you truly desire to film those scenes?" Shen Tingwan furrowed her brow. In an instant, Louis Zhou withdrew his hand, leaving her cheek feeling suddenly cold. Shen Tingwan was momentarily taken aback. Those are necessary for the plot. Without Louis Zhou, she herself felt indifferent towards such scenes. She did not reject them, but neither could she claim to enjoy them. As an actress, she portrayed the myriad emotions of humanity. Kissing scenes and dramatic moments were merely part of her craft, devoid of any hierarchical distinction. In her eyes, however, there were distinctions to be made. Intimate scenes necessitated physical contact with another, and she could not accept anything too explicit. Thus far, she had only engaged in such scenes for 2 productions, Cicada's Song 3 years prior and the recently wrapped Love Under the Stars. Yet, both had been but a mere brush with intimacy. Her eyes flickered in the darkness before she reached out to entwine her fingers with his, the silent figure beside her. "Louis Zhou, do you truly mind?" Chapter 98, Only kissed you once, you want to kiss someone else. "Do you think I would mind?" Louis Zhou's fingers effortlessly slipped from her fingertips and then pressed against her still warm lips. Here, it was clear that only he should be allowed to touch her. Shen Tingwan's lips still tingled as she gazed at him with a dazed expression, then reached to grasp his slender wrist, gently moving his fingers away. "What are you talking about, kissing? A kissing scene, isn't that what it entails?" Louis Zhou's voice was low and filled with a sense of melancholy. He couldn't bear to think about it. The mere thought made him wish, but he couldn't. She loved acting, and all he could do was support her. Louis Zhou's gaze melded with the darkness, his fingers that had been tenderly tracing her wrist now resting against her delicate skin. Shen Tingwan furrowed her brow slightly. "It's not the same. It's just work." She wouldn't be affected. Besides, the filming had its own methods. It merely appeared to be filled with passion. In reality, during the shoot, they were surrounded by people, all of whom understood that it was merely a professional action, including the actors themselves. Shen Tingwan's words sounded rather nonchalant, yet Louis Zhou discerned a deeper implication beneath that casualness. His fingers, which had been drawing gentle circles on her wrist, paused. "Is there a kissing scene in every production?" How could she be so accustomed to this? Shen Tingwan was momentarily taken aback. Then, recalling her earlier summary, she blurted out, "Only 2 had it." This number, in Louis Zhou's eyes, was merely a distinction between existence and absence. He scoffed softly, applying slight pressure with his knuckles. "You remember that so clearly." The scent of jealousy seemed to suddenly permeate the air. "Who were they with?" Louis Zhou pondered. If she were to answer so quickly and clearly, he would pull her back into his embrace and kiss her until she could no longer remember kissing anyone else. This acrid tone was something Shen Tingwan dared not provoke. She pressed her lips together, choosing to be wise. "I don't remember." Louis Zhou exhaled, but his frustration remained. He pulled her back into his embrace, leaning down as if to kiss her again. However, Shen Tingwan truly felt they had kissed too much today. She simply could not afford any more. She had filming tomorrow. The crew was notoriously demanding with their shots, and if her lips became swollen, what would she do? Moreover, Louis Zhou always kissed for such a long time. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her delicate fingers instinctively pressed against Louis Zhou's lips. Shen Tingwan spoke with an unintentional hint of vulnerability. "We can't kiss anymore." "I have filming tomorrow." A soft hum escaped his lips, the tone rising slightly at the end. Feeling a bit shy, Shen Tingwan still answered his question, although she sensed that Louis Zhou was feigning ignorance. Did he not keep track of how long he had kissed her? "If we continue, my lips will swell." Louis Zhou lowered his head slightly in the darkness, unable to see anything. He let out another soft hum, this time tinged with irritation. Shen Tingwan frowned and glared at him. She shook her wrist, which he had lightly grasped. "What are you huffing about?" The instigator still had the audacity to act so righteous? Naturally, she could not shake him off. Louis Zhou's tone was filled with sorrow as, consumed by jealousy, he declared, "From now on, you can't kiss anyone but me. Not even for work." Shen Tingwan suddenly increased her resistance. She felt wronged, but so did he. "Why should I?" Shen Tingwan retorted indignantly. After all, this was her job, While he had kissed how many people, Shen Tingwan glared at him, and moments later, the warm light illuminated a corner by the bed. Louis Zhou reached out with his other hand, turning on Shen Tingwan's favorite night light, then he turned back, meeting her furious gaze with his own deep and dark eyes. Because I only kiss you. Thus, you may only kiss me. Shen Tingwan scoffed, but you've kissed so many others before, how does that count? Such proficiency in kissing, how many had he practiced with before he could dare say only? Shen Tingwan's fingers trembled with indignation. Yet the man holding her simply smiled through gritted teeth, his jaw clenched. I have only kissed you, where are all these others coming from? Shen Tingwan was left utterly stunned, her mind blank. What did you just say? Seeing her expression of disbelief, Louis Zhou felt an even more complex mix of emotions rise within him, tinged with bitterness. He smirked self-deprecatingly, his brown eyes brimming with sorrow. A few moments later, Shen Tingwan snapped back to reality, only to exclaim, I don't believe you. He was Louis Zhou, after all. Even without deliberately inquiring, she knew how popular he was. Moreover, what about Yu Yanran? How could he not have kissed anyone else? Louis Zhou listened, his eyes fixed on her, a swirl of jealousy and irritation brewing within him. And what gives you the right not to believe me? Taking a deep breath, Shen Tingwan averted her gaze. Louis Zhou's eyes appeared so earnest. If it weren't for Yu Yanran, perhaps she would truly believe him. The thought of Yu Yanran made her heart heavy. Just mentioning her name seemed ill-timed, especially given their current intimacy. The atmosphere grew still. After a few seconds, Shen Tingwan regretted her words. She wished she had stopped Louis Zhou from turning on the light. If it were dark now, the ambience would surely be better. Avoiding Louis Zhou's gaze, she turned away, reaching to switch off the source of their awkwardness, only to be stopped by a hand. Louis Zhou pulled her back, and Shen Tingwan's face still bore traces of embarrassment. Although she felt the one who should be embarrassed was the one lying, she was definitely affected by the atmosphere. Shen Tingwan tried to distance herself, but her feeble resistance was in vain. She was easily pulled back into his embrace. Shen Tingwan, are you jealous? Shen Tingwan's eyes darted away, but this time she could not escape. Louis Zhou cupped her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. Answer me, Shen Tingwan, are you jealous? Shen Tingwan's fingers curled slightly within his grasp. I'm not. She is merely your ex-girlfriend. Why should I be jealous? She said this, yet she could not deceive herself. Shen Tingwan raised her eyes to meet his, attempting to provide evidence for her own guilt. Who would feel jealous over an ex? Exes are in the past, but before she could finish, he interrupted her. I would. Shen Tingwan's gaze flickered, her fingertips brushing against her damp palms. Louis Zhou's eyes were profound, his voice heavy, as if pinning her in place. I would feel jealous because of Song Yilong's existence. Chapter 99. Never together with her in an instant, the fingertips pressed against her palm lost their grounding. Shen Tingwan reached out and found a corner of fabric. She tugged at it and realized it belonged to Louis Zhou. Lowering her gaze, Shen Tingwan noticed that Louis Zhou assumed she was about to withdraw again. Just as he was about to exert force with his fingers, she lifted her eyes, with the light illuminating their surroundings. Louis Zhou's brown eyes appeared profoundly deep, as if they could peer into her very soul. Shen Tingwan's voice was soft, yet lacked its usual nonchalance. Didn't we just settle this? The two were so close that Shen Tingwan could see her reflection in his eyes. Louis Zhou responded, jealousy isn't a fleeting emotion. Shen Tingwan paused, as if realizing that, unbeknownst to her, a thorn had taken root in her heart. It was not prominent, having only revealed itself for the first time today. Shen Tingwan tugged at the corner of the fabric, uncertain whom she was trying to persuade, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Those are all people from the past, events long gone. What is there to be jealous about, she said, but the thorn in her heart seemed to nod in agreement. When he had inquired about Song Yilong, she had responded candidly, yet, the moment she mentioned Yu Yanran, he evaded the topic. Louis Zhou cradled her face in his hands, his warm fingertips gently caressing her skin, his gaze fixed upon her without uttering a word. Shen Tingwan pressed her lips together, suddenly recalling that they had just been discussing his lie about having only kissed her. She almost lost her focus. Are we truly discussing jealousy? What is that? Louis Zhou's voice bore the subtle conflict of frustration and pleasure. Shen Tingwan steadied her thoughts and took a step back, being so close diminished her assertiveness. We are clearly discussing your deceit. Louis Zhou's eyes flickered. Where have I lied? This statement was delivered with such forthrightness. Shen Tingwan gazed into those eyes, and a wave of faint helplessness washed over her. What was the point of delving into this? After a few seconds, she conceded softly, forget it. However, as she released her grip on the fabric, Louis Zhou gently grasped her hand. The pressure was light, yet it clung to her tightly, forbidding any attempt at evasion. It cannot be forgotten. Shin Tingwan raised her eyebrows, increasingly perplexed. If he insisted that he had only kissed her, she could interpret it as him merely trying to placate her. But now, having said she would let it go and offered him some leeway, why did he still persist? Shin Tingwan blinked. This is meaningless, Louis-Jo. Louis-Jo held her hand firmly, and Shin Tingwan found herself questioning why he so relished this intertwined gesture. Yet she knew she was not inclined towards it at that moment. She struggled, but Louis-Jo remained steadfast, as if he would not permit her even the slightest escape. If you don't speak, how can you know it's meaningless? Shin Tingwan bit her lip, facing this inexplicable man for several seconds, his gaze appearing so sincere. Her grandparents had often told her that one should look into a person's eyes to discern their truth. The eyes cannot deceive, yet Louis-Jo was inscrutable to her. She sighed, relinquishing her resistance. Since he insisted, it bore significance. You claim you've only kissed me, but what about Yu Yanran? Weren't you together? You would. I've never kissed her. The 4 words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet Shin Tingwan could not bring herself to utter them. Suddenly, memories of every kiss Louis-Jo had given her flooded her mind, her fingertips subconsciously brushing against her still slightly tingling lips. Had he held another in such a manner, whispered those touching words? Shin Tingwan wished to dismiss the thought, but the bitterness in her heart had already overflowed, and her gaze at Louis-Jo turned tinged with flaccidity. At last, the joy within Louis-Jo triumphed, softening his heart like a spring brook. Their fingers intertwined even tighter. I have never been with her. Nor have I kissed her. Not just her, but no one else either. Shin Tingwan was momentarily taken aback by his first statement. Louis-Jo noticed the brief hesitation in her eyes and smirked, unable to resist. He gently kissed the delicate fingertips resting against her lips. Lips may swell, but fingers can always be kissed. And then, in the midst of her astonishment, Louis-Jo continued, Shin Tingwan, I have truly only kissed you. In the future, I will only kiss you. And Shin Tingwan's brows twitched slightly. Finally receiving some response, Louis-Jo pressed on, and I will never lie to you. It was only then that Shin Tingwan snapped back to reality from her initial stupor. What did Louis-Jo say? He had never been with Yu Yanran, she pondered, now completely defenseless, and gently voiced her curiosity. But Ji Shangheng and the others clearly said, they are not me. Shin Tingwan remained perplexed. But you have not. If he had known that one day he would love someone to such an extent, he would not have dismissed the matter so lightly. He let out a slight sigh. This was the first time Shin Tingwan had heard Louis-Jo sigh like that. Such an extraordinary individual, seemingly omnipotent. When had he ever felt such regret? Once he had sighed, Louis-Jo faced her with a serious expression. Yu Yanran was a child from the welfare home that our mother supported since childhood. She always desired a sweet and obedient daughter, as you know. However, Louis-Jo has always displayed that demeanor, while this sponsored girl appeared to be the embodiment of her dream daughter before her. Shin Tingwan nodded, signaling for him to continue. She had gleaned bits of this information before, but hearing the complete narrative was a first. As time passed, Yu Yanran began visiting our home more frequently. It was unclear whether it was her initiative or our mother's suggestion. Before long, she acknowledged our mother as her godmother and began referring to herself as an older sister in front of Louis-Yao. At that time, our mother was so enamored that she overlooked Louis-Yao's character and adolescent psyche, attempting to educate her through the power of example. Little did she expect that her well-laid plans would backfire. Shin Tingwan responded with an inquisitive appearing eager to hear the story unfold. Louis-Jo could not resist playfully tapping her delicate nose, pausing for a mere 2 or 3 seconds before being ruthlessly urged on, and then Louis-Jo withdrew his fingers from her. Eventually, Louis-Yao did not become more obedient. Instead, she grew increasingly rebellious. Her grades plummeted, and she even learned to fight at school. Yet, this only served to accentuate the obedient and worry-free demeanor of her goddaughter. Later, her visits to our home increased, and gradually, the entire villa community became aware that the Lu family had acquired a goddaughter who was quite favored by Madame Lu. However, in business, not all intentions are honorable. Some are quite unscrupulous. Shin Tingwan nodded, recalling her encounters with individuals like Qian Guanyi. Such people were utterly distasteful. Some who sought shortcuts aimed to extract something from the Lu family, and when they could not target the family directly, they set their sights on this favored goddaughter. Shin Tingwan's brows furrowed slightly, captivated by the story yet now displaying a hint of concern. Louis-Jo toyed with a strand of her hair, suddenly asking with utmost seriousness, "Is the story your husband is telling interesting?" In an instant, Shin Tingwan was pulled from the narrative, blinking her eyes. Louis-Jo felt as though he had truly been enchanted, perpetually yearning to kiss her. Chapter 100 I really like you. Shin Tingwan observed his suddenly deep expression and brushed aside the strands of hair at his fingertips as a signal of alertness. Then she urged, and then? Louis Zhou remained silent for 2 seconds, reluctantly retracting his gaze from her crimson lips. After over 20 years of having his heart untouched, when it stirred, it did so with fervor. At first, it seemed that only a few individuals were pursuing her. He was aware of such matters yet still claimed. Shen Tingwan's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism. Louis Zhou chuckled softly. What are you thinking? I certainly had no leisure to pay attention to her. Ever since he commenced his university studies, he had not only academic commitments but also had to delve into the intricacies of the business world. He was so engrossed that he could scarcely spare a moment to focus on someone who was neither kin nor acquaintance. This is all information relayed to me by our mother. Gao Junmei, initially a formidable woman in her own right, had, for reasons unknown, perhaps fatigue or disillusionment, delegated all her professional responsibilities to Lu Mufeng. Subsequently, while Lu Mufeng was perpetually occupied, she found herself with an abundance of free time. Initially intending to transition into a successful full-time mother, however, her son was seldom seen, and her daughter did not grow into the image she had envisioned. During that period, Gao Junmei often spoke of Yu Yanran. Shen Tingwan nodded with a hint of reluctance. And what happened next? Later, there was an incident where she nearly found herself in jeopardy. Shen Tingwan leaned back slightly, sensing the atmosphere had grown rather tense. Louis Zhou drew her back into the conversation. It was merely a close call. Upon further reflection, he realized that many events had unfolded with an uncanny coincidence. This occurred around the time she was nearing graduation, during her internship at a company of modest size. One day, while our mother was vacationing abroad, she called to inform me that Yu Yanran had been intoxicated and seemingly drugged, urging me to rescue her. Shen Tingwan raised an eyebrow, appearing to hold back her thoughts. I assure you, I acted with complete integrity and did nothing untoward, Louis Zhou hastily clarified, now fully cognizant that this was no trivial matter. Shen Tingwan inquired, I went to that hotel and managed to bring her out, intending to take her to the hospital, but she refused. Shen Tingwan's fingers tightened as they crossed. If she was unwilling, I called for our family doctor. You may verify this with Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu had been the family physician for over 2 decades, and Shen Tingwan had encountered him a few times at the ancestral home. Shen Tingwan remained silent, while Louis Zhou turned to retrieve his phone. I believe you, I never implied otherwise. It was far too late to be discussing such old matters, and Shen Tingwan had no desire to pursue it. Besides, Louis Zhou seemed to possess no reason to fabricate such a lie. Upon hearing her words, Louis Zhou relented. That day, the perpetrator was taken away immediately, but she displayed signs of considerable fright. When our mother returned from her vacation and learned that the culprit was the son of a developer vying for collaboration with the Liu family, she felt responsible for the shock Yu Yanran had endured. Coincidentally, at a banquet, she overheard some whispers. Shen Tingwan responded with a soft, Gao Junmei, well acquainted with her son, would not have sent Louis Zhou to rescue Yu Yanran otherwise. A lone man and woman, with one inebriated and compromised. Louis Zhou understood her skepticism, but he chuckled lightly. Of course, she did not believe those rumors, yet they sparked an idea in her mind. Shen Tingwan regarded him attentively. Louis Zhou's tone grew serious. She suggested that I accompany Yu Yanran to several public events, leading some to tacitly conclude that this goddaughter was more than just a mere acquaintance of the Liu family. With my name attached, naturally, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards Yu Yanran. Shen Tingwan blinked. But why did you not mention this to Ji Shanghong and the others? Even his closest friends believed that Yu Yanran held a significant relationship with him. When I introduced Yu Yanran to them, there were several others present, so I refrained from saying anything. Eventually, I grew disinclined to explain. After all, it was merely a performance. Shen Tingwan paused, suddenly recalling that day at Tong Yu's new villa. The moment Yu Yanran arrived, he had ushered her away. A pang of regret gripped Shen Tingwan, diminishing the warmth in her gaze. No, you were not merely acting. Louis Zhou hesitated, applying pressure with his fingers. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you not trust me? If she doubted him, he could find no witness to corroborate his feelings. Surely, he knew his own heart. I am not speaking nonsense. The thorn in her heart had embedded itself that very day. That day at Tong Yu's, as soon as she arrived, you sent me away. Louis Zhou recalled the indifferent look Shen Tingwan had given him then, as well as Lin Chuan's mocking remarks regarding his unrequited affection. He yearned to draw her into his embrace, but her resistance had surged, leaving him with more than one regret. I did not send you away. Shen Tingwan frowned. The evidence was clear before them. What further arguments could he muster? I merely wanted to see if you cared for me at all. Lin Chuan ridiculed me for my unrequited feelings, asserting that your indifference to your ex-girlfriend's presence indicated you held no regard. Thus, I wish to observe you experiencing jealousy, to see if you would mind this so-called ex-girlfriend. Shen Tingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone desire to witness another's jealousy? With a moment's lapse, Louis Zhou pulled her into his embrace. Whispers of delayed regret and apologies reached her ears. I am sorry, Wan Wan. I was too immature. He maintained a clear understanding of himself. I have never pursued anyone. I am inexperienced. Could you grant me a chance for redemption? His attitude toward admitting fault was commendable. Shen Tingwan found herself pressed against his chest, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating directly with her own. After a moment, she realized that Louis Zhou's intention was to court her. How curious, he was both adept and inept. If one were to say he was skilled, who confesses their feelings before pursuing? Yet to claim he was inept, she herself had seemingly begun to feel something. After a lengthy silence, the person in his arms finally murmured, albeit reluctantly, "Then, I expect it shall not happen again." Louis Zhou quickly responded, "All right. Thank you, Wan Wan, I assure you, I will not err again." Joyful laughter emanated from his chest, reaching her ears. Shen Tingwan wrapped her arms around his slender waist, her tone soft and gentle. He truly appeared to be rather inexperienced. Louis Zhou's thoughts momentarily faltered. You are remarkably unskilled. Must she remind him? Louis Zhou uttered another in confusion. Shen Tingwan leaned closer into his embrace, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Before pursuing someone, one must first confess their feelings. If you do not speak, how would anyone know whom you like? At her words, Louis Zhou felt as though his heart had been scalded, and for once, the usually quick-witted man took a rare moment to process. After a brief pause, he comprehended that he was being advised. A broader smile formed on his lips, and with utmost sincerity, he declared, "Shen Tingwan, I truly like you." The corners of the lips of the person in his embrace rose swiftly, though unseen. Just as she was about to respond, she heard his next question. May I pursue you? Well, it seemed this person was quite polite.